As the only SSS tier superpower user in the world, I found myself facing the risk of being expelled from school. Despite thousands of gods bowing down to me when I awakened, my panel attributes were not only lower than a C tier, but I was also unable to release any skills. However, I was not troubled by this situation. This was because in my dreams, there was a prison housing thousands of gods. When I approached cell number 1 with a torch in hand, I saw a tall man bound to a throne. On the iron platform outside the cell his name was engraved, Zeus the prisoner. Zeus spoke as he saw me, blue lightning crackling from his body. "You have come, jailer. Let me out and I will spare your life." I ignored Zeus's threat. At that moment a cold voice echoed throughout the prison. "As the jailer of gods you have the authority to execute Zeus. Would you like to initiate the prison's death sentence?" Upon hearing about the execution, Zeus quickly changed his demeanor, pleading, "Please do not kill me, great jailer. If you spare me, I am willing to share my power of thunder and lightning with you." Zeus swallowed nervously, then continued, "By using just 2 points of strength you can obtain my thunder spear. With higher strength values you can access even greater electrical powers." I nodded, realizing that my skills could be traded with gods for their powers. Seeing my hesitation, Zeus, fearful of execution, quickly added, "This skill was my ultimate move used to slay thousands of monsters. It can gather the power of thunder and lightning to annihilate all monsters. According to human skill levels, this is beyond divine, it's a super god level skill." Upon hearing Zeus's words, I was instantly unsettled. The highest known skill level was divine, and here Zeus was offering the thunder spear, a skill surpassing the divine level, reaching an unheard of 7th level. "Alright, I'll forgive your previous insolence, give me the skill," I conceded. The next moment Zeus closed his eyes and a dazzling orb of lightning emerged from his chest, slowly descending into the palm of my hand. Using 2 points of strength I acquired the thunder spear skill. "Congratulations! You have learned the thunder spear skill, level, super god level 1, this skill can grow and evolve, allowing you to form a dual-mode thunder spear in your hands. Its power size and quantity depend on the skill level and the user's attributes. Melee mode contains over 100,000 volts of electricity, making it indestructible. Throwing mode, upon throwing it unleashes all the energy of the thunder spear, causing a massive thunderous explosion." Zeus then looked at me obsequiously, "Jailer, for now you can only trade strength for power with me, but as you grow stronger I can offer you more skills." I nodded lightly, understanding that for now I could only acquire such super god powers through exchanging strength. This prison was vast, certainly not confined to one deity like Zeus. With this thought in mind, I prepared to leave cell number 1 and ventured deeper into the prison. However, I had only taken a few steps when I was halted by a layer of grey mist that prevented me from advancing even an inch further. Perhaps it was because I was only at level 1 inch, so I couldn't explore everything at once. But since I had already acquired a god-level skill, I decided it was best to master it first before delving deeper into this mysterious prison. When I opened my eyes again, it was already the morning of the next day. I had spent less than half an hour in the mystical prison, but in real time 7 to 8 hours had passed. Yet, this didn't affect my sleep at all. In fact, my sleep quality had improved significantly. I stretched lazily, feeling extremely pleased. The several problems that had troubled me last night now seemed resolved. The first issue, the stone responsible for awakenings, had definitely not made a mistake. My profession as a deity jailer was indeed a 3S tier combat role, no doubt about it. Second, the deity prison was a place that continuously provided supernatural powers. Just one night's time had enabled me to master a god-level skill. Consider that even yesterday Lin Tao, the genius from the first high school of East City and a bright knight of A-tier profession, had only mastered 2 skills. And they were 3 ranks below god tier at king tier. If I were to train the skill Thunder Spear to its maximum level, I could destroy a country with thunder and lightning just like Zeus. The outdoor leveling training was a joint event organized by various high schools in East City. The purpose was to allow students in combat professions to level up quickly to face the college entrance exams in a few weeks. The world's spacetime was unstable, with space often fracturing to form shadow cracks from which various monsters would emerge. One of the responsibilities of those who had switched professions was to combat these monsters. Large shadow cracks would spawn high-level monsters in numbers exceeding 1 million. Humanity would often build military fortresses spanning thousands of meters around these cracks, along with various military installations stationing tens of thousands of troops to cope with these formidable numbers of monsters. The monsters from smaller shadow cracks were much fewer and lower in level, posing less of a threat to humanity. The location for the field leveling training was near a small shadow crack on the outskirts of East City. At this moment I was already on a bus being transported to the vicinity of the Shadow Crack. Not only our first high school of East City was involved, but also the second high school of East City, Tianming Private High School, and 12 other schools totaling over 1,000 students from combat professions. Principal Wang, I heard that your school awakened a 3S tier profession yesterday, is that true or false? The principal of the second high school asked Wang Desui curiously. Scratching his head awkwardly, not sure yet, we've sent the awakening stone for testing, but there's no need for that really, that 3S tier young lad is definitely here. His strength will show during this field leveling training, right? Whether he has the power will be seen in this activity. We're looking forward to what he can do. Other principals chimed in, all smiling, but most were actually there just for the spectacle. The suburbs of East City were a primitive forest, with towering trees lush and dense, many small monsters hid in the grass eyeing our group greedily. So this is the Shadow Crack, huh? It's so mysterious, I'm seeing it with my own eyes for the first time. I thought, the crack must have been hundreds of meters long. As the students looked up to the sky, they were all amazed. Impressive, isn't it? Principal Wang Desui turned around with a smile, then quickly added, the monsters also come out from there. It wouldn't be impressive if they ate you up. Alright, from now on the 3-day field training officially begins. You all are from combat professions and have certain combat capabilities. Next you need to go into the forest on your own to find monsters. Gain experience and equipment. Of course, as per tradition, all the high schools have prepared a leaderboard. Just where this recording watch, and it will track the number of monsters we kill and our rankings. In 3 days, the top 10 ranked students will receive a reward of 10,000 Alliance coins each, with an additional 40,000 Alliance coins for the first place. Scholarships are also available. Everyone immediately became excited. With such rewards at stake, their motivation soared, especially since this was a considerable amount of money. Li Nan was also excited. After all, his family's furniture had been destroyed and he needed to raise money to buy new furniture. At the moment he only had 100 Alliance coins to his name, practically penniless. Wang Desui continued, please take this training seriously. The college entrance examination is just around the corner. If you want to get into the top universities like Mingyue University, you must be among the top 10. This is one of the requirements for entering such top universities. Upon hearing the words top universities, including Lin Tao, all the outstanding students' eyes sparkled with ambition. Their goal was to be admitted to the nation's top universities, and the number 1 university in the country was Mingyue University. This university was founded by Wang Chen, the strongest person in Xia country, and its faculty ranks first in the nation. Wang Chen is a prominent figure, the strongest on Blue Star, and even superpowers on Blue Star have to speak to him as equals. He alone represents unimaginable wealth and supreme status. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. A student who doesn't want to attend Mingyue University isn't a good student, they say. Mingyue University is the dream school for all students across the country, therefore, the competition is exceedingly fierce. Every year billions of students take the entrance exams, but only a very few manage to get admitted to Mingyue University. It's truly like a massive army trying to cross a single log bridge. Wang Desui told everyone that to enter Mingyue University and other top universities they must aim for top ranks in the outdoor training, which greatly ignited the students' enthusiasm. Armed with their recording watches, the students listened to the principal's safety instructions and then immediately set off deep into the forest to hunt monsters. Lin Tao and A-grade professionals swiftly entered the forest, planning to tackle the challenge solo. Many others, however, prepared to form teams to enter the forest. Relying on team strength often makes monster hunting more efficient, as team members can complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. Li Nan, are you going to team up with the sisters? You're going to have a good time these 3 days with your sister. A voluptuous woman with a seductive figure approached him. She was Zhao Mimi, the second most beautiful girl in the school, freshly adult, with a figure as sexy as a supermodel and known among classmates as a bewitching beauty. Zhao Mimi, with eyes like silk, approached, emitting a faint, enchanting fragrance. If it were an ordinary student, they would definitely not refuse an invitation from such a high-caliber beauty, and something interesting might happen over these 3 days. Get lost. Li Nan didn't even look at her, decisively refusing with a look that said women would only slow down his sword-drawing speed. You, faced with such humiliation, Zhao Mimi was also angry, her beautiful eyes glaring at Li Nan. If I didn't think you might be an SSS grade professional, I wouldn't have bothered inviting you. Who do you think you are, shrimp head? Having finished speaking, Li Nan waved dismissively, indicating his preference to go solo. He could team up with Li Nan and others, which might speed up killing monsters, but the experience points earned would then have to be shared. He naturally preferred to solo, enjoying all the experience for himself. Besides, when in a team, if a monster dropped valuable equipment, it could lead to disputes over distribution. Thus, Li Nan had long decided to venture into the forest alone. Going solo was simply the best fit for him. Seeing Li Nan's standoffish demeanor, the rest of the teams abandoned any thoughts of inviting him. Li Nan entered the primeval forest alone. As soon as he stepped inside, the dense canopy blocked out the sunlight, plunging the surroundings into gloom and significantly dropping the temperature. He searched around and finally spotted his first prey. It was a creature resembling a leopard, about a meter long, covered in black fur with claws that gleamed with a chilling light. At school, students were taught an essential skill, scouting technique, which could be used to examine the attributes of monsters. Li Nan immediately used the scouting technique and the information about the monster appeared before his eyes. A cat demon level 2 attributes: Strength 3/Agility 4/Constitution 2/. Spirit 1 abilities, none traits. A carnivorous beast living in the forest, likes to eat wild rabbits and squirrels. Weakness, low defense. Caution, beware of the cat demon's speed. Its agility is high, avoid being ambushed. This type of cat demon varied from 1 tail to 9 tails. The more tails, the stronger it was. The legendary 9-tailed cat demon was said to rival the top human fighters. This was Li Nan's first encounter with a monster, and he took no chances, immediately launching his Thunder Spear. Holding the thunder in his grasp, he seemed like the embodiment of lightning itself, his body erupting with electric sparks. The cat demon was incredibly fast, ghost-like, moving in an S-shaped pattern on the ground, quickly turning into a black shadow rushing towards him. Li Nan held his thunder spear with focused attention, waiting for the right moment. Now, like a dragon, his spear pierced the stomach of the cat demon. Death. The thunder spear ignored the superficial defense, piercing the cat demon completely, chilling to its core. That wasn't all. The power of thunder surged through, subjecting the cat demon's body to a high-voltage electric attack, causing it to convulse and shake, eventually turning it into charred remains. A one-shot kill. Li Nan swung his spear, dropping the body of the cat demon to the ground. The corpse of the cat demon lay motionless, emitting an aroma similar to barbecued meat. Congratulations for killing a one-tailed cat demon. You earned 50 experience points. You obtained equipment, a cat demon bracelet. The entire battle lasted no more than 2 seconds. Li Nan had killed his first monster without any emotional disturbance, earning 50 experience points, which increased his experience bar by 2%. He needed to kill 49 more one-tailed cat demons to reach level 2. He glanced at the equipment that had just dropped. It was a bracelet that possessed a black luster. The cat demon bracelet, categorized under equipment with a level of ordinary, enhances the wearer's agility by 0.5. This bracelet, crafted from the heart of a cat demon, subtly enhances the wearer's movements, making them lighter and more agile. Although as an ordinary level item, its effects are minimal for those who have changed their vocations. Nonetheless, even a slight increase, as minuscule as it may be, is still beneficial, prompting Li Nan to immediately wear the bracelet, feeling a slight lightness in his body. Stretching his arms and moving around, Li Nan instinctively noticed the change within him. Various equipment pieces carry different effects. This bracelet boosts agility, but higher-tiered equipment can offer stronger and more magical effects. Even if he comes across some unnecessary weapons and equipment, there's no need to worry. They can be sold at the monster stores in the city for money. To level up quickly, Li Nan knew he had to venture deeper into the forest where more monsters resided. Clutching the thunder spear, he dashed into the woods. As he penetrated deeper, the level 1 monsters could hardly stop him. They were all instantly defeated by his thunder spear, a super god-level skill. These monsters, as fragile as paper against the might of the thunder spear, couldn't withstand a single blow. Successfully defeating a cat demon yielded 50 experience points, and the same for a young treant. The power of the thunder spear was immense. Within less than an hour, Li Nan had taken down dozens of level 1 monsters, his efficiency tenfold higher than others. Soon a divine light of leveling descended from the sky. Finding a safe spot, Li Nan sat down cross-legged and meditated, welcoming his first level up. Congratulations, you've reached level 2. All attributes increased by 5 points. His name, Li Nan. Profession, Divine Jailer. Level 2, 0% experience. Strength 5, Agility 75, including the additional 0.5 from the equipment. Constitution 7, Spirit 7, Skills. Divine Prison Thunder Spear. During the leveling process, waves of powerful energy infused Li Nan's body, causing his bones, organs, blood, and muscles to undergo intense changes. His body was transforming, bones crackling with energy. 3 minutes later, the leveling up was complete and Li Nan's physical condition had greatly improved. Now, even without using the Thunder Spear, he could kill a cat demon with a single punch. Li Nan stood up, exhaled a breath of stale air, and felt an endless surge of power throughout his body. This is the essence of a vocation changer. Through continuous leveling up, one grows stronger, distinguishing oneself from ordinary mortals. This is why the entire galaxy is controlled by powerful vocation changers whose high levels and profound strength give them a natural advantage over those of lower levels, wielding the power to control countless lives. In this world where mighty beings can effortlessly erase you from existence, it doesn't matter whether you are a business magnate or the president of a country. Faced with absolute violence, one must submit or perish. This is why high-level job changers are so revered. Having tasted the power of leveling up, Li Nan gained a deeper understanding of this world. I must become stronger and ascend to a high-level job changer, he resolved. Deep in the forest, the number of monsters increased significantly. Over 21-tailed cat demons attacked Li Nan simultaneously. Li Nan stood his ground, unflinching in the face of over 20 assaults, not dodging a single one. Having leveled up, he no longer feared these level 1 monsters. His spear thunder roar swept through them. A brilliant flash of lightning obliterated over 10 cat demons in an instant. With another sweep of his spear, the remaining cat demons were wiped out dead on the spot. As he continued to advance, whether they were level 1, 2 or 3 monsters, any that encountered Li Nan were instantly killed without exception. In the forest, Li Nan moved unchallenged, his spear claiming a monster with each thrust. Kill after kill, his path was a relentless series of swift executions. Faced with the level 2 Li Nan and his divine skill, Thunder Roar Spear, the monsters met their deaths without suspense. In a camp, principals from various high schools sat around a long table, sipping tea and smiling as they watched the kill rankings on a large screen. All the students' kill records were transformed into data displayed on this screen. Your Tianming High School has really outdone itself this year. Last time your school occupied the top 3 ranks, and it looks like your students will claim those spots again this year. Your second high school also has outstanding students. Your prodigy fan Jia has already killed over 20 monsters, surely making it into the top 10 this time, they commented. Lin Tao from First High, who had awakened as an A-tier Bright Knight, was also strong, already ranked 5th. The principals exchanged praises, all smiles. I wonder how the student from First High who awakened the SSS tier job is doing? Luo Hongxue from Tianming High School asked with a sly grin. The other principals were intrigued and turned to look at the principal of First High, Wang Desui, hoping to catch a bit of drama. Wang Deshui's face darkened. He glanced at the screen and seemed to be struck by lightning, momentarily stunned. Seeing his reaction, Luo Hongxue sneered, "That's a rare SSS tier job. Surely that student must be in the top 10, right, Principal Wang?" After a brief pause, Wang Desui burst into laughter. Haha, that young man did more than just make it into the top 10, he's currently ranked first. Luo Hongshua's smile froze, and turning to the screen he saw the name Li Nan at the top. Li Nan killed over 70 monsters in less than an hour. He's the one with the SSS tier job. Look, his killing speed is increasing, the number has already surpassed 100. It hasn't been long since the start, and already the efficiency of monster slaying is through the roof. Could it be that these creatures are simply lining up to be defeated? The principals were all astounded. No one had anticipated that Li Nan's monster-killing efficiency would be so astonishing. Even without the results from the Awakening Stone inspection, they had to believe that the first high school of the eastern city might have truly awakened a SSS-tier genius. Li Nan's achievements were too dazzling. In just over an hour his kill count had far surpassed that of the second place. It was a shocking revelation. Principal Wang Desui finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders, now fully convinced that Li Nan's awakened profession was of the SSS tier. Their school had produced an incredible talent. First High School really had struck gold. Li Nan, having just turned 18, had shown such remarkable talent. The prestige of a SSS tier profession was incomparable to other students. None of the big names across the entire planet Blue Star had talents reaching the SSS tier. It was terrifying to consider just how formidable Li Nan's profession could be. Inside the tent, the envy, jealousy, and resentment among the principals were palpable there. Heart sour with emotion, however, they were confident about this outdoor training event. they had united to plan something significant. Principal Wang, don't be too proud. Principal Luo Hongshui of Tianming High School sneered. Even though your Li Nan is strong, he definitely won't finish first in this event. That's right, it'll be hard for him to even make it into the top 10. Li Nan is formidable, but not enough. The other principals chimed in, relieved that they had prepared ahead for this event. Principal Wang Desui furrowed his brows. What have you done? Nothing much. Just got all the students to band together for a collective monster hunt, Luo Hongxue said, stroking his teacup. The monsters in this primal forest were scattered, making it laborious for students to hunt them down one by one. We had warriors with taunting abilities attract the monsters. Once gathered, mages with powerful area of effect spells took them down. Doesn't this make the monster killing efficiency much higher? Wang Desui waved his hand dismissively. Warriors and mages teaming up, isn't that a common combination? What's so special about that? You mean to say a few warriors can attract hundreds or thousands of monsters? Luo Hongxue smiled. It's not just a few warriors and mages. 13 high schools have united. All the students have come together with hundreds of warriors and mages. Think about it, how many monsters they can gather and annihilate in one go. Even a prodigy like Li Nan can't match the efficiency of hundreds of warriors and mages working together. This is practically a military tactic. Hearing this, Wang Deshui's expression darkened. If Luo Hongshue's words are true, that various schools have united to let their students hunt monsters collectively and systematically, then their effectiveness in killing monsters would certainly surpass that of Li Nan, who acts alone. They could gather thousands, even tens of thousands of monsters in one go. Eventually, these formidable students would step in to reap the rewards, and indeed the speed of their progress is astounding. If the plan succeeds, Li Nan might struggle to make it into the top 10. It would be quite embarrassing for your school if an SSS class transferee failed to reach the top 10. That's right, this is the power of teamwork. It doesn't matter if you have an SSS class transferee, none of your students would make it to the top 10. Originally, other principals were feeling quite sour about Li Nan's capabilities, but the thought of first middle school facing setbacks brought them joy again. I believe in my student. Since he could awaken an SSS class profession, he must have exceptional qualities. Wang Desui snorted coldly, folding his arms. Let's just wait and see the results, whether your students are better or mine are. Sunlight filtered through the sparse cloud cover, casting mottled shadows on the towering trees. The air was filled with the scent of earth and wildflowers, and occasionally one could spot footprints left by monsters on the ground. Suddenly a streak of blue lightning flashed and a gray monkey fell from a tree. Successful kill of the gray-haired monkey. Experience increased by 100. Li Nan stood on the branch of a large tree. No challenge at all. Are there only weak monsters in this forest? The more he fought, the more he appreciated the prowess of the thundering spear. Monsters of the same level stood no chance at all. This small shadow rift was specifically designed for high school students, or slightly more powerful and threatening monsters had already been slain by human warriors. This place was perfect for novices to battle. Nevertheless, the number of monsters should not be underestimated. To gain experience and equipment, Li Nan continued hunting in the forest. Before long, he heard the sounds of combat not far away. Following the noise and parting the underbrush, he discovered Lin Tao, a genius from his own school, battling a monkey covered in iron armor scales. Lin Tao held a knight's long sword, which, imbued with the special skill of light enchantment, emitted a brilliant white light far surpassing ordinary blades in power. Yet even so, he could not break through the defenses of the armored monkey. The scales on the monkey acted like a suit of armor, giving it impressive defensive capabilities. Coupled with the monkey's agility, capable of performing a series of complex maneuvers in the trees, it was indeed a formidable opponent. Lin Tao the genius was caught in a difficult fight, struggling to proceed or retreat. Li Nan casually threw out a scouting spell. Armored monkey level, 5 attributes, strength 12/agility 25/constitution 29/spirit 10 abilities, sturdy iron armor traits, an evolved long-armed monkey, its body hair mutated into lightweight special metal, adept at forest combat, weakness, weak mental strength, fears soul-based magical attacks, evaluation. A challenging simian monster possessing strong defense and swift speed, best handled with the power of a team. Level 5 monsters with special abilities are indeed difficult to deal with. No wonder Lin Tao was struggling so hard. Li Nan watched as the ironclad monkey darted up and down the trees, launching attacks at Lin Tao one moment and hiding in the branches to throw mud the next, playing with him as if it were all a game. Lin Tao on the ground was both anxious and angry but helpless as he was covered in mud thrown by the monkey looking utterly disheveled. "Damn monkey, come down if you dare," Lin Tao shouted angrily. However, the ironclad monkey remained unfazed, cackling from the branches, continuing to mock him. Just as Lin Tao was about to retreat, the monkey swiftly descended from the tree, forcing Lin Tao to confront its sharp claws and pushing him back into the fray. "Lin Tao, let me help you," Li Nan said, putting away his thunder spear and stepping out from the bushes. "You are Li Nan?" Lin Tao was surprised. He knew of the SSS rank profession but was momentarily uncertain of its authenticity. "This ironclad monkey is tricky, especially its defenses. Even my enchanted knight's sword can't penetrate its armor. And since both of us are only level 2, even together we might not be able to defeat this beast." Li Nan simply smiled and said, "No harm in trying." Seeing a new prey, the sinister grin on the monkey's face widened, and it danced excitedly on the branches. It instantly saw that this new arrival, Li Nan, appeared physically weaker than Lin Tao. Thus, the ironclad monkey targeted Li Nan as its first victim. With a powerful kick, using its arms for leverage on the branches, it launched itself towards him with great speed. "Careful, its claws are dangerous," Lin Tao yelled anxiously from a few meters away. "This is just what I was waiting for," Li Nan murmured, a slight smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. He had earlier intentionally stowed away the thunder spear, feigning weakness to deceive the cunning monkey. Now, as the distance closed, it was time. The thunder spear reappeared in his hands, sparking with electric arcs. As the ironclad monkey leaped towards him, it saw the thunder spear in Li Nan's hands and its expression turned to shock. But it was too close now to turn back. "Die!" Li Nan thrust the spear forward like a dragon of lightning, melting through the ironclad monkey's iron armor and piercing its brain. The monkey, who prided itself on its defense, could never have imagined being so easily defeated by a human of much lower level. The ironclad monkey fell dead on the spot. Successfully killed ironclad monkey. Gained 500 experience, witnessing Li Nan dispatch the ironclad monkey so swiftly. Lin Tao was stunned. He had battled for a long time and knew well the defensive capabilities of the iron-skinned monkey. While a normal steel blade posed no challenge to his enchanted knight's sword, it still couldn't harm the ironclad monkey. Yet, upon Li Nan's arrival, the once invincible monkey was slain in an instant. The speed of the process was astonishing. Both had awakened their professions only the day before. Why was the disparity so vast? Could this truly be the difference between an SSS rank and an A rank? Lin Tao took a deep breath, steadying his mind, and said with respect, "Thank you, Brother Li. If it weren't for your intervention, I might have fallen to that iron-armored monkey. We're alumni, there's no need for formalities." Li Nan snapped his fingers and the dazzling thunder spear vanished in an instant. "What kind of weapon is that? It's so powerful, I'd never seen anything like it," Lin Tao remarked, his usual proud and handsome demeanor shifting to that of an ordinary person, his eyes wide with astonishment. "It's not a weapon, but my ability," Li Nan replied with a wave of his hand, unwilling to elaborate further. Lin Tao, quick-witted as ever, knew what to ask and what not to, and quickly changed the topic with a smile. "It's getting late, time for dinner. I have many delicious foods stored in my spatial storage bag. Would you like some, Brother Li?" Li Nan looked up at the sky, which was now painted with vibrant twilight hues. "Eating sounds good. I'm quite hungry." Not having brought any food himself, he planned to share a meal. They found a spot by a small creek, sitting by the soothing babble of the clear stream. Other students from First Middle School were also resting nearby, all preparing to spend the night there. Lin Tao pulled out his spatial storage bag, a blue pouch that looked like a brocade sack. Despite its small size, it was incredibly expensive, beyond the reach of ordinary people. Made by high-level space-class professionals, it required the creation of a separate space, thus commanding a high price. A cubic meter of space in such a bag could cost over 100,000 Union coins, capable of storing food for long periods or holding weapons, equipment, and items. Larger bags were even more costly. Lin Tao came from a wealthy family and brought out an array of gourmet dishes from the bag, including sirloin steak, grilled chicken, and tomato spaghetti. Li Nan, not often indulging in such fare, feasted heartily. "It's great to be wealthy, to eat well like this at every meal. I definitely need to get one of these spatial storage bags myself someday," Lin Tao commented, taking a sip of his drink. "Brother Li, did you notice during today's fight that the monsters in the forest seemed abnormal? They appear to be gathering in one place." Li Nan thought for a moment and replied, "I noticed that too. Some creatures that usually hide during the day were running wildly in the jungle, though I don't know why." Lin Tao joked, "Maybe it's some kind of migratory behavior. We shouldn't mind it as long as it Doesn't affect our hunting? Li Nan nodded thoughtfully but mentally noted this anomaly. The jungle at night was perilous, devoid of visibility and teeming with dangerous creatures, hence almost all the students sought safe places to spend the night, daring not to be reckless after dark. Li Nan and his companions slept by a small creek where the terrain was relatively open and many other students came to rest, making it a relatively safe spot. They spent the night undisturbed by the wild animals of the forest. Indiana his sleep. Li Nan entered the divine prison and met Zeus. Without hesitation, Li Nan said, "Old Zeus, I'm here to exchange for new powers." At the mention of old man, Zeus' beard bristled. "I am a deity, immortal, ageless, so please refrain from calling me old man," Zeus retorted. Li Nan chuckled mischievously. "Immortal, huh? Shall we test if you truly cannot die?" Let's not," Zeus replied with a forced laugh, "before adding to exchange powers with me you must possess sufficient strength points." "Do you have enough?" Li Nan expressionless responded, "I've leveled up and now have 5 strength points." "Is that enough?" Zeus shook his head. "To exchange powers again you need 10 strength points." "You're not there yet." Li Nan was curious. "Must have 10 strength points? What kind of power can I exchange for then?" He was already impressed with the power of the thunder spear he got for 2 strength points. What power could possibly need 10 points? He wondered aloud, imagining it must be of a godlike level. Zeus smiled. "It's not about how much strength you spend, the powers don't necessarily get stronger. However, I can tell you that the next ability allows you to create duplicates of yourself, a power not inferior to the thunder spear." Upon hearing about the duplication ability, Li Nan's eyes widened slightly, immediately thinking of Sun Wukong and his ability to summon clones by plucking hairs from his body. Could the next power be similar to the great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong? Li Nan thought excitedly, his desire for this ability intensifying. He knew that once he reached level 3 he would have the 10 strength points needed to exchange for this power from the deity Zeus. As dawn broke, the air in the primeval forest was exceptionally fresh, revitalizing Li Nan as if washing away all his fatigue, leaving him feeling invigorated. He bid farewell to Lin Tao and continued to hunt monsters alone in the forest. Like the day before, his efficiency in killing enemies was extremely high, instantly slaying everything in his path, and his experience points steadily increased. He successfully killed a gray-furred monkey, gaining 100 experience points. A kill on an armored monkey added 500 points, and defeating a triangular wild buffalo added 300 points. The experience points are enough. I'm leveling up again. In less than half a day, Li Nan welcomed the second leveling up of his life with divine radiance. "Congratulations, you've reached level 3. All attributes increased by 5 points. Now his profile read, name, Li Nan. Occupation, Divine Imprisoner, level 3, 12% experience, strength, 10 agility, 125 constitution, 12 spirit, 12 skills, Divine Prison Thunder Spear. Upon reaching level 3, Li Nan felt a surge in his physical attributes, with his strength score hitting a perfect 10. Tonight he could finally approach old man Zeus to trade for the ability of cloning. Excited, he clenched his fists. Not only that, after half a day of combat, not only had his class level increased, but the level of his skill, Thunderous Spear, had also been enhanced. "Congratulations, your Thunderous Spear skill has advanced to level 2. Skill level progression was different from character level ups. The latter relied on experience gained from defeating monsters, while skill levels required increased proficiency to level up. Simply put, the more he used a skill, the quicker its level would rise. Of course, merely using a skill wasn't enough to enhance proficiency. The fastest way was through combat. Just like martial arts training, real combat application was essential for advancement. Mere practice of forms without actual fighting wouldn't lead to true growth. Skill, Thunderous Spear tier, godlike skill level 2. At level 2, the explosive power of the Thunderous Spear's throwing form increased by 300%, a 300% increase in explosive power. Li Nan could hardly believe such a significant enhancement from a single skill level up. He was now eager to test out the might of the Thunderous Spear in its throwing form. The question was, where could he test its power? The throwing form of the Thunderous Spear couldn't be used consecutively in a short period, as it required time to reaccumulate. Thus he needed to find a place with a high concentration of monsters to maintain his leveling speed. Li Nan paused, remembering what Lin Tao had mentioned the night before. The monsters in the forest seemed to be gathering in one place. If that's the case, I'll follow these monsters to their gathering spot and test the power of the Thunderous Spear there. Li Nan swiftly maneuvered through the forest, leaping agilely from branch to branch, his movement speed immensely fast. His agility score had reached 125 points. Calculating based on a normal class changer's movement speed, where one agility point was roughly equivalent to 2 meters per second, his current speed was about 24 meters per second. This wasn't a number to scoff at. The average human running speed was about 7 meters per second. At just level 3, Li Nan's speed had already tripled that of an average human. Even past Olympic champions in a full sprint couldn't match him, and that was just movement speed. Agility also reflected attack speed, flexibility and nimbleness. Before long, Li Nan noticed that students from various schools were in the forest taunting and drawing the monsters aggro, deliberately herding them into a small plain in the center of the forest. What were all these students from different schools trying to achieve together? Hidden in the tree canopy, Li Nan watched everything closely, then quietly moved to the periphery of the plain while they were distracted. Not far away, many magic class changers, donning wizard hats, were busy at work. They wielded magic wands, their bodies emitting a dazzling array of magical glows, collectively maintaining a barrier. Thousands of monsters were trapped within this large magical barrier. Inside the dome-shaped barrier, no matter how the monsters roared and struggled, they could not break through. Li Nan instantly realized that the people from these schools had united, planning to eliminate most of the monsters in this grassland in one fell swoop. These monsters were likely prepared for the elite students of various schools. Alarmed, Li Nan glanced at his record watch. His current kill count ranked him temporarily in first place with a total of 322 monsters. The second place had only killed 150 monsters, a significant difference. Under normal circumstances, securing the first place for Li Nan was almost guaranteed, but now things had changed. If the monsters inside the barrier were wiped out by a few students all at once, he would definitely lose his top ranking. Principal Wang surely didn't know about this beforehand, otherwise he would have informed us. This must be a scheme by other schools targeting us. Li Nan's gaze darkened as he quickly figured out the problem. Since they were playing dirty, he wouldn't hold back either. An hour later, over 2,000 monsters had gathered inside the barrier: iron-armored monkeys, gray-haired monkeys, one-tailed demon cats, young tree spirits, longhorn tigers. Various types of monsters were trapped within. Then more than a dozen dazzlingly dressed magic class changers appeared. They stood tall, their eyes disregarding everyone else, clearly the top students from various high schools. This time, by uniting the major high schools, we've gathered thousands of monsters with great effort. We must secure a place in the top 10. You're right, our magic class is the most coveted in warfare, but in this forest, the monsters are too scattered to utilize our full strength. Now, with the top 10 positions within our grasp, let others witness the destructive power of our mages. Everyone start chanting and let's see how many monsters each can kill. Right, our second high school won't lose to your Tianming High School. The genius mages selected from various high schools began their collective chanting. Giant fireballs, hail clouds, sharp stone pillars. Various spells began to form around them, distorting the surrounding air. This is the power of mages. Their spells possess immense destructive capabilities, capable of causing widespread damage in one go. In wars, these mages are the most troublesome for the enemy. Naturally, they are highly valued in the military, where the position of a mage is esteemed. After all, an army with a high-level mage class changer is akin to having a mobile humanoid nuclear bomb. How could they not be valued? Therefore, the principals of other schools planned to focus on training them. The chanting of the mages lasted about half a minute. The magical barrier covering the grassland slowly opened, gradually fading its glow. Thousands of monsters were about to be harvested by several dozen mages. Wishful thinking. Li Nan's gaze was fixed intently ahead. With such a large number of monsters before him, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip by? Since you've gathered so many creatures here, let me test the power of the Thunder Spear in its throwing form. With a mere thought, the Thunder Spear, crackling with arcs of lightning, appeared in Li Nan's hand. Taking a deep breath, Li Nan stepped back with his right foot, grasped the middle of the Thunder Spear's handle, and hoisted it horizontally across his right shoulder. His spine curved backward like a drawn bow, his posture shifting entirely into a throwing stance. The buzzing of the thunderous current filled the air. Thank you for this generous gift. The magical barrier over the plains had just faded. Li Nan's left leg and right arm exerted force simultaneously, and with a whoosh, the Thunder Spear, like an arrow released from its bow, traced a dazzling blue line through the air, shooting rapidly towards a spot 200 meters ahead. At the same moment, the prodigies from various schools had just finished their incantations. a myriad of dazzling spells burst forth, striking the mass of monsters. With so many monsters, the top 10 spots are surely ours. Let's see whose magic is more powerful. Just then, under everyone's watchful eyes, a thunder spear as brilliant as divine punishment streaked past like a meteor, striking directly into the center of the monster crowd. Immediately thereafter, a thunderous explosion resounded through the entire forest. Centered on the thunder spear, a blinding blue light burst forth, with millions of electric arcs exploding instantaneously like the roar of the thunder god, tightening the hearts of all who were nearby. The mage's spells were already formidable, but compared to that thunderous explosion, they seemed like mayflies to a mighty tree not even in the same league. The explosion caused by the thunder spear almost covered the entire plain. The spectacle of lightning intermingled with thunder left all onlookers trembling uncontrollably, as if primitives witnessing the mighty power of a deity for the first time. After the dazzling light had faded, the entire plain was scorched black, with countless monsters' stark white bones lying quietly, creating a terrifying scene. What happened? My God, if I had been any closer, I surely would have ended up like those dead monsters. Why did it suddenly explode? Was it lightning? What kind of lightning can kill so many monsters at once? It was clearly someone casting a spell from afar. On the plains, all the students were dumbfounded. They had never imagined that after 2 days of hard work gathering so many monsters, someone would suddenly steal their kills. The prodigy mages dispatched by various schools had just released their spells, but the monsters were already dead, with not even a small benefit reaped. In the field tents, principals from various schools, watching the scene unfold on screens, all stood up from their chairs, their brows furrowed in deep vigilance. Such a massive explosion, could it be an enemy attack? It's impossible for any student to possess such powerful skills. It was simply too exaggerated. The blast had the impact of a full-blown attack by a level 20 or 30 mage. Everyone instinctively thought that enemies had infiltrated their outdoor training session, targeting the students. The enemies of Xia country were numerous: hostile nations, monsters from the shadow rifts, extraterrestrial beings from outer space. Any of them might launch an attack on Xia country. That's why they were all so serious and vigilant. Principal Wang Desui also thought an accident had occurred. Although the principals present had their differences, they would unite against a common external threat. However, when he glanced at the leaderboard, his entire demeanor relaxed, his eyes and brows softened as he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, no need to worry, everyone, that explosion was not an enemy attack. Principal Luo Hongxue of Tianming High School raised an eyebrow, speaking in a dissatisfied tone. If it wasn't an enemy attack, are you suggesting that the explosion was caused by a student? Principal Wang, now is not the time for jokes. The other principals also expressed their dissatisfaction. Exactly, that explosion contained rare lightning attributes. There are no lightning mages among the students. How could such an explosion occur? Even if there were lightning mages, such power is impossible for students below level 10. Principal Wang, have you lost your mind? Unable to discern the seriousness of this matter, Principal Wang Desui was not angered. He calmly sat down, took a sip of tea, and said lightly, take a close look at the rankings and kill records. The other principals' faces filled with suspicion turned their heads to look at the nearby screen. Li Nan kill count 2488, rank 1. Jing Yunli kill count 167, rank 2. Huang Kaisheng kill count 155, rank 3. They were shocked to see Li Nan's kill count had surged by over 2,000, creating an insurmountable gap between him and the second place. The principals were not fools. They immediately realized that it was Li Nan who had acted, wiping out over 2,000 monsters gathered on the plains in one fell swoop. But the problem was, how could a student who had just awakened his profession yesterday cause such a huge commotion? It was truly exaggerated. All the principals sat down, too shocked to speak. The tent was silent for a long time, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Ha 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 ha, now you all understand, right? Li Nan from my Dongshi First Middle School is the true favored child of the heavens. Those so-called genius mages you all picked out are nothing compared to him. Principal Wang Desui had never been so happy. Seeing the astonished faces of the other principals, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. You all united against our school, and now look what happened. The prize has been taken by our student. Li Nan was a student of First Middle School, and that's why Principal Wang Desui was so overjoyed. After calming down, Luo Hongxue stared at Wang Desui and said, your student Li Nan has made such a shameless move. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from other students? Hearing this, Wang Deshui's smile grew even brighter. retaliation from your students. I doubt that all your students together could even beat Li Nan alone. With a single move, Li Nan can eliminate over 2,000 monsters. Those students aren't high level either. With their defense, maybe they can't even withstand the blasts better than those monsters. There's no doubt about it, they couldn't withstand it. Moreover, the monsters in the outdoor training activities are for the capable ones to claim, and other schools coming together was somewhat against the rules already, so Li Nan killing those monsters doesn't violate the rules of this event. Thinking of this, the faces of the principals, represented by Luo Hongxue, turned extremely ugly, suffocating in their frustration. Successfully killed the gray-haired monkey, gained 100 XP. Successfully killed the armored monkey, gained 500 XP. Successfully killed the triangular bison, gained 300 XP. Successfully killed the blood-toothed tiger, gained 500 XP. So much experience. A series of experience gain notifications flashed before Li Nan's eyes like a screen refresh, occupying his entire field of vision. The experience bar on his panel skyrocketed like a rocket. 12 sequential rays of leveling up holy light descended from the sky, enveloping his entire body in the glow of leveling up. It's worth noting that more than 2,000 monsters were instantly killed, and all their experience points went straight to Li Nan. Congratulations, you've reached level 4. Congratulations, you've reached level 5. Congratulations, you've reached level 15. This round I've made a fortune. Li Nan smiled, spreading his arms, thoroughly enjoying the boost from leveling up. At this moment he was immensely grateful for the students bustling about the plane who had prepared such a generous gift for him. Name, Li Nan. Occupation, Divine Jailer. Level, 15, 51% XP, Strength, 70, Agility, 725, Constitution, 72, Spirit, 72 Skills, Divine Prison Thunder Spear. Under normal circumstances, after students undergo 3 days of outdoor leveling training, they would typically reach level 4 on average. Those with higher talent might reach levels 5 or 6. If someone reaches level 7 or higher, they would be considered exceptional among all the students ranking in the top 5. But Li Nan was different. In just a day and a half, he had reached level 15. His strength, agility, constitution, and spirit had significantly increased, far surpassing the average, even outpacing those with exceptional talents. I'm now level 15. If I level up once more to reach level 16, I'll qualify to enter the Black Cloud Mountains, where there are higher level monsters and better equipment. Li Nan had already planned his leveling route in his heart. To achieve better results in the college entrance examination, to become the top scholar of the province, or even the whole country, his current level was still far from sufficient. He must train in the Black Cloud Mountains, a place that does not allow low-level job changers to enter. Level 16 was the minimum standard. As Li Nan was pondering this, a large crowd of students suddenly surrounded him, sleeves rolled up, their eyes burning with anger. They looked as if they wanted to devour Li Nan on the spot. Li Nan, you've gone too far. Do you have any idea how much effort we put into gathering those monsters? You swooped in and stole all the experience. What are we supposed to do now? How are you going to compensate us? I didn't level up at all today because of you. The students from other schools were fuming, their nostrils flaring with rage. Li Nan snapped back to reality and swept a cold glance over the crowd. The monsters in the forest belong to no one. Whoever kills them earns them. Or, are you thinking irrationally and want to become just like those heaps of bones? As he spoke, a dazzling spear of thunder, the thundering spear, appeared in his hand. Holding the thundering spear, Li Nan exuded a powerful, oppressive aura just by standing there. Seeing this, students from other schools couldn't help but tremble and retreat a few steps. It was well known that Li Nan had reached level 15, his physical abilities far surpassing the other students, not to mention they had all witnessed the power of the thundering spear before. The spear had the ability to obliterate over 2,000 monsters in one strike. How could they possibly stand against him? Li Nan, I'll remember this. We won't let this go easily. I'm going to have my family's lawyer sue you. Unable to defeat Li Nan, the students dropped some harsh words and dispersed in all directions. No one really dared to trouble Li Nan. After all, if someone was foolish enough to attack first, even if Li Nan killed him, it would be considered self-defense. No one wanted to risk their lives on such a futile endeavor. Li Nan chuckled and put away the thundering spear. The students from First Middle School who witnessed the scene recognized him, and their faces lit up with admiration. Damn, that's Li Nan from our school. He's ranked first, having killed over 2,000 monsters, while the second ranked only killed 100. Hundreds of students surrounded him, and not one dared to make a move. truly worthy of being an SSS rank transferee from our first middle school, bringing honor to our school. The rankings and kill records of each student were accessible on their record watches, so it didn't take long for almost all the students participating in the field training to learn about the incident. Lin Tao, a genius from first middle school, heard the news and his face showed admiration. Li Nan is truly incredible. I'm nowhere near his level. From now on, he is the goal I aspire towards on my journey of growth. Meanwhile, the attractive Zhao Mimi regretted her decisions after seeing the record. That shrimp-headed guy killed so many monsters. No wonder he didn't team up with me. Maybe I should have dressed a bit more provocatively. He might have agreed yesterday. At the same time, Li Nan didn't linger in the plains but immediately dashed into the depths of the forest. Despite his calm appearance, using the thundering spear on the plains had actually given him quite the shock himself. The thundering spear was a divine level skill, so the explosive power generated by its throwing form was certainly tremendous. Even so, he hadn't expected the thunder blast to be so powerful and expansive. The potent thunder blast covered hundreds of square meters, annihilating all the monsters in one go. Originally, he thought that killing over 100 monsters with the thunder spear would be quite an achievement. However, reality gave him a pleasant surprise. The more Li Nan marveled at the thunder spear skill, the more he liked it, and the more he anticipated what ability Zeus would grant him next. All afternoon he was busy slaying monsters, but after reaching level 15, the experience needed to level up increased significantly. Unfortunately, the creatures in this primeval forest were meant for beginners and their levels were generally low, with the highest being the level 6 gold-striped tiger. The disparity in levels was too great. Killing one monster yielded at most a few 100 experience points, so Li Nan's experience bar rose very slowly. As night fell, the wilderness grew dim, the stars in the sky emitted a cold faint light, and the nearby river flowed with a constant rushing sound, while the roars of various creatures echoed intermittently. Li Nan found a 50-meter tall tree, swiftly climbed to its highest point using his hands and feet, and settled into the canopy to rest. After reaching level 15, his physical condition had improved greatly, allowing him to climb a 50-meter tree effortlessly and without even getting out of breath. The forest was teeming with mosquitoes buzzing around his ears, but Li Nan was not the delicate sort. He quickly fell asleep nestled in the lush greenery of the tree canopy and entered into dreamland. His consciousness, like a rising balloon, ascended higher and higher until it reached above the clouds and entered the divine prison. Zeus, I want to exchange for a power, Li Nan said softly to Zeus, who was confined to his throne in the dark dungeon. You've leveled up so quickly. Zeus's golden eyes slightly widened before he said, your power value is sufficient to exchange for my second ability now, so I will grant it to you. With a thought, Zeus's thick fingertip condensed a blue thunderball. The thunderball, buzzing with electricity, floated in the air, slowly passed through the iron bars and approached Li Nan. With the experience from the first time, Li Nan did not hesitate and reached out to catch the thunderball. Boom! Instantly, it was as if he had been struck by lightning, every hair on his body standing on end, his entire body undergoing a baptism of electric current. It felt like countless electric worms were burrowing into his skin, into every cell. The pain was excruciating. Li Nan breathed heavily, large beads of sweat rolling off his forehead. He knew that in the divine prison Zeus could not attack him, so the current pain came from receiving the new skill. He had to endure it. 10 minutes later, Li Nan exhaled deeply and the pain and numbness gradually subsided. If one looked closely, they could see his originally brown eyes now faintly shimmering with blue electricity. Consume 10 points of strength. Congratulations, you've mastered a new skill, Thunder Shadow Multiplicity, God tier, your second God tier skill. Li Nan felt a surge of joy and immediately checked the details of this skill. Thunder Shadow Multiplicity Realm, God tier skill level 1. This skill can grow. Effect: creates thunder shadow clones. Each clone possesses 20% of the original body's strength and can use the original skills with the same 20% power. Note: the number of thunder shadow clones depends on mental power. Every 5 points of mental power summons one thunder shadow clone. Description: the power of thunder and lightning, ever changing, using oneself, divides into a myriad of causes and effects. What a powerful skill! Li Nan gasped in awe, unable to contain his exclamation. Using this skill, he could instantly create thunder attribute clones. These clones are not mere decorations, each possesses 20% of his own strength. Judging by Li Nan's current capabilities, each divided thunder clones attributes could compare to a typical level 5 professional. Most importantly, his thunder clones can also use skills. Imagine each Thunder clone wielding a thundering spear. What a spectacular sight that would be. According to my current mental power, I can summon 14 Thunder Shadow clones at once. Li Nan immediately employed the Thunder Shadow multiplicity and 14 blue Thunder Shadows split from his body. These clones, formed from thunderbolts and electric arcs, slowly gained skin and faces amidst the combination of billions of electric currents, eventually transforming completely into Li Nan's likeness. The Thunder Shadow clones stood motionless, their faces expressionless like 14 lifeless robots. They have brains but no consciousness of their own, no thoughts, and obey Li Nan's commands implicitly. Even if Li Nan ordered them to die immediately, they would follow without hesitation. This arrangement is preferable. Managing each clone's independent thoughts could be troublesome. Li Nan was very pleased with these Thunder Shadow clones. To him, these clones are tools for combat. Emotions and feelings would only hinder their effectiveness. Li Nan pondered for a moment, then commanded all the Thunder Shadow clones to use the God-tier skill Thundering Spear. In an instant, all 14 Thunder Shadow clones wielded lightning and 14 blue-glowing thundering spears appeared out of thin air. Although the power of the skills used by the Thunder Shadow clones was only 20% of the original, if all the thundering spears were switched to their throwing mode and launched, their combined strength was not to be underestimated. Moreover, as Li Nan's level increases, he will acquire more skills, and these Thunder Shadow clones will gain even more diverse abilities. Furthermore, as his mental power increases, the number of Thunder Shadow clones will also grow. If he continues to level up in the future, he could even summon hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of Thunder Shadow clones. In the future, if anyone challenges him to a duel, they would be facing not just him, but countless copies of Li Nan. Zeus, I want to acquire the next ability. How many power points will it need? Li Nan gathered all his Thunder Shadow clones back into his body and posed the question to Zeus. The third ability requires 100 power points. Zeus responded with a smile. 100 points. Li Nan was taken aback. Just a moment ago he had spent 10 points to acquire the Multitude Thunder Shadow, which left him with only 60 points. He was a significant distance away from the required 100 points. Moreover, the depletion of these power points actually weakened his overall strength. Exchanging 2 or 10 points was tolerable, but a loss of 100 points would undoubtedly greatly diminish his power. He felt a pang of regret. At that moment Zeus added, "It seems you're somewhat reluctant. My abilities can also be acquired through other means." Intrigued, Li Nan asked, "Aside from exchanging power points, what other options are there?" "If you want the third ability," Zeus replied deliberately, "you can either use 100 power points or you must slay 10 level 20 or higher monster bosses. Monster bosses, leaders among monsters, possess strength far beyond ordinary creatures, often equipped with unique boss panels and formidable powers. Li Nan, currently at level 15, stood no chance against a level 20 monster boss. The challenge Zeus posed didn't just require defeating one boss, but 10, making it extremely difficult. Only by fulfilling one of these conditions can you acquire my third transcendent ability. Zeus shook his head. "These are the rules of the divine prison." Li Nan nodded thoughtfully. Regardless of which condition he chose to fulfill, he knew he needed to level up first. Without further conversation with Zeus, he exited the divine prison, opened his eyes, and awoke from his dream. At that moment, the distant peaks were bathed in dawn light, the mountaintops brushed with shades of orange and rouge. Tonight, the outdoor leveling event would conclude, and he could only stay in this area for one more day. He resolved to make good use of this time to continue slaying monsters and gaining experience. Before the event ended, he needed to reach level 16, the minimum requirement to enter the Black Cloud Mountain range. Otherwise, until the college entrance exam, he would remain at level 15. Participating in the exam at level 15 would hardly yield good results. In the annual exams, not only ordinary students participated, but also offspring from major families and corporate groups. In this extraordinary world filled with countless treasures and medicinal herbs, the backgrounds and talents of these individuals were beyond ordinary imagination. For instance, last year the news broadcast mentioned Wang Yun, the eldest legitimate son of the leading family in East City, who at 12 had taken special medication and had an early awakening with the Divine Stone, reaching level 25 by the time of the exam. Even such a talent had not secured the provincial top rank, nor had he made it into the top 10,000 of the entrance exam rankings. Among the millions of students participating each year, there were many exceptionally talented individuals hidden among them. If Li Nan, lacking ambition, hoped to become the top scholar in the province or even the country with just a level 15 status, it would be nothing short of a daydream. "I must reach level 16 today," Li Nan resolved. Fortunately, he now possessed the divine skill Thousand-Layer Thunder Shadow, which allowed him to kill monsters much more efficiently than hunting alone. With a single thought, 14 clones of Li Nan identical in appearance appeared. Go find and kill the monsters, he commanded. As soon as the order was given, the 14 Thunder Shadow clones sprinted off in the directions of north, southeast, and west, disappearing into the distance. Although the power of each Thunder Shadow clone was only 20% of Li Nan's, each clone wielded a Thunder Spear, making their attack power unbearable for the monsters in the forest. Like Li Nan, the clones could kill the regional monsters instantly. One spear, one kill, no mercy shown. Soon his screen was flooded with notifications. Successfully killed Ironclad Monkey, 500 experience gained. Successfully killed Triangular Bison, 300 experience points gained. Successfully killed Gray Fur Monkey, 100 experience gained. The clones continuously found and killed monsters, their efficiency unparalleled. Li Nan felt a slight joy in his heart. The Thousand-Layer Thunder Shadow truly lived up to its reputation as a super god-level skill. This ability not only enhanced his combat capabilities but also sped up the monster-killing process. It was both strong and convenient, according to this. Li Nan himself hardly needed to act. In no more than 5 hours he could ascend to level 16. Meanwhile, students from other schools were generally only level 4 or 5 by the third day, and their leveling speed was slowing down even more. Unable to catch up with Li Nan, he had every reason to believe that his leveling speed was unmatched by anyone else. The 14 Thunder Shadow clones tirelessly ravaging the forest. 5 hours later, the number of monsters he had killed had surpassed 3,000. All the Thunder Shadow clones returned, each carrying a large bag filled with materials and equipment burst out by the dead monsters. Although the area lacked elite monsters or bosses, and what they brought back were only common level equipment and materials, all these items together could still be sold for a good sum of money. Li Nan looked on satisfied. Just then, his experience bar also broke through 100%. A sacred leveling light descended from the sky and Li Nan finally reached level 16. Congratulations on reaching level 16, all 4-dimensional attributes increased by 5 points, now he could proceed to the Black Cloud Mountains. At 8 p.m., the outdoor leveling training session officially ended. Students from various schools returned from the wilderness one after another. Principal Wang Desui stood at the entrance smiling warmly at Li Nan. Pleased to say Li Nan has emerged. He casually cast a scouting spell. Among reclassers, they could cast scouting spells on each other. Though compared to monster information, reclasser information was much less detailed. Li Nan Divine Captor level 16. Seeing this information, Wang Desui was astounded. You reached level 16. For a moment, Wang Desui was almost unable to react. In the past, the highest record during outdoor training was only level 9, but now Li Nan had emerged directly at level 16. The monsters inside were too low level. Otherwise, I could have leveled up even more, Li Nan said casually. Principal Wang Desui had never heard such a complaint from a student before and was caught between laughter and tears. While other students found the monsters in the forest challenging, even the talented Lin Tao had struggled with the armored monkeys, yet Li Nan was not satisfied, claiming that the monsters were too low level. Principal Wang, after this activity, I'd like to apply to go to the Heiyun mountain range to level up, Li Nan requested. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang hesitated. The Heiyun mountain range was not like the forest. It had once harbored a large shadow rift, and the monsters there were all at least level 15, including elite and boss monsters, making it a place teeming with danger. Even seasoned professionals prepared thoroughly before entering the Heiyun mountain range. Li Nan was the most outstanding student since the founding of First Middle School, and Principal Wang feared for his safety. However, seeing Li Nan's determined eyes, he knew persuasion was likely futile. Sighing, he said, "All right, your level has reached 16, so you can go to the Heiyun mountain range. But before you do, let me know. I have something for you." "Thank you, Principal Wang," Li Nan replied. Wang Desui waved his hand and smiled. "Call me Uncle Wang, Principal is too formal." Are you trying to win me over, Principal?" Li Nan mused, realizing that personal strength was indeed crucial in life. If he hadn't awakened an SSS tier profession and excelled in outdoor training, why would someone of Principal Wang's stature seek to curry favor? Principal Wang was not only the head of the school but also a high-level professional with extensive connections. Li Nan knew the benefits of having his support would be substantial. "Thank you, Uncle Wang," Li Nan said, sincerely bowing respectfully. Principal Wang, clearly pleased with Li Nan's demeanor, smiled even brighter and held him in even higher regard. "Come, let's go to the debriefing of this outdoor leveling event," he said. At the debriefing, which gathered all participants of the training activity, including thousands of students and other school principals, Principal Wang chaired the meeting. Congratulations to Li Nan from First Middle School for ranking first. Having defeated 3,006 monsters and breaking the record for this event, his reward is 50,000 alliance coins. Li Nan walked onto the stage without showing any emotion. That's Li Nan, his score is outrageous. 3,000 monsters in 3 days, the second highest score in history was just over 1,000. How did he do it? The gap between him and me is so huge it's unbearable. He's also really handsome. If he could be my boyfriend, I'd be content for life. The students in the audience had mixed feelings. While most people admired Li Nan, there were still many who harbored resentment towards him for his monster hunting tactics. The principals of other schools forced smiles, their hearts filled with envy and jealousy towards Wang Desui. They wondered why the first middle school was able to attract such an outstanding student. Li Nan, indifferent to the opinions of the crowd, briefly expressed his thanks on stage before stepping down. The organizers were highly efficient and the reward was promptly transferred to his account. His phone beeped with a message: "Dear customer, your bank account XXXX has received a transfer of 50,000 alliance coins." Li Nan pocketed his phone, feeling quite pleased. After the event, Li Nan was the talk of almost everyone. Many approached him ostensibly to offer congratulations, but also included were principals from other schools who personally extended invitations, offering high sums to lure him away from First Middle School. However, Li Nan politely declined all offers. First Middle School was his alma mater, where he had spent 3 years, and he would not betray it for mere profit. Afterwards, he took the school bus back to Dong City and rested at home for the night. The next morning, armed with the spoils from the past 3 days, Li Nan headed to Dong City's famous trading street, Lu Jin Street. The street was lined with shops catered to adventurers. Weapon shops, jewelry shops, armor shops, tool shops, astrology shops, and even maid massage parlors. Almost every type of shop was represented. He entered a shop called Nightcloud, placed his large bundle of various equipment and materials on the counter with a clatter. "Madam, I'd like to sell all of these," he declared. The shop owner, a voluptuous woman with immaculate makeup and long white legs under her skirt, smiled as she appraised Li Nan and then examined each piece of equipment. "Handsome, the 102 ordinary items you've brought total up to 20,000 alliance coins." The shop owner calculated a price that matched the market rates Li Nan had researched beforehand. Thus, he did not haggle. "Understood, please proceed with the transfer." "You're straightforward, young man," the shop owner complimented, officially transferring the money to the bank account Li Nan had provided. His phone chimed again. "Dear customer, your bank account XXXX has received a transfer of 20,000 alliance coins." With this, Li Nan's total funds amounted to 70,000 alliance coins. He planned to head to the dangerous Haiyun mountain range the next day, so he decided to use the money to purchase some suitable equipment for himself. He browsed through the shop, where the armor and protective gear displayed were all of exquisite quality and dazzlingly polished. However, the prices were astronomical. A pair of royal-level gloves was priced at a staggering 100,000 alliance coins, and outright robbery. The equipment for adventurers was exorbitantly priced. Feeling slightly embarrassed by his limited budget, Li Nan hesitantly asked, "Madam, do you have any excellent grade equipment in your shop?" The shopkeeper adeptly asked, "Young man, what level are you? What's your budget?" "Level 16, under 70,000, he replied. Quickly, the shopkeeper fetched 3 pieces of equipment from her stock: a black light-armored black shorts and a pair of black gloves. "This is the most suitable set for those below level 20, the night set," she explained. "Take a look, here are the attributes of the set." She handed over a piece of paper that listed all the details. The night set: quality, excellent equipment. Requirement, level 10 and above. Attribute bonuses: strength plus 10, inch agility plus 10, constitution plus 10. Unique set effect: in the darkness it triggers a unique hidden effect, increasing the wearer's stealth by 100%. Description: 3-piece night set, affordable and perfect for beginners with an excellent quality rating, equipped with a unique stealth feature, all for just 69,999 only at Nightcloud Shop. "Goodness, I said my budget was under 70,000 and you offer me equipment for 69,999. That's just 1 coin short." Li Nan was somewhat speechless upon seeing the price of the night set. However, if he didn't consider the price, the night set was indeed a very cost-effective piece of equipment. Wearing the entire set would increase his strength, agility and constitution by 10 points each. This enhancement was quite significant compared to the same level equipment he had found in the wild, which often only increased attributes by 0.5 or 1 point. Furthermore, the night set also had the effect of increasing stealth in the darkness, making it harder for him to be detected and ideal for evading pursuit or hunting in the wild. Handsome, this is one of our best-selling sets, and it fits your budget too. How about it? As the shopkeeper spoke, she intentionally brushed against Li Nan, her slightly open neckline revealing a swath of snowy white skin, and the scent of orchid perfume wafted into his nostrils. For most men faced with such a scene, their noses would bleed and they would displaying their masculinity purchase the night set without hesitation. But Li Nan was not just any man, his will was unshakable, impervious to the allure of beauty. I really want this equipment and I have just enough money to afford it, but... As the shopkeeper tried to seduce him with her charm, it indicated that the price of the equipment was still too high. Li Nan's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he decisively said, 40,000 alliance coins, I'll take the night set. The shopkeeper blinked, a flash of surprise crossing her face. This young man, completely unmoved by my charm, directly cuts down to 40,000 alliance coins? Handsome, you've seen the attributes of this night set, 69999 is already a very low price. The shopkeeper began to say more but was ruthlessly interrupted by Li Nan. 50,000 alliance coins tops, if not I'm walking away. Handsome, don't go. The shopkeeper sighed, today I met a tough one. Alright, you win 50,000 it is, that's more like it. With a bit more haggling, Li Nan managed to save nearly 20,000 alliance coins. I must have underestimated you. The cost of the night suit alone is nearly 50,000. You wouldn't get such a price even with a discount, the lady boss murmured to herself on the side. After the transaction, 50,000 alliance coins were deducted from Li Nan's account. No need to package it, I'll wear it straight away, Li Nan declared, heading to the changing room to don the pitch black night suit. To look even sharper, he spent an additional 8 alliance coins on a black baseball cap. Now, that really added to his charm. Looking at his handsome reflection in the mirror, Li Nan nodded in satisfaction. Name, Li Nan. Occupation, deity jailer. Level, 16, 51% experience, strength, 77, equipment bonus plus 10, agility, 87, equipment bonus plus 10, constitution, 87, equipment bonus plus 10, spirit, 77, skills, deity prison, thunder spear, 1000 thunder shadows, equipment passive skill, concealment, invisibility increases by 100% at night. After buying the equipment, Li Nan headed to a well-known restaurant to treat himself to a good meal. After all, he would be heading to the Heiyun mountain range tomorrow, and in those remote valleys he might not be able to enjoy regular meals for a whole week. Li Nan entered the restaurant, which was resplendent with golden decorations and beautiful landscape paintings hanging on the walls, while a professional pianist played elegant melodies. Everything was comfortable and pleasant. He asked a waiter dressed in a black and white tailcoat to arrange a private room where he then indulged in Australian lobsters, mutton hot pot, French foie gras, pot braised triple treasure duck and longjing shrimp. After finishing his meal, he patted his swollen belly, feeling quite sentimental. Having money really was wonderful. After changing his profession, it was clear that making money had become much easier. If it were before, when he was just an ordinary person, earning 70,000 alliance coins might have required a year of labor. But now, in just a few days, he could earn that much, and as his level increased, his ability to make money only grew faster. After paying a bill of 1,500 alliance coins, Li Nan walked back to his apartment under the cover of night. On the way, his sisterly one called him, "Little Nan, what are you up to?" "I just came out of seclusion, having been inside for over a month. I'm exhausted." "How did the job change ceremony go?" Li Nan chuckling replied, "It went okay, an SSS tier profession, deity jailer." There was a brief pause from Li Wan on the other end of the line. "SSS tier profession, Little Nan, are you pulling my leg?" "Believe it or not, I'll fly back just to pull your ears." Li Nan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He wasn't afraid of anything in life except for his fiery sister. Li Wan, almost angelic in appearance, had been the undisputed belle of the school, pursued by countless men, yet nobody's perfect. Her flaw was also quite evident. Her personality was a bit too extreme, rough and ready, and she had a significant preference for resolving issues with her fists over her words. "Sister, when have I ever lied to you? I had my doubts before suspecting there might be an issue with the awakening stone, but later events proved that I am indeed an SSS level talent." Hearing her brother's earnest tone, Li Wan gradually came to believe him, her voice tinged with excitement. "Xiao Nanzi, I had no idea your talent surpassed even mine." I'm only at S level, but you're at SSS level, that's incredible. Li Nan's mood also lifted with his sister's praise. Hehe, I even reached level 16 during the outdoor training session. Normally, I wouldn't have leveled up so quickly, but it just so happened that students from other schools herded the monsters together, aiming to reserve them for the top students. In the end, it worked out in my favor. That night he had a lot to say, sharing all the recent events with his sister Li Wan. Conversations between family members tend to be relaxing, making one inadvertently want to share more. However, Li Nan, not wanting to worry his sister, chose not to mention his plans to head to the Black Cloud Mountains the next day. Knowing Li Wan's temperament, she might have taken a flight back just to stop him from going to such a dangerous place. Before they knew it, the siblings had been chatting for 3 hours. Li Wan shared amusing stories from her university life with Li Nan. In the end, she even promised to introduce him to her extremely pretty roommate if his college entrance exam went smoothly. The following day, Li Nan woke up, quickly packed some essentials and compressed food into his backpack, and went to the school to meet the principal. As a high school student, he needed the principal's signature to enter the Black Cloud Mountains. Principal Wang Desui had already agreed to this, and Li Nan was on his way to collect the necessary documents and permissions. On his way, Li Nan couldn't help but look forward to the graduation gift Principal Wang had mentioned the day before. Given that it was coming from the head of the school, it was bound to be something significant. The principal's office was located at the top of the academic building, decorated in an antique style. The sunlight streaming in revealed dancing dust particles in the beams of light. Principal Wang Desui, dressed in traditional Tang attire, sat on a wooden chair. Li Nan, take a seat, have some Westlake Longjing tea, he offered. Fishing and tea were Principal Wang's usual hobbies, and he had collected many precious teas over the years. Li Nan obediently sat down and took a sip from the porcelain teacup. The tea was fragrant and mellow, a refreshing taste that felt like a breath of spring air. Excellent tea. Wang Desui smiled at Li Nan. Are you all prepared? How long do you plan to stay in the Black Cloud Mountains? I plan to leave today and spend 10 days there. Don't worry, Uncle Wang, I'll definitely be back before the college entrance exams, Li Nan responded truthfully. 10 days? That's quite long. A flicker of worry crossed Principal Wang Deshui's face. He was well aware of the dangers of the Black Cloud Mountains. The longer this gifted student stayed, the greater the risks he faced. When I was young, I also trained in the Black Cloud Mountains. The monsters there are brutal and cunning. If you really plan to spend 10 days there, you will definitely encounter danger. Here, take this map of the Black Cloud Mountains with you, he offered. Without any hesitation, Li Nan accepted the map. After all, the Heiyun mountain range spans an area of 500,000 square kilometers, most of which is enveloped in black mist, making it difficult for even satellites to discern its full extent. Thus, a map is indispensable. Moreover, due to the precious resources hidden within the mountains, maps of the Heiyun mountain range are monopolized by major clans and powers, making them exceedingly rare. To purchase a map of the Heiyun mountain range on one's own would cost at least 30,000 alliance coins. With a map now in hand, Li Nan's journey would be much easier. However, having a map alone isn't sufficient, as the Heiyun mountain range isn't akin to a mere field exercise from the day before. The place is quite peculiar, and sometimes even with a map it's possible to lose one's way. Thus I suggest that it's best to form a team with others before venturing in, Wang Desui said earnestly. Form a team? Li Nan had initially planned to solo venture into the Heiyun mountain range. Hearing the principal's advice, he slightly changed his mind. After all, Principal Wang had ventured into the Heiyun mountain range numerous times in his youth and had a wealth of experience. Since he advised so, insisting on going alone might be dangerous. I will find others to form a team, Li Nan replied seriously. Very obedient, Wang Desui said, looking at Li Nan with a softer gaze. Not only are you capable, but you are also obedient, a teachable child indeed. To have a student like you graduate from first middle school, I am truly gratified. The graduation gift I promised you yesterday, I will not go back on my word. Saying this, Wang Desui walked over to a metal safe in the corner, adjusting the combination lock with his fingers. After opening the safe, he retrieved a small box engraved with dragon and phoenix designs. Uncle Wang, what is this? Li Nan asked curiously, looking at the box with puzzlement. Wang Desui smiled and opened the box, from which a bright golden light immediately emanated, clearly indicating it contained a valuable treasure. Inside, resting on a silk cushion, was a transparent bottle filled with a potion that shimmered with a pale golden luster. Unstable bubbles slowly rose in the liquid. Try using your detection spell, Wang Desui suggested. Li Nan couldn't wait and cast his detection spell. Advanced Spirit Potion category. Item grade, Imperial effect, directly adds 30 points to the user's spirit power, no side effects. Note, made from the blood of a golden dragon, this special potion significantly enhances human spiritual power, a direct enhancement to spiritual power. Li Nan was thrilled. That's right, I guess that most of your abilities are related to spiritual power, so I specifically prepared this advanced spirit potion for you. Wang Desui said, taking a sip of tea. He was spot on. Li Nan's two major skills, Thunder Spear and Multi-Thunder Shadows, both heavily relied on spiritual power. Spiritual power was akin to mana. The Thunder Spear may appear as a weapon, but summoning it and maintaining its form also consumed a great deal of spiritual power. Not to mention Multi-Thunder Shadows, the higher his spiritual power, the more thunder clones he could produce, so it was that the high-grade spirit potion gifted by Wang Desui proved to be of great help to him. A potion made from the blood of the golden dragon must be very precious indeed. Is Principal Wang really giving this to me? Li Nan glanced at Wang Desui skeptically. Wang Desui simply waved his hand and said, it's not expensive, just 1 million alliance dollars. If you rank first in the province or even nationally in the college entrance exams, you can't imagine how many powers will be rushing to give you money. Just 1 million, Li Nan was momentarily stunned, realizing that it was indeed easy for high-level professionals to make money. $1 million was nothing to them. Drink it. The best thing about this medicine is that it has no side effects. You can take it with peace of mind. Okay, Li Nan took the high-grade spirit potion, feeling the golden liquid flow smoothly down his throat. How comfortable. The golden liquid was absorbed by his body, its medicinal power warm and gentle, like a massage for all the cells in his body, creating an indescribable sensation of openness. 3 minutes later, Li Nan had absorbed all the golden liquid. Congratulations, your spirit has increased by plus 30. After taking the high-grade spirit potion, his spiritual power broke through the 100 mark, increasing his total attributes to 107. Now I can summon 21 shadow clones at once. Without a doubt, Li Nan's strength had been enhanced. Thank you, Uncle Wang. No need to thank me. I heard yesterday that principals from other schools came to poach you, but you rejected them outright. They lost face, but you certainly made me proud, and I won't let you down. Wang Desui, upon hearing yesterday about the attempts to poach Li Nan, was furious, but he was relieved that Li Nan, remembering his alma mater, had not been swayed by offers of profit. Besides this high-grade gene potion, if you rank in the top 100 nationally in the college entrance exams, I promise to sponsor you with 3 million alliance dollars in the name of the school. 3 million, Li Nan was taken aback. Wang Desui was very generous. Just making it into the top 100 could earn such a substantial reward? In this world, 3 million alliance dollars could buy several well-furnished houses and luxury cars. For an ordinary person, having 3 million could allow them to live a worry-free life just from the interest, so this money was indeed substantial. Then Wang Desui changed his tone. Li Nan, don't think it's easy to be among the top 100 nationally. You're up against hundreds of millions of candidates every year, including children from major families and powerful factions. They start from a much higher base than ordinary students, with many local bigwigs using special methods to allow their children to awaken as professionals early on, reaching levels around 20 by adulthood, giving them a significant advantage in the exams. Hearing this, Li Nan nodded. Yes, coming from an ordinary family background, he could only honestly follow the common path and awaken his professional abilities in his senior year of high school. His sister Li Wan had told him that there were countless geniuses in college. Even though she was an S-rank professional, she still had to work hard to be among the top tier. Gaining a spot in the top 100 nationwide is certainly no easy feat. Li Nan had just obtained the approval document from Wang Deshui's office. Leaving school, he took a ride to the East City Gate. Li Nan, level 16, age 18 years old. The guard at the gate, puzzled by the application form, couldn't fathom why a level 16 youngster would dare to venture into the Heiyun mountain range alone. It was well known that the majority of monsters in the Heiyun Mountains were above level 20, and even seasoned professionals could easily meet their demise if they weren't careful. Thus, for a newly advanced level 16 professional to enter the mountains alone was extremely dangerous. May I enter now? Li Nan asked. You have the school's approval, and your level is just sufficient, replied the guard, who had no reason to stop him but still kindly cautioned, be very careful of the monsters in the Heiyun Mountains. If you encounter danger, run away immediately. Don't worry about losing face, your life is the most important. Thank you, I will be cautious, Li Nan nodded. Stepping through the city gate, he looked up to see the towering Heiyun mountain range before him. The dark ridges stretched thousands of kilometers, seemingly endless. Unlike the bright sunshine in the city here, the skies were overcast with a dark red hue as if stained with blood, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. The Haiyun mountain range was eerie indeed. Li Nan walked forward, arriving at a rudimentary camp at the base of the mountain. This place served as a temporary gathering spot for professionals entering or leaving the mountains. There were many large tents available for rest, and colorful merchants sat on the ground selling equipment and items at high prices, some even selling coffins. Casually using a detection spell, Li Nan discovered that most here were level 20 and 30 professionals. He walked over to the temporary team formation area where many were recruiting teammates. Haiyun Mountain Range Team missing one. Looking for a ranged attacker exploring the middle ranges, no one under level 25 please. 20-man team to challenge the boss, the Mad Lion King, now missing a skilled swordsman, come quickly. Exploring cave treasures, need 2 shield bearers to take damage. Level up fast team looking for levels 25 and above. Hearing all this, Li Nan frowned. The level requirements for these teams were quite high, almost none accepting professionals below level 20. Upon reflection, in a dangerous place like the Haiyun mountain range, lower level teammates could indeed drag the team down and in worse cases might even lead to the team's annihilation. Therefore, it was natural for them to prefer higher level teammates. Li Nan approached several teams. Upon using detection spells and seeing Li Nan's level, they showed contemptuous expressions. Just level 16 and daring to come to the Haiyun mountain range, seeking death. Kid, get out of the way, don't block my view. A god imprisoner, what profession is that? Never heard of it. They didn't even give Li Nan a chance to show his abilities and simply shoot him away. Li Nan was speechless. Was the level requirement this strictly adhered to? At the end of the teaming area, his heart leapt with joy as he finally spotted a team with no level restrictions. The team consisted of a man and a woman. The young woman was dressed in a pure white priestess robe with a large bust and holding a sapphire staff. Her long black hair was neatly pinned up and her beautiful face radiated a warm and inviting aura. In a camp filled with rough and tough characters, her presence was a refreshing sight. The man beside her was quite short, with a rugged face covered in a bushy beard, a long sword hanging from his waist, and holding a large shield looking much like a dwarf from the Hobbit series. Li Nan used his scouting spell. Lin Faith, a 25th level priestess, Zhang Dabiao, 25th level shield guard. Both were of high levels with professions that were excellent for team configurations, ideal for combat. Do you still need more people in your team? Li Nan approached them proactively. Zhang Dabiao stroked his bushy beard, cast a scouting spell to check Li Nan, and grunted, "Go away, we don't need a level 16 kid." Lin Faith clearly seemed unhappy about this. She pursed her lips and said anxiously, "Dabiao, let's take him. It's almost dark and we haven't found a teammate yet. Every second we delay, Xiaoyu's life is in more danger." But taking a level 16. Our team's damage output. Zhang Dabiao seemed troubled. They had originally been a complete trio, but that morning they had been ambushed by a millennial treant and their teammate Xiaoyu had gone missing. Lin Feifei and Zhang Dabiao immediately descended the mountain to search for their friend, hoping to recruit someone to rescue their teammate. However, as soon as people heard the name of the millennial treant, they ran away. The millennial treant was a level 25 boss in the Black Cloud Mountains, monstrously powerful, such that even level 30 professionals would hesitate to face it alone. Zhang Dabiao informed Li Nan about the situation, trying to intimidate him. "You hear that? We're preparing to face the boss, the millennial treant. You're not strong enough. One lash from the treant could send you to the heavens." Li Nan, however, was not frightened but instead intrigued. "You know the location of a boss? I'm actually looking to complete Zeus's task, where I must defeat 10 monsters above level 20 to gain Zeus's third ability, right?" Zhang Dabiao, taken aback, couldn't believe that this level 16 kid, upon hearing about the millennial treant, was not scared at all but seemed excited. Perhaps he did have some real strength. Lin Feifei grabbed Li Nan's hand, pleading, "I've used the scouting spell on you. You are a divine custodian, which sounds quite powerful. Please help us. We've been looking for a teammate for a long time." Her hand was smooth and warm with a hint of jasmine fragrance. Li Nan thought for a moment. The team's strength was solid and they had experience navigating the Black Cloud Mountains. "I can join your team." "Great," Lin Feifei exclaimed like an excited little bunny. "Let's not delay any further. We depart now." Seeing the situation, Zhang Dabiao shook his head helplessly. At this point, he had no other choice but to accept Li Nan into the team. The trio formed a team and briefly discussed the distribution of resources. The experience and money earned from killing monsters would be divided equally among the three. Ordinary level equipment and items would be collected and sold with the proceeds divided equally, while ownership of superior level equipment and items would be determined based on contributions. Li Nan had no objections to this arrangement as it was common practice among teams. If you can help us rescue my best friend Jiayu, Lin Feifei will give you everything I can, Lin Feifei added at the end. Her best friend Jiayu had been her companion since childhood and they were very close, which explained her urgency. Li Nan glanced at the young priestess and said indifferently, "We'll see when the time comes. Let's head into the mountains first." 5 minutes later, the three of them had gathered all the necessary supplies and equipment and stepped into the Heiyun mountain range. As dusk fell, a subtle dark purple hue gradually spread across the sky, blending into the brilliant red clouds of the west. Li Nan entered the Heiyun mountain range, following closely behind Lin Feifei and Zhang Dabiao. Zhang Dabiao, the shield bearer, led the way, responsible for vigilance and defense. Priestess Lin Feifei was in the middle while Li Nan brought up the rear. The three moved in a straight line through the forest. "Where is the location of the 1,000-year tree spirit?" Li Nan asked casually. "Near the dark valley of the Heiyun mountain range, about 200 kilometers from here." Lin Feifei turned her head to reply. 200 kilometers was not a long distance for class-changed adventurers. They could arrive in 4 to 5 hours if they moved at full speed. However, the Heiyun mountain range was known for its complex terrain, dim surroundings, and numerous lurking monsters. If they made too much noise, they might accidentally provoke some monsters, potentially leading to an attack by a horde. As they progressed slowly, Lin Feifei began to explain important information about the Heiyun mountain range to Li Nan. "There is one rule in the Heiyun mountain range: act quickly. If a battle lasts more than 10 minutes, it's very likely that we'll be surrounded by thousands of monsters, so we must be cautious, be careful, don't step on the flower beneath your feet." Li Nan looked down at an inconspicuous yellow flower and asked with curiosity, "What's so special about this flower?" Lin Feifei explained, "It's called the faint K flower. If stepped on, it releases a large amount of chemical gas that can knock out a level 30 class-changed adventurer for a whole day." Li Nan was taken aback. Such a small flower is so powerful. In the monster-infested Heiyun mountain range, being unconscious for a whole day is as good as being dead. By the time you wake up the next day, even your bones could have been gnawed on by monsters. Li Nan felt a chill in his heart. Lin Feifei's information, not found on any map, was crucial. Without forming a team and hearing these important details, even the strongest adventurer could face severe losses. No wonder Principal Wang had insisted on him forming a team. Li Nan felt secretly relieved. "SSH, don't talk." Suddenly Zhang Dabiao, who was leading the way, stopped and spoke sternly. Li Nan and Lin Feifei immediately stopped their conversation, looking around cautiously. They could hear footsteps approaching, growing louder and louder. Suddenly, with a roar, a 3-meter lone tiger leapt 5 meters into the air, appearing above them. This was a level 22 three-eyed tiger cub possessing attributes of strength 100, agility 110, constitution 100 and spirit 150. It had the ability to psychically stun and was a unique species from the Black Cloud Mountains. The third vertical eye on its forehead could cause temporary dizziness in those who met its gaze. Its weakness was its eyes, and it was noted that even as a cub, this tiger possessed formidable combat capabilities, advising those below level 20 to flee immediately. The sight of the tiger was imposing. Its large form and the gaping maw revealed a row of sharp teeth. Without his detection spell, Li Nan might have mistaken it for an adult tiger. Zhang Dabiao acted first, lifting his shield while a faint red glow emanated from his body. The tiger cub was immediately drawn to the glow, ignoring everyone else and charging forward. It crashed onto Zhang Dabiao's shield with such force that a thud echoed through the area, but Zhang Dabiao, despite his small stature, held firm. His strength was remarkable and he wisely avoided direct eye contact with the tiger, preventing it from using its psychic stun. Meanwhile, Lin Feifei was ready with her staff, from which a dazzling blue light shone. Magic arrows of energy formed around her and then shot towards the tiger cub. After several rounds of attacks, the tiger cub was pierced through by the magical arrows, falling to the ground twitching and bleeding. Unable to rise again, Li Nan applauded, impressed by the powerful magic attack. "Of course it's powerful. That was a magic crystal arrow, a level 25 priest skill," Lin Feifei said, hands on her hips. With the tiger cub dealt with by Lin Feifei and Zhang Dabiao alone, it was apparent that both of them were quite capable. Zhang Dabiao then skillfully skinned the tiger, separating some of the flesh. "The thigh meat will be our dinner. The rest is inedible as it contains toxins," he explained. As they prepared to continue their journey, a thunderous roar echoed through the Mountains. Not far from them, a 5-meter-long adult three-eyed tiger leaped down, landing solidly and growling at the trio. "This is bad." It's the cub's father, Zhang Dabia, and Lin Feifei's expressions turned grave. This adult three-eyed tiger was a level 27 elite monster of the Black Cloud Mountains with attributes of strength 200, agility 200, constitution 200 and spirit 250. Like the cub, its weakness was its eyes, and it was the dominant predator of the jungle. In comparison to the younger tigers, the attributes of this adult three-eyed tiger were terrifyingly high, with all 4 of its abilities breaking through the 200 mark. Witnessing the corpse of its offspring, the male three-eyed tiger's eyes turned blood red with rage, wishing it could tear the 3 humans into pieces. It let out a thunderous roar and pounced with astonishing speed, flattening the surrounding trees in the process. Immediately after, a massive paw struck Zhang Dabiao's shield. The powerful blow shattered the shield instantly and sent Zhang Dabiao flying against a large tree, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Lin Feifei was stunned by the scene before her. She knew well the defensive capabilities of Zhang Dabiao, yet he was flung away by a single swipe from the adult three-eyed tiger. Biting her lip, she prepared to cast her magic crystal arrow, but the tiger's speed was too great. Before she could complete her spell, it was already upon her. "I'm done for," she thought. Lin Feifei, a cleric by profession, possessed powerful magical and healing skills but was hindered by her low physical constitution and weak defenses. Facing a three-eyed tiger that could send the shield-bearer Zhang Dabiao flying with one hit, she saw no escape from death. At that critical moment, Li Nan from behind made his move. In his hands the spear of thunder crackled, slicing through the air like a swift sword from afar. The spear tore through the sky and drove straight into the head of the three-eyed tiger, piercing through countless trees and hurling the beast over 50 meters away. Following that, a thunderous boom resonated as the thunder burst. Electrical arcs carrying tens of thousands of volts erupted at the spot, with lightning dancing through the forest. The male three-eyed tiger, along with the surrounding trees, was obliterated, leaving no trace of bone or body. Seeing this, Lin Feifei stood frozen, unable to move for a long time. Zhang Dabiao, under the tree, was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. A level 27 three-eyed tiger instantly killed. A level 16 reclaimer had just won shot a level 27 elite monster? The defensively skilled shield-bearer Zhang Dabiao had been flung away by the tiger's slap. Such a formidable creature should have torn the trio to shreds, but now it had been reduced to ash in the thunder explosion, dead beyond doubt. "How did you do it?" Zhang Dabiao struggled to believe the outcome. The event unfolding before them was as incredulous as a primary school student suddenly winning a Nobel Prize. Zhang Dabiao had been anxious about this expedition from the start. After all, taking a level 16 youngster to challenge a level 25 Millennium Tree Spirit and to rescue a teammate was an exceedingly daunting task. Yet now, this unassuming man had demonstrated astonishing power. The attack strength of that spear exceeded all expectations. "It's quite simple, just unleash a skill and it's over," Li Nan said nonchalantly, his tone quite calm. The Thunder Spear was a god-tier skill capable of effortlessly slaying monsters above its level. With his current mental strength, Li Nan could launch 4 or 5 more Thunder Spears. Even if more three-eyed tigers appeared, they would be obliterated just the same. Of course, Li Nan did not underestimate the three-eyed tiger. Despite his formidable attack power from the god-tier skill, his own defense was rather low. If one were to be slapped up close by a three-eyed tiger, all the bones in one's body would definitely be shattered instantly. "Wow, I really underestimated you before. I apologize." Zhang Dabiao looked at Li Nan with new respect and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Your profession is incredibly strong." Lin Feifei, having regained her composure, was pleasantly surprised. The stronger Li Nan was, the more likely he could rescue their teammates, which made her very happy. Li Nan nodded expressionlessly and then checked the rewards from killing the three-eyed tiger. Killing a juvenile three-eyed tiger granted 4,000 experience points. Killing a male three-eyed tiger granted 10,000 experience points. The team would automatically share the earnings. As they were a 3-person team, the experience was divided among them, so these high-level monsters didn't increase Li Nan's experience bar by much. "It seems that teaming up isn't quite suitable for me. Leveling up is too slow," Li Nan thought to himself. He decided to help Lin Feifei and the others defeat the Millennium Boss and then proceed alone. At that moment, Lin Feifei softly said, "After killing that large three-eyed tiger, a high-quality ring dropped and it should go to Li Nan." Zhang Dabiao drank a bottle of red health potion and his injuries quickly healed with the aid of the potion. Smiling, he said, "If it weren't for Li Nan, we might have died just now." it was Li Nan who killed that fearsome three-eyed tiger, so I think the equipment should go to him. After the battle, both knew of Li Nan's strength and didn't dare to keep the equipment for themselves. Although it was only high-quality equipment, the drop rate for rings was much lower compared to that of helmets or shoes. Li Nan unceremoniously accepted the equipment. The Tiger Eye Ring category, equipment grade, high quality. Effect 1, increases the wearer's spirit by 5 points. Note, the vertical eye of the three-eyed tiger has an intimidating effect and could fetch a nice price. This item isn't bad, the attribute bonus is quite high, he thought. He slipped the ring shimmering with golden tiger stripes onto his left index finger, enhancing his spiritual power. After sunset, the mountain forest became eerily quiet at night, pitch black all around, not even the sound of cicadas could be heard. Why is the Black Cloud Mountain range so quiet at night? Li Nan wondered. Lin Feifei placed a finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture, and whispered, the mountains are very dangerous at night. Many monsters lurk around listening for noises and hunting about. The creatures that could make noise have likely been eaten already, so we better keep our voices down too. Zhang Dabio, however, disagreed and laughed. Tonight we don't have to worry. I have the raw meat of a three-eyed tiger in my bag. In these mountains, the three-eyed tiger is quite formidable. Any somewhat intelligent monster that smells this scent wouldn't dare come near us. That's true. Lin Feifei sighed in relief. She was a bit of a chatterbox, and being silent made her feel suppressed. It's still better to be cautious. Li Nan surveyed his surroundings cautiously, always on alert in the unfamiliar environment. After traveling in darkness for 2 hours, the trio found a safe clearing. They arranged stones in a circle to build a fire pit and sat around the warm blaze on the ground. Dinner was roasted meat. Zhang Dabiao set up a simple grill and began to roast the tiger meat they had acquired earlier over the fire. Lin Feifei meanwhile took out some seasonings from her backpack and began to cook. Drops of fat sizzled and popped in the flames, filling the air with bursts of tantalizing meaty aroma. Most monster meat is poisonous, but for an outdoor veteran like Zhang Dabiao, it was easy to discern which parts were edible and which were not. The tiger meat he had chosen today came from a prime part of the beast known for its tender texture and unique flavor. If cooked by a chef in a restaurant, these cuts could fetch thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of alliance coins. Even though it was just a simple barbecue, the taste of the three-eyed tiger meat was deliciously aromatic. Li Nan couldn't stop praising the flavor as he ate, his mouth filled with the savory scent of the grilled meat. How can you eat meat without drinking? Zhang Dabiao enthusiastically offered a bottle and a crystal-clear small cup containing a greenish liquid resembling leaves. You must be of age, right? How about some Qinghua brew from my hometown? I'm of age, I can have a little, Li Nan replied with a smile, taking the cup and sipping the brew. The floral fragrance and slight bitterness of Qinghua filled his senses. It had to be said, Zhang Dabiao was very generous. The liquor was exceptionally good and undoubtedly valuable. I can have a little too, Lin Feifei said, catching Li Nan's eye as she took the cup and tasted the drink, a rosy flush appearing on her lovely cheeks. The three of them drank the fine wine, enjoyed the delicious roasted meat, and their conversation flowed freely, enjoying each other's company immensely. For adventurers like them, this was what adventuring was all about: battling monsters, drinking and feasting on meat. During their talk, Li Nan learned that Lin Feifei had also just turned 18. You're the same age as me, Li Nan expressed his surprise. You're so rude, Lin Feifei pouted, slightly annoyed. Do I look that old? Li Nan, slightly tipsy, quickly waved his hands. No, that's not what I meant. You're level 25 at 18? I've heard of rich kids advancing their careers early with special methods, but you're the youngest level 25 I've ever met. Head brother Li Nan. Lin Feifei's background is quite impressive, Zhang Dabiao mentioned with interest, smilingly adding, if you're thinking of pursuing her, it won't be easy unless you're a good match. I wasn't planning on pursuing her, Li Nan responded, somewhat speechlessly. Despite her attractive figure and beautiful face, he hadn't developed any feelings having known her for such a short time. Lin Feifei appeared to be the not ve rich girl type. Her surname is Lin, could she be from the Lin family? He pondered. It was very likely that Lin Feifei was from one of the Summer Kingdom's 5 great families. The Lin family, known for its immense power and wealth, the family had a profound heritage. But what would such a person be doing in the Black Cloud Mountains? Could it be that she had sneaked out? The night was vast, and the outlines of the mountains appeared faintly under the starlight, with the howls of wild beasts echoing from the distant valleys. After dinner, the three of them took turns keeping watch over their surroundings. Soon the night passed. They were only 30 kilometers away from the territory of the thousand-year tree spirit. The closer they got to their destination, the more serious Zhang Dabiao's expression became. last time Lin Feifei, Zhang Dabiao, and Zhao Yu were defeated by the thousand-year tree spirit in that very place and their team nearly got wiped out. The thought of the tree spirit's massive body involuntarily stirred a sense of fear in Zhang Dabiao. Why are you so sure that Zhao Yu is still alive? Li Nan asked while they walked. Isn't the thousand-year tree spirit a cruel boss? Would it spare Zhao Yu's life? Lin Feifei took out a green jade slip. The slip emitted a faint verdant light and had Zhao Yu's name engraved on it in Song script. This is a life sign jade slip. As long as Zhao Yu's jade slip is still glowing, it means she is not dead. The tree spirits don't kill humans directly. They like to absorb the life essence of transfigurers through their roots, so the light of this jade slip is getting weaker, Lin Feifei explained. Zhang Dabiao sighed. So as long as the jade slip glows, Zhao Yu is alive. Seeing the jade slip made Li Nan more certain that Lin Feifei must be from one of the 5 major families, the Lin family, and Zhao Yu is likely from the Zhao family too. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person possess something like a jade slip? Li Nan continued on their journey. After walking through the mountains for 2 hours, the trio finally arrived at the domain of the thousand-year tree spirit. Looking around within a radius of 4 to 5 kilometers, there were tangled brown roots sprawling across the cracked earth. These roots writhed like worms, greedily absorbing the essence of the earth and turning the ground black. At the source of all these roots stood a 50-meter-high giant tree. Its leaves had long fallen, leaving only black branches, each bare branch bearing not leaves but either humans or beasts. The thousand-year tree spirit used the lives of humans and monsters as its leaves, sustaining its thousand-year lifespan. Thousand-year tree spirit level 25. Boss attributes: Strength 300/Agility 100/Constitution 400/Spirit 350. Abilities: Whip of Roots. Life Drain traits: Grows in the Heiyun mountain range. Having endured a millennium of vicissitudes, it turned into a monster that feeds on life. Weakness: Fire. Assessment: Boss of Heiyun mountain range. It is recommended that 100 people team up to clear it. Was this really a boss-level creature? This was Li Nan's first encounter with a boss-level being, and he couldn't help but be amazed by the massive size of the creature. Compared to the thousand-year tree spirit, other monsters seemed too insignificant. The thousand-year tree spirit of the Heiyun mountain range had always stayed in this place, and even human pride weapons like guns and cannons couldn't hurt it in the slightest, making it difficult for even same-level transfigurers to battle it, with many transfigurers losing their lives here. Zhang Dabiao shook his head, well aware of the formidable power of the Millennium Tree Spirit. It was Zhao Yu. Lin Feifei spotted a figure hanging from a tree branch and immediately recognized it as Zhao Yu, her former companion. With a rumbling sound, as if sensing the intruders, the Millennium Tree Spirit stirred. Buried roots writhed from the ground, transforming into hundreds of massive vine whips attacking from all directions. I'll handle the defense, you guys focus on the attack, Zhang Dabiao shouted, holding his shield up front. Lin Feifei quickly retrieved her magic staff and began chanting spells. Li Nan entered combat mode, instantly condensing a thunder spear in his hand and hurling it. The thunder spear boomed through the air, crackling with arcs of lightning. Sensing the danger of the thunder spear, the Millennium Tree Spirit dared not take the hit directly and used a vine whip to block it from afar. The burst of lightning charred dozens of thick roots instantly. Although the strike was powerful, the defensive scope of the Millennium Tree Spirit was vast, with roots spread all around, so the explosion did little damage to the trunk itself. Indeed, a boss-level monster. This is the first creature that has blocked my thunder spear and survived, Li Nan said, not discouraged but rather more intrigued by the Millennium Tree Spirit. You managed to block one thunder spear, quite impressive, but can you block 22 of them? With that, Li Nan activated his ultimate skilled myriad thunder shadows. Centered around Li Nan, blue electric arcs surged, splitting into 22 thunder shadow clones, each wielding a thunder spear. As the wind howled, they looked formidable. What kind of skill is this? Zhang Dabiao turned to look at the 22 identical thunder shadow clones, his pupils dilating with indescribable surprise. It was rare for a reclassed fighter to possess such cloning skills, let alone to split into so many at once. The power of this skill was evident. What astounded him most was that each thunder shadow clone held a thunder spear, knowing well its deadly power from when it had instantly killed a three-eyed tiger, with 22 thunder spears appearing simultaneously. Zhang Dabiao was genuinely worried that Li Nan might accidentally throw in the wrong direction and end up blasting him to death. Brother Li Nan, I'm still in front, be careful. Rest assured, I'm very precise. I won't hit you, Li Nan reassured him, mentally commanding all the thunder shadow clones to aim at the tree spirit's trunk and then throw their thunder spears simultaneously. Whoosh! The 22 thunder spears fell like a thunderstorm from the sky, even though the power of myriad thunder shadows was only a fraction of the original. With so many thunder spears falling at once, the Millennium Tree Spirit struggled to defend. Numerous fine whips waved intercepting some of the thunder spears, but still 7 or 8 spears pierced deeply into the tree spirit's body. After a series of dull explosions, wood chips flew everywhere and pieces of the Millennium Tree Spirit were blasted all around. The creatures that were originally being drained of life on the branches all fell to the ground. Congratulations on defeating the Millennium Tree Ant. You've gained 20,000 experience points and have acquired a royal tier item, the Tree Ant Crown. As the boss falls, your experience bar surges and you level up. A cascade of holy light descends. Congratulations, you've reached level 17. Well done on another level up. Li Nan calmly recalls all his Thunder Shadow clones. With his god tier skill, the 1000 Thunder Shadows combined with the god tier weapon Thunder Roar Spear, even bosses several levels higher could not withstand their combined force. The effectiveness of the 1000 Thunder Shadows in real combat greatly satisfied Li Nan. Curious about the newly acquired royal tier Tree Ant Crown, Li Nan quickly cast a detection spell to inspect the loot. The Tree Ant Crown, classified as headgear of royal tier, offers 2 effects: a permanent increase of 10 points to Constitution and an emergency life-stealing skill that activates at the brink of death, restoring the wearer to peak condition. This effect can be used once, after which the equipment will shatter. Note: a relic of the Millennium Tree Ant, it holds the power to revive the dead. The effects of the royal tier Tree Ant Crown are indeed astonishing. Li Nan's eyes lit up. This crown not only permanently increases his constitution by 10 points but also allows him to recover from any adverse state directly to his peak. Imagine during a prolonged battle against other class shifters or monsters, just as his opponent, having finally gained the upper hand, prepares to deal Li Nan the final blow, the crown's effect kicks in, restoring Li Nan to his peak condition. At that moment his opponent's despair would be palpable. Although it's a one-time use, this ability could dramatically alter the course of life or death battles. The royal tier Tree Ant Crown's exceptional effects come with a downside, though. Its overall green hue doesn't quite seem right on the head. But Li Nan doesn't care about such things. With no girlfriend or wife to speak of, why worry about wearing green? In the perilous Black Cloud Mountains, if a life or death crisis arises, who cares if it's green? He's a pragmatic man and promptly wears the Tree Ant Crown. As the crown's effects activate, his constitution on the panel increases by 10 points. Meanwhile, Lin Feifei and Zhang Dabiao find Zhao Yu unconscious on the ground. Li Nan walks over. Zhao Yu, with her swordswoman-like high ponytail, fair skin, dressed in hanfu and an attractive figure with a purple long sword at her waist, was a sight to behold. Lin Feifei, worried about her companion's safety, looked anxious. Zhang Dabiao took out a red life recovery potion and administered it to Zhao Yu. Before long, Zhao Yu slowly opened her eyes. Where is this? Seeing her companion safe and sound, Lin Feifei was overjoyed and quickly explained the situation to Zhao Yu. So it turns out, I was trapped by the Millennium Tree Ant, and it was Li Nan who saved me. Zhao Yu coughed slightly, then struggled to her feet and bowed to Li Nan. Thank you for saving my life. Her appearance was quite beautiful, no less stunning than her sister Li Wan, and she carried the aura of a female warrior when she spoke. Li Nan cast a detection spell. Zhao Yu, level 26, Qi Swordsman, a branch of the swordsman profession and a recognized S-tier job known for launching sword Qi with formidable attack power. Li Nan hadn't expected that even a level 26 S-tier profession could fall at the hands of the Millennium Tree Spirit, but on further thought it made sense. The Tree Spirit's numerous roots were hard for ordinary adventurers to defend against, even for those in S-tier professions, if not for his devastating Thunder Spear and the ability to create multiple shadow clones with the 1000 Thunder Shadows technique. He likely would have struggled against the Millennium Spirit as well. Beside him, Lin Feifei continuously praised Li Nan's prowess. Zhao Yu didn't fully believe her until she cautiously cast her own detection spell. Her beautiful phoenix eyes widened in shock when she saw that Li Nan was only level 17. The man who defeated the Millennium Tree Spirit was only level 17. Zhao Yu, while level 26 S-tier Qi swordsman, found it hard to believe. Despite her high level nearly dominating among her peers, she had failed against the Tree Spirit, yet here was Li Nan, approximately her age and a mere level 17 adventurer, who had not only defeated but nearly obliterated the formidable foe. Zhao Yu, usually proud and arrogant, felt a blow to her ego. The disparity was simply too great. What exactly was a captor of gods, a profession she had never heard of before? Who are you really? she asked. Li Nan replied with a smile, just an ordinary commoner. Zhao Yu's lips twitched slightly. She didn't believe him for a second, suspecting him to be a young noble sent by a major family for training. You two must be young mistresses from some major family, right? Be careful in dangerous places like the Heiyun mountain range, Li Nan said, noticing their noble demeanor and attire. Zhao Yu exchanged a look with Lin Feifei and awkwardly confessed, well, to be honest, our families are indeed quite affluent. Zhao Yu quickly explained the situation. It turned out that their trip to the Heiyun mountain range was mainly because Lin Feifei had a falling out with her family and had fled home. Fearing danger yet seeking thrills, she had roped her best friend Zhao Yu into running away with her. With minimal belongings, they ventured into the Heiyun mountains, where they met the honest and straightforward Zhang de Biao, and the trio teamed up for adventures in the mountains. So that's the situation. Li Nan nodded. Alright then, I've helped rescue your friend, but I must be going now as I have other matters to attend to. After spending a day in the Heiyun mountain range, Li Nan had gathered enough information and understood the rules of the area. He planned to venture alone, aiming for rapid leveling, hence his decision to leave the group. Lin Feifei and Zhang de Biao exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. They knew all too well the vast gap in strength between them and Li Nan. Throughout their journey, they had been mostly carried by Li Nan, barely exerting any effort themselves. It wasn't that they didn't want to contribute, but rather they had no opportunity to do so. During their recent battle against the Millennium Tree Spirit, Zhang de Biao had raised his shield but hadn't even taken any damage before the fight was over. Lin Feifei too had barely managed to wield her magic staff before Li Nan's 20-some thunder spears flew out, decisively killing the tree spirit, so the two of them felt that they were dispensable to Li Nan. Now that others had helped, it seemed reasonable to disband their team. Li Nan, you are the most talented reclasser I have ever met. If there's a chance, let's team up again, Lin Feifei said reluctantly. Li Nan's brother Zhang Dabiao with a hearty face added, next time, let's drink together. Zhao Yu took out his beloved sword and handed it over. Everything valuable on me was melted by the Millennium Tree Spirit, but you saved my life. All I can offer you is my beloved sword Changhong, a treasure filled with various gems that I've carried since I was young. Li Nan, who did not use swords and had no desire to take another's beloved weapon, interrupted Zhao Yu. Saving you was just something I did along the way. Return the favor some other time. With those words, he walked away alone into the woods. What a good man, Zhao Yu murmured, touched as he took back his sword. Lin Feifei spoke up, he's the same age as us. Could he also be taking the college entrance exam this year? After a moment's thought, Zhao Yu replied, if he is also facing the exams this year, with his capabilities, he will surely get into Mingyue University, the top university in our country. Lin Feifei gasped, then joyfully said, we've both been admitted to Mingyue University already, he could possibly become our classmate. Zhao Yu nodded, smiling and patting Lin Feifei's head, that's possible. You young girl, don't tell me you've taken a liking to this man? With her face turning red, Lin Feifei protested, absolutely not. Zhang Dabiao laughed heartily nearby, it ought to be young. I'm already 30, right in the age for earning and providing for a family. After a while, the trio decided to leave the Heiyun mountain range to rest properly. Meanwhile, Li Nan in the forest observed his surroundings and then unleashed his 1000 Thunder Shadow skill, summoning 22 Thunder Shadow clones. These clones quickly dispersed and autonomously began to search for enemies in the mountains. Given the high density of monsters in the Heiyun mountain range, the Thunder Shadows soon found monsters and continuously defeated them. Li Nan's experience points rapidly increased faster than before. Killing a centennial tree spirit, he gained 3000 experience points and obtained a fragment of the tree spirit. Killing a blood wolf, he gained 5000 experience points and obtained wolf skin. The screen before Li Nan's eyes filled up like a bullet screen, hard to follow with the eye. All the Thunder Shadow clones sent out made monster killing highly efficient. Most importantly, he didn't have to lift a finger as his experience bar surged upward. At this rate, reaching level 18 would take no more than 20 minutes. Li Nan felt a rush of excitement as he approached the Black Cloud Mountains. This trip was all about leveling up quickly. His 20-plus avatars, each wielding the Thundering Spear, were formidable. They slaughtered monsters of the same level as easily as slicing through vegetables. It didn't take long for Li Nan to reach level 18. His Thunder Shadow avatars tirelessly continued their onslaught, bringing him a constant flow of experience, equipment and various materials. In the entire Black Cloud Mountains, no one leveled up as effortlessly and joyously as him. While his Thunder Shadow avatars wreaked havoc across the mountains, Li Nan was busy too. He Was calculating the maximum control distance of the avatars and the mental energy they consumed. The furthest he could control his avatars was about 50 kilometers, and each avatar continuously drained his mental power. He could maintain his 22 avatars for roughly an hour. Li Nan noted this information carefully in his mind. Less than an hour later, he had cleared out all the monsters in the area. He then recalled all his avatars and proceeded deeper into the Black Cloud Mountains. As he ventured further, monsters below level 25 were mere child's play. Even the elite monsters, which were significantly stronger, could be swiftly taken down with a few extra jabs from his 20 thunder avatars. His godlike skills made it easy to level up by tackling monsters beyond his own level. Everywhere Li Nan went, no monster survived. They all fell behind him. By evening, he had reached level 19 with 70% progress, on the verge of breaking through to level 20. Reaching level 20 was crucial for a class transfer, as it allowed one to understand new job talents at the Awakening Stone. However, this would also consume the energy of the Awakening Stone, and understanding these talents required money. Li Nan stroked his chin deep in thought. Job talents and skills were different. Acquiring a new job talent was a vital step in a class transfer's awakening. The talents were varied and numerous, with thousands recorded just in the Xia Kingdom alone. For instance, some well-known talents included multiplier experience, which doubled the efficiency of experience gained from killing monsters; armor break expert, which ignored 50% of an opponent's defense during combat; charm body, which made one fatally attractive to the opposite sex; and fertility master, which boosted one's fertility by 1000%. However, along with these powerful talents, a class transfer might also awaken some detrimental ones. For example, Thunderstruck Physique, where there was a 1% chance of summoning thunder around oneself when using skills; Snail Pace, which reduced agility by 50%, and Source of Disgust, which made one repulsive to everyone. Thus, the talent awakening at level 20 was extremely important for a class transfer's career. Li Nan, currently at level 19, was eagerly anticipating what talent he might awaken, but unlike the class transfer ceremony, awakening a talent wasn't free. It required the class transfer to pay out of their own pocket an amount of 500,000. After purchasing the night suit, his funds were far from sufficient. Li Nan shook his head helplessly. 500,000 was a huge sum. Now his only option was to slay more monsters, hoping to drop more equipment and materials which he could exchange for 500,000 alliance coins upon his return to the East Market. Name: Li Nan. Occupation: God Jailer. Level 19, 70% experience, strength 90, agility 100, constitution 110, spirit 130, skills: God's Prison, Thunderous Spear, Myriad Thunder Shadows. Equipment: passive skills. Concealment increases by 100% at night. Equipment: passive skills. Resurrection at Death's Brink. Li Nan reviewed his upgraded attributes. Although each level's increase was modest, it was comprehensive. His spirit power had reached 130, allowing him to summon 26 Thunder Shadow clones at once, and the power of his Thunderous Spear had also become stronger. With just these two divine level skills, he could roam across the mountain range unchallenged. Although only level 19, Li Nan was almost certain that no monster or job changer under level 30 could match him. Fighting above his level was a breeze for him. As night fell, Li Nan reached a valley where the air turned cold and damp. The opposing peaks stood tall, with cliffs stretching far and only a narrow strip of sky visible. A group of strange men stood at the front of the valley, seemingly arguing about something. Using the nighttime concealment effect of his gear, Li Nan approached them quietly. "This secret realm was discovered by us first, so the right to be the first to clear it should be ours. According to the laws of Xia country, everyone has the right to enter a secret realm in the wilderness. We Yunshui Corporation are going in now, and you have no right to stop us." Although that was said, first clearing a secret realm usually rewarded extra equipment. How should this equipment be divided? If you want to go in, then let's see who can clear it faster. Instead of arguing here, Li Nan was secretly pleased. A secret realm was a valuable find appearing randomly around the world. Job changers could not only fight monsters and level up inside, but also receive performance-based rewards after clearing it. Compared to grinding in the mountains, farming in a secret realm was not only more efficient but also rewarded cash directly, which had many benefits when a secret realm was cleared. For the first time, it also offered extra first clear rewards, including special equipment or items. These men were arguing over who would receive the first clear rewards. Now is not the time to argue. We don't even know if we can beat this unknown dungeon. You're right, secret realms are challenging, requiring at least 10 people to form a team to have a chance at clearing. We only have 8 here. Guys, contact others outside, let's bring 2 more in. After considering for a moment, Li Nan stepped out of the shadows and said calmly, "Step aside, I'm entering the secret realm." Seeing a stranger, the people present immediately cast a detection spell. When they saw that Li Nan was only at level 19, everyone burst into laughter. A level 19 kid trying to solo a secret realm? Are you out of your mind? Stop joking, the secret realm isn't for youngsters like you. Some people recognized that Li Nan was no ordinary player and started inviting him to join their teams. However, Li Nan ignored them all, bypassing the crowd to enter the valley. He was determined to enter the secret realm. No way, is he really going to solo it? That's crazy, he's so young yet daring to venture alone into the Haeyun mountain range. Maybe he really does have the strength. A divine custodian, what kind of class is that? Sounds impressive. He might just be all talk, probably won't even realize if he dies in there. Most people gathered in the valley didn't think highly of Li Nan, believing that his actions were purely suicidal. Every year, there were many who died in the secret realms due to their arrogance and overconfidence. Li Nan walked into the dark valley and saw an ancient bronze gate. This was the entrance to the secret realm. Entering through the bronze gate would take him inside. He stretched out his arm, pushed open the heavy gate, and stepped into a silver light screen. Current realm, Goblin Camp level 1, difficulty, normal. Options: normal, hard, nightmare, hell, abyss. Mission: kill the boss Goblin Commander. Description: crush the Goblin Legion and eliminate the camp stationed at the mountain base. Is this the inside of the secret realm? Li Nan's consciousness blurred for a second as he entered the realm. It was a dark, windy night. Before him were rows of white tents, each lit by an oil lamp. Under the dim yellow light, green goblins clad in armor patrolled with spears and shields. There were at least 100 tents, and the number of monsters was certainly substantial. Li Nan took a deep breath and counted. Many goblins were stationed here. Under the cover of night, he concealed his movements and cast a scouting spell on a patrolling goblin soldier. Goblin Guard level 25, attributes: Strength 200/Agility 200/Constitution 200/Spirit 150. Ability: Legion Power. Passive skill: when fighting alongside other Goblin Guards, all attributes increase by 2%. Trait: a member of the Goblin Legion, elite among goblins skilled in close combat. Weakness: none. Assessment: a single Goblin Guard is not to be feared, but be wary of Goblin Guards fighting in Legion form. These sharp-mouthed, monkey-cheeked green creatures did not appear as weak as they were often depicted in animations and films. Each Goblin Guard looked ferocious, exuding an intimidating aura of strictness. If ordinary adventurers were to team up and enter this realm, the safest strategy for clearing it would undoubtedly involve avoiding these guards and sneaking directly into the central command tent to confront the boss Goblin leader. This was the most secure way to clear the path. After all, these Goblin Guards themselves possess not insignificant attributes. And with the buff from their legion's power, their attributes are further enhanced. Going head to head with them was not the best choice. Seeing how closely these monsters were gathered, wasn't it perfect for a sweeping attack? Li Nan's lips curved slightly upwards. In his eyes, the troublesome Goblin Legion was actually easier to handle than the scattered monsters in the forest. The former were clustered together, giving him the chance to reap them all with a single strike of his Thunder Spear, whereas the latter would require much more mental energy. With this in mind, Li Nan stepped out from the shadows into the light of the fire and summoned his Thunder Spear. The nearest Goblin Guard spotted the intruder and immediately pulled a golden horn from his waist and blew into it. The prolonged sound of the horn echoed. All the Goblin Guards were alerted and surged out from their tents. In total, there were 150 Goblin Guards. They formed neat rows reminiscent of ancient Roman legion formations, with shields in their left hands for defense and long spears in their right hands aimed at Li Nan, their presence formidable. And at the back of their formation, the Goblin Chieftain also appeared. It was a small goblin dressed in wizard attire holding a staff, its face aged and eyes revealing a slyness. Goblin Commander, Boss, level 27, attributes: Strength 100/Agility 100/Constitution 100/Mental Power 500. Abilities: Attack Aura, Defense Aura. Traits: a command expert within the Goblin Legion, possessing special abilities to enhance the Legion with favorable buffs. Weakness: fear of light, physically weak. Advice: when facing the Goblin Legion, prioritize killing the Goblin Commander, otherwise the consequences are severe. The Goblin Commander's strength, agility and constitution were quite low, clearly not suited for battle, but its mental power reached an astonishing 500 points. The battle had not yet begun when the goblin commander started shaking its staff, muttering incantations releasing both the attack and defense auras. Red and black lights instantly enveloped the 100-man army. All the goblin guards' defense and strength were boosted once again. Li Nan used a scouting spell to take a closer look. My goodness, under the influence of the Legion's power, the attack aura and the defense aura, each goblin guard's attributes were doubled, receiving a huge enhancement. The monsters in this secret realm were indeed stronger than those outside. Any of these amplified goblin guards placed outside would be akin to a mini-boss. Li Nan was taken aback. People were right, soloing a secret realm was indeed a fool's dream. Keep in mind that this was just a goblin camp on normal difficulty. What would it be like on hard nightmare or even lower difficulty levels? At the very least, adventurers would need to form a small team of dozens to stand a chance. Now, it was just Li Nan alone, but he was not afraid. How many of my thunder spears can your legion withstand? Li Nan thought as he threw his spear in hand. The spear, bursting with electric light, streaked across the night sky and struck directly on the goblin legion's shields. Then an explosion sounded. The thunderous explosion scattered the neatly organized legion, hurling hundreds of goblin guards into the air, most of whom fell to the ground. The goblin commander, pale-faced from the impact, hid far behind. Your defenses are really high, someone noted. After the smoke cleared, although the legion's formation was disrupted, the goblin guards, dirty and disheveled, had not suffered much damage and quickly regrouped, reorganizing their ranks. Li Nan knew that a single thundering gun would not be enough to break them. A second thundering gun was already charging in his hands. Moreover, 26 shadow clones, each armed with a thundering gun, appeared behind him. As Li Nan threw his spears, the clones followed suit, launching their spears simultaneously. Boom! 27 thunder spears exploded amidst the goblin troops. The continuous explosions finally inflicted severe damage. The ground was littered with debris and red blood. Of the 150 goblin guards, nearly half were killed and the rest were left dazed and directionless from the blasts. But Li Nan's assault was not over yet. A second volley of thunder spears struck half a minute later, annihilating the goblin guards under the dreadful barrage, leaving none alive, all perishing before the goblin commander reduced to nothing. The ground was pocked and scorched black, as if bombarded by dozens of cruise missiles. The goblin commander, terrified, turned and fled, but Li Nan gave it no chance. With a step forward, he pierced the heart of the goblin commander from behind. His long, distinct fingers steadily pulled out the thunder spear, drawing blood and incidentally ending the life of this secret realm boss. For killing the goblin guards, Li Nan gained 8,000 experience each, and for the goblin commander he received 50,000 experience. A surge of experience flooded into Li Nan's body, propelling him to level 20. Not only that, but by defeating the goblin legion and killing the boss goblin commander, he became the first to clear this secret realm. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Goblin Camp secret realm in 5 minutes and 5 seconds with an SSS rating. Based on your performance, your rewards are being calculated. You have earned 100,000 Alliance coins, materials including 150 Goblin Guard teeth and a first clear reward, the legendary Goblin Horn. Entering the secret realm for the first time, Li Nan gained massive experience in less than 10 minutes. His monster farming efficiency far exceeded his previous endeavors. He also acquired numerous monster materials and money which could be exchanged for a significant sum at the market in the Eastern City. At this pace, reaching level 25 was not just feasible but likely, and soon he would gather the 500,000 Alliance coins needed for his awakening talent. As the first to clear this secret realm, he also obtained a legendary Goblin Horn. The legendary Goblin Horn, classified as an item of royal grade, possesses the power to summon a level 40 Goblin King boss who will obey your commands for a duration of 5 minutes. This rare royal grade item holds considerable value. By sounding it, you gain a formidable ally in battle. A level 40 boss summoned to fight for me. This is truly a first clear reward. Li Nan was pleased as he took possession of the item. Boss-level monsters are more formidable than transmigrators of the same level, meaning that despite its brief duration of 5 minutes, the combat power of this Goblin King surpasses that of a level 40 transmigrator, comparable even to a level 45 one. Although Li Nan's own combat power was unmatched at his level, carrying a few more powerful items was always better. Even if he didn't need this horn in the future, it could be sold on the market for a good price, converting it into a substantial amount of money. After successfully clearing a secret realm, Li Nan reaped significant rewards. the secret realm is truly wonderful, he thought, a smile briefly crossing his face. A minute later, the realm automatically teleported him out. Li Nan found himself abruptly back at the valley, right at the entrance of the secret realm. The moment he appeared, all eyes around him focused intently on him. He's out, unbelievable, he really soloed the secret realm. My goodness, how much time has passed, less than 10 minutes, such terrifying speed, he really cleared the secret realm, the first clear reward is gone. We were still gathering people and he's already done it. Li Nan was indifferent to the thoughts of those around him. He stepped through the gates of the secret realm again, ready for another round. I'm sorry, you have already cleared this secret realm. Cooling down time, 11 hours 59 minutes 32 seconds. Unfortunately, there was a 12-hour cooldown. Li Nan stepped away from the secret realm's gate. After clearing a secret realm, one couldn't immediately re-enter to challenge it again, as each realm had its own independent cooldown time. The Goblin Camp's cooldown was precisely 12 hours. Today had been mentally exhausting, a perfect opportunity to meditate and restore his mental energy while summarizing the day's experiences. Li Nan moved to the side of the secret realm, leaning against a cold large stone as he sat down. He also summoned a Thunder Shadow clone to guard him while he recovered. This challenge not only enhanced his own level but also his skill levels. Your skill Thunder Spear has been upgraded to level 3. The skill Thunder Spear, now at a super godly level and skill level 3, could be transformed into a throwing mode, increasing its range by 100%. A range increase? Li Nan pondered. With his current strength, he could easily throw the Thunder Spear 200 meters. With a 100% increase in range, it would reach at least 400 meters. Wherever he could see, he could precisely throw the Thunder Spear. Though the power of the level 3 Thunder Spear was not enhanced, its range was equally crucial. Some monsters have a large alert range. After noticing Li Nan, they could intercept the Thundering Spear in advance. For instance, the Millennium Tree Spirit that was previously defeated used its vine whips to intercept the Thundering Spear early, otherwise it would have been unstoppable. But now with the increased range, monsters might not even know where Li Nan is before they are instantly killed by the Thundering Spear. This is the advantage of having a long range. As the skill level of the Thundering Spear continues to increase, its range will get even longer. Li Nan felt that in the future he might become a humanoid missile launcher, bombing targets from hundreds of kilometers away, or perhaps turn into a silent sniper using the Thundering Spear to precisely eliminate enemies from a distance. He silently summarized his experiences. Just then, a middle-aged man approached him. The man had sparse hair and sported a receding hairline, his face beaming with a smile. Hello, Mr. Li Nan, I am Chao Jian, a director at Yunshui Group. I would like to invite you to join our company. Li Nan's performance in clearing the secret realm solo in 5 minutes had impressed everyone present. This man named Chao Jian admired Li Nan's youth and talent and had come specially to recruit him. Without even lifting his head, Li Nan responded, "Thank you, but I refuse." Chao Jian did not give up. Our Yunshui Group is willing to offer you an annual salary of 2 million league coins along with various company benefits. The offer from Yunshui Group was quite tempting. Many level 30 career changers didn't have an annual salary of 2 million each, and this amount of money was enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for a lifetime. Nearby career changers who heard that the famous director of Yunshui Group personally came to recruit Li Nan all showed envious expressions. But for Li Nan, joining Yunshui Group meant signing an employment contract with the company which would prevent him from taking the college entrance exam, let alone attending Mingyue University. Although 2 million was a lot, it was far less important than his own future. Graduates from Mingyue University earn no less. I'm sorry, but I currently have no plans to join any companies or organizations, Li Nan said firmly. Chao Jian's expression turned sour. Yunshui Group was a major financial group in the East City, and here he was, a director personally recruiting, yet his offer was flatly rejected. His attitude shifted, showing a look of disdain typical of those in high positions. Humph, young man, you have not yet suffered the harsh realities of society. There are countless career changers who wish to join our company. You will definitely regret this. Li Nan remained expressionless, eyes closed in meditation, barely bothering to respond. After a glance at the Thunder Shadow clone, Chao Jian snorted coldly and left the place. After that, no one else came to disturb Li Nan. He simply waited for the 12-hour cooldown period, preparing to challenge the secret realm again. During his meditation, his mental strength gradually recovered. 12 hours later, daylight broke. Li Nan ended his meditation, his mental strength fully restored. He opened his eyes and realized that the valley was now filled with over 100 people. All of them had come to challenge the secret realm. Haha, after 7 hours, I finally cleared the secret realm. How did you guys do it? Can you share some tips? Recruiting 20 teammates to challenge the secret realm together. So many members from your guild are here, it seems you really value this secret realm. The area in front of the secret realm was bustling with noise as adventurers gathered, sharing information about the realm and recruiting teammates. Despite its difficulties, the secret realm offered rich rewards far more attractive than the monsters outside, which is why it attracted so many. Li Nan didn't interact with the others. The 12-hour cooldown had passed and he was ready to challenge the goblin camp again. It was him. This guy named Li Nan was only level 20, yet he had cleared the goblin camp on his first try yesterday. No way, are you serious? Liars need to swallow 1,000 needles, someone exclaimed in disbelief. It was unbelievable. Everyone was curious to see just what skills he had to solo the secret realm. After clearing a secret realm on normal difficulty, other difficulty levels would unlock. What challenge would he take on this time? All eyes in the vicinity were on Li Nan. In this world of adventurers, strength was highly respected. Li Nan's impressive achievements had captured everyone's attention and they were curious about which difficulty level he would choose this time in the secret realm. As soon as he entered the secret realm, a prompt appeared before Li Nan's eyes. Please select the difficulty you want to challenge. Normal difficulty. The number and strength of monsters in the secret realm are normal. Hard difficulty. The number of monsters doubles and the rewards for clearing are doubled. Nightmare difficulty. The number of monsters and their attributes are doubled with special rewards for clearing. Hell difficulty. The number of monsters is quadrupled, all attributes are quadrupled with significantly increased rewards and special rewards. Abyss difficulty. Unknown. There are 5 difficulties in total. Li Nan rubbed his chin. Under hard difficulty, the number of monsters has actually doubled. In nightmare and hell difficulties, not only the number but also the attributes of the monsters double. The disparity between the different difficulties of the secret realm was enormous. Even Li Nan felt that the different difficulties were almost like different realms. Even though he could easily clear the normal difficulty, he couldn't guarantee that he could clear the hard nightmare or let alone the hell and abyss difficulties. In the hell difficulty, there would be 600 goblin guards, their attributes 4 times the normal difficulty coupled with the legion power and the goblin commander's buffs. Those super high attributes were simply not something low-level adventurers could handle. And then there was the mysterious abyss difficulty, which was so unknown it didn't even show any prompts. One could only imagine the abyss difficulty must be much harder than hell. Li Nan took a deep breath. Of course, the higher the difficulty, the more experience and better rewards he would get. He thought it over and decided that it was safer to take it step by step. He chose the hard difficulty. In an instant, Li Nan was once again outside the goblin camp. This time, however, the number of tents in the camp had increased, forming a continuous line on the flat ground. In the heart of the night, Li Nan devised a plan against his goblin foes. The goblins under normal difficulty numbered 150 guards and 1 commander. However, on hard difficulty, their numbers doubled to 300 guards and 2 commanders. Utilizing the stealth capabilities of his night suit, Li Nan evaded the patrolling goblin guards and made his escape from the camp. For safety's sake, he decided to engage the enemy from a distance. Standing 400 meters away from the camp, he summoned all his Thunder Shadow clones. Together, including himself, all the Li Nans drew their thundering spears and aimed towards the night sky. With a swift motion, they launched the spears. The spears whistled through the air, tracing nearly 30 brilliant arcs of lightning across the sky, resembling dazzling meteors streaking across the heavens. At their apex, influenced by gravity, the spears began their descent, directly targeting the goblin encampment. The thunderous explosions of the spears echoed one after another as they wreaked havoc below. Many of the goblin guards were still resting within the camp, oblivious to the impending doom. The explosions caught them unawares, killing many instantly. Li Nan gained thousands of experience points from the guards and even more from the commanders, as the surprise attack severely crippled the goblin forces, including one of the commanders. This was all part of Li Nan's strategy, a preemptive strike before the commander could enhance the troops' abilities. After all, hard difficulty was no small feat, and Li Nan was cautious not to engage directly as he had in previous encounters. This attack was made possible thanks to an upgrade in his Thundering Spear skill, which now had its range increased by 100%, allowing him to strike unexpectedly from a distance. Soon after, the remaining goblin guards rallied together, enhancing their attributes significantly under their clan's power. The goblin commanders began to bestow attack and defense auras. The sharp-faced goblin commander, looking left and right, searched for targets in the darkness. Unaware of Li Nan's location, he hopped around frantically like a monkey. This was the advantage of increased range. The enemy could not pinpoint Li Nan's position, only able to make vague guesses based on the direction of the initial spear attacks, thus Li Nan did not need to worry about defense for the time being. Before the goblin forces could locate him, he could freely continue his assault with the thunder spears. The second wave of attacks swiftly followed, with another 30 thundering spears howling through the air and striking their targets accurately. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth rounds. Like a barrage from Katyusha rocket launchers, the entire goblin camp was reduced to a fiery hell. After 10 rounds of relentless attacks, Li Nan had exhausted all his mental strength, but the result was excellent. All the goblin guards were buried within the 10 rounds of thunder blasts. Congratulations, you've successfully completed the difficult level of the Goblin Barracks Secret Realm. Time taken, 4 minutes 2 seconds. Rating, SSS. Now calculating your rewards based on your performance. You have earned 200,000 Alliance coins. Materials: Goblin Guard Teeth X 300, Goblin Commander Helmet, Superior Grade Spirit +5, Goblin Commander Mask, Superior Grade Spirit +5, Goblin Commander Set. Now February 5th complete. Collect all 5 pieces for the full set effect. By slaying over 300 goblins alone, Li Nan gained all the experience, leveling up to 21. Besides, the rewards for the difficult level were substantial, granting him more money and materials than the normal level. With the 100,000 Alliance coins from the normal level, he now had a total of 300,000 Alliance coins in hand. Li Nan's heartbeat quickened slightly. Earning money in the secret realm was too easy. In less than 5 minutes, he had earned the wealth equivalent to several years of a commoner's work. 500,000 Alliance coins seemed within easy reach. More importantly, he had acquired 2 pieces of the Goblin Commander set. The Goblin Commander was known for its high spiritual power, and Li Nan suspected the set's effects might be linked to spiritual power. His combat heavily relied on spiritual power, as skills like Thunder Spear and Myriad Thunder Shadows required it to be cast. If he could enhance his spiritual power, he could launch more than 10 rounds of attacks. Therefore, Li Nan greatly valued this set and hoped to complete it before the secret realm disappeared. After clearing the level, Li Nan's figure vanished, returning once again to the valleys of the Heian mountain range. Li Nan was back. It hadn't been long, and he had cleared another level. Having previously conquered the normal level, this time he definitely opted for the difficult level. My goodness, he cleared the difficult level of the secret realm in less than 5 minutes. He was only level 20. Why was his combat power so formidable? It was outrageous. Everyone watched Li Nan as if he were a monster. They all had entered the secret realm before and knew how tough the goblin barracks were. The goblin guards themselves were very strong, and with various buffs they were quite a challenge. They were thus very surprised that Li Nan could solo the difficult level. Outside the secret realm, a few with malicious intent had a hint of greed in their eyes, but wary of Li Nan's demonstrated strength, they did not openly show it. Not far from Li Nan was Chao Jian from Yunshui Corporation, looking somewhat displeased. Li Nan had previously outright rejected his invitation, which had been a blow to his ego. Seeing Li Nan's performance only getting brighter, it made him even more uncomfortable, as if confirming that Li Nan's earlier rejection was justified. Feeling that Yunshui Corporation wasn't good enough for him, Director Chao, this Li Nan really has skills. Should we continue to extend invitations? His subordinate suddenly asked. Invite my ass, Chao Jian cursed angrily. Xia country is brimming with talents, there's no need to hang all hopes on one tree. Li Nan has already rejected us once. Do we really need to demean ourselves by persisting? What should we do then? Explore the secret realm for some benefits? His subordinate continued to inquire. Chao Jian's eyes darted around as he stood thinking. We don't need to go to the secret realm. Didn't Li Nan gain a lot from there? He even received the first completion reward. He must have many valuable items on him. Hearing this, the subordinate was startled and leaned in to whisper, Minister, are you suggesting we rob him? Chao Jian smiled. In the world of transferees, respect is given to the strong. How can you call it robbery? Besides, the Black Cloud Mountains are a lawless zone. Notify Zhang Tao, send him the location and have him hurry to the Black Cloud Mountains. Zhang Tao is a level 40 transferee in our company, and it's surprising that he's being called to deal with Li Nan. The subordinate was somewhat astonished. Don't underestimate Li Nan. Despite his low level, he managed to solo the secret realm and has some strength. Asking Zhang Tao to come is the safest option. Chao Jian stated seriously. Understood. Meanwhile, many people had gathered here, among whom quite a few bore hostility towards me. Li Nan sat on one side, resting, his gaze occasionally sweeping the surroundings. He knew that in the Black Cloud Mountains, a lawless zone, he was likely already marked by some. Most transferees had their own backing forces, and Li Nan, he was alone. Even if his strength was acknowledged, it did not exempt him from the covetous gazes of others. Yet he was not afraid. The legendary Goblin Horn he obtained as the first completion reward could summon a level 40 Goblin King, which gave him a sense of security. That's also why he was willing to exhaust his mental energy in the secret realm without fear of being ambushed. The levels of transferees here ranged from 20 to 30, and a level 40 Goblin King was more than enough to crush those with malintent. Now, what I needed to do was to clear the secret realm level up and earn money. Thinking this, Li Nan closed his eyes to rest and concentrate on restoring his mental energy. 12 hours later, the cooldown for the secret realm had just passed and he was ready to enter again. Big Boss Li Nan is entering the secret realm again. Take me with you. Does Big Boss Li need a healer? I'm pretty and have a sweet voice, I can support you. I'm willing to pay 10,000 alliance coins for a run with Big Boss Li. Many transferees present, hoping to enter the secret realm, wished Li Nan would take them through at least once. Several male transferees tried to tempt Li Nan with money, while some female transferees subtly conveyed other intentions. Li Nan ignored all these. He was clear on his main objective, leveling up. Teaming up would split the experience and reduce his earnings. What difficulty should he choose this time? After entering the Bronze Gate, Li Nan began selecting the difficulty level. Nightmare difficulty not only doubles the number of monsters but also their attributes. The challenge is greater, and if I solo, there's a chance I might fail. He pondered for a while before deciding to take on the Nightmare difficulty. Located in the current secret realm, the Goblin Barracks stands at level 1, but the difficulty is set to Nightmare. The mission is daunting. Within 8 hours, every goblin must be killed. With the Nightmare difficulty, the mission parameters have changed somewhat. Not only must the Goblin Commander be slain, but all the Goblin Guards must also be eradicated. For the average adventurer, the toughest addition is the time constraint, 8 hours to eliminate every goblin, making the slow grinding method unfeasible. Should the 8 hours elapse without mission completion, failure is declared and no rewards are granted. Li Nan, following his previous tactics, left the Goblin Barracks and attempted to bombard the area from a distance with his Thunder Spear. Unfortunately, the Goblin Guards in Nightmare difficulty had their attributes significantly enhanced. With their attributes doubled, each Goblin Guard possessed a strength of 400 points, with agility and constitution also reaching 400, coupled with the Legion's power and the buffs from the Goblin Commander. Each Goblin's constitution exceeded 800, their defensive strength was outrageously high. Truly, they were formidable foes. Using his ultimate skills, Thousand Thunder Shadows and Thunder Spear, Li Nan fired 10 rounds in rapid succession. Despite exerting tremendous effort equivalent to the proverbial strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, he managed to kill only slightly over 50 Goblin Guards. As hundreds of Goblin Guards blocked the Thunder Spear, they began to pinpoint his location. The situation turned perilously dangerous. Once discovered, given the strength of these Goblin Guards, they could easily tear Li Nan to pieces. Sensing doom, Li Nan chose to hide, using the cover of night to find a secluded cave where he took refuge. After hiding in the cave for 8 hours, the mission was deemed a failure and he was automatically removed from the secret realm. The Nightmare difficulty proved too challenging, and Li Nan shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that his current level as an adventurer was still too low to face such formidable challenges. However, there was a silver lining. After repeatedly using the Thousand Thunder Shadows skill during the mission, its proficiency improved significantly and the skill level increased by 1 skill. Thousand Thunder Shadows tier, godlike skill level 2. At level 2, each Thunder Shadow clone would inherit 40% of the original strength, double that of level 1, where a clone only inherited 20%. This meant that the strength of each Thunder Shadow clone effectively doubled, as did the power of their Thunder Spear attacks. This enhancement was substantial. Li Nan's Thunder Shadow clones, having augmented his combat capabilities, were akin to enhancing his own strength. With such improvements, Li Nan felt confident that with a few more level-ups he could tackle the Nightmare difficulty. Over the next 5 days he refrained from challenging the Nightmare difficulty, as failure would squander valuable opportunities. Instead, he opted for missions he was sure of conquering at the hard difficulty level. During this steady process of tackling secret realms, Li Nan engaged in 10 hard difficulty missions, garnering a wealth of experience. Over this period his level rose to 24, name, Li Nan, occupation, deity keeper level, 24, 617% experience, strength, 140 agility, 150 constitution, 160 spirit, 180 skills, deity prison thunder spear multiple thunder shadows equipment passive skills, concealment increases by 100% at night, equipment passive skill, resurrection at death's door, watching. His attributes grow. Li Nan's lips curved into a smile. With my current abilities I should be able to clear the nightmare difficulty now. After clearing the secret realm 10 times, Li Nan reached level 24. He now possesses a spirit of 180, meaning he can cast more thunder spears and simultaneously summon 36 thunder shadow clones. These clones inherit 40% of his combat strength, making them much stronger than before. The most crucial point is that Li Nan has run the difficult mode 10 times, killing 20 goblin commanders. These goblin commanders are not ordinary monsters but bosses in the secret realm, along with the millennial tree spirits. The bosses he has killed have long exceeded 10. Li Nan smiled faintly. This meant that he had completed Zeus's task and could now acquire the third skill from Zeus in the deity prison. Without delay he immediately summoned 2 thunder shadow clones to guard him while he leaned against a rock, closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, quickly arriving at the dark, sunless deity prison. Inside the high walls of the prison all was silent, the mottled brick walls covered with ancient traces with only a few rays of sunlight struggling through the iron bars. I have fulfilled your request by killing 10 boss-level monsters, Li Nan said as he slowly walked into the prison, calmly looking at the deity Zeus trapped on the throne. Zeus lifted his head, his golden pupils emitting a bright light, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate all things in the world. Indeed, you have killed 10 bosses. As per our agreement, I shall grant you the third ability. He waved his hand calmly and a beam of golden light flew out from his sleeve. Li Nan caught the golden light and brilliant radiance immediately enveloped his entire body. Golden lines interwove across his limbs, finally transforming into countless rays of light that burrowed into his skin, altering his body. After a moment, congratulations were in order as he learned the skilled Purple Thunder Garment. This is my third skilled Purple Thunder Garment. Li Nan exhaled deeply, the details of the skill appearing before his eyes. Skill: Purple Thunder Garment. Rank: Godlike. Skill level 1, growable. Effect: consumes a certain amount of spirit to cover the body with the Purple Thunder Garment. During the enhancement period your constitution is increased tenfold and 50% of any damage is reflected. Description: Heavenly Garment, Earthly Garment, none are comparable to the Purple Thunder Garment. What a powerful skill! With this defensive skill, Purple Thunder Garment, Li Nan's constitution, currently at 160, would be increased to 1600 once enhanced. His defense would effectively increase tenfold. Moreover, the Purple Thunder Garment covers every inch of his skin, leaving no vulnerabilities, and it can reflect 50% of the damage back to the opponent after being injured. From a defensive perspective, this skill is overwhelmingly powerful. Clearly, among the god-level skills, the Purple Dawn Thunder Robe is stronger than the Thunderous Spear and the myriad Thunder Shadows. With this skill, even if I just stand still, reclassers or monsters below level 30 would hardly be able to hurt me. Moreover, as Li Nan's level increases, the effects of this skill will become even more formidable. If Li Nan's own physique reaches 1,000 inch, then the Purple Dawn Thunder Robe will boost it to 10,000. With the enhancement of attributes, the increase in physique will become even more terrifying in the future. Ha, I can tell you're happy, and I am too. Inside the prison, Zeus laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. Li Nan regained his composure and asked calmly, "Why are you happy?" Zeus explained, "In the divine prison, granting you 3 abilities will set the gods free again." Hearing this, Li Nan was somewhat astonished. So granting him 3 abilities would liberate the gods? Was this a good thing or a bad thing? Would the gods seek revenge after their liberation? The divine prison was too mysterious, and even Li Nan himself had not fully figured it out. Don't worry, my existence is not in this time and space. Although I would like to kill you, actually I am powerless to do so. Farewell, Li Nan, I hope you grow strong enough to break through time and space to come to my world, and then let us have a battle that lasts thousands of years. A flash of lightning glinted in Zeus's eyes. Subsequently, the shackles on his body made a clacking sound as the chains fell off. This third-generation god-king from ancient Greek mythology, the supreme deity who ruled over all things, the chief of the 12 Olympians, finally gained his freedom. He laughed aloud. His majestic body gradually vaporized into golden lightning, then this golden lightning swiftly flew out through the narrow window, leaving the divine prison. Zeus was gone. Lin felt somewhat emotional. After the reclassification ceremony, he had acquired 3 god-level abilities from Zeus, completely changing his life, and deep down he felt grateful to this deity. Then he shook his head, discarding those indecisive thoughts. Now was not the time to dwell on such things. The divine prison was vast and many gods were still imprisoned there. He could still become stronger. Lin tried to move deeper into the prison, heading towards cell number 2. Your level is too low, you need to be level 25 to enter room number 2. Even though he could see the corridor deep inside the prison, he couldn't step further as an invisible wall of air barred his way. Do I need to be level 25 to see the next deity? I'm already level 24, almost there. Lin didn't dwell on the matter here. Since he needed to be level 25 to encounter the next deity, he decided to return when he reached that level. With a thought, his consciousness began to plummet through the clouds. Upon awakening in the Black Cloud Mountains, Lin opened his eyes. It was early morning. The dawn light lifted the night's veil, revealing a brilliant sunrise. It was a beautiful day. He took a deep breath of fresh air. The scent of flowers mixed with the earth, invigorating his senses and elevating his mood. His eyes then focused on the gate to a mysterious realm. Around the bronze gate gathered hundreds of people, its once radiant glow now considerably dimmed. The wilderness of the secret realm was not permanent. It existed in this world only by drawing on mystical energies. Each time a realm shifter completed the realm, it consumed some of this energy. When the energy was depleted without replenishment, the realm would vanish. This goblin camp realm had existed in the Black Cloud Mountains for 6 or 7 days. Over these days, many realm shifters had continuously ventured within, collectively entering hundreds of times. Now, the realm's energy was nearly exhausted. With college entrance exams approaching, Lin knew he couldn't linger much longer. He planned to attempt the nightmare difficulty once before returning to Dong City. He constantly kept track of the time, intending to return to school for his talent awakening and then sit for the exams. Deciding this, Lin approached the gate and pushed open the bronze doors. The current realm challenge displayed: Goblin Camp, difficulty, Nightmare. The objective: eliminate all goblins within 8 hours. As soon as he entered the realm, Lin activated his purple thunder vestment. In the moment he used the skill, a thin layer of purple electricity surged from every pore, forming a majestic cloak of lightning around him. The garment crackled energetically, fitting perfectly to his body. The dazzling electric light made Lin incredibly conspicuous, and yet he felt no discomfort from the high-voltage electricity on his skin. In fact, it felt no different from wearing regular clothes. This was the power of the purple thunder vestment. Lin glanced down at his garment, quite pleased with its capabilities. Then he conjured a blue thunder spear in his hand. Now dressed in the purple thunder vestment and wielding the thunder spear, his entire being was enveloped in arcs of thunder with purple and blue currents intertwining. He looked every bit the true god of thunder. Whoever donned the purple thunder vestment had to stand out. Subtlety was not an option. The bright flashes of electricity were visible from a kilometer away, making concealment difficult. Even the enhanced stealth effects of the night set were useless. Thus, many goblin guards spotted Lin in the camp almost immediately. They blew their rallying horns, faces twisted with ferocity, shouting in their strange tongues, and charged towards him with weapons drawn. Lin stood his ground, neither dodging nor attacking, allowing the goblin guard's spears to thrust at his chest. The chilling spears whistled towards him, striking squarely against the purple thunder vestment. Then with a loud bang, the spearhead of the long spear shattered completely, while the Zixia thunder armor remained completely unscathed. Lin felt as if a mosquito had bitten his chest, causing a ticklish sensation. After activating the Zixia thunder armor, my physical strength increased tenfold, reaching 1600 points. The attacks from the goblin guards couldn't harm me in the slightest. Seeing his own spear broken, the goblin guard with the green nose was stunned, frozen in place. Lin did not hesitate and returned the favor with his own spear. The thunderous spear instantly pierced through the chest of the goblin guard, chilling him to the core. Killing the goblin guard granted me 15,000 experience points, far surpassing the experience from killing monsters on hard difficulty. More and more goblin guards gathered together, starting to form a legionary formation. Lin was fearless. Relying on his Zixia thunder armor and his high physical condition, he faced the numerous spear thrusts head-on. Then with his thunderous spear he wreaked havoc among the goblin guards. He swung his thunder spear non-stop, like a war god entering the enemy ranks, stabbing, slashing, cleaving, lifting. The goblin guards couldn't block him and many fell dead. What terrified the goblins even more was that they found their attacks were being reflected back at them. The more they attacked Li Nan, the more severe their injuries became. This was the reflective damage effect of the Zixia Thunder Armor. However, as the monsters on Nightmare difficulty had high attributes, as more and more goblin guards gathered, their attributes became increasingly strong. Li Nan's killing pace began to slow down. There was no helping it. Although the Zixia Thunder Armor was powerful, it did not increase Li Nan's attack power, and despite reflecting 50% of damage, it was still not enough. My solo killing efficiency was too slow. Li Nan pondered for a moment, then directly summoned 36 Thunder Shadow clones. It is important to note that the Thunder Shadow clones could also use skills, so each clone was able to release the Zixia Thunder Armor. 36 figures of Zixia Thunder Armor materialized like 36 Thors had appeared. There was no need for ranged attacks. Li Nan, along with a bunch of clones, charged into the enemy ranks, thoroughly engaging in the melee. The scene was chaotic. Everywhere was filled with the clashing sounds of metal weapons. Even though the Goblin Guards Legion received many buff enhancements, they still couldn't hurt Li Nan or his Thunder Shadow clones. Before long, the battle became one-sided. After all, the Goblin Legion dwindled in numbers, while Li Nan's side remained unscathed with no reduction in numbers. An hour later, Li Nan stood amidst piles of corpses, thrusting his thunderous spear, killing the last goblin of the Goblin Legion. In this battle, he had killed all the monsters of Nightmare difficulty in close combat alone. It was all thanks to the defense of the Zixia Thunder Armor. Previously, although the thunderous spear was incredibly powerful and dealt significant close combat damage, Li Nan's physical attributes were too low back then, defense as fragile as paper, and any mishap in close combat could lead to being instantly killed by the enemy. Now things were different. Li Nan could use the throwing form of the thunderous spear for long-range bombardment, as well as transform into a warrior to charge into enemy lines. Capable of both long-range and close combat, he was truly versatile. After defeating over 300 goblins, the ample experience gained allowed his level to increase. A holy light of leveling descended from the sky. Level 25, all four-dimensional attributes were significantly enhanced. Drawing his lightning spear, the final goblin fell dead. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Goblin Camp Nightmare difficulty secret realm. Time, 1 hour 10 minutes 52 seconds. Rating, SSS. Rewards are now being calculated based on your performance. You have earned 400,000 Alliance coins. Materials: Goblin Guard Teeth X 300, Goblin Commander's Hood, Superior Grade Spirit +5, Goblin Commander's Leg Armor, Superior Grade Spirit +5, Goblin Commander's Boots, Superior Grade Spirit +5, and a special reward, Random Pet Egg. Goblin Commander set is now complete with 5/5 pieces. The rewards for clearing the Nightmare difficulty are substantial. Not only has the amount of Alliance coins doubled, but the Goblin Commander set is also fully collected. Previously, the Knight set he wore was quite good until level 20, but after reaching level 20, the attribute bonuses were somewhat low. Having reached level 25, Li Nan could completely switch to a new set of armor. This Goblin Commander set came just at the right time. He wondered about the set's attributes. Putting on the Goblin Commander set, its set effect activated. Base set bonus, plus 25 Spirit 5-piece set bonus, passive skill. Acquired, Fountain of Spirit. Fountain of Spirit, the wearer's thoughts flow like a spring, doubling spirit power. A simple and brutal set ability. Li Nan was thrilled. The attribute he relied on the most was Spirit, and the Goblin Commander set allowed for an exponential increase in Spirit. Name, Li Nan. Profession, Divinity Imprisoner. Level, 25, 7% experience, Strength, 150 Agility, 160 Constitution, 170 Spirit, 410 Skills. Divine Prison Thundering Spear, Myriad Thunder Shadows, Purple Thunder Garment. Equipment passive skill, Fountain of Spirit. Equipment passive skill, Revival on the verge of death. Now Li Nan's spirit attribute reached 410 points, far surpassing his other attributes. This meant he could summon 82 Thunder Shadow clones in one go. By simple calculations based on previous consumption of spirit when releasing skills, he should be able to condense 20 Thundering Spears in a short time, and the Purple Thunder Garment could last over 20 hours. The Goblin Commander set was clearly very suitable for Li Nan. After clearing the Nightmare difficulty of the secret realm, Li Nan was teleported back to the valley in the Black Cloud Mountains. As soon as he returned, the secret realm emitted a soft golden glow. Within a 20-kilometer radius, all the class changers simultaneously received a message. Congratulations to Li Nan for being the first to clear the Goblin Camp Nightmare difficulty. What's this? The first clear trumpet for the Nightmare difficulty had sounded. The first person to clear this secret realm was Li Nan. The transferees stationed here were all captivated by the piece of news, their eyes fixed unanimously on Li Nan, who had just returned via teleportation. Li Nan was truly formidable. It was already impressive enough to clear the Nightmare difficulty, but he did it solo. The gap between people is even greater than that between humans and dogs. Here I am, still teaming up for the normal difficulty. Li Nan hadn't expected that the first transferee to clear the Nightmare difficulty would broadcast it to everyone around. Now, there was no way to keep a low profile. Everyone present was of a high level and understood just how difficult it was to solo the Nightmare dungeon. They all recognized the true value of Li Nan's success. Many transferees gathered around him, their attitudes even more enthusiastic. "Boss Li, please take me with you. I am the CEO of Jin Gong Group. Would you join us? Our guild is very strong. Handsome, can we take a photo together?" Li Nan's prowess had conquered all the transferees present. If he had more time, he actually wouldn't mind taking some transferees to explore the dungeons and make some friends along the way. However, he had been in the Heiyun mountain range for many days. The college entrance examination was about to begin. The importance of this exam was self-evident. It was a pivotal moment in the lives of thousands of students, a crossroad of fate. Li Nan too had to take it seriously. Without a profound family background, he needed to score well in the exams to attend the top-ranked Mingyue University. "Sorry everyone, I must rush back to Dong City." With those words, Li Nan left the valley without looking back. The crowd watched his departing figure, starting to speculate among themselves. "This Li Nan seems in a hurry. Is something big happening in Dong City? Big event? The only recent big event is the National College Entrance Exam. Could it be that this Li Nan is still a high school student? He's so young. He very likely is a high school student." Everyone reached this shocking conclusion, too stunned to speak. It turned out that this young man who could solo the Nightmare difficulty was just a barely adult high school student. Achieving so much at such a young age, what would happen if he were to develop further over the years? Amidst the crowd's astonishment stood Chao Jian from Yinchuei Group. He was not surprised by Li Nan's capabilities. Instead, he scoffed derisively. "These days, Li Nan has cleared the dungeon at least 10 times, mostly on hard difficulty. He probably has over 1 million in alliance coins by now, not to mention other valuable items." Chao Jian's bespectacled subordinate chimed in. "Director Chao is truly brilliant. Although Li Nan is formidable, he's still just one person wandering around Heiyun mountain range with over 1 million in cash, virtually a walking fat sheep." Chao Jian smiled and said, "What of a genius? Young people just out of school are still too naive. He needs to learn some lessons." "Has Zhang Tao arrived at Heiyun mountain range yet?" The bespectacled subordinate immediately replied. "Zhang Tao has already arrived with his team at Heiyun mountain range, ready to intercept Li Nan at any time." Chao Jian nodded in satisfaction. "Good, tell Zhang Tao he can make his move." Li Nan trekked through the mountain range, a large black bag strapped to his back. The bag was filled with materials from thousands of monsters, along with 25 million in cash. Without any spatial storage tools, he had no choice but to carry the loot himself. Glancing back at the bulging sack, he felt a sense of helplessness. He knew that in the lawless Black Cloud Mountains, carrying such an obvious load could attract the wrong kind of attention, but what other choice did he have? Before coming to the Black Cloud Mountains, Li Nan had no money to buy any spatial storage items. Even though he had the money now, there were no shops in these primitive woods, and he would have to return to Dong City to purchase the necessary storage items. Before long, the worst-case scenario unfolded. 3 hours after leaving the mystical realm, as Li Nan stopped by a stream to drink some water, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. A red throwing knife, clear as red coral and faster than the speed of sound, flew towards him. There was no time to react. The knife struck Li Nan in the back, piercing through his body and shattering his heart. He felt his blood dyeing the clear stream red. This mission was too easy. Zhang Tao laughed as he emerged from the woods, dressed in a dark blue hoodie, his figure slim and his gaze sharp, holding a red throwing knife. Beside him stood 10 level 20 repositioners. Minister Chao said this guy was a genius. "I thought he was someone formidable, but Brother Zhang took him down with a single strike." Just kidding, our brother Zhang is a level 40 repositioner, slaughtering lower level repositioners as easily as slicing vegetables. Minister Chao said this kid had at least 1 million in cash on him. We're going to make a fortune. Enough talk, grab that bag and let's head back to Dong City to find some models to party with at the KTV and massage parlors. One of the repositioners, his hair dyed blonde, eagerly ran to Li Nan's corpse to grab the backpack. Suddenly, a dazzling thunder spear thrust upward from below, piercing straight through the stomach of the blonde-haired repositioner. What, you're not dead? The blonde-haired repositioner spat out a mouthful of blood, shocked that Zhang Tao's sneak attack on a level 25 repositioner hadn't killed him. Kicking the blonde's body away, Li Nan wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up again, facing Zhang Tao and the others. You want to kill me? How is that possible? I saw him get pierced by the flying knife. Why isn't he dead? What's going on? The group was utterly confused. This young man named Li Nan had not only survived Zhang Tao's knife but had also managed to kill one of their companions. Little did they know Li Nan had indeed faced a life-and-death crisis just moments before. Zhang Tao's red flying knife was too fast and its attack too powerful, giving Li Nan no chance to activate his purple sky thunder armor. Fortunately, he was wearing a tree spirit crown. The spirit tree crown is an item dropped by a 1,000-year-old spirit tree, which when its bearer is on the brink of death automatically activates a life-stealing ability to restore the wearer to their peak condition. However, this effect can only be used once before the item shatters. As Li Nan's spirit tree crown cracked, the wounds from the sneak attack healed completely. I really almost died, he thought, feeling immensely relieved. It was fortunate that he had obtained such an item from defeating the 1,000-year-old spirit tree. You indeed have treasures on you. You didn't die even after taking a direct hit from my flying dagger. But, dead or not, the outcome will be the same, Zhang Tao sneered, tilting his chin up with an air of superiority. Indeed, Zhang Tao was a level 40 career changer, and even if he didn't succeed in killing with one strike, he could continue attacking. Meanwhile, although Li Nan was unmatched among those of the same level, he had only just reached level 25. The gap between their levels was vast. If Li Nan were to take another hit from the red flying dagger without a second spirit tree crown, he would still die. Li Nan, I'll give you a chance, Zhang Tao casually said as he threaded his finger through the ring of his flying dagger, making it spin. Put down your backpack, then kowtow 3 times to me and I'll spare your life. Spare my life? Li Nan frowned. He had already killed one of Zhang Tao's companions. How could his opponent possibly spare him? A brief consideration made it clear. Zhang Tao likely wanted to humiliate him first, saving the effort of seizing the treasure, and then kill him when he was off guard. Li Nan had already used a scouting spell to see his opponent's basic information. Zhang Tao, level 40 daggersman. In the Eastern market, a level 40 career changer was a formidable figure capable of being a leader in a small organization. Even the principal of Eastern Market First High School, Wang Desui, was only level 50. Facing someone of Zhang Tao's caliber, even if Li Nan wore his purple thunder armor, it would be difficult to withstand the opponent's attacks, let alone escape from his hands. This was a life or death situation, and Li Nan did not want to die, thus his opponent had to. You all kowtow 3 times to me and lay all your valuables on the ground and I will spare your lives. Li Nan mimicked his opponent's tone, responding coldly. Upon hearing this, everyone from the Yunshui group, including Zhang Tao, was stunned. This level 25 young man was completely defying the natural order, asking us to kowtow? We have a level 40 career changer here and you're just level 25, not even realizing what you're saying. This Li Nan must be insane, laughable, standing at death's door yet still so bold, thinking he's invincible just because he killed a level 20 career changer? Let's kill him quickly. The members of the Yunshui group exchanged looks and, except for Zhang Tao, all rushed forward together. Fireballs, swords, mini tornadoes, a variety of colorful attacks followed. Li Nan stood calmly in place, slowly opening his palms. From the center of his hand, the thundering spear's lightning flashed brilliantly. The blue arcs of thunder were even more dazzling than the attacks raining down on him, and his purple thunder armor also draped over his body. Witnessing the transformation of Li Nan, the assailants from Yunshui Corporation all displayed expressions of shock. What kind of ability is that? Never seen it before. It looks very powerful. Such cool thunder armor. Li Nan's abilities were all of the super god tier, whereas the skills of these henchmen were mostly of common or excellent tiers. Abilities were classified into common, excellent, king, emperor, mythic god, and beyond god tier. The latter had already surpassed the levels of skills thought possible by ordinary people, far beyond their understanding. The disparity in skill tiers was like heaven and earth, not at all on the same level. With just their bare eyes, one could see the extraordinary nature of Li Nan's abilities. that was why they were so terrified. A fear of facing him as an enemy unwittingly arose within them. Unfortunately, by the time the henchmen of Yunshui Corporation realized this, it was too late. Behind Li Nan, 82 Thunder Shadow clones suddenly appeared, each wielding a thunder spear and draped in the purple thunder robe. "Kill them," commanded Li Nan, thrusting his thunder spear forward. The 82 Thunder Shadow clones, like soldiers commanded by their general, surged forward in a massive onslaught. Li Nan, who could be considered invincible among his peers, naturally endowed his Thunder Shadow clones with formidable combat abilities. Even the nightmare-level goblin guards couldn't withstand them, let alone mere level 20-plus job changers. In less than half a minute, all the henchmen from Yunshui Corporation, except for Zhang Tao, lay dead on the ground, turned into corpses. Divine Incarcerator. I've remembered now, you're the one rumored to have acquired an SSS tier profession. Watching Li Nan slaughter all around, Zhang Tao suddenly realized the recent rumors, yet even faced with 82 Thunder Shadow clones, Zhang Tao didn't retreat but licked his lips, instead laughing. Your combat power is strong. The rumors of SSS tier are true. It's a pity such a talent will fall by my hand today. Killing a genius must feel very satisfying. No sooner had he finished speaking than the red dagger in his hand struck again. Its speed was unbelievably fast. Li Nan could hardly see the trajectory of the flying dagger, only managing to catch glimpses of red afterimages forming chaotic lines in the air. By the time he reacted, all 82 of Li Nan's clones had been killed, dissipating into flashes of electricity in the air. Powerful, this is the might of a level 40 job changer. He was shocked. Indeed, Li Nan had always known how significant the gap in levels could be. In the race against time and combat, a slight advantage in attributes due to a one-level difference could be enough to kill an opponent. Li Nan relied on his super god tier abilities like the Thunder Spear, the multiple Thunder Shadows, and the purple Thunder Robe to compensate for many level disparities, which allowed him to level up in outdoor training and kill higher-level enemies in the Black Cloud Mountains. Now facing a 15-level difference, relying on skills alone was becoming difficult to bridge the gap. I admit your clones are indeed very strong, each capable of easily crushing peer job changers. For me, these clones are mere ants, easily crushable. Let me tell you the truth. Both my agility and strength exceed 2,000. What do you have to fight against me with? Zhang Tao looked at Li Nan with a smirk, his eyes filled with disdain. The higher the level, the more experience needed to level up, but the benefit is that the attribute bonuses become significantly higher. After level 30, the attribute bonuses from leveling up for job changers are terrifying. This is why the gap is so vast. Zhang Tao's level is much higher, and just with his 4-dimensional attributes, he can easily overwhelm Li Nan. On the surface, it seemed that Li Nan was in a dire situation. Zhang Tao, you've pushed me to use a powerful item. You should feel proud, Li Nan said calmly as he confidently pulled out a golden horn from his pocket. This was a mighty trophy from the first secret realm he conquered. He puffed his cheeks and blew the horn, and instantly complex golden mystical runes appeared in circles on the ground around him. The item was the legendary goblin horn, classified as an item of king grade quality, capable of summoning a level 40 goblin king boss that would obey his commands for 5 minutes. A flash of golden light from the mystical runes, and a 10-meter-tall goblin king appeared. It was clad in shiny armor, a golden crown atop its head, and a 4-meter-long greatsword hung at its waist, exuding an imposing aura. This was the boss-level monster, the Goblin King, showcasing the demeanor of a true ruler. This. Zhang Tao looked up at the Goblin King, utterly stunned. The 10-meter-tall Goblin King towered like a giant, looking down at Zhang Tao, who now seemed no more significant than an ant. Impossible! Zhang Tao's eyes filled with fear. You can't possibly possess such a king-grade item. Nothing is impossible, Li Nan said relaxedly from behind the Goblin King, then commanded, kill him. Upon receiving his master's orders, the Goblin King stretched out its robust arm and drew the great sword from its waist. The force of drawing the sword was so powerful that it whipped up a violent wind, scattering the leaves on the trees around them. Seeing the terrifying great sword coming towards him, Zhang Tao was so frightened that he almost jumped up, hastily controlling his red flying knives to block it. Clang! A harsh sound rang out as the flying knives collided with the great sword, sparking intense friction. The blast of air rolled over, kicking up clouds of dust. Both parties possessed strength over 2,000, so the impact of their clash even killed some birds in mid-flight with its shockwave. Li Nan's ears also started bleeding. How powerful? Who will win? At that moment, Li Nan ignored the injury to his ears and watched the entire battle process closely. The Goblin King roared, and its initially black greatsword turned a vivid red, clearly enhanced by magic, becoming even more powerful. With one slash, the fierce force split Zheng Tao's red flying knives in two. My flying knives! Zheng Tao's mouth gaped open, heartbroken. As a flying knife expert, his knives were the foundation of his strength, and now that they were destroyed, his power had been reduced to less than a third of what it used to be. The Goblin King had received orders to kill Zheng Tao, and he didn't stop even after his flying dagger was destroyed. With a swift horizontal slash, the heavy sword created a roaring gust of wind. Without the protection of the flying dagger, Zheng Tao had no choice but to clumsily block with his arm. As expected, his arm, along with his upper body, was cleaved in two, scattering organs and blood across the ground. Zheng Tao was dead. At level 40, a boss-level monster is definitely much more formidable than a career changer, not to mention the flying dagger class. A B-level profession simply did not have the potential to defeat a boss of the same level. This outcome was entirely within Li Nan's expectations. Indeed, it was a king-tier item that summoned the Goblin King, proving to be incredibly powerful. Li Nan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. This battle had shown him the terrifying nature of high-level combat. The Goblin King's casual sword swings generated powerful air currents, clashing with Zheng Tao's flying daggers and even killing many birds, causing Li Nan, who was hiding at a distance, to bleed from his ears. If such a strike were to hit him, he would have met a fate even worse than Zheng Tao's. Li Nan knew his own level and strength were far from sufficient. In the small city of East Market, there were many career changers at level 40, but nationally and globally on the Blue Planet, those exceeding level 40 were far too numerous. Thus, he knew he had to work much harder. The duration of the Goblin King was only 5 minutes. Once the time was up, the giant boss-level monster vanished without a trace. The legendary Goblin Horn, the item that had summoned him, also turned to ash and dispersed with the wind. Such a valuable treasure used up so quickly, Li Nan lamented, shaking his head. Faced with Zheng Tao, he had no choice but to use his trump card, otherwise the only path left for him was death. Fortunately, there were some things that could compensate for his loss. The assets of Yunshui Corporation exceeded billions, and even the thugs carried items of considerable value. Afterwards, Li Nan began searching the corpses on the ground, collecting all the valuable items into his bag. In total, he found 2 million in cash and several items that restored health points. There were also many materials from the monsters worth at least 100,000, and then a space storage bracelet. From Zheng Tao's body, Li Nan found a silver bracelet engraved with intricate patterns and embedded with gems. It was indeed a space storage bracelet. Li Nan had always been vexed that he didn't possess such a valuable item and had been planning to buy one upon returning to East Market. He hadn't expected to acquire one for free from Zheng Tao now. Upon a cursory inspection, he was thrilled to discover that the internal space of this space storage bracelet was a massive 100 cubic meters. Given that space storage items were costly, typically priced at 100,000 alliance coins per cubic meter, this meant the bracelet was worth 10 million alliance coins. Zheng Tao, a level 40 career changer, possessed such a treasure. Haha, I'll gladly accept this, Li Nan said, satisfied as he slipped the space storage bracelet onto his wrist. No matter if it's in a hidden realm or the wilderness, similar space storage items are needed. Owning this bracelet not only allows one to store items but also ensures that food and other survival items never spoil. The only thing it cannot store is living creatures. Everything else can be kept inside. Li Nan set his heavy backpack down on the ground and transferred all the monster materials and cash into the space storage bracelet. He comfortably twisted his stiff shoulders, feeling unbelievably light without the weight. He also picked up Zheng Tao's damaged red throwing knife and placed it in the bracelet. Although it was cleaved by the Goblin King, the metal used to craft the knife was expensive and could still fetch a decent sum of money. Finally, Li Nan retraced his steps and spent a day leaving the Heian mountain range. He arrived at Dong City Lu Jin Street and entered the Night Cloud shop. Li Nan emptied all the monster materials and equipment from his space storage bracelet. The charming shop owner's eyes lit up at the sight. So much. It had been 10 days, yet she still remembered Li Nan's handsome face, leaving a deep impression on her. She was amazed that this handsome man had managed to collect so much in such a short time. She extended her delicate white fingers, smiling as she counted the items, all the while curiously observing Li Nan. The total value of the monster materials and equipment was 140,000 Union coins, and the damaged throwing knife was worth 60,000 Union coins. Unfortunately, had the knife been intact, it could have fetched more than 10 times that amount. No matter, that's the price. Then Li Nan said straightforwardly. In total 200,000 Union coins were transferred into his bank account. The shop owner happily processed the transaction. Now Li Nan had nearly 5 million Union coins in his possession, making him a true millionaire. To ordinary people, having this much money would already be considered a great success. Even if he didn't spend this money and just left it in the bank, it would earn at least 200,000 a year in interest. For someone undergoing a job change, this was no small fortune. He needed 500,000 Union coins to awaken his talent, and now he could fully afford it. Clenching his fist, Li Nan took out his phone to contact Principal Wang Desui, preparing to awaken his talent. Meanwhile, in Dong City at the Yunshui Group headquarters on the 28th floor, a lavish office was the scene of sudden turmoil. Chao Jian rushed into the office exclaiming, "Chairman Sun, something terrible has happened. Zhang Tao is dead." Zhang Tao went to the Heiyun mountain range and he's dead? The bald man in the office chair, supporting his chin with both hands, wore a grim expression. The Yunshui Group had 10 level 40 career changers and 1,000 above level 20. Zhang Tao's death was a significant loss to the company. Chao Jian explained the whole situation. After listening, Chairman Sun Yunqing questioned with doubt, "Are you suggesting that Zhang Tao was killed by a level 25 career changer?" Chao Jian, wiping his sweat, stammered, "Yes, that seems to be the case." "Impossible. There's a world of difference between level 25 and level 40. Sun Yunqing was furious, his fist slamming down heavily on the desk. "Zhang Tao must have been killed by that man named Li Nan through some cunning scheme. I can't believe otherwise." Chao Jian respectfully placed a document on the desk. "This is Li Nan's information, please have a look." "Chairman." Sun Yunqing propped his legs on the desk, flipping through the documents. "Li Nan, a student at Dongsher First High School. Good, no family background. Daring to kill someone from our Yunshui Group, I will make him pay." In the principal's office of Dongsher First High School, Principal Wang Desui greeted Li Nan with a smile. Casually casting a detection spell, he immediately discerned Li Nan's current level. "You've reached level 25 after just a few days in the Heiyun mountain range." Wang Desui was astonished. He never expected that Li Nan, this young fellow, would rise so many levels just from one trip to the mountain range. Among his peers, level 25 was already quite high. After all, at this age the average high school student typically ranged from level 5 to 10, even those from wealthy, influential families were only around level 20. For an ordinary person like Li Nan, without any background, to catch up in such a short time was remarkable. By level alone, he was now on par with those influential youths, keeping up with the first tier of his peers. Truly impressive. "It's all thanks to Uncle Wang's map and advice that my trip to the Heiyun mountain range was so fruitful," Li Nan said respectfully and pleasantly. Hearing this, Wang Desui was quite pleased, his smile growing even wider. "Ha, my advice might have saved you some detours, but leveling up depends solely on you. Tomorrow the college entrance exams begin and you've come to see me at this time. Don't tell me you want to undergo the talent awakening?" Li Nan nodded. "Yes, Uncle Wang, I'm now level 25 and undergoing talent awakening will help me boost my strength before the exams." "Very good," Wang Desui said joyfully. "It's great that you seize any opportunity to enhance your strength. However, the awakening stone cannot be used at just any time. After the job transfer ceremony, the awakening stones across the country will be sealed in warehouses as per the Education Bureau's regulations to preserve the stone's energy. Moreover, they are guarded by individuals above level 50, and intruders are dealt with harshly, so it can only be used again next semester. Even though you've broken through level 20, there's no chance for talent awakening now. If you want to awaken your talent, you must wait until the next school term or do it after entering university." "So that's the case? What a pity." Li Nan sighed. Wang Desui chuckled, then with a twist in his voice added, "Ha, don't be discouraged. As the principal, I can pull some strings and let you undergo talent awakening today." Wang Desui, as the principal of Dongsher First High School, had the authority to mobilize the awakening stone. Additionally, the powerful guardian of the awakening stone was actually a subordinate of Wang Desui, so Wang Desui wasn't lying when he said he could give Li Nan a backdoor entry. However, this came with certain risks. If their actions were discovered, Wang Desui could face severe criticism from the higher-ups at the Dongsher Education Bureau, or even demotion. But for Wang Desui, the risk was worth taking because he believed in his student Li Nan. As long as Li Nan achieved a high rank in the college entrance exams and got into a top national university, not only would it bring glory to Dongsher's First High School, but Wang Desui himself would also have a chance for a significant promotion thanks to Li Nan. Li Nan, the cost of the awakening stone is 500,000 alliance coins, which is a substantial amount. I know your family is going through financial difficulties, so I have taken care of it, Wang Desui said generously. Thank you, Uncle Wang, Li Nan replied, his eyes lighting up as he bowed respectfully. Anyone would be a fool to pass up saving 500,000 alliance coins. At the school warehouse, Li Nan and Wang Desui entered the neatly maintained interior. The awakening stone is locked behind 10 layers of metal doors, and I am the only one who knows the password. Just give me a moment, Wang Desui said as he opened a secret room and began adjusting the password. Okay, replied Li Nan, turning around to give him privacy. Soon all 10 metal doors opened, revealing the crystal and mesmerizingly luminous awakening stone. The last time at the job change ceremony, it was because of this stone that Li Nan's fate was altered, earning him an SSS rank profession. This time he was about to touch the stone again to awaken his professional talent. Li Nan, I must remind you, professional talents are varied and numerous. According to records from Xia country, there are tens of thousands of talents, some good and some bad. If you end up with a less favorable or even detrimental talent, do not be discouraged, Wang Desui advised Li Nan in a gentle tone. Li Nan nodded, solemnly aware of this fact. Professional talents were merely auxiliary to one's career. They did not determine everything. The most crucial factor was oneself. Now, place your hand on the awakening stone. The process is the same as the job change ceremony. The stone will automatically bestow a professional talent upon you, Wang Desui said, looking at Li Nan with a mix of hope and anxiety. He hoped that Li Nan would not receive a talent that would waste his SSS rank profession. Li Nan took a deep breath to calm his nerves. Whatever professional talent I receive now, let's see. He extended his arm and touched the awakening stone. For a long moment, the awakening stone remained inert. The warehouse was silent, as if nothing had happened at all. Uncle Wang, the awakening stone shows no reaction. Li Nan stared at the awakening stone in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. For any class changer, once they reach level 20, whether good or bad, they almost always awaken a professional talent. But this time, it seemed there was an exception. You didn't gain any professional talent? Wang Desui was also shocked and quickly asked. No professional talent at all, none. The awakening stone simply had no reaction. Li Nan pulled back his hand and shook his head. What's going on, Wang? Desui stroked his chin thoughtfully, then said regretfully, I guess you might be a talentless one. Talentless? Li Nan was puzzled. That's right, a talentless person is a class changer who cannot acquire any professional talents. Such individuals are very rare, perhaps 1 in 100 million class changers. No scientist can explain the reason because the proportion is too low. Wang Desui felt a bit sorry that Li Nan was a talentless individual. Li Nan also felt a wave of disappointment in his heart. After all, he already possessed an SSS grade profession. If he could obtain a good professional talent, he would definitely be a top-tier character in the future. But now, without any professional talent, it was as if he was inherently behind others in the race. The two were silent, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Wang Desui broke the silence first, trying to comfort him. Li Nan, actually, if you think about it from another angle, this could also be a good thing. A good thing? Li Nan scratched his head, confused about how lacking a professional talent could be seen as something positive. Wang Desui continued, you know, professional talents can be good or bad. Strong talents like defense break expert can ignore 50% of an opponent's defense in battle, but don't forget there are many bad talents too. Thunderstruck physique, snail speed, source of aversion, lustful physique. These talents are bad for most class changers. You now own an SSS grade profession, which is already quite good. If you had obtained one of these bad talents, that would have been terrible, wouldn't it? Although you are talentless, you still have an SSS grade profession, which puts you far ahead of many others. Upon hearing this, Li Nan, who was initially somewhat dejected, showed a thoughtful expression. That's right, so what if I didn't obtain a talent? Could it be that just because I lack a professional talent I should give up and think I can never catch up with others? Impossible, even without a professional talent. He is still an SSS grade divine custodian. In the future he would still be able to shine brilliantly in Xia country, Blue Star, and even across the entire solar system and Milky Way. Thank you, Uncle Wang, I understand your point. I won't be upset about this. Even if I didn't gain a professional talent, I will still achieve good results in my exams. At this moment Li Nan's heart was firm. Very good. Wang Desui was pleased that Li Nan could think this way. With your current abilities, you still have a great chance of getting into one of the top 5 universities in the nation. Across the nation there are 5 renowned universities, namely Nanhai University, Kunlun University, Chongming University, Tsinghua University and Mingyue University. These institutions are immensely rich in educational resources, with the minimum qualification for teaching staff being level 70 transfer professionals. Each of these universities nurtures the future pillars of Xiagua, and as such, the national government allocates over $1 trillion in funds annually to support them, of course. There is a hierarchy even among these elite institutions. Mingyue University stands at the pinnacle, attracting the most attention and is undisputedly the top university in Xiagua. Despite its limited annual intake of just over 2,000 students, half of the trillion in national funding is allocated to Mingyue University alone. The reason can be traced back to a single individual. Wang Chen, the strongest person on Blue Star and an alumnus of Mingyue University, Li Nan has admired Wang Chen. From a young age, this invincible figure had saved Blue Star and billions of humans during numerous planetary crises. Thus, he aspires to walk the same halls that Wang Chen once did at Mingyue University. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I know you're aiming for Mingyue University, but the other universities are also excellent, said Wang Desui with a smile. For instance, your sister was admitted to Nanhai University, which boasts strong faculty members and countless marine mysteries. It's also a great choice. While he said this, deep down the principal still hoped that Li Nan could secure a place at Mingyue University. His intention was simply to alleviate some of the pressure that might adversely affect Li Nan's performance during the exams. Rest assured, Uncle Wang, I will do my best, Li Nan replied, after which they continued their conversation for a while. That evening, as he returned home, Li Nan did not rest. The National College entrance exam was the next day, and though he lacked innate professional talents, he still had a chance to enhance his strength. The divine prison of the deities had already seen the departure of Zeus the deity from cell number 1, and now Li Nan, precisely at level 25, was eligible for cell number 2. After a simple wash, he lay in bed and closed his eyes, curious about which deity awaited in cell number 2 of the divine prison. Walking past the first cell where Zeus had vanished, leaving only a throne behind, Li Nan encountered no barriers this time. Holding a torch, its orange flames flickering, he approached the iron bars of cell number 2. To his astonishment, it was him. Under the bright torchlight, a beardless, furry-faced monkey appeared. Unlike ordinary monkeys, this one wore a phoenix-feathered golden crown, a tiger-skin skirt, cloud-stepping boots, and wielded the Rui Jingu Bang. He was none other than the legendary and widely known Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. Li Nan was instantly shocked. As a child, he had always admired Sun Wukong, the monkey brave enough to cause uproar in the heavenly palace and undertake the journey to the west. You finally arrived, said Sun Wukong, sitting casually on a rock, legs crossed, biting into a peach that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, his tone relaxed and carefree. You know me? Li Nan blinked in surprise. Li Nan, the keeper of the divine prison, was puzzled. Just a few days ago, for some unknown reason, he was teleported here and information about this place flooded his mind. He hadn't known that the great sage Sun Wukong was imprisoned here. I apologize for the intrusion, Li Nan said, feeling sorry as he did not wish for Sun Wukong to be trapped here. No worries, Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly, tossing aside a pink peach he held. This place is much more comfortable than the Supreme Old Lord's alchemy furnace. It's not a big deal. After all, I've become the fighting Buddha. There's nothing much for me to do all day. Being here is quite refreshing. Sun Wukong walked over to a metal bar and said, I know the rules here. If you want to gain my powers, you must satisfy 3 conditions, 1 for each power. Li Nan felt a surge of excitement at the thought. Sun Wukong was a figure he had admired since childhood. With abilities like the 72 transformations, somersault cloud powers to shake heaven and earth, fiery eyes, and multiple limbs, gaining even 3 of these would be incredible. Li Nan certainly preferred Sun Wukong over Zeus. Great sage, what is the first condition? Li Nan couldn't help but ask immediately. The first condition is simple, Sun Wukong said with a smile. Solo defeat a hell-level secret realm boss and you'll gain 1 of my powers. A hell-level boss? That didn't sound simple at all. Li Nan had managed to clear nightmare-level challenges in the Black Cloud Mountains, but hell-level was notoriously difficult. The monsters in hell-level had their numbers and attributes quadrupled, a daunting challenge indeed. Even Li Nan doubted he could solo a boss of the same level on hell difficulty. Perhaps only a team could stand a chance. Well boy, how about it? Will you try? Sun Wukong asked, eyeing Li Nan playfully. Li Nan, not wanting to show weakness in front of the great sage, clenched his teeth and declared, let's do it, who's afraid? Haha, that's the spirit. Sun Wukong laughed heartily and then sat back on a rock, enjoying the fruits. On the table, no rush in tackling the hell difficulty. I quite like it here, so take your time, let old Sun stay here a bit longer. The Western paradise is spacious but dull with the Buddha. The deities here are ones I've never met before, perfect for a good chat to relieve boredom. Li Nan admired Sun Wukong's carefree spirit deeply. Back in cell number 1, Zeus, who was also imprisoned here, could hardly contain his hatred towards Li Nan, but Sun Wukong seemed to rather enjoy his time here. The next day, June 7, the entire eastern city and even the nation of Xia focused their attention on the annual university entrance examinations. Unlike previous years, all candidates had to pass through a portal to a vast secret location where the exams were held under the strictest confidentiality. Anyone found leaking information, regardless of their status, would be executed instantly. This year, the number of candidates sitting for the college entrance examination who are transferring jobs has reached a staggering 130 million, an increase of 20 million from last year. The competition has intensified. In Li Nan's previous life, there were only about 10 million candidates, but the number here is astonishingly high. After a moment of reflection, Li Nan realized it made sense. With Xia country's vast territory spanning 90 million square kilometers and a total population of 17 billion, over 100 million candidates is not surprising. Outside the gates of Dongsher First High School, a long queue of college entrance examination candidates and their parents gathered waiting to enter the school's teleportation portal. Go for it, Xiao Liang, son, don't be nervous, just do as usual, one parent encouraged. After your exams, Dad will take you on a trip. May, our family's hopes are all pinned on you, another said. Many parents were there cheering on the candidates, creating a lively scene. The ringing of his phone interrupted the atmosphere. It was his sister Li Wan. Xiao Nen, you need to stay calm during the exam, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you don't get into Mingyue University, you can still go to our Nanhai University, then your sister can introduce you to some pretty seniors with nice figures. You'd be lucky, sis. This is not the time for jokes, Li Nan replied, somewhat amused yet exasperated. How could his sister still think about matchmaking at such a time? I'm doing this for your own good. You need to carry on the family lineage, Li Wan said earnestly. Alright, I'm about to line up for the examination hall, we'll talk after I'm done, Li Nan said, ending the call and placing his phone in a basket held by the examination hall staff. Suddenly, a humming noise filled the air as a silver-white hovercraft descended from the sky. This was a B-7 class hovercraft capable of flying over 5,000 km per hour, equipped with aerial laser weapons that could annihilate transferees up to level 50. Immediately, hundreds of police officers surrounded the hovercraft. All candidates and parents stepped aside, their eyes fixed on the vehicle, curious about who might be inside such an impressive machine. When the cabin door opened, a bald man stepped out. Holy smokes, that bald guy is our Dongsher's Deputy Mayor Lu Zipping, someone exclaimed. Deputy Mayor Lu, a level 70 transferee and a real VIP, was indeed an impressive figure. The crowd buzzed with excitement, curiosity and admiration. For most people present, ordinary citizens, such figures were usually only seen on TV or mobile phones. Deputy Mayor Lu, we didn't expect you to supervise our school's exam this year, Wang Desui scurried over, his demeanor extremely deferential. Lu Zipping's expression remained calm, barely glancing at Wang Desui, but instead he asked, I heard your school has an SSS grade transferee. Taken aback for a moment, Wang Desui then replied with a hint of pride, yes, that's right, he's a candidate this year named Li Nan. Lu Zipping's initially indifferent expression softened in an instant, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he laughed and said, Li Nan, haha, an SSS tier candidate in our East City? Where is he now? Wang Desui quickly located Li Nan among the crowd and brought him over, introducing Li Nan. This is our Vice Mayor of East City, Mr. Lu Zipping. Vice Mayor Lu, this is Li Nan. Respectfully, Li Nan greeted. Hello, Vice Mayor Lu. Lu Zipping scrutinized Li Nan, inadvertently using an inspection technique on him. The job transfer ceremony was just over 10 days ago, and you've already reached level 25. Truly worthy of an SSS tier profession, Lu Zipping was quite pleased with Li Nan, and with a grand gesture exclaimed, Li Nan, no need for you to queue. Come with me through the special passage to the college entrance exam. First High School, being one of East City's college entrance exam teleportation points, was swamped with candidates. Each channel had tens of thousands of people queuing. But thanks to Vice Mayor Lu Zipping's favorite, Li Nan was spared the long wait. Following closely behind Lu Zipping, he directly approached the exam teleportation point. Who is That student following the famous Vice Mayor Liu? I'm so jealous, we have to queue and wait for an hour, some murmured as they watched. Smiling, Liu Zipping said to Li Nan, "This is the teleportation point for the college entrance exam venue. Don't be afraid, follow me in." Li Nan nodded and honestly followed Liu Zipping, stepping into the brightly shimmering teleportation gate. Their figures transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the sky and vanishing. They reappeared at examination point 66. The exam site was a massive square, 20 kilometers long and wide, with a majestic white tower standing at the center, its height reaching tens of thousands of meters, nearly touching the clouds. As they landed like two shooting stars, Li Nan and Liu Zipping materialized on the square. "Is this the college exam point?" Li Nan looked around. The square was already filled with hundreds of thousands of people, and as more shooting stars fell, the number of candidates continued to increase. "This is point 66, Liu Zipping said, with a smile. "It's a very auspicious number, Li Nan. I am one of the many examiners for this year's college entrance exam, and it's inappropriate for me to stay here. I hope you do your best and make East City proud." With those parting words, Liu Zipping instantly teleported out of the venue. As countless shooting stars descended, an hour later, point 66 was packed with 1 million candidates. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of a million examinees, an elderly man in white descended from the sky, his back as straight as a sword, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Examination point 66. 1 million candidates are now in place, as are the other 100 examination points. The college entrance exam officially begins. The old man's lips barely moved, yet his commanding voice echoed throughout the venue's silence. "Now, all candidates, please listen to the rules of this college entrance exam. During this period, no talking, no questions, and no violations of the rules are allowed. Anyone who violates these rules will be immediately disqualified from the college entrance exam." The entire hall was silent. One could almost only hear breathing. "Isn't this too strict? Not even a slight noise is allowed. I guess a fart wouldn't hurt, right?" muttered a plump examinee before he discreetly let one escape. "Violation of the rules, your examination qualification is revoked." Suddenly, the eyes of an elderly man in white robes shone brightly, focusing on the chubby individual. In an instant, the plump figure vanished from the square. A wave of shock swept across the faces of a million candidates. Many quickly covered their mouths to prevent themselves from also being disqualified. Li Nan was also startled. He hadn't expected the examination to be so strict that even murmuring was not allowed. The elderly man in white continued his announcement. "This examination consists of 3 major trials spanning 15 days. In each trial, you will be scored based on your performance, and the scores from all 3 trials will accumulate to become your final examination score. The first trial's content and rules are simple. Do you see that white tower over there? It can accommodate all candidates, and inside there are 100 levels. Each level you pass will earn you points. The more levels you pass, the higher your score." All examinees from the 66 examination halls turned their gaze towards the giant white tower in the center of the square. This tower housed 100 levels, and passing more levels would lead to a higher exam score. Many clenched their fists, a strong fighting spirit emerging in their hearts after years of preparation, all set to be displayed today. Everyone was busy adjusting their mindset. The elder in white added, "The equipment you carry can be used as normal, but the use of any form of props is strictly forbidden. Violators will have their examination qualifications immediately revoked. Additionally, this is a special trial space endowed with special laws, so each of you can use your thoughts to immediately bring up the scores and rankings of this year's 135 million candidates." Over 100 million candidates' rankings visible just like that. Li Nan was astounded by the capabilities of the examination organizers. A space that could hold 1 million people, special laws, a tower with 100 levels. These were feats beyond the abilities of ordinary people. With a thought, he confirmed it. Indeed, the names of all participants appeared before him, spanning 100,000 pages. Currently, as no one had yet entered the tower, everyone's score was 0. Now all candidates enter the tower for the trial. This trial will last 24 hours. Almost everyone rushed into the interior of the tower, eager to seize every second to tackle the challenges. Outside the examination area, in a place completely unknown to the candidates like Li Nan, numerous examiners were monitoring millions of large screens. They were responsible for maintaining order in the examination area and preventing any cheating. In this location was the deputy mayor of the eastern city, Liu Zipping. Old Lu, I heard that an SSS grade youngster has emerged from your city. Is that true? A powerful being over level 70 clad in green attire and known as the green-faced king approached to inquire. Indeed, it is true, Lu Ziping replied with a proud smile. In Dongshi, a small fourth-tier city within the vast expanse of Xiagua, it has been a decade since a student ranked within the top 10,000 in the national exams. This time with that young man there might be hope, exclaimed Xingmian Wang with a sigh. Compared to the super cities and those ranked from first to third tier, Dongshi's educational resources were significantly lagging, thus it was considered quite an achievement if even one out of the tens of thousands of students annually could break into the top 10,000. After all, in other cities families with immense backgrounds and financial power invested heavily in education. Some parents wielding incredible influence began nurturing their children from as early as when they were still in the womb using precious medicines and top-tier artifacts. This lack of affluent families was precisely why Lu Ziping placed such high hopes on Li Nan. After Li Nan awakened to an SSS tier profession, he had a strong chance of breaking into the top 10,000, perhaps even the top 1,000. Lu Ziping dared not dream any higher. Although Li Nan possessed an SSS tier profession, his growth period was still too short, having only undergone the profession transition ceremony a mere fortnight ago. Many competitors with affluent backgrounds had been cultivated for over a decade. Don't laugh, but your Nanhai city has dozens of students each year who make it into the top 10,000. And I heard that this year, there's a super genius in Nanhai city who might even break into the top 100, Lu Ziping asked. That kid is indeed a genius. His aim is not just the top 100, he's going for the top 10, Xingmian Wang chuckled. Lu Ziping was momentarily taken aback. Impressive. It's extremely difficult to make it into the top 10 of the national exams. Every session, the top 10 are dominated by unparalleled geniuses from the capital city of Xiagua. To break into that, one must truly be a rare talent. Back in our days, we barely made it into the top 1,000. Changing the subject, he added, well, the trials have started, let's watch the big screen. Lu Ziping, serving as an examiner, monitored hundreds of screens. He quickly pulled up Li Nan's feed for closer observation. Is this the student with the SSS tier profession? Many examiners, including Xingmian Wang, had heard of him and gathered around intently watching Li Nan's screen. Li Nan entered the White Tower, of flawless pure white space. As expected, those who entered the White Tower were transported into such a space akin to a secret realm. Suddenly, a female voice announced over the broadcast, candidate, Li Nan, profession, deity imprisoner, level, 25, exam number, 1548782HS. First challenge, slay the wolf demon. Instantly a wolf-like creature appeared before Li Nan. The wolf demon, level 10 with attributes of strength 35, agility 40, constitution 30 and spirit 5, was a forest-dwelling monster that preyed on humans. Wielding a machete, it charged directly at Li Nan. With an expressionless face and without moving an inch, Li Nan countered the descending blade with a punch, exploding the wolf demon's head upon impact, killing it instantly. Is this it? Li Nan was momentarily speechless. The monster's strength was surprisingly weak. The first level's monster was only level 10, nowhere near his league. Without using any skills, just relying on his own attributes, a single punch was enough to instantly kill it. Simple and straightforward. After passing the first level, he earned a score of 10 points. The broadcast sounded again as the pulverized body of the werewolf disappeared. Next was the second level, featuring a level 16 octospider. Just like before, it was a one-punch kill, utterly predictable. Then came the third, fourth, fifth levels. Various monsters appeared in succession with their levels progressively increasing. The entire first trial seemed like a filtering process. As the strength of the monsters continued to rise, more and more candidates began to fail. Half an hour later, out of 135 million candidates, 70 million had already failed, most of them scoring only a few hundred points. Meanwhile, Li Nan had reached the 69th level. Before him now stood a level 30 Thunder Tiger. This Thunder Tiger, 5 meters in length, had its fur bristling, its body crackling with bright lightning, surpassing Li Nan in attributes. Finally, a bit of a challenge. Li Nan smiled. The monsters in the previous 60-plus levels were too easy for him, easily defeated by his physical prowess alone. But this Thunder Tiger brought a new twist to the trial. Roar! The Thunder Tiger bowed its head and let out a series of roars, then swiftly moved to Li Nan's side, opening its huge jaws. Upon closer inspection, there was a dazzling orb of thunderous light inside its mouth. If it managed to bite its target, the high-voltage electricity would instantly electrocute them. Such a small thunder? Daring to be so presumptuous, Li Nan snorted, and for the first Time in the trial he unleashed a skill, the thunder spear suddenly appeared in his hand. With a precise thrust he turned the thunder tiger into charred remains. After passing the 69th level he earned 500 points. Seeing this scene the observing examiners all showed expressions of shock. What skill did Li Nan use? Such pure thunderous power, I have never seen this skill before. A level 25 defeating a level 30 monster in one move, impressive. Now at level 70 Li Nan still looked relaxed. The first 70 levels of the trial were merely to screen for true geniuses and the difficulty was not very high. Many powerful candidates could reach level 70, but few could achieve one-hit kills at every level like Li Nan. Old Lu, this Li Nan from your East City is really something, said King Qingmian with a smile. Ha, the talents from your South Sea City are not bad either. Already at level 65, soon to catch up with Li Nan, Lu Ziping replied with a smile, having participated in many such exams, yet never had he felt as joyful as today, despite being 20 minutes late. To the arena, Li Nan's pace of clearing levels was faster than most of the candidates. Now with a score of 2,560 and she ranked 88th nationally, already making history for the East City candidates. In the previous session, the top rank achieved by any candidate in the East Market was 867, but today Li Nan has tremendously surpassed that record. As time progressed his rank continued to rise, levels 71, 72, 73, 80, 95. Inside the White Tower, a towering brute over 2 meters tall swung a massive red axe, cutting down foes left and right. Despite his bulky appearance, he moved with exceptional agility. Each swing of his axe was like a red hurricane, effortlessly toppling 30 iron-armored rhinos. He had just cleared level 91. Sharon will surely claim the top rank in this exam. Sharon checked the trial scores leaderboard briefly. Unbeknownst to him, he was only ranked 21st. The competition this year was fierce. Even though Sharon was the top warrior from the southwestern region, he only placed 21st in these exams. This batch of candidates was truly filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Looking further up, the person ranked 20th above him was named Li Nan. Li Nan, I thought I knew all the unparalleled geniuses of Xiazhou, but who is this Li Nan? How come I'd never heard of him? After a moment he saw Li Nan's name jump up a few more ranks. In the White Tower at the 100th level, a young man dressed in a white robe and holding a blood sword stood atop the corpses of hundreds of monsters, exuding an air of transcendence. From the very first level, Zhang Tianlin had been invincible, annihilating every monster in sight. It was a series of instantaneous kills, one after another. Only the 100th level had managed to stain his white robe with a bit of blood. The difficulty of the 100th level was considerably high, featuring 800 monsters each of level 35, which required Zhang Tianlin to exert a bit more effort. This genius from the capital of Xiazhou was already acknowledged as the strongest in this session. Almost everyone was convinced that he would be this year's national champion. After all, his teacher was Wang Chen, the strongest entity on the Blue Star. Under Wang Chen's tutelage, Zhang Tianlin had advanced rapidly, reaching level 35 at a young age. Naturally, Zhang Tianlin's talent was 1 in 10,000, having awakened the SS-tier profession of Crimson Swordsman. Therefore his strength far surpassed others, leaving most of the candidates far behind. The teacher has tasked me with securing the first place this session, and I will not disappoint him. As soon as Zhang Tianlin cleared the 100th level, he immediately checked his score and ranking. What? I'm ranked second? I cleared 100 levels so early, how come I'm only second? Zhang Tianlin was shocked, as he believed his performance was flawless, yet he only secured the second place. Who could be stronger than him? The name of the first rank was Li Nan. This Li Nan, who was he? Oh, Zhang Tianlin stared at the name of the first rank for a long time, his mind buzzing. Indeed, Li Nan, with 3 god-tier skills, was unstoppable, slaying both man and Buddha alike. No level could hold him back. He had cleared all 100 levels with remarkable ease. The only level that posed a bit of a challenge, the 100th, didn't take him much time either. Each of his Thunder Shadow clones threw a thunderous spear, instantly killing all 800 monsters, ending the battle quite effortlessly. When he emerged from the White Tower, tens of thousands of students stared in awe. You're Li Nan, someone exclaimed. Holy smokes, the top rank Li Nan is actually in our test center. I'm so honored. Li Nan, can you give me an autograph? Incredible, he's from our own Dong City. The excitement was palpable. Every student, including the examiners, was in a frenzy. Li Nan, once an unknown, had outperformed Zhang Tianlin and other super geniuses in the first trial. How could such a performance not drive everyone wild? As the first trial concluded, all the candidates returned from the White Tower. Among them, some were dejected, some were crying, some were excited, while others remained calm. The authoritative voice of the elderly man in white robes echoed once more. The first trial has concluded and the results will now be announced. In the next second, the total scores from the first trial appeared before everyone. Linan 100 levels score, 60,000, Zhang Tianlin 100 levels score, 58,000, He Cheng 100 levels score, 55,000. The top three candidates among 130 million were Linan, Zhang Tianlin, and He Cheng. Although the top three had cleared the same number of levels, Linan's quicker completion time gave him a higher score. Among them, Zhang Tianlin was the disciple of Wang Chen, the strongest in Blue Star, and He Cheng was the disciple of the fourth strongest. They were expected to be first and second but were outpaced due to Linan. Linan paid close attention to these rankings. As he continued to check, he was surprised to see many familiar names. Zhao Yu 92 levels score, 35800, Lin Feifei 77 levels score, 21,000. Lin Tao, 68 levels score, 15890, Zhao Yu and Lin Feifei, whom he had met in the Heiyun mountain range, had also attended the exam. And Lin Tao, a talented student from his school, had reached the 68th level. Unbeknownst to Linan, Lin Feifei and Zhao Yu, despite taking the exam, were already guaranteed admission to Mingyue University due to their family backgrounds. Since they were not in the same test center, Linan had no way of meeting these acquaintances for now. Half an hour later, Linan noticed that the 66th testing site was emptying rapidly as large groups of students like shooting stars left the plaza. The crowd around him thinned. These candidates had performed poorly in the first trial, and even if they excelled in the subsequent trials, their chances of getting into a university were slim, so they chose to withdraw from the exam. This is the harsh reality of the college entrance exam. Students nationwide must give it their all. Without hard work, one is simply left behind. At the 66th site, at least two-thirds had opted out early, and the other sites were no different. The elder in white robes hovered in the sky, looked around, and shook his head in reflection. As in previous years, students who know their capabilities are not up to par have chosen to withdraw. He then cleared his throat and announced loudly, "The second trial is about to begin. All candidates, please note the second round may involve injuries or fatalities. If you are not confident, please exit the exam now." Though he said this, those who remained were at least level 15, considered elites from their respective schools, so not many people opted out. Subsequently, the elderly man in white repeated the details of the second trial. The second trial was a secret realm. Li Nan was very familiar with secret realms. In the Black Cloud Mountains, he had cleared the Goblin Camp secret realm across normal, hard, and nightmare difficulties, completing it more than a dozen times. The elderly man in white told everyone that killing monsters in the secret realm would earn them scores. Killing a monster on normal difficulty would earn 1 point, a hard difficulty monster would earn 4 points, a nightmare difficulty monster would earn 20 points, hell difficulty 50 points, and abyss difficulty 200 points. Killing a boss would yield even more points. Of course, if the challenge in the secret realm was failed, then none of the points from the kills would be counted in the score. The trial was set for 24 hours. After the elderly man finished speaking, the white tower at the center of the examination hall vanished in a puff of smoke, which was quite magical. The massive white tower disappeared in an instant, making everyone marvel at the immense power of the entity behind the scenes. In place of the white tower, a bronze-colored gate of the secret realm rose. Seeing the scene, everyone grew excited. This round of trials was all about who could kill more monsters. As the disciple of the strongest person on Blue Star, Zhang Tianlin was not content with being second best. In his view, even though he was behind Li Nan in the first round of trials, it didn't signify defeat. In this second round, he intended to demonstrate his strength to everyone. "Li Nan, you may have beaten me in the last trial, but don't think you can beat me in this one. I choose nightmare difficulty." Zhang Tianlin quickly entered the secret realm and directly selected the nightmare difficulty. The other candidates in the same examination hall were shocked. My goodness, someone has chosen the nightmare difficulty. The number and attributes of monsters on nightmare difficulty were doubled, making it extremely challenging. Zhang Tianlin was truly brave. No wonder he was the disciple of the strongest person on Blue Star. I believe Zhang Tianlin will defeat that unknown Li Nan. That's right, in terms of background, how could Li Nan possibly surpass Zhang Tianlin? However, Li Nan had no idea who Zhang Tianlin was and did not care. He was considering which difficulty level to choose. He knew that secret realms also had levels, like the Goblin Camp Wild Secret Realm, suitable for job changers between levels 18 to 35 to challenge and navigate. But this time, the secret realm was officially organized by the Summer Country, which meant it was a man-made secret realm. Although the elderly man in white did not reveal detailed information about the secret realm, it was clear that it couldn't be more challenging than the Goblin Camp. Experienced job changers from levels 20 to 30 in the Black Cloud Mountains needed to form teams to clear the Goblin Camp. Here, many candidates hadn't even reached level 20, and even if they formed teams, clearing the normal difficulty of the Goblin Camp would be difficult. Therefore, this artificial secret realm created for the college entrance examination was likely easier than the Goblin Camp. With this in mind, I choose Hell difficulty. Having made his decision, Li Nan walked alone to the front of the secret realm gate and stepped into the realm. Outside the examination hall, the examiners closely watched Li Nan, Zheng Tianlin and He Chang. These three participants. Li Nan has entered the secret realm. Quick, all units report, came the urgent calls. Tell me, what difficulty level did Li Nan choose, students? Ranked within the top 1,000 of the National College Entrance Exam are considered elite and are the future pillars of Xia country. Hence, the examiners will not neglect them and will keep a close eye on these individuals secretly. Should any of these elite students face life-threatening dangers within the secret realm, they would immediately activate the protection mechanism to teleport the students out. Li Nan, along with Zhang Tianlin and He Chang, are particularly under close watch. Given their potential and performance, they are expected to be influential figures in the future, and such individuals must be well protected. Deputy Mayor Lu Ziping, unlike other examiners, paid extra attention to Li Nan. He was currently very worried that Li Nan, due to his performance in the previous round, might underestimate the dangers of the secret realm and thus put himself at risk. I've found it, old Lu, Qing Wang reported with a somewhat troubled expression. Li Nan has chosen the Hell difficulty level and moreover he's going solo. What? Heavens, has he gone mad? The examiners were stunned. Li Nan had actually dared to choose the Hell difficulty level and to go at it alone. In Hell difficulty, both the number and attributes of monsters are quadrupled compared to the normal level, meaning even a level 10 minor monster under the conditions of Hell difficulty could rival a level 25 beast. Deputy Mayor Lu's face turned pale, deeply afraid for Li Nan, a once-in-a-generation prodigy from the Eastern City. If Li Nan could maintain a top 3 position in this exam, Eastern City's fame would resound far and wide, and it would also mean a promotion for him, but all this hinged on one critical condition, that Li Nan did not die in the exam. After all, a dead genius, no matter how brilliant, would be meaningless. I hope he can survive the Hell difficulty. I will be watching closely. Deputy Mayor Lu watched the large screen with bated breath. As soon as Li Nan entered the secret realm, information about it popped up in front of him. Current secret realm. Desert of Worms, recommended level 10 to 30, recommended team size, more than 4 persons difficulty. Hell description: beneath the yellow sands, worms proliferate into a plague. Please eliminate the desert worm mother and clear the calamity. Looking around, he saw a vast yellow desert stretching endlessly. The scorching sun baked the earth and heat waves twisted the air, creating ripples of hot air. Gusts of wind whipped up fine sand into layers of golden waves, blurring one's vision. It's really hot here. The desert was extremely hot, with temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius, and sweat beaded on Li Nan's forehead. Just then a giant insect suddenly burst from the calm sands beneath his feet. The creature was about a meter long, shaped like a scorpion with a pitch-black hard shell and a pair of large black pincers, its long tail brandishing a venomous sting. The desert giant scorpion, a formidable level 20 creature, boasts attributes of strength 400, agility 440, constitution 400 and spirit 100. It possesses the ability to sting with its tail, injecting venom so potent that it can kill a normal person within 1 minute. The scorpion has a silent prowess, enabling it to move undetected across the sand dunes, preferring to ambush its prey with a sudden attack. However, it has its weaknesses: low spiritual power and a vulnerability to water and ice. Li Nan, with his quick reflexes, instantly activated his Zixia thunder armor when the desert giant scorpion launched its surprise attack. The scorpion's massive pincers struck the thunder armor, but the strong electrical current and repulsive force flung the scorpion 100 meters away. Li Nan breathed a sigh of relief, recognizing how close he had been to a deadly outcome. Just a fraction of a second slower in reaction, and he would have been unable to withstand the creature's brutal assault due to his relatively low constitution. Undeterred by the blow, the desert giant scorpion, using its 10 legs, charged again. Li Nan scoffed, "Think I'm an easy target?" With a swift movement, he launched his thundering spear, killing the scorpion instantly. By defeating the desert giant scorpion, Li Nan earned plus 15,000 experience points and plus 50 points, a substantial reward equivalent to what others might earn from defeating 50 lesser creatures. Despite the dangers, the efficiency was 50 times higher, making every encounter highly rewarding. As Li Nan continued his journey through the desert, he maintained his Zisha thunder armor, ever vigilant of potential ambushes from hidden creatures beneath the sands. Walking in the desert was arduous, the soft shifting sand making each step much more difficult than normal walking, significantly slowing his progress. Meanwhile, he encountered 10 more desert giant scorpions, each falling to a single shot from his spear. As he ventured deeper into the desert, the weather grew hotter and the monsters more frequent. Summoning 80 Thunder Shadow clones, Li Nan didn't even need to lift a finger. His clones dispatched all adversaries effortlessly. Hell difficulty isn't so tough after all, he thought. Yet, the biggest challenge in this secret realm wasn't the monsters or the desert itself, but the oppressive heat and his growing thirst. If only he had packed more water in his spatial bracelet. With a dry swallow, Li Nan sighed and pressed onward toward the boss, surrounded by his 80 clones, each officially slaying the desert giant scorpions they encountered. He glanced down at the quicksand ahead, looked around and speculated, I have already explored the other areas and have not found the boss's location, so the boss is most likely inside the quicksand. Quicksand, simply put, is sand that flows like a liquid, a common natural phenomenon in the desert. When a heavy object is placed on top of the sand, it sinks the object into the space beneath. The boss of this secret realm is likely hiding in the space at the bottom of the quicksand. I hope my guess is correct. Li Nan took a step forward, deliberately plunging into the quicksand. Outside the examination hall, numerous powerful beings over level 70 gathered together. Lao Lu, you're set to soar this time. This candidate named Li Nan faces no pressure soloing the hell difficulty. Such a feat is unprecedented. Even the apprentice of the strongest being on Blue Star, Zheng Tianlin, can only solo the nightmare difficulty. They are not on the same level. If Li Nan becomes the national top scorer, Lao Lu, you're definitely getting promoted to the capital. A meteoric rise indeed. Lu Zipping blushed slightly from the compliments, his excitement palpable. At first he was anxious about Li Nan taking on the hell difficulty solo, but after watching him effortlessly slay monsters on the video, he completely relaxed. Ha ha ha, this young fellow Li Nan, I've always kept an eye on him and he's performing exceptionally well today. Lu Zipping, thick-skinned, acted as if he and Li Nan were close friends. The other examiners' eyes shifted, realizing that Lu Zipping might rise in the ranks because of Li Nan, and thus they all started to flatter him. Lao Lu, I didn't realize you and Li Nan were so close. Li Nan's strength must be due to your excellent training. Brother Lu, here's an imperial grade item, 9-colored ginseng for you, please accept it. I just came out from the death realm yesterday and bagged a top quality weapon. Does Lao Lu want to take a look? The surrounding examiners were all high-ranking officials from other cities. Initially, they didn't think much of Lu Zipping from a 4th-tier city, but now their attitudes had completely changed, all trying to curry favor, all because of Li Nan. Lu Zipping chatted and laughed amicably with everyone, thinking to himself, Li Nan, you've really given me a huge surprise. If you indeed become the national top scorer, once we return, Lu Zipping will also be promoted because of you. And I must reward you handsomely. In the city of Dong, at the first high school, Principal Wang Desui sat with other high school principals. They were not examiners and couldn't watch the test site directly, but they could follow the national ranking situation through live video feeds. Principal Wang, this Li Nan is from your school. Li Nan is currently ranked first in the nation. Your school is going to become famous this time. You're going to make a big splash this time. Ha ha ha, indeed. Li Nan is a student of our school, and he even calls me Uncle Wang, said Wang Desui proudly, his eyes glued to the ranking changes, his attention utterly focused. Li Nan, you must push yourself to the limit. Our rise at number 1 high school depends on you. It's not just Wang Desui and others watching closely. The entire population of over 10 billion in Xia country is paying attention to this college entrance exam. At this moment, Li Nan has just entered the quicksands and encountered the secret realm's boss, the desert worm mother. Beneath the quicksand lies a massive underground space. Vast stretches of sand cascade down like waterfalls from the ancient stone walls. Among the grains, tens of thousands of pink eggs are connected to the ground, pulsating slowly like beating hearts. At the center of these eggs sits a gigantic creature resembling a moth. This moth, 10 meters tall with translucent wings spanning 20 meters, has numerous red eyes on its head and a bulky, cumbersome body so hefty that it can only lean against the stone walls while continuously laying eggs. Is this the dreaded desert worm mother? Next to it, Li Nan seemed utterly minuscule. The desert worm mother at level 25, boss, boasts attributes of strength 1000, agility 800, constitution 1200, spirit 950, with abilities like forced hatching and desert storm. Its trait as a terrifying creature residing in desert regions with extraordinary breeding capabilities makes it the chief culprit behind the desert worm calamity. Weakness, water, judgment. Hell-level difficulty. Desert worm mother whose combat power could rival an entire army. Li Nan was remarkably composed as he stared at the desert worm mother, his brain fully operational. The boss's attributes were high, with strength and constitution 4 to 5 times higher than his own. Even in normal difficulty, desert worm mother was formidable, typically requiring a team to have a chance at victory. But now, this was hell difficulty, and Li Nan was alone. Fortunately, after donning the purple thunder armor, his constitution was boosted tenfold to 1,700 points, surpassing the desert worm mother's strength. This meant the desert worm mother's 1,000 strength points couldn't break his defense. My defense is sufficient to handle this boss, but is my attack power enough? Li Nan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then with a flex of his back, he skillfully hurled a thunder spear. Boom! The thunder spear struck the desert worm mother accurately, the resulting thunderous explosion roaring like a demon from hell, stirring up a storm of sand. As the dust settled and visibility returned, the desert worm mother was still seated, almost entirely unscathed. Regrettably, my thunder spear couldn't harm this beast. The thunder spear was powerful, able to breach defenses of enemies with less than 1,000 constitution, but the desert worm mother had a constitution of 1,200. Enraged by the attack, the desert worm mother roared to the sky, activating its boss skill, forced hatching. Instantly, the tens of thousands of pink eggs around it vibrated excitedly, the creatures inside hastening their hatching process. The eggs pulsed faster and faster. Within 3 seconds, tens of thousands of sand worms hatched, swarming and nearly filling the entire underground space. Among them were scorpions, sand snakes, sand ants, lizards, all monstrous offspring of the desert worm mother. What a powerful boss skill! The desert worm mother had spawned thousands of offspring. Li Nan was truly shocked. No wonder the combat power of this desert worm mother could match an army. The sheer number of monsters hatched was overwhelming. However, these forcibly hatched monsters were all juveniles, and many had incomplete bodies, appearing to have low combat capabilities. Li Nan used a scouting technique and discovered that the hatched monsters had a combat level of around 10. Lucky, these were all cannon fodder characters. He breathed a sigh of relief. If these monsters were as formidable as the giant desert scorpions, even a level 50 class changer would have difficulty escaping. The number of monsters was staggering. It was time to clear them out and taste my firepower. Li Nan activated his Thunder Shadow Multiplies. Over 80 Thunder Shadow clones immediately appeared behind him, each holding a thundering spear. Bombard them fiercely, he commanded. Instantly, over 80 thundering spears whooshed through the air. The entire underground space was inundated with thunderous explosions in moments, filled with the sounds of blasts and the splatter of limbs and blood. Li Nan, currently dressed in the Goblin command set, was like a conduit of mana flow, boosting his mental strength to 410 points and giving him ample mana. Thus, his 80-plus clones continuously used the thundering spears, bombarding wildly. The firepower was so intense that it nearly obliterated the whole underground space. 10 minutes later, Li Nan finally ceased fire. Visibly, the ground was littered with the bodies of worms and snakes. The saturated bombardment of the thundering spears had swept away the tens of thousands of monsters under the desert worm mother's command. Not one survived. Even the desert worm mother herself, with a constitution of 1,200 points, was affected and charred by the explosions, killing Desert Scorpion, Juvenile, Experience plus 200, killing Sand Snake, Juvenile, Experience plus 200, killing Desert Lizard, Juvenile, Experience plus 200, killing these hatched monsters actually granted experience. Li Nan's screen was flooded with thousands of experience pop-ups. He was utterly thrilled. This forcibly hatching skill of the desert worm mother was literally delivering experience to him. Never underestimate the experience points from these monsters. Although killing one hatched monster only granted a measly 200 points, the sheer number of them added up. The total experience from the tens of thousands of minor monsters directly gave Li Nan over 2 million experience points. His experience bar soared like a rocket, boosting his level to 26. This secret realm was a treasure trove for leveling up. Each entry allowed him to reap a massive wave of experience. Subsequently, Li Nan began contemplating how to kill the Desert Worm Mother. This boss had a high constitution, and even the barrages of thundering spears couldn't kill her outright, so he prepared to use another method. Your physical constitution and strength are quite formidable, so I will use the backlash mechanism of the Zhixiao Thunder Armor to slowly grind you down. Originally, the relationship between Li Nan and the Desert Worm Mother was one where you couldn't kill me and I couldn't kill you. However, by relying on the 50% damage reflection effect of the Zhixiao Thunder Armor, it could cause the Desert Worm Mother, with her strength of over 1000 points, to inflict damage upon herself. Li Nan had all his Thunder Shadow clones don the Zhixiao Thunder Armor. Then he ordered these clones to engage in close combat with the Desert Worm Mother. Over 80 Thunder Shadow clones swarmed in, wielding the thunderous spears in melee form to continuously attack the Desert Worm Mother. The Desert Worm Mother naturally would not sit idly by. Her 8 massive insect legs began to retaliate, ceaselessly striking at the Thunder Shadow clones beneath her. But the more she intensified her attacks, the more damage she incurred. Occasionally, some Thunder Shadow clones were killed by the Desert Worm Mother. However, this was not a major issue, as Li Nan, with his abundant spiritual power, could summon more Thunder Shadow clones with just a slight expenditure of his spiritual energy. Just like that, he sat on a pile of rocks in the distance, watching as the Desert Worm Mother's health bar decreased steadily. To defeat this boss, he didn't even need to lift a finger. An hour later, the unfortunate Desert Worm Mother was finally ground to death by the Thunder Shadow clones. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the secret realm of the Desert Worm. Hell difficulty, time taken 3 hours 28 minutes and 17 seconds, rating, SSS, based on your performance your rewards are being calculated. You have earned 600,000 Alliance coins and you have obtained materials, Desert Worm Eggs X150 and a special reward, a Primordial Fragment. What is a Primordial Fragment? In midair, an orb emitting rainbow lights slowly descended, landing steadily in Li Nan's palm. The orb slightly expanded and then fragmented. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and violet lights merged into his body, flowing through his meridians to his limbs and bones, as if fusing with his soul. Primordial Fragment, a special item of mythic grade effects, fundamentally enhances the strength of the class changer. Absorbing 10 primordial fragments randomly enhances 100 points of an attribute. Current absorption progress, January 10th. Note, this embodies the essence of power from the primordial world. Could it really enhance 100 points of an attribute randomly? Li Nan was stunned. He hadn't expected that clearing the hell difficulty would yield such a precious item. If he could clear the hell difficulty of the secret realm 9 more times and obtain 9 more primordial fragments, he could randomly increase his strength, agility, spiritual power, or constitution by 100. Considering his spiritual power was already at 400 inch and his other attributes were nearly at 200, collecting 10 primordial fragments would directly boost one by 100. For any class changer at this stage, such an enhancement was significant. Following this, Li Nan left the secret realm and returned to the vast examination field, taking a moment to check the current overall rankings and scores. Li Nan 100 levels score, 90,000, Zhang Tianlin 100 levels score, 58,000, He Chun 100 levels score, 55,000. It was clear that Li Nan was still in first place. Successfully completing the hell difficulty level granted him an additional 30,000 points, boosting his total score to 90,000. The scores of the second and third place competitors remained unchanged. This indicates that Zhang Tianlin and He Cheng, the two strong contenders, have yet to clear the secret realm and are still battling within it. The rankings below them, however, are constantly changing with fierce competition. Many reclassers have now teamed up to pass the normal difficulty, yet the points they earned are so minimal that while they might affect the rankings within the top 10,000 inch, they do not shake the dominance of the top 10 at all. Others are simply too weak. I should continue to farm the secret realm and strive to collect more primal fragments, Li Nan thought, and decided to persist in farming the secret realm. The Desert Worm secret realm, unlike the Goblin Camp instance, has a very short cooldown period of just 30 minutes to foster intense competition among the contenders. Therefore, it wasn't long before Li Nan re-entered the secret realm to continue challenging the hell difficulty. Blood Dance. In the subterranean space of the desert, Zhang Tianlin, with his sword brows and starry eyes, dressed in white, wielded a blood-red long sword. With his sword alone, he stirred up a crimson storm on the spot. His swordsmanship was so exquisite that the speed of his swings was invisible to the naked eye, leaving countless afterimages in his wake. 1 second later, the thousands of young desert worms that approached him were all slashed into pieces. Yes, slashed into pieces. Zhang Tianlin's use of skills greatly increased his own speed, allowing him to slash hundreds of times in an exceedingly short period. The sandworms stood no chance and were continuously slaughtered. Although it was exhausting and took some time, Zhang Tianlin managed to kill the tens of thousands of spawning creatures. Even the desert worm mother in nightmare difficulty ultimately fell under his sword. Phew, it only took me 5 hours to solo the nightmare difficulty. He earned a total of 15,000 points, and adding these to his total score would allow him to surpass Li Nan and reclaim the first place. Thinking this, Zhang Tianlin handsomely sheathed his sword, revealing a slight smile. In his view, soloing the nightmare difficulty was an exceedingly difficult task. Even for him, it took a great deal of effort to barely make it through. Ordinary candidates were teaming up to tackle the normal difficulty, and the more capable ones would team up to tackle the hard difficulty. As for the nightmare difficulty, Zhang Tianlin believed that only the most elite candidates teaming up could have a chance at conquering it. Someone like him soloing it within 5 hours was simply unheard of. I can instantly kill every monster here. There are tens of thousands of creatures in the quicksand space, and I've tried to kill them all in the shortest time possible. No matter how you calculate it, no one can surpass me. Zhang Tianlin's reasoning had some merit. Generally speaking, while mages with their large attack ranges had a certain advantage over the tens of thousands of creatures hatching in the quicksand space, mages are known for their high damage but low health and slow movement speed. Soloing the nightmare difficulty was nearly impossible for them, as even a slight mistake could lead to death. So mages usually team up to grind in secret realms because the scores are divided, which greatly affects the efficiency of obtaining scores. As for melee DPS classes like Zhang Tianlin, no one can solo as fast as him. After all, he's an SS-ranked Crimson Swordsman recognized as the strongest melee DPS class. Little did he expect that Li Nan's simultaneous firing of the thunderous spears would be more terrifying than any mage's power. When Zhang Tianlin was teleported out of the secret realm and glanced at the leaderboard, he was stunned, completely frozen in place. How could this be possible? Li Nan scored 30,000 points in the secret realm. Even soloing on nightmare difficulty, I only scored 15,000 points. He instantly realized that Li Nan must have soloed on hell difficulty. How could this be? How could such a person as Li Nan exist in this generation? Zhang Tianlin staggered back a few steps, his pride severely wounded like never before. It's a pity for Zhang Tianlin. In previous sessions, his accomplishment of clearing the nightmare difficulty in 5 hours would have surely secured him first place, but this time he met Li Nan. Compared to Li Nan, Zhang Tianlin was significantly lacking. Outside the examination area, the examiners were buzzing with discussions, comparing Li Nan with Zhang Tianlin. The answer was clear in their minds. Obviously, Li Nan was superior. Afterward, everyone watched Li Nan compete again. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. This Li Nan, was he being too excessive? Indeed, somewhat excessive. The guy was actually eating ice cream while challenging the hell difficulty boss. That's audacious. It seemed too easy for him, as if he was merely sightseeing in a desert. At that moment, Li Nan sat in the quicksand space, enjoying his ice cream bite by bite, looking completely content. The ice creams were stored in his spatial bracelet, perfect for quenching his thirst. After all, he didn't need to lift a finger against the final boss, the desert worm mother. Letting his clone slowly grind it down in the thunderous heavenly garments would suffice. What else was there to do during this boring time if not eat ice cream? I've been an examiner for 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone eat ice cream while soloing a secret realm. Li Nan had made history, creating a legendary moment in the exams of eating ice cream while battling a boss. Was anyone recording this moment? Let this young man be remembered in history. The examiners were torn between laughter and tears, while countless students in Xia Kingdom were fighting desperately in the secret realms, shedding blood and sustaining serious injuries for points. There was Li Nan casually enjoying ice cream. And to top it off, his scores were still overwhelmingly the highest. If other candidates saw him eating ice cream, they would probably be infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. The first trial, the White Tower, had 100 levels. It seemed like there were many monsters, but in reality, these monsters were only simulations and posed no threat to the candidates' lives. Even if a candidate failed during the challenge, they would simply be teleported out of the White Tower with no casualties. However, the second trial was different. The challenge lies in the practical combat abilities of the candidates. The monsters within those secret realms are very real, and if a candidate suffers injury or death, it's simply their own bad luck. The college entrance exam is no child's play. It's not designed for scholars who only wield pens, but for those capable of combating the dark rifts. All the participants specialize in combat roles. How can they not expect to see some bloodshed? Just 6 hours into the second trial, out of 130 million candidates, fewer than 10 million remain. 90% have dropped out. Among them, millions were forced to withdraw due to injuries or death. The vast majority left voluntarily due to poor performance or mental breakdowns within the secret realms. The Desert Worm realm was too difficult. Our team of 100 barely survived the normal difficulty level, nearly facing total annihilation. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry I can't face entering those realms again. It's too terrifying in there. My ranking is 86 million. There's no hope left for university. I'm withdrawing from the exams. At various exam sites, numerous students with faces full of disappointment lined up to withdraw from the exams, returning to their cities like millions of dim meteors. In exam site number 66, where Linan was competing, originally hosting 1 million candidates, now only 40 to 50,000 remained. At this moment, Linan had just successfully completed the second hell level difficulty, obtaining his second primal fragment, and returned to the waiting area as the realm cooldown commenced. The first time he tackled the hell level difficulty of the Desert Worm, it took him 3 hours, 28 minutes and 17 seconds. The second time he managed in just 2 hours, 20 minutes and 44 seconds. His clearance time had significantly improved. During my first entry into the Desert Worm realm, I was unfamiliar with the layout and the mechanics of the monsters and bosses, which is why it took longer. The second time around, I had a good grasp of the map and all the creature mechanics, which naturally sped up my progress. I feel I can still improve my speed. Linan was not satisfied with his current performance. His mind was racing. The second trial lasts 24 hours, which seems endlessly long for other candidates, but for Linan 24 hours is too short. His goal now is to collect 10 primal fragments within these 24 hours. Such opportunities to enter the realm are rare, so he must calculate like an actuary, precisely figuring out how to clear the realms quickly to gather more primal fragments. My main body should avoid combat, constantly restoring mental power, letting my Thunder Shadow clone do the fighting, ensuring my mental energy doesn't run dry. This would allow me to run the dungeon multiple times without worrying about running out of mental power. Upon entering the realm, a giant desert scorpion will ambush from beneath the ground at the start. This creature must be killed or it will continue to harass me. On the way to the boss room at the turn, the 20 giant desert scorpions don't need to be killed. Bypassing them will save time. During the boss fight, the Thunder Shadow clone can't rest. It must simultaneously wear down the boss and attack the spawning minions. To expedite clearing the realms, Linan has devised a meticulous plan. In his plan, he chose not to kill all the monsters in the secret realm, which meant he would score less. Even so, his score was still higher than what one would typically earn from completing a nightmare difficulty level. Therefore, his position at the top of the overall rankings was secure. Half an hour later, he entered the secret realm for the third time. This time, it took him only 1 hour and 50 minutes to clear the hell difficulty level of the Desert Worm's secret realm. On his fourth attempt, it took him 1 hour 32 minutes and 11 seconds. The fifth time, 1 hour 28 minutes and 55 seconds. The sixth, 1 hour 19 minutes and 27 seconds. As time ticked by with each attempt, Linan's familiarity with the secret realm increased and his completion time sped up. Outside the examination venue, the panel of examiners stared at the screens in collective silence. By the time Linan had cleared the secret realm for the 8th time, his completion time had dropped below 1 hour. Good heavens, completing the hell difficulty of the secret realm in less than an hour? Was he as fast when eating ice cream? Even Wang Chen, the strongest warrior of the Blue Star, didn't have this level of performance in his high school exams. Look, Linan didn't care about scoring points by killing monsters. Clearly he was after the primal fragments. Damn, he was treating the exam like a resource farming ground. Finally, just before the end of the second trial, Linan had cleared the hell difficulty secret realm 10 times and had advanced to level 28. Moreover, he successfully collected 10 primal fragments. Without hesitation, he absorbed them all. Primal fragments effect: fundamentally enhance the transmigrator strength, absorb 10 pieces and randomly increase 100 attribute points. Current absorption progress 10 out of 10. Congratulations, you have gained 100 points of mental strength. He randomly Received the mental strength, heaven was helping him too. Li Nan's heart raced. He hadn't expected that the random 100 attribute points from collecting the primal fragments would all go into the mental strength he most desired. What incredible luck. Name, Li Nan. Profession, God Imprisoner. Level, 28. Experience 2188%. Strength, 180-inch. Agility, 190. Constitution, 200. Spirit, 600. Skills, God's Prison. Thunder Spear. Multi-Thunder. Shadow. Purple Thunder. Robed Goblin Commander. Set effect, Source of Spirit, wearer's thoughts flow like a spring. Mental strength doubled. The increase in level, the effect of the Goblin Commander set and the primal fragments combined to bring Li Nan's mental strength to a staggering 600 points. His mental attribute now was 4 times that of other transmigrators at the same level. His other attributes were not low either, almost reaching 200 points each. With less than an hour left until the end of the second round of trials, Li Nan chose not to continue challenging the secret realm but instead rested in place preparing for the third round of trials. Swoosh, an elderly man in white suddenly appeared midair. Time's up. The second trial is ended and the secret realm is closed. Now for the overall rankings. Li Nan's score, 270000. Zheng Tianlin's score, 125000. He Cheng's score, 103010. It could be seen that the top 3 contestants were still Li Nan, Zheng Tianlin and He Chang. The rankings of the top 10 candidates had almost no change. However, what stood out was Li Nan's astonishing score of 270,000 in the first round of the trials. The gap between the top scorer Li Nan and the second place Zheng Tianlin was very small. Many believed that Zheng Tianlin, who was in second place, could overtake Li Nan at any moment, but no one thought so after the second round of trials, because Li Nan had left Zheng Tianlin behind by 100,000 points, more than double Zheng Tianlin's score. How could anyone compete with that? When the second round ended, many examinees were so exhausted that they collapsed on the ground, falling into a deep sleep. This round had finally come to an end. It was too tiring, the desert was so hot. I felt like I had turned black from the sun. My rank finally made it into the top 1 million inch. All the effort was worth it. During these 24 hours, tens of thousands of examinees spent their time in a mysterious realm known as the Desert of Worms, which would become a nightmare for many. For the vast majority, it was their first time entering such a realm. The sight of meter-long scorpions and thousands of larvae instilled fear in the hearts of those new to the realm. Zhao Yu, I'm so tired. Why did you force me to take the college entrance exam? In the third examination site, Lin Feifei sat on the ground, chin propped on her hands, gazing resentfully at her close friend Zhao Yu. Given their backgrounds and capabilities, they didn't need to participate in the college entrance exam as they had already been accepted into Mingyue University. However, Lin Feifei had been dragged into this by Zhao Yu. During the second round of trials, the two, one a priestess and the other a chi swordsman, coordinated their fights with great synergy. Together, they cleared 7 difficult levels of the realm. Lin Feifei's overall ranking was 176, while Zhao Yu ranked 57. Zhao Yu pondered for a moment, touched the sword at her waist, and said with determination, back in the Heiyun mountain range, if it hadn't been for Li Nan's help I would have been killed by the Millennium Tree Spirit. This made me realize there are always stronger people out there, and I am far from strong enough, so we must undergo this trial in the college entrance exam. Come on. Are you seriously comparing yourself to Li Nan? Lin Feifei widened her bright eyes. He's currently the top-ranked super genius. Isn't it normal for him to defeat a Millennium Tree Spirit? Zhao Yu shook her head. I'm not comparing myself to Li Nan. I can't compete with him, but I hope to catch up to him, even if it's just a glimpse of his back. We can't even see his back, he's that much better. Lin Feifei crossed her arms proudly and said, Li Nan is in first place, just like I will be. Since returning from the Heiyun mountain range, Lin Feifei had been gathering information on Li Nan. However, within the borders of Xia country, there were so many named Li Nan. She believed that Li Nan must be someone sent by a powerful force for training, so she focused her investigation on prominent families and clans, and thus she couldn't find him. Hee hee, you little girl, you say I forced you to take the college entrance exam? I guess you also want to meet Li Nan, right? Zhao Yu teased. You're joking again. Lin Feifei blushed and pinched Zhao Yu's waist. On to the first examination site. Zheng Tianlin, dressed in white, sat on the ground powerless. His hair was somewhat disheveled and the blood sword, which he never used to part with, was carelessly thrown on the ground. Li Nan, who exactly are you? Why is the gap between us growing larger? How did you manage to clear the hell difficulty of the secret realm? Over the past 24 hours, Zhang Tianlin had been challenging the secret realm, but no matter what, he could not catch up to Li Nan. Despite risking his life to use a secret technique to tackle the hell difficulty, completing it had taken him a full 7 hours. From an efficiency standpoint, it would have been better to clear the nightmare difficulty a few more times. This was why Zhang Tianlin felt so dejected. Since awakening his SS-tier profession at the age of 7, Zhang Tianlin's life had been smooth sailing. Recognized as a prodigy from a young age and deemed invincible among his peers, he had even caught the attention of Wang Chen, the strongest warrior of the Blue Star, who took him as his disciple. His strength improved by leaps and bounds, swordsmanship levels, practical combat, four-dimensional attributes, everything that could be improved was enhanced. Thus, in every competition he participated in, he secured first place with overwhelming dominance without exception. With his formidable personal strength and prestigious family background, even high-ranking officials from various cities would curry favor with him. Zhang Tianlin had assumed that the National College entrance exam would be no different, and becoming the national top scorer was almost a certainty. Yet Li Nan emerged unexpectedly, seizing the top spots in both the first and second rounds of the trials with an absolute advantage, pressing down on him like a massive mountain. Among all the candidates, only Li Nan seemed in high spirits and relaxed. The first and second trials had eliminated 120 million candidates. The remaining 10 million were preparing to enter the third round of trials. I remind you, the final round of trials will be tougher and more dangerous, so please make your decision carefully, said the elderly man in white, his expression stern. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the candidates changed. Caught in a dilemma, giving up now would be too bitter to accept, but continuing the trial could mean risking their lives. What should they choose? Many of you have already scored enough to enter universities, so those who doubt their abilities should give up, the elder advised. He disclosed chillingly, the death rate designed by the examiners for the third trial is 30%. You now have 30 seconds to decide. Those who stay cannot give up once the trial begins. The announcement shocked everyone. How could the death rate for the third round of trials be so high? What exactly were they being tested on to justify a 30% mortality rate? It was outrageous. If all of the remaining over 10 million candidates stayed, then over 3 million might die in the third trial. 29, 28. 27. The elderly man in white began a cold countdown. I give up. I'm out too. It's not worth it. The risk is too high. I'm the only child in my family. I can't accept such a high mortality rate. Finally, when the 30-second countdown ended, 2/3 of the 10 million candidates chose to give up. This was not unexpected. Everyone has their difficulties, those who believed they had no hope, those afraid of dying, those who were already satisfied with their scores. All shrank back from the immense danger. It was human instinct. However, 3 million people chose to accept the third trial. These candidates were among the elites from various cities in the Xia Kingdom. With their rankings, they were already qualified to enter ordinary universities, but what they were fighting for now was a chance to enter even better universities. The eyes of these 3 million were all firmly fixed on the top 5 prestigious universities of the Xia Kingdom: Nanhai University, Kunlun University, Chongming University, Tsinghua University, and the most elite Mingyue University. I've come this far, I must get into one of the top 5, I thought to myself, as a top student from Guang City First Middle School. How could I give up? My goal since childhood has been to get into Tsinghua University, and now I am very close to achieving it. The resolve of the remaining 3 million was strong. The old man in white in the sky, a rare smile spreading across his face, stroked his long white beard. The quality of candidates this year is quite impressive. I thought retaining 1 million would be good, but now we have 3 million. My Xia Kingdom is truly blessed with talent. However, as main combat class shifters, you will need to confront the formidable dark rifts in the future, so we must set more difficult challenges, selecting only the best of the best. The old man in white cleared his throat and then announced loudly, the final trial begins now. At the moment the old man in white announced the start of the third trial, the 3 million candidates at the 130 venues all vanished on the spot. They were not transported back to their respective cities, but were collectively sent to the foot of a large barren mountain. The sky was dim, as if shrouded in a layer of gray mist, and around them were scattered bones and skeletons, along with broken cold weapons like knives, spears, swords, and halberds, resembling an ancient battlefield that had just witnessed war. Where is this? It's amazing. I blinked and was instantly moved here from the plaza. All 3 million candidates from various points were transported here. Unlike the previous trials, the third trial gathered the remaining candidates together at once. They stood on the plains at the foot of the mountain, a dark mass sprawling before them. "Li Nan, you are here too." Lin Feifei recognized Li Nan in the crowd and walked over with Zhao Yu. "Long time no see." Li Nan, seeing a familiar face, was also somewhat happy. Lin Feifei wore a light version of a priestess's robe today. The outfit was sleeveless and short, revealing her fair arms and cute belly button with silk wrapping around the girl's full chest. Zhao Yu wore a black bodysuit with golden trim, her long ponytail swaying at her back, complementing her stunningly beautiful face, giving her the air of an ancient female warrior. Two tall and stunningly beautiful women approached, each of them possessing the kind of allure that could easily earn them the title of campus belle in any school. As they made their way, many male students couldn't help but fix their gazes on them, their expressions akin to being spellbound. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Though it's actually been less than a month since we last met," Lin Feifei said with a laugh. Zhao Yu, with a look of admiration, congratulated Li Nan. "Congratulations on achieving the top score in the college entrance exams." Li Nan waved his hand modestly and replied, "I don't deserve such praise. The third round of trials hasn't even started yet. The final results are still uncertain." Hearing this, Zhao Yu blinked and her estimation of Li Nan rose even further. In her eyes, Li Nan was not only powerful but also humble. Having once saved her life, he almost seemed perfect to her. "You're too modest. Your scores are so high, far beyond the second place. I think your position as the national champion is almost guaranteed." Zhao Yu continued, keen on engaging more with Li Nan. Just then a handsome young man approached them. "Brotherly." It was Lin Tao from the first high school of the eastern city. With fervent admiration he clasped his fist in greeting. "Brotherly, I am thoroughly impressed by you." Being from the same high school, Lin Tao felt immensely proud to see a fellow schoolmate shine so brightly in the highly competitive college entrance exams. "Don't be so formal. We're schoolmates after all," Li Nan responded with a smile. "I just managed to squeeze into the top 50,000. I can get into a pretty good university. But I'm still far behind you. I have a lot to learn from you." Lin Tao expressed his genuine respect for Li Nan. It's normal to feel admiration in such circumstances. Imagine having a schoolmate who outperforms everyone else in the college entrance exams, poised to become the national top scorer. Although these are but titles, the strength and superiority Li Nan demonstrated are very real. Not only Lin Tao, but other alumni and even candidates from the same city were eager to greet Li Nan, creating a lively atmosphere around him. Naturally, while some were happy, others were not. Zhang Tianlin, currently in second place, stood at a distance staring gloomily at Li Nan. "So that's Li Nan, looks decent, only level 28, how infuriating." "Li Nan, just you wait. The exams aren't over yet. I still have a chance to take back the top spot." Zhang Tianlin was not ready to give up and swore to reclaim the lead in the third trial. Nearby, a short man with green hair approached. "He Zhang Tianlin, are you upset?" It was He Cheng, ranked third and a genius in his own right. Despite Zhang Tianlin's disdain, He Cheng didn't mind and chuckled. "Of course I'm not satisfied. Our family spent so much to raise us and now we're being outperformed by an unknown from a small town. Who would be okay with that?" Zhang Tianlin discerned the implicit meaning in the other's words and frowned, asking, "What do you mean?" "We are competitors in the college entrance examination. Why are you seeking me out?" He Cheng's eyes slightly narrowed as he replied, "I'm looking for you because I want to join forces with you. My family is one of the top 5 families in Xia country. I've received inside information early on that the third trial allows candidates to collaborate, so if we team up with our abilities we can sweep anyone aside. Once the third trial begins we can deal with Li Nan together, cripple his chances and force him to withdraw from the exams. This way you can still secure your top spot and the title of national champion, and I can also achieve second place." He Cheng's plan was compelling. With Zhang Tianlin, a level 35 SS rank professional, and He Cheng, a level 35 S rank professional, teaming up, they indeed stood a chance to defeat Li Nan. "Get lost," Zhang Tianlin stated resolutely. "I, Zhang Tianlin, have not fallen so low as to stoop to such despicable acts with you. If I am to win first place, I will do so honorably, not by wading through filth with you." "Zhang Tianlin, don't throw away the face given to you. I'm telling you the truth. Among the top 20 candidates, 10 have agreed to join forces with me. One more or one less doesn't matter to me." He Cheng's lips twitched. He had never expected Zhang Tianlin to be so staunchly principled. "Are you done? Now leave." Zhang Tianlin remained unmoved. With no other options, He Cheng could only leave in frustration. Half an hour later, the figure of an elder in white appeared above the desolate mountain. A majestic voice announced, "Now for the contents of the third round of trials. This location is outside the borders of Xia country on an ancient battlefield by a shadow rift. Within 1 day you need to enter the desolate mountain and extract a substance called Thunder Fong crystal from the bodies of monsters. For each Thunder Fong crystal obtained, 1,000 points will be added. In this trial, candidates are allowed to form teams or collaborate, and they are also permitted to take Thunder Fong crystals from other candidates." The third trial not only allowed candidates to form groups but also to take crystals from others. The 3 million candidates were all surprised, exchanging looks. This rule meant that the relationships among candidates had escalated from competitive to adversarial. At the start of the trial, the over 3 million candidates did not rush into the desolate mountain but began forming teams and gathering members. Having experienced the second round of trials, many acquaintances quickly formed teams. Small-scale teams consisted of about 10 people, while larger ones had up to 1,000 members. Among them, those who were strong and ranked highly were almost universally courted by all smaller teams. No one wanted to miss out on aligning with the strong, and in a pool of 3 million candidates, the strongest support was naturally Li Nan. As soon as the trial began, Li Nan was surrounded by a crowd of 100,000. "Lord Li, join our small team, guide us along. Lord Li, come to our side. Our team is willing to give 60% of the Thunder Fong crystals we collect to Lord Li. Look at our team. Lord Li, if you help me collect a Thunder Fong crystal, I'll give you 100,000 alliance coins." The enthusiasm from the crowd was overwhelming. Li Nandu was stunned. The scene before him was akin to the celebrity-chasing crowds he'd witnessed in his past life. "How about we all form a team?" Lin Feifei suggested, standing nearby. She was referring to Xiaoyu Lin Tao and about 20 other alumni from Dongsher No. 1 Middle School. Both Xiaoyu and Lin Feifei were high-ranking with formidable combat abilities, and the others, including Lin Tao, were not far behind. If they really teamed up with Li Nan, their squad would be among the top-ranked. However, Li Nan was not interested in forming a team. The advantage of a team was the numbers. People could work together to solve problems and jointly combat enemies. The downside was the need to always consider the team's well-being. For Li Nan, his own alter ego was his teammate, and team battles were in fact a constraint. His combat abilities far surpassed the others, requiring him to consider many factors during fights. After thinking it over, he said, "Sorry, I still prefer being on my own." Hearing this, Lin Feifei wanted to say more, but Xiaoyu interrupted her with a smile. "Sheep flock together, but the fierce tiger walks alone." It's not surprising for Li Nan to make such a decision with his capabilities. "We respect your choice." Lin Tao also chimed in. "If we rely solely on Brother Li's strength, then the high school trials would lose their meaning." "I respect Brother Li's choice as well." The rest of the group decided to form their own team to collect the Thunder Fong crystals. "Okay, although Li Nan is going into the mountains alone, we are also strong and will surely collect many Thunder Fong crystals. I want to join the team too. All friends from Dongsher can join our squad." In less than 5 minutes, a 20-person team led by Lin Feifei, Lin Tao, and Xiaoyu was formed. As they prepared to enter the barren mountains, Li Nan said to Lin Feifei and the others, "If you encounter any difficulties in there, I'll be sure to help." With that, he turned and entered the wild mountains. Soon after, Lin Tao and the others also ventured into the vast terrain. Teams, like armies, entered the vast area of the ancient battlefield. 3 million people might sound like a lot, but in the face of a 500,000 square kilometer old battlefield, they were hardly significant. The teams quickly dispersed throughout various parts of the mountains. The air was foul, permeated with the stench of blood. As Li Nan searched for traces of Thunder Fong crystals in the mountains, he saw that the trees had been burned down, leaving the mountains filled with scorched earth and corpses, creating a chilling sight. The only living things in the mountains were the monsters that fed on the corpses. Li Nan spotted a creature ahead, a giant wild boar with blood-red fur. Its bull-sized eyes were bloodshot, and its 2 black tusks protruded outward like sharp knives. With every breath, a murky, corrosive saliva dripped from its bloody mouth. This was the blood boar, a level 30 creature with attributes of 300 strength, 280 agility, 300 constitution, and 150 spirit power, capable of a tusk charge and characterized as a mutated gregarious wild boar with a body length of about 3 meters, evolved into a carrion eater with extreme aggressiveness in the harsh environment. Weakness, clumsiness, evaluation: a relatively powerful monster among its peers, possibly containing Thunderfang crystals within. Blood boar. Li Nan had never heard of such a creature. He felt a hint of novelty but didn't consider the blood boar a formidable opponent. employing the technique of 1,000 thunder shadows, he sent a thunder shadow clone to confront it. In less than half a minute, the mountain echoed with the dying screams of the blood boar, and the scent of charred pork permeated the air. Killing the blood boar experience plus 18,000 in materials obtained. Blood boar skin Thunderfang crystal. The first Thunderfang crystal obtained. In Li Nan's hand lay a brilliantly pure blue crystal, translucent and seemingly harboring lightning within. A single Thunderfang crystal could fetch 1,000 points, thus acquiring points in the third trial seemed easier than in the previous rounds. Following this, Li Nan discovered and eliminated 5 more blood boars nearby, bursting out 2 more Thunderfang crystals. Just as he had speculated, obtaining Thunderfang crystals wasn't difficult. On average, exploding 2 monsters would yield a crystal with about a 50% drop rate. Of course, normal participants wouldn't find slaying monsters as effortless as Li Nan did. Their efficiency would be much slower. Concluding his thoughts, Li Nan pondered. The wilderness was vast, but the creatures harboring Thunderfang crystals might be limited. 3 million people might not have enough to go around. In the first phase of the trial, squads mainly focused on exterminating monsters to acquire as many Thunderfang crystals as possible from their bodies. In the second phase, once the Thunderfang crystals were almost distributed, teams wanting to obtain crystals would have to snatch them from other teams, and that's when the real battle in the third trial would truly begin. Being a lone wolf, it was best for Li Nan to secure enough Thunderfang crystals in the first phase. Thinking this, Li Nan immediately summoned all his Thunder Shadow clones, directing them to automatically collect Thunderfang crystals. Meanwhile, he himself leaned against a tree, seemingly resting with closed eyes. Gathering his strength, Li Nan rested. Goodness, what exactly was his clone skill? Not only were they numerous, but also powerful. His tactics were somewhat unfair to the other participants. Li Nan's abilities had long been recognized by the examiners. However, watching Li Nan battle so effortlessly somewhat irked them. After all, other participants struggled significantly on their screens. Zhang Tianlin, aiming to reclaim first place, plunged directly into the mountain's beast lair, wildly wielding a blood sword and killing indiscriminately. He Chang, racking his brains, coordinated with various prodigies under his command, preparing to clear a monster site. Other teams were also striving to collect Thunderfang crystals, and injuries or deaths were quite common. Meanwhile, Li Nan encountered monsters, summoned a few clones, and killed them with a couple of shots, facing no difficulty whatsoever. Then Li Nan began to meditate on the spot, even dozing off at times. I feel that the difficulty level of the monsters in the third round of trials is still too low. Yes, Li Nan is too monstrous. The monsters we spent so long preparing and then released into the mountains are like trash before him. Right now, I can only hope that some genius surpasses him to put him under some pressure. But then again, if there is a genius more talented than Li Nan, I might as well jump off a cliff. The examiners were buzzing with discussion. What they didn't know was that Li Nan wasn't sitting in meditation to rest or because he was bored. He was trying to enter a dream state, to enter the divine prison, to acquire an ability of the great sage Sun Wukong. In cell number 2 of the divine prison, Sun Wukong laid on a straw mat, his legs crossed, looking at the ceiling in a leisurely manner. Great sage, as per your request, I have slain the hell difficulty boss in the Desert Worm's secret realm, and I've done it 10 times. The Desert Worm is a man-made secret realm. Does that count? Li Nan asked through the bars. A man-made secret realm is still a secret realm. Of course it counts, Sun Wukong replied. Since you've already slain a hell difficulty boss, I won't go back on my word. I'll teach you a great divine power. Having said this, Sun Wukong plucked a hair from the back of his head and blew on it gently. The brown hair twirled in the air, flew towards Li Nan, and then burrowed into his forehead. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, Law of Heaven and Earth. It's actually Law of Heaven and Earth. Li Nan was ecstatic as he immediately checked the skill. Law of Heaven and Earth level, Super God skill level 1. This skill can grow. Effect: consumes mental power to mimic the rules of enlarging heaven and earth, enlarging oneself and one's weapons. Description: imitating heaven, mimicking earth, as tall as the heavens and as broad as the earth. This is an ancient divine power. Li Nan's heart raced, his heartbeat pounding like a heavy hammer on a drum skin. This ability was incredibly powerful. The reason ordinary humans are weak is that they don't have the advantage of size, strength, or speed in front of monsters. But if you could enlarge an ordinary human size by 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even without any abilities, they could easily crush a monster. That's the advantage of increased size. And with the Law of Heaven and Earth skill, if cultivated to the highest level, it could make one as large as heaven and earth themselves. And a mere step could have the power of 100 nuclear explosions capable of destroying a mountain range, a city. And that's just the solo effect. Li Nan also possesses the thousand-fold thunder shadows. As long as he has enough mental power, he could make all his clones giants, and the thunder spear, turned into a weapon, would also enlarge. Li Nan was completely stunned. Hundreds of thunder shadow clones capable of using law of heaven and earth. The combat power would be terrifying. The skill I gave you is powerful, isn't it? Do you like it? Sun Wukong smiled. Li Nan bowed excitedly. I like it very much, thank you, great sage. Good to hear you like it. Sun Wukong glanced at Li Nan and then shifted the conversation. Actually, for you, law as vast as heaven has a significant drawback. Oh, what drawback? Li Nan tensed up. Your spiritual power is too low. Sun Wukong scratched his ear. At level 1, law as vast as heaven can increase your size 100-fold, consuming a considerable amount of spiritual power. Let me roughly estimate for you, with your current capacity you can maintain law as vast as heaven for at most 5 minutes. After that your spiritual power will be depleted. Li Nan thought it over carefully, then nodded heavily. The great sage was right. The spiritual power consumption of law as vast as heaven was extremely high, even higher than that of the 3 superdivine skills. Thunder Spear, Thousand Thunder Shadows, and Purple Thunder Armor. Currently he could only sustain law as vast as heaven for a maximum of 5 minutes. The clones from Thousand Thunder Shadows only inherit 40% of his abilities and could last for 2 minutes at most. Indeed, the time was very short. However, as Li Nan's level increased, his spiritual power would gradually increase, slowly compensating for the small flaw in law as vast as heaven. So overall this drawback was not worrisome. I'm getting sleepy. Sun Wukong yawned heavily. If you want to obtain my second ability, go and collect a Sky Proliferation Pill. Sky Proliferation Pill? Li Nan frowned, as he had no idea what it was, let alone how to obtain it. I'll look into the Sky Proliferation Pill after the college entrance exam, he decided. Then, without disturbing the great sage's sleep, he left the divine prison. Outside, 6 hours had passed. Upon awakening, Li Nan immediately recalled all his clones. There were a total of 120 clones sent out, tasked with slaying monsters and retrieving Thunder Teeth crystals. Soon after, these Thunder Shadow clones returned, but not all of them. Some had perished in battle. Only 90 clones returned, with 30 lost. Li Nan shook his head. The monsters in the wilderness were not to be underestimated. Even the powerful Thunder Shadow clones could not avoid being attacked by some formidable creatures. Fortunately, the surviving clones had their pockets full, bringing back many Thunder Teeth crystals. Li Nan counted them, a total of 322 crystals. I only slept for a while, and they brought back so much. Very good. 322 Thunder Teeth crystals, which translated to 322,000 points. This efficiency was higher than most of the other exam teams. Indeed, with the ability of Thunder Shadow clones, as long as there were enough monsters, they could obtain even more Thunder Teeth crystals. But 4 to 5 hours after the trial started, the monsters in the wilderness had almost all been killed by the over 3 million examinees, with nearly all Thunder Teeth crystals flowing into the hands of various teams. Now, with more than 10 hours left until the end of the trial, Li Nan thought, if I'm not mistaken, in order to compete for Thunder Teeth crystals, those teams lagging behind will definitely start to snatch them and the teams will begin to kill each other. Looking at the dim sky, Li Nan murmured, the melee is about to begin. I'll hide for now and restore my spiritual power fully here. Just as Li Nan had anticipated, in the first phase, when the barren mountain was still teeming with monsters, the relationships between the various teams were relatively friendly. Everyone was searching for monsters harboring the Lei Fong crystals. Some teams even joined forces to hunt these creatures, reaping significant rewards. However, as the number of monsters in the barren mountain dwindled, those teams that had not secured Lei Fong crystals or were dissatisfied with the quantity they had obtained began to turn their attention to other teams. Driven by their desire for the crystals, they resorted to underhanded tactics, ambushing, robbing, declaring war, and setting traps. The battle among the 3 million examinees had finally commenced. Hand over all the Lei Fong crystals your team has collected, demanded He Cheng arrogantly as he stood with one foot on the head of a silver-haired man in the southern part of the barren mountain. Behind him, 40 to 50 examinees, all ranked within the top 300, displayed menacing grins. Under He Cheng's leadership, these elite talents had formed a formidable group, their combined strength far surpassing that of any other smaller team. Since all the monsters had been killed, He Cheng and his followers had begun openly robbing other teams of their Lei Fong crystals. Given their overwhelming combat power, no other team could rival them. you've already attacked no less than 10 teams Xi Chang and you have plenty of Lei Fong crystals. Don't go too far, the silver-haired man under his foot exclaimed angrily. With a slap, He Chang sent the man's left cheek spewing blood. Each Lei Fong crystal is worth 1,000 points and the exchange rate among examinees has reached 200,000 lead coins per crystal. Who would think that's enough? Hand them over now or I'll do more than just knock you all out and tie you up. Feeling utterly humiliated yet powerless, the silver-haired man reluctantly handed over more than 100 Lei Fong crystals. He Chang nodded in satisfaction, took the crystals and then delivered a fierce punch that knocked the silver-haired man unconscious. Alright, we've searched all the teams in this area, let's move on to other regions immediately. 3 hours later Li Nan opened his eyes, his spiritual power fully restored. By now, there should be no one in the Barren Mountain nor any team that could match him. After acquiring the law of heaven and earth, Li Nan's true combat power was unmatched by anyone of the same level. Even if the level 40 Zheng Tao were still alive, he wouldn't stand a chance against Li Nan. With all the teams now attacking each other and the remaining time dwindling, he decided to search for any remaining monsters that might have been overlooked. Li Nan already had enough Lei Fong crystals to qualify for admission to Mingyue University and thus had no interest in plundering crystals from other teams. He preferred to focus on hunting monsters. Unfortunately, while he intended to spare others, they did not intend to spare him. Before he could even move, a towering brute over 2 meters tall and wielding a red giant axe suddenly charged at him from above. Kill! Sharon, seemingly cumbersome, was actually extremely agile. Swinging his axe like a red hurricane, he aimed to topple Li Nan. Unperturbed, Li Nan's cold gaze spawned a thunderous shadow clone who, wielding the spear of thunder, sent Sharon flying 20 meters away. This man is strong. Sharon staggered to his feet, his face a mask of shock. Ranked 51st, Sharon was stunned to be blown away by a single spear thrust. Who was this man? Behind Sharon, 12 fully armed figures appeared, clearly a small squad. They cast probing spells on Li Nan, then all 13 were stunned. Damn, it's Li Nan, the top ranker. We're in trouble now. Oh no, we've messed up and attacked Li Nan. What do we do now? Karen's barbaric face suddenly turned deathly pale. This squad, with an average level of 30, might have been few in number but was not weak in combat strength. They had already plundered 5 teams by now, but facing Li Nan, the 13 found themselves in a difficult predicament. To fight or not to fight, so what if it's Li Nan? There are many of us, should we fear him alone? Attack together, he must have many Thunder Fong crystals. Sharon gritted his teeth, leading the charge. The others, having no choice, reluctantly followed behind Sharon. Li Nan watched calmly as the 13 figures rapidly approached. Activate heaven and earth. His Thunder Shadow clone underwent a dramatic transformation, with every part of its body rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, the clone grew 100 times in size, a towering figure nearly 200 meters tall with the Spear of Thunder similarly magnified, like a deity descending from the heavens. The Thunder Shadow clone lifted Li Nan, looking down at the tiny figures of the 13 on the ground. My God, what am I witnessing? How can we fight this? We're only as tall as his toes. Sharon and the others were dumbstruck, stopping in their tracks to gaze up at Li Nan. From his elevated position, Li Nan surveyed the surroundings, his hair fluttering in the strong wind. Facing this formidable team, he didn't even need to use his heaven and earth ability to deter everyone. I would have spared you, but you chose to attack me. As punishment, hand over all your Thunder Fong crystals. The overwhelming presence of heaven and earth made Sharon and the others feel like mere ants, instilling in the less resolute a natural sense of invincibility from Li Nan. Too strong, we can't fight this, we surrender. The stark difference in strength left Sharon and the others no choice but to obediently hand over all their Thunder Fong crystals. Li Nan received a bag containing numerous translucent blue crystals, 420 Thunder Fong crystals in total. He stored all the crystals in his spatial bracelet and asked, with so many Thunder Fong crystals, you could have earned enough points for a good university, why then resort to plundering others? After a pause, Sharon replied dejectedly, to make money. Make money? Li Nan's eyes lit up. Sharon nodded. The Thunder Fong crystals on the monsters have already been looted, but many candidates still haven't secured any. Thus, some wealthy individuals eager to secure admission to prestigious universities are willing to purchase these crystals with money. Suddenly, it all made sense to Li Nan. For the offspring of affluent families, buying Thunder Fong crystals was both safe and convenient. Who wouldn't spend a bit of money for a guarantee to attend a top university? How much does each crystal cost now? Li Nan continued to inquire. Due to the limited availability of the Thunder Fong crystals, their prices had skyrocketed. The current buying price seems to be 200,000 alliance coins each, Sharon said helplessly. 200,000 each. Li Nan was stunned by the price. With over 700 Thunderfang crystals in his possession, he could exchange them for 140 million alliance coins. It was an astonishing figure. It's madness, absolute madness out there. Li Nan felt he had underestimated the wealthy. Their offers were truly tempting. Few could resist such a lure. Now even he felt the impulse to plunder from others. Calm down, I need to stay calm. Li Nan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Indeed, the price of the Thunderfang crystals was enticing, but the benefits of becoming the national top scholar, a title that brought unimaginable honor and advantages, were beyond mere monetary value. He could exchange his surplus crystals for money, but only if he could secure the top scholar position. Li Nan had his plan set. I understand now. You may go, he said to Sharon. Thank you for sparing us, Li. Sharon and his group said resentfully as they fled the area without looking back. Meanwhile, Li Nan began searching for teams that were plundering others for Thunderfang crystals. Many powerful teams in the vicinity enjoyed preying on weaker groups for their crystals. Li Nan decided to target these strong teams to seize their crystals. Astonishingly, he alone overpowered an entire team. His ability to enlarge was formidable. Was it a newly learned skill? Truly, Li Nan's combat strength was immense. From these skirmishes he had gathered at least 1,000 Thunderfang crystals. The examiners watched as Li Nan struck other teams, his opponents only using avatars in the fight, while his real body seemed to handle the situation effortlessly. Look, he's about to encounter He Cheng's team. Suddenly a bald examiner exclaimed. The sound was like a gentle breeze rustling through a bamboo forest, imbued with a mystique that rendered it almost sacred and inviolable. The proctor Lu Ziping, along with the other examiners, turned their heads in astonishment. The space around them seemed to ripple like water, blurring the surroundings, and then a young, handsome man in golden attire appeared. Who was this that dared to barge into the examination hall uninvited? The room was secured by the highest level of prohibitive magic formations. How could anyone possibly teleport inside? These examiners were all formidable beings above level 70, each a significant figure in their own right, capable of easily sweeping through a medium-sized country if they combined forces. Yet this man in golden attire had effortlessly bypassed the magic barriers and entered the heavily guarded room. As the examiners got a clearer view of the man's face, their expressions transformed completely. Greetings to Master Wang, greetings to Master Wang, greetings to Master Wang. Indeed, the man in gold was none other than Wang Chen, the most powerful individual on Blue Star, an existence whose mere presence was equivalent to that of a superpower nation. Nations treated such individuals with the utmost deference and praise. Upon his arrival, the elite from conglomerates, political spheres, and military sectors of every nation would kneel to welcome him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the pinnacle of human civilization, a godlike figure among humans. These examiners, who usually held themselves in high regard, now had no choice but to kneel on one knee, bow their heads and stare at the ground, daring not to make the slightest move or offend Wang Chen in any way. In fact, Wang Chen had never visited the examination hall in previous years, nor had he shown any interest in it. To him, while the exam could indeed identify geniuses, these geniuses were merely meeting the basic criteria to catch his attention. There had been many geniuses throughout human civilization, but only Wang Chen was acknowledged as the greatest of all time. Today Wang Chen was merely checking on the status of his disciple Zheng Tianlin. Soon an examiner briefed him on the outcomes of the first 2 rounds of trials. You just mentioned Zheng Tianlin is second, and he was outscored by a factor of 2 by the first place. Wang Chen frowned slightly. In that moment the air in the room seemed to freeze, solidify. The examiners held their breath, intensely focused, fearing to provoke his anger. No one dared to speak. A mere glance from him could shatter the souls of all present in an instant. Enough, give me the details of this first-place candidate. As soon as Wang Chen spoke, the examiners hurriedly compiled the information and battle footage of Li Nan. I see all of Li Nan's skills likely surpass the divine level, reaching the super divine level. No wonder Tianlin is lagging behind. Wang Chen's discerning eyes quickly spotted the level of Li Nan's skills in the video. Hearing this, the surrounding examiners looked at each other and inhaled sharply. Li Nan was using super divine level skills. No wonder he was so formidable. My goodness, all his skills are at the super divine level. I've lived for hundreds of years, and the highest skill level I've learned is at the mythic level. He's 2 tiers above me. His profession is simply against the heavens. This young fellow, quite interesting. The more Wang Chen learned about Li Nan's, the more pleased he became. After reviewing all the information, he angrily exclaimed, "Li Nan is a rare genius for our Xia country, no, a once-in-a-millennium talent. With such a prodigy, why didn't you report to the Qinqing Hall before?" Qinqing Hall, founded by Wang Chen, is one of the 3 major halls on Blue Star. These halls are places where numerous powerful professionals gather to confront the shadow rifts, disregarding race and nationality, selecting only the strongest among humans. It can be said that apart from national armies, the 3 major halls are the strongest force in human civilization against the shadow rifts. The halls are not only formidable in combat but also hold a status higher than any nation on Blue Star. The examiners present had failed in their duty by not reporting the genius's information to the hall beforehand. They should have reported any talent above grade A to the 3 major halls before the college entrance examination began. However, Li Nan's information was not uploaded. The examiner closest to Li Nan, Lu Ziping, was visibly nervous. He stepped forward and, with a trembling voice, said, "This matter is somewhat complicated." During the class change ceremony, Li Nan awakened to the SSS tier profession of divine custodian. However, when he first awakened, his attribute panel was poor, even worse than a grade B main combat profession, and he couldn't use his skills. At that time, the principal Wang Desui suspected there was an issue with the awakening stone, so he didn't upload the information. Later, Li Nan began to show his prowess during an outdoor leveling event. Lu Ziping spoke honestly, not daring to hide anything, and explained continuously for 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen nodded slightly. "I understand. After all, an SSS tier career has never appeared on Blue Star before, so it's understandable that Wang Desui did not report it at the time." Then he smiled at Lu Ziping. "A character like this has emerged from the East City. You should be rewarded. Lu Ziping, in addition to being the deputy mayor, come and serve as an elder of our Qinqing Hall." Instantly, all the examiners around were shocked and envious. The position of an elder in Qinqing Hall was comparable to the governor of a province. Managing tens of thousands of strong individuals, it can be said that because of Li Nan, Lu Ziping's career had truly taken off. "Thank you, Lord Wang of the Hall." Lu Ziping was so moved he almost shed tears. By becoming an elder in Qinqing Hall, he was now among the top echelons of human society. And all this was because of one person, Li Nan. "Li Nan, you helped me rise to become an elder of Qinqing Hall, and I am not an ungrateful person. Once your college exams are over, I'll tell you the location of a tremendous treasure," thought Lu Ziping. "Alright, the 3rd trial hasn't ended yet, let me quietly watch and see what other cards Li Nan has up his sleeve." Wang Chen smiled as he turned his gaze to the screen. On a desolate mountain, Li Nan was counting the Thunderfang crystals in his hands. "I've already helped 4 teams fend off attacks from other teams, and those teams who actively attacked others were severely punished by me. Now, I have a total of 1288 Thunderfang crystals. These 1288 Thunderfang crystals, when converted, amounted to nearly 300 million alliance coins." Li Nan was very satisfied with this. As a child, his dream was to become a millionaire and achieve financial freedom. Now, hundreds of millions of money were easily within his reach. He never dreamed in his life that he would have so much money. "I roughly estimated that I could trade 800 of these 1288 Thunderfang crystals, and the rest would be settled as scores for the 3rd trial, helping me clinch the top national scholar spot." While Li Nan was pondering, a loud explosion sounded not far away. Who else was fighting nearby? His heart leaped with joy, and he immediately approached the source of the explosion, then looked intently. To his surprise, the fighters were all acquaintances. It turned out that Lin Feifei and others were under attack by a powerful team. Li Nan had promised to help them before, so he immediately set off, rushing into the center of the battlefield without hesitation. In the northern wastelands, Lin Feifei, Xiaoyu, Lin Tao and others were engaged in a fierce battle with He Cheng's team. He Cheng's team had grown continuously and now numbered 200 people. Lin Feifei and Xiaoyu's side had only 20 people. Thus, from the start of the fight, the scales of victory tipped overwhelmingly in He Cheng's favor. "Pretty girl, you're quite a fighter." He Cheng, an S-class shadow assassin proficient in the laws of space, wielded a dagger and moved through the battlefield like a phantom. His current opponent was Zhao Yu. Clang, 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 sparks flew everywhere. The battle was intense, the sound of metal striking metal was incessant. "You're He Cheng, I've heard of you. You've already plundered more than 50 teams. Zhao Yu gritted her teeth as she swung her sword. "Oh? You've heard of my great name. And you haven't surrendered yet." He Cheng twirled his dagger, staring intently at Zhao Yu's chest, licking his lips. "You might dress a bit old-fashioned, but your figure and looks are top-notch. Contact me after the college entrance exams. I'm very skilled, get lost. Zhao Yu swung her sword vigorously, and by some ghostly chance her phantom-like sword technique stabbed right into Yi Cheng's heart. But before she could feel triumphant, the image in front of her dissipated. It was just Yi Cheng's skill, a phantom clone. The next second, Yi Cheng's real body appeared behind Zhao Yu, his sharp dagger slashing, destroying the clothes on Zhao Yu's back, revealing a large expanse of her pale skin. Zhao Yu, Lin Feifei anxiously watched from a distance. She wanted to help Zhao Yu but was unable to protect even herself, surrounded by a dozen people. Dongsher No. 1 Middle School's genius Lin Tao was just mediocre among the 3 million outstanding candidates already defeated and trampled into the mud by a burly man. You've lost, He Cheng leered at Zhao Yu. How about it? Want to add my contact? If you treat me well, I might consider sparing you and not take your Thunder Fong crystals. You wouldn't want your teammates to fail their university entrance exams, right? Around them more than 100 people had gathered, forming an impenetrable circle. Zhao Yu had no way to escape. Humiliation, anxiety, anger. Zhao Yu almost crushed her silver teeth, glaring at He Cheng, wishing she could perish together with this despicable villain. Boring. After waiting for a moment, He Cheng lost his patience and casually ordered the people around him. Zhao Yu and Lin Feifei are from the Zhao and Lin families. Keep those two for now. Break the arms and legs of the others. The third trial allowed the examinees to kill each other. However, these were just high school graduates, hardly capable of murder. So He Cheng instructed them to break their opponents' limbs instead. Let's see who dares to move. Suddenly a voice as loud as thunder pierced everyone's ears, and all hands halted their movements. Looking up, a gigantic figure appeared. The figure was Li Nan, who seemed as imposing as a mountain, standing tall before everyone. Damn, what the hell is this? Li Nan, my god, he's huge. Everyone's jaws dropped as if they could swallow a bowling ball. He Cheng stood still as if struck by lightning, looking utterly dumbfounded. Impossible, impossible. How can a level 28 transfigurer cast such a high-level skill? It must be an illusion. He Cheng aimed ahead, swung his arm forcefully, and thrust his dagger at high speed towards the giant to test whether it was real or an illusion. How audacious! Li Nan raised his hand and slapped it away. Dust flew and a fierce wind kicked up in the area. The dagger flung away, lost to sight. It wasn't an illusion, it was real. He Cheng, looking up at the 200-meter-tall giant, felt a helplessness he hadn't experienced since infancy when facing adults. How the heck do you fight someone 200 meters tall? Even Ultraman on TV isn't much different. Though terrified, He Cheng did not run away. He had a sliver of confidence from his family background. The Yi family, one of the 5 major families in Xia country, controlled the lifelines of many industries and supported countless powerful figures, including over 100 of level 70 and above. Thus He Cheng believed that Li Nan would not dare to kill him. I don't know what skill you used to become so huge, but it's useless. You won't dare to hurt me. He Cheng looked up at Li Nan. Not dare to hurt you? Li Nan snorted coldly. Forget hurting, he wasn't even afraid of killing. He had already killed the lackeys of Yunshui Corporation in the Heian Mountains. I am the 3rd young master of the Yi family, born into a status far above yours. I was born ahead in the race, and you are only fit to be a servant to us successful people. Seeing that Li Nan did not make a move, He Cheng felt secretly thrilled and spoke more audaciously, laughing gleefully. You might be a genius, but you're not a strong man. My family has countless strong ones. Any one of them could crush you with their little finger. Watching He Cheng spout such foolish words like a clown, Li Nan almost laughed out loud. There really were such foolish young masters in the world. He had always thought the foolish rich second generations portrayed in TV dramas were exaggerated, but today he had encountered one. Then Li Nan saw Zhao Yu with disheveled clothes, Lin Feifei surrounded, and Lin Tao's face trampled into the mud. A fierce anger surged within him. His friends had been humiliated like this. How could he let Yi Cheng go, a mere jumping clown? You want to die? I'll grant that wish. Li Nan made his move, stretching out his right arm over 100 meters long. His immense palm descended in an instant. Li Nan, you dare to kill me? Yi Cheng, staring up at the shadow overhead, froze, completely regretting his earlier actions. With a thunderous boom, the ground shook violently. The powerful blast emanated from the palm, dispersing in all directions and sending the surrounding withered woods flying. Under the oppressive force of the giant palm, the entire area sank 10 meters. As for the person beneath the palm, he was of course crushed into a pulp. Yi Cheng was dead. Relying on his background, he thought Li Nan wouldn't dare to kill him, but now he was dead. This goes to show one should not be overly arrogant. Li Nan withdrew his arm, coldly gazing at the corpse of Yi Cheng. His action was not a rash impulse, drawing trouble upon himself. He had his own reasons. Although He Chang was from one of the 5 major families of Xia country, let's not forget, both Lin Feifei and Jia Yu were also from major families. Li Nan's intervention was also for Lin Feifei and Jia Yu. After this, the Lin and Zhao families would surely provide protection. More importantly, if Li Nan became the top scholar of the nation, he would likely be invited to join one of the 3 great halls: Qinqing Hall, Minghua Hall, or Longfeng Hall. These 3 halls were the most powerful and violent transnational organizations on Blue Star. In the face of such ultimate violent machines, mere secular families, the Yi family included, were insignificant. So, what if He Chang was killed? Li Nan daring to kill Yi Chang? He was still too young. Yi Chang was the most favored son of the Yi family head. Killing him would bring endless trouble. It was foolish to court disaster so blatantly. The examiners were shocked by Li Nan's audacity, all remarking on his boldness. Meanwhile, the Lord of Qinqing Hall, Wang Chen, the strongest man on Blue Star, burst into laughter. Not only is Li Nan exceptionally talented, but he also fears no secular power. To kill at the drop of a hat, this character. I like it. When Yi Chang first provoked him, Li Nan did not strike back immediately. I guess he didn't kill Yi Chang in a fit of rage, but rather he had thought it through and had a good grasp of the situation. This shows his sharp mind. Excellent, excellent. Wang Chen grew to like Li Nan more the more he observed him. In Li Nan, he seemed to see a reflection of his younger self, equally dazzling in his time. Lord Wang, since Li Nan has killed Yi Chang, this will surely provoke retaliation from the Yi family. What should we do? Asked an examiner timidly. Wang Chen snorted dismissively, waving his golden sleeve, causing the entire space to tremble mournfully. He looked coldly at the examiner and said, "The existence of the Yi family is merely to manage the foundational affairs of Xia country. If they dare to touch Li Nan's, the future pillar and beam of Xia country, I wouldn't mind making the Yi family disappear from this world." Hearing this, all the examiners present broke out in cold sweat. Truly, as the strongest on Blue Star, Wang Chen's words were domineering, undoubtedly serving as a stern warning to the Yi family. One of the 5 great families of the Xia kingdom, each family was famously influential and possessed profound heritage. However, in the eyes of Wang Chen, the scion of the mighty Qinqing Hall, these families seemed no more significant than common chickens and dogs. Indeed, as the master of Qinqing Hall, Wang Chen was not only unrivaled in martial prowess on the Blue Star, but his domain, the Qinqing Hall, was also the most formidable among the 3 great halls. He hardly considered the Yi family a threat. Even if the Yi family were to be destroyed, Qinqing Hall could swiftly elevate the Li, Zhang, Du and Xiao families. Many clans, he believed, were eager to replace the Yi family. Jia Yu, Lin Feifei and Lin Tao, among others, were utterly astonished when they witnessed Lin Nan crushing Yi Chang with a single palm strike. After all, Yi Chang was the 3rd-ranked super genius, a top-tier candidate in terms of level and profession among all examinees. Jia Yu, who had clashed with Yi Chang before, knew well the extent of his capabilities. Without Lin Nan and Zhang Tianlin, Yi Chang's prowess could have easily earned him the national top scorer in previous college entrance examinations, yet he was annihilated by a mere gesture from Lin Nan. This clearly demonstrated that Lin Nan's strength was on an entirely different level compared to Yi Chang. Lin Nan is incredibly strong. Zhao Yu's eyes shone with increasing admiration. The impact was shocking. Even low-level job changers like us could muster such powerful skills, thought Lin Tao as he rose from the mud. The force of that palm strike made his calves tremble uncontrollably. He's just that fierce, Lin Feifei commented with a smile, praising Lin Nan. Since the events at the Black Cloud Mountains, she had been astounded by Lin Nan's terrifying rate of progress, and unlike the others, she had grown accustomed to his overwhelming power, considering it natural for him to outclass other geniuses. A kilometer away, Zhang Tianlin held a blood sword and gazed towards Lin Nan. "How foolish of me," he chuckled ruefully, shaking his head, "to even dream of comparing myself with Lin Nan. He effortlessly blocked Yi Chang's strike, and even I stood no chance against it." The gap between Zhang Tianlin and Lin Nan was small during the first trial, but in the second trial, the points difference had doubled, making it nearly impossible to catch up. By the third trial, having witnessed Lin Nan's capabilities firsthand, Zhang Tianlin was thoroughly convinced, admitting that trying to match Lin Nan now was nothing short of a fool's dream. After finishing his display of power, Lin Nan reverted to his usual form. Lin Feifei, Zhao Yu, Lin Tao and the others gathered around to express their gratitude, to which Lin Nan responded with smiles. As for the members of Yi Chang's team, they were too frightened by Lin Nan's show of strength to remain. They scattered, leaving the area in haste. Naturally, with Yi Cheng's death, all their Thunder Fong crystals fell into Lin Nan's possession. The haul was staggering, 4,210 crystals. Considering how many teams Yi Cheng had plundered, the number of crystals was incredibly high. Observing the large sack filled with blue crystals, a smile crept onto Lin Nan's face, including his earlier gains of 1288 crystals. His total now reached an astonishing 5,498 Thunder Fong crystals. Converted into college entrance exam scores, these could be exchanged for over 5 million points. Zhao Yu and Lin Feifei, how many Thunder Fong crystals do you have in your possession? Li Nan asked casually. We have over 200 Thunder Fong crystals, Lin Feifei answered. Lin Feifei and her team consisted of only 20 members, and with 200 crystals to distribute, each person would only receive an average of 10 crystals, a modest haul indeed. Calculated into scores, aside from Lin Feifei and Zhao Yu, who had performed excellently in the first and second rounds, the others could at most aspire to gain admission to a second-tier university. Li Nan pondered for a moment, then said to everyone, I have some extra Thunder Fong crystals that I can sell to you at a discounted price. Hearing this, Lin Tao and the others lit up with excitement. The Thunder Fong crystals in the Barren Hills had long been plundered and were virtually priceless. They were more than eager to persuade Li Nan to sell his crystals. After all, these were not just crystals, they represented their future prospects. With the number of Thunder Fong crystals Li Nan possessed, as long as they had enough money, even entering the top national university, Mingyu University, wasn't a dream. This opportunity was like a pie falling from the sky, and Lin Tao and the others were ecstatic to the point of nearly ascending to heaven on the spot. In the history of national college entrance examinations, only Li Nan could sell Thunder Fong crystals in such large quantities, an indication of how rare this opportunity was. My God, I have a chance to get into Mingyu University. Coming from a wealthy family, Lin Tao didn't care about the cost. Brotherly, I'll buy 100 Thunder Fong crystals. I want to buy 2. Give me 50, bossly, 30 will be enough for me. After the transactions, Li Nan sold 1,400 Thunder Fong crystals at a price of 200,000 alliance coins each, a discounted rate indeed. As the time for the third trial dwindled, the rich heirs who needed Thunder Fong crystals were extremely anxious, and the price of the crystals had soared to 300,000 alliance coins each. Lin Tao and his fellow townsfolk from the East City were immensely grateful to Li Nan and all came over to thank him. With these Thunder Fong crystals, their lives were completely turned around. Previously, they had struggled to even get into second-tier universities, but now they had a high chance of entering the very top-tier Mingyu University. How could they not be grateful to Li Nan? Lin Tao and the others treated Li Nan like an elder brother and now owed him a huge favor. I still have over 4,000 Thunder Fong crystals left. Even if the second placer Zhang Tianlin is exceptionally talented, he could at most gather 1,000 crystals, right? That means to secure the top national rank with certainty, I could conservatively sell another 3,000 Thunder Fong crystals, Li Nan estimated internally. He then set out selling those 3,000 Thunder Fong crystals around the Barren Hills for 300,000 alliance coins each. As the third trial neared its end, selling 3,000 Thunder Fong crystals, Li Nan's assets reached a staggering 12 billion. At that moment he became an envied billionaire, spoken of by all on Blue Star, where 12 billion alliance coins held considerable purchasing power. With his wealth, Li Nan could easily purchase a sprawling estate spanning 5 kilometers in the heart of Dongshi's Yuehu Park. There he could employ hundreds of attractive maids to serve him, indulging daily in lavish meals and buying the most expensive luxury cars and watches, living a comfortable and dignified life. In his previous life, this was almost the dream life Li Nan had envisioned. However, now having 12 billion yuan was not enough to make him jump for joy. In this world, money is secondary, power is what truly matters. With great power comes the authority over life and death, and with such authority he could have as much money as he desired. For instance, Wang Chen, the strongest person on the Blue Star, didn't need money. Countless top tycoons would willingly offer him billions just for a favor. Thus, enhancing one's own strength is the real path to power. Sun Wukong once told me that to acquire a second ability one needs a very expensive sounding Yen Tian pill. Li Nan wondered if the money he currently had was enough to buy one. At this moment, less than an hour remained until the end of the third round of trials. Out of the 3 million candidates, nearly half lacked the necessary Thunder Fong crystals. A few possessed between 1 and 10 crystals, and only a very select few had more than 10 crystals. No one had the thousands of Thunder Fong crystals that Li Nan managed to accumulate, over 4,000 sold and another 1,000 still on hand. Zheng Tianlin, who was in second place, had gathered only 750 crystals with great effort in the wilderness. Li Nan, you're definitely going to be this year's national top scorer. Lin Feifei's smile bloomed like a daisy. Zhao Yu and Lin Tao also nodded with smiles, agreeing. If Li Nan's strength couldn't secure him the top national spot, then the sun might as well rise from the west tomorrow. Fellow townspeople from Dongsha such as Chen Song, Xiao Zhan and Xu Yang also shared this sentiment, gathering around to flatter and please Li Nan. No need to be so polite everyone, Li Nan laughed. We'll all surely attend the nation's top university, Mingyue University, together. We'll be alumni, hee. That wouldn't be without Brother Li's help, someone chimed in. That's right, I heard that Brother Li controlled the distribution of the Thunderfang crystals, not letting others surpass us. Brother Li is so righteous. Xu Yang will follow you for life. I want to have Brother Li's babies. Get lost, you weirdos, Li Nan joked as he scolded them. Lin Feifei and Zhao Yu, two stunning beauties, also laughed merrily. The atmosphere in the wilderness was cheerful and lively. Just then, a chilling sound crackled in the air. The dim sky overhead seemed to be instantly torn apart by a demonic hand, and the temperature around plummeted to below 0 degrees Celsius. It was daytime, yet darkness fell like a deep black curtain, instantly covering the entire sky. What's happening? What's going on? Why did it suddenly turn dark? In the barren mountains, all the exam candidates were stunned by the sudden apparition, instinctively lifting their heads to gaze at the sky. In the next moment, their pupils constricted and their faces turned pale with horror, for they witnessed a catastrophe unfolding. The sky was rent with a dark red fissure. It was a shadow rift, the Shadow Rift. A symbol of disaster stemmed from the unstable spacetime of their world. Monsters from other dimensions would tear through the spatial barrier and emerge from these rifts, wreaking havoc on human civilization. Throughout human history, generation after generation of job changers had waged brutal wars against the monsters of the shadow rifts, with the death toll exceeding 1 trillion. Traditionally, the mightiest job changers from the 3 great temples, along with the armies of various nations, would confront these rifts, but now it was 3 million high school students in these barren mountains facing this terrifying crack. Li Nan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the dark sky. Zhao Yu, Lin Feifei and others were frozen in place, trembling all over. It was over. How could the Shadow Rift appear here? I remembered a documentary I had watched. The monsters from the Shadow Rift would kill us, then take our skeletal remains back to their realm as trophies to hang on their walls. My grandfather had told me that these alien monsters liked to eat humans alive. The fear and trembling gripped all the candidates as they had grown up hearing horrifying tales of the Shadow Rifts. Meanwhile, in a conference room in Xia country, Wang Chen watched the live feed with furrowed brows. He didn't ask why such a lapse had occurred at the high school examination site in the barren mountains, but instead coldly asked, where is the venue for the 3rd round of the trials? The examiners answered anxiously, it's at the ancient battlefield in the Northern Territories of our country. The ancient battlefield was a site of ancient Shadow Rift invasions, sprawling over 7 million square kilometers, a land long ravaged by war and seldom tread by humans. Can we teleport all the candidates back? Wang Chen asked further. One of the examiners, dressed in luxurious robes, responded, I've tried already, it's impossible. The candidates were all marked by the teleportation array and could have been teleported back to Xia country at any moment, but now it can't be done. It must be interference from the enemies from the other realm. It's too late to send reinforcements now, as the barren mountains of the ancient battlefield are 10,000 kilometers away from Xia country. Wang Chen's gaze grew colder. Enough, I'll go there myself. He then touched the void with one hand, causing ripples to spread through space like water, and entered the void alone, his figure disappearing from sight. Back at the ancient battlefield, the barren mountains, the Shadow Rift showed signs of activity. Countless monsters, like a massive waterfall, surged out from the rift, an endless stream of black creatures filling the surroundings of the barren mountains, advancing towards them. Among them, a black dragon, whose wings alone spanned 1 kilometer, emerged from the rift. With a roar, the dragon's cry instantly covered tens of thousands of square kilometers. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that this mighty black dragon was merely a mount for a horned demon. The demon's deep blue eyes gazed over the land, murmuring, at last we have returned. Now let us proceed with the plan. He pulled out a blood-red scroll adorned with strange patterns. Upon opening the scroll, a crimson veil instantly covered the entire desolate mountain and the surrounding hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land. Suddenly a deafening sound echoed across the land. Wang Chen stood in the void, his platinum robe fluttering in the wind, his body radiating dazzling golden light resembling a deity. With a casual stretch of his arm, the dark sky cracked open and a gigantic golden arm burst forth with strands of golden sunlight the size of the arm dwarfing the entire mountain. Even the vast black dragon seemed no more than a tiny chick in comparison to this golden arm. Effortlessly the golden hand grasped the black dragon's neck, rendering its struggles and roars futile. Wang Chen, it has been 100 years and you have grown stronger, the horned demon Sato chuckled. Unfortunately, my target this time is not you, but those little ones below. With these words, Sato turned to flee back into the shadow rift. His escape speed surpassed the speed of sound, causing a series of explosive sonic booms in the surrounding area. Trying to leave, Wang Chen snorted coldly, his illusory golden arm instantly strangling the black dragon, then his body swiftly accelerated, instantly teleporting to the entrance of the shadow rift faster than Sato. Wang Chen, I want to flee, you can't stop me. Sato, with a pair of blood-red wings unfurled behind him, burst forth at a speed completely surpassing the speed of sound, flying rapidly through the sky. His speed was so fast that he left trails of red light in the air, dazzling and confusing to the eye. If there were scientific instruments present, one could calculate that Sato's flying speed could circle the blue planet in just a second. Yet even with such speed in front of Wang Chen, he dared not fly recklessly but instead tried to escape back into the shadow rift following a zigzag trajectory. 100 years ago, I couldn't stop you, now, it's different. Time freeze. With a glare, Wang Chen's pupils emitted thousands of beams of golden light, freezing the entire expanse of the ancient battlefield in time and space. Millions of square kilometers time-space, all people and objects were frozen in this moment like a photograph paused in time. Except for Wang Chen himself, everything was immobilized. The horned demon Sato, still in a flying posture, was motionless in the sky, his pupils slightly dilated in shock, his lips barely managing to part. Wang Chen, I didn't expect you to have become so strong. Humph, the fourth layer world, the witch dragon realm where you reside, I've long stopped regarding it. Wang Chen, with his proud and solitary figure, stood before Satyr and effortlessly twisted the slender neck of this formidable entity from another world. Satyr, a mighty being beyond compare, was dead. Time and space then returned to normal and everyone around snapped out of their paused state. They witnessed the enormous and terrifying black dragon along with the horned demon from another realm, both slain by Wang Chen, falling from the sky. Though it might sound like a lengthy tale, the entire sequence took merely 10 seconds. Such is the prowess of Wang Chen, the strongest man on Blue Star and the foremost guardian of human civilization. In the wilderness where the examination was taking place, all the candidates were immensely shocked, their eyes filled with respect and admiration as if they were beholding a great figure. Previously, they had seen Wang Chen in action on television, but watching him in reality was far more thrilling. Wang Chen, who had traveled through torn spaces to arrive here, casually strangled the black dragon and froze time to kill Satyr in an instant. His movements were smooth and spectacular, turning the battleground into a scene of exquisite artistry. So cool, incredibly cool. Even Li Nan was left gaping, unconsciously tightening his grip on his fists, murmuring to himself that perhaps one day he might also become a powerful being like Wang Chen. At this moment, more monsters continued to emerge from the dark rifts. Wang Chen, undisturbed, flicked his finger and a golden colossal finger akin to a mountain of gold burst forth, obliterating the dark rifts in the sky. Countless monsters were annihilated and the surrounding wilderness was littered with fragments of monster corpses. With the rifts gone and the darkness dispelled, the sky brightened once again. Are there still monsters? Wang Chen frowned, looking down at the blood-red barrier that enveloped the wilderness below. What was going on? Why hadn't the blood-red barrier disappeared yet? When the dark rifts first appeared, the barrier had already trapped over 1 million monsters. Be cautious, these monsters aren't dead. Even Wang Chen seemed unable to save them. Tension mounting in the atmosphere, the surviving candidates in the wilderness felt a foreboding sense of doom. Logically, with Wang Chen's strength, he should have been able to shatter the barrier with a single punch and sweep away those surviving monsters. However, after waiting for 5 minutes, the barrier above their heads remained intact. In the control room, the examiners observed the barrier through their screens and discovered its nature. It was a rule-specific barrier unique to the Witch Dragon realm, designed to restrict those above level 40 from entering. This barrier was nearly indestructible. Its aim was clear: to obliterate the candidates undergoing trials in the wilderness. These bastards from the Witch Dragon realm targeted the cream of the crop among their peers, the very future of Xia country. Despicable and Venomous, they aim to wipe out Xia's talents in one fell swoop, an utterly detestable act. If these candidates were lost, it would be a tremendous blow to Xia country. The examiners pounded their chests in anger and frustration. Because of the presence of Li Nan and Zheng Tianlin, this year's college entrance examination was of unprecedented value, their potential terrifyingly vast, especially Li Nan, who, if he survived, was destined to become a pillar of strength for both Xia country and humanity itself. If they perish in the battle on the barren mountain, the loss would indeed be immeasurable. Over 1 million monsters have already invaded the mountain, and through detection spells, it's clear that these creatures have an average level of above 35. The candidates simply couldn't withstand them. Hundreds of thousands of candidates who couldn't escape in time at the base of the mountain have already been brutally slain by the monsters. The rivers between the mountains have been dyed red with blood, and the bodies of both humans and monsters litter this barren land. On the mountainside, Li Nan remained composed, surrounded by hundreds of his Thunder Shadow clones ready to unleash their full strength at any moment. Li Nan, the blood-red barrier is getting thicker, we can't see the outside, can we still get out? Zhao Yu asked anxiously. At this moment her greatest reliance was solely on Li Nan. The strength of everyone else seemed insignificant in front of these monsters. Li Nan shook his head, uncertain of the situation himself. Lin Feifei and the others all gathered around Li Nan, feeling somewhat less terrified of the monsters surging up from below the mountain as long as he was with them. Classmates, suddenly a resonant voice echoed, "This is Wang Chen, I am communicating with you through telepathy right now." Instantly, everyone was shocked beyond measure, filled with hope. "It's Master Wang. Master Wang hasn't given up on us. That's wonderful." Wang Chen's voice reverberated in the ears of the candidates. "The Witch Dragon realm has opened a shadow rift to invade the ancient battlefield and has laid down a rule barrier intending to annihilate you. I am currently using the power of the rules of this world to fight against the rule barrier. It will take about 3 hours to break the barrier. Thus, in the next 3 hours you must unite and protect yourselves. According to my telepathic scan, there are approximately 28 million monsters that have entered the barren mountain. These monsters are higher in level than you and will stop at nothing to kill you, but do not give up. You are the elite of this year's college examination, indeed the finest of all previous years. You are the pride of our Xia country. As long as you stand united, the invasion of the Witch Dragon realm will surely fail. Remember, even in absolute adversity, we the people of Xia country never give up, never surrender. Children, fight to the death. Let those scum from the Witch Dragon realm witness your power." Wang Chen's inspiring words echoed, stirring a strong resonance and boiling passion among the crowd. "I'm gonna slaughter all those beasts down the mountain, damn it, so what if we die? Brothers, I'll lead the charge. My grandfather was a martyr who fought against otherworldly realms, I'll be the first to rush in." The candidates, all young adults brimming with youthful energy, were now fully charged with emotion, each one of them spirited and fervent. Even Li Nan's eyes shimmered with excitement. Over 2 million surviving candidates on the barren mountain quickly assembled, forming a large makeshift army. Under the Crimson Barrier, 1 million candidates stood united. Now, they faced a deadly battle against 28 million monsters. A shadow rift appeared on the barren mountain. The Xia Country TV station was also alerted, broadcasting this urgent news nationwide. At Nanhai University, Li Wan almost fainted upon hearing this news. "Little Nan, you must come back alive, you're the only family I have left." Not only Li Wan, but billions of people from the Xia kingdom were worried about the candidates fighting in the barren mountains, praying for their safe return. The air in the barren mountains was thick with the scent of blood. Above them was a blood-red barrier, below lay mountains of corpses and seas of blood, almost everything tinted with the hue of blood red. All the candidates gathered in the middle of the barren mountain at a place known as Heaven and Earth Valley. The geography of Heaven and Earth Valley was like it had been cleaved by a giant celestial sword, with cliffs steep and imposing all around. The terrain within the valley was rugged, easy to defend but hard to attack. The most crucial aspect was that the path leading up the mountain was almost a necessary route for monsters. Therefore, the candidates unanimously agreed to make this place the battlefield for a great battle. "Li Nan, are you nervous?" Lin Feifei and others looked towards Li Nan. Behind them, a dense crowd of 2 million candidates stood. "To say I'm not nervous would be a lie," Li Nan said with a smile. "These past few days I've considered you my biggest competitor, and now to think that we'll be fighting side by side." Standing next to Li Nan was Zheng Tianlin with heroic-looking eyebrows and eyes, gripping a blood sword, imposing and formidable. "I hadn't expected this either," Li Nan said with a shake of his head and a smile. Now, they were not competitors but comrades in this temporary army. Initially, all the candidates present were competitors, but when facing an external enemy regardless of past grievances, they all let bygones be bygones at this moment. Everyone was now filled with a resolve to die. The entire inside of the valley was filled with over 2 million candidates. Close combat professionals stood in the front lines while support and mage classes took position in the back, and highly mobile assassins and cavalry were on the flanks. The air grew quieter, carrying the weight of an impending storm. Suddenly, a gust of wind and dust swept through, followed by the ground beginning to shake. What appeared before everyone was a boundless sea of monsters. The monsters were hideously ferocious, some with 3 tails, others with fish heads, some with black horns on their foreheads, and some entirely made of pink flesh. A variety of powerful monsters surged forward like a massive tide, undisciplined and barbaric, charging straight ahead with the intent to tear humanity to shreds. They are here. Everyone, do not fear, the time for a desperate battle has arrived. Charge! Faced with a tidal wave of monsters, the million close combat candidates, unwilling to show weakness, armed with swords and various weapons, surged forward fearlessly. As close combat professionals, if they merely cowered in defense, they couldn't protect their teammates in the rear. Thus, they had to charge. Boom! In an instant, across the 2-kilometer-wide valley, a million close combat professionals clashed with the monster army, immediately erupting into a tremendous noise of weapons colliding. Following that, mages and various other long-range professionals launched their attacks from the rear. Above the valley, the sky was almost blanketed with colorful energy bullets and magical arrows, while monsters in the rear fell in droves. The center of the battlefield was a horrific sight akin to a massive meat grinder. Every minute, hundreds of brave candidates perished. Of course, even more monsters were slain. Although the monsters had an average level of 35 and high defense capabilities, they lacked any form of tactics. Leveraging the terrain of the valley, all the monsters were held off by melee fighters, then mercilessly bombarded by long-range spells, resulting in massive casualties among them. The monsters howled in agony, surrounded by human bones and viscera, shattered weapons, and deep pits created by magical bombardments. The scene of war was gruesomely bloody, causing many mages in the rear to vomit uncontrollably. Li Nan, you are stronger than I am. There are still elite monsters in the back. I'll leave those to you while I head to the center of the battlefield to command our forces. Zheng Tianlin said this and immediately charged into the battlefield. With his formidable strength, he activated slaughter mode as soon as he entered the fray, significantly alleviating the pressure on the front lines. Li Nan watched the tense battle, feeling anxious yet restrained himself from acting immediately. After all, he was the strongest among the 2 million candidates. If he entered the fray too early, he would waste his spiritual and physical strength. What if a large number of elite monsters or bosses appeared later? It was like playing poker. Who would play the strongest hand right at the beginning? Suddenly, 3 huge shadows appeared behind the monster legion. These puny humans are quite resilient, managing to hold off the first wave of our assault. They possess high tactical acumen and their coordination is impeccable. If this continues, our mission might fail. It's time for us, the 3 great demon generals and our personal guards, to take the stage. The features of the 3 shadows gradually became clearer. Upon closer inspection, the first monster had a human head and a snake body stretching 20 meters long with a robust green tail that seemed capable of locking down any enemy. The second monster was a minotaur with 2 horns protruding from its temples and a body covered in thick fur standing 30 meters tall. The third monster was a giant wild boar clad in black armor, its eyes as large as bowls and blood red, its body 100 meters long, resembling a dark mountain from afar. The snake general, bull general, and boar general, they were the leaders of the 14th subordinate legion of the witch dragon realm under Satyr. Each of the 3 demon generals possessed the combat power of a level 40 boss, the maximum allowed under the blood-red rule barrier. Originally, there were 4 demon generals, but due to the impact of Wang Chen's strike, the dragon general had turned to ash. These humans are too weak. There's no need for you to act. My personal guard and I will flank them from the side and encircle and annihilate these humans. The snake general hissed, leading 1,000 of his serpent-shaped personal guards to set off. Once you strike, the human battle line will surely crumble. Snake demon general, do not disappoint us, said the ox demon general and pig demon general, chuckling casually. As expected, when the snake demon general made his move, he almost completely overwhelmed the battlefield situation. With incredible agility and extraordinary strength, no competitor could withstand him. Soon leading his guards, the snake demon general broke through from the side, charging straight ahead. Li Nan, that monster claiming to be the snake demon general is about to break through our army's right flank, Zhao Yu said anxiously, her body covered in the blood of monsters, having just returned from a skirmish on the flank. A level 40 boss. It seems they are the strongest force of the monster army. After understanding the situation, Li Nan commanded, order the entire right flank to retreat. I will go alone to deal with the snake demon general and his guards. A mage nearby could hardly believe Li Nan's words. What, you alone? In a battle involving 1,000,000 soldiers, if the right side falls, the entire army will be doomed. Trust Li Nan, he is the strongest among us, Zhao Yu encouraged the mage. After a moment the mage nodded. Zhao Yu is right. If even Li Nan can't stop the snake demon general, no amount of additional troops could hold the right flank. Alright Li Nan, I believe in you too. Li Nan nodded with a smile and then headed alone towards the right side of the valley to confront the snake demon general directly. Run, the snake demon general is coming, help save me. On the right side of the valley, the competitors who had not yet retreated were brutally killed one by the snake demon general. Holding a 5-meter-long scimitar, each sweep of his blade cleaved dozens of competitors in two, creating an extremely bloody scene. Ha, the blood of young humans tastes so good. The snake demon general continued his mad slaughter, feasting on the corpses, his expression filled with excitement. Thousands of young elites from the Xia nation perished at the hands of this monstrous creature. Suddenly there in the valley, Li Nan's figure began to expand, transforming into a 200-meter-tall giant. He lifted his knee, aimed at the snake demon general, and stomped down with tremendous force. Boom! The ground shook, and nearly every human and monster on the battlefield was startled, all eyes turning to watch. Old Ox, what is that thing? Asked the pig demon general, his eyes wide with astonishment. It's huge. Even the ox demon general was shocked. Damn, how can humans get so big? Dodging swiftly, the snake demon general narrowly escaped the stomp. Even with his nearly 20-meter-long body, he had to look up at Li Nan. Seeing this, the competitor's army erupted in cheers. Li Nan's skill is incredible. Fortunately, we have Li Nan in this year's exam, otherwise no one could have handled that snake demon general. Go Li Nan, crush that vile snake and avenge the fallen. On the battlefield, morale is extremely important. Without it, unity like this would be impossible and the monster army could easily break through. But now, thanks to Li Nan, the once waning spirits were soaring high again. So your name is Li Nan? The serpent general gazed upward at the gigantic human above with a sinister look, hissing through his forked tongue. I admit your power is freakish and your strength becomes terrifying once you've grown. But what does it matter how strong you are if you can't hit me? It's all in vain. I don't believe your supernatural ability can last forever. Just wait, once this ability wears off, I will flay and debone you. It was true, the serpent general had a sharp eye and saw right through Li Nan's inability to maintain his law of heaven and earth technique indefinitely. If he could just hold out for 5 minutes, once Li Nan reverted to his original size, defeating the serpent general would be impossible. Too bad you won't last that long. Li Nan's mouth curled into a slight smirk as he initiated his ultimate move, thousand-fold thunder. Clones. In an instant, 100 thunder clones appeared around Li Nan, each capable of using the law of heaven and earth technique, transforming them into 200-meter-tall giants. My god, this is terrifying. The bull demon general and the pig demon general were grateful they hadn't rashly chosen to confront Li Nan. The valley now swelled with more than 100 giants, frightening many monsters into a frantic escape. Seeing such large creatures instinctively triggered flight among the smaller beings. Impossible, how can you wield so many fearsome abilities? The serpent general, surrounded by over 100 giants, curled up his tail, his face stricken with fear. Didn't you say I couldn't hit you? Well, if one of me can't stomp you, maybe 100 of me can. With a thought from Li Nan, all the giant clones began to lift their feet to attack. Boom, 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 the dust flew up, covering the entire valley. Moments later, the once mighty serpent general was flattened into a pancake, dead beyond doubt. Killing the serpent general awarded Li Nan 150000 experience points. He also obtained the serpent general's curved saber, a king-level equipment, adding plus 50 to strength, plus 100 to agility, and plus 50 to constitution. He also acquired the serpent general's armor and necklace, both king-level items, enhancing his constitution and spiritual power by 100 each. As expected of a level 40 boss, the experience and equipment quality are superb, Li Nan remarked as he ascended to level 29. The upgrade brought a divine light from the sky, enhancing all his attributes by 30 points. As Li Nan glanced over the battlefield, his immense size sent shivers down the spines of countless monsters as if a dreadful entity had set its sights on them. Meanwhile, the examiner's corps was utterly stupefied, their feet trembling with excitement. We held the line. Li Nan alone killed the serpent general and secured our right flank. Amazing, his profession is incredibly powerful. How can he be so formidable? Li Nan, you are now my idol. Zheng Tianlin, still engaged in the central battlefield, couldn't help but smile when he saw Li Nan's victory. Lucky me to be your ally and not your enemy. Lin Feifei and Zhao Yu also stared at Li Nan in awe, their admiration evident as they watched him triumph. At that moment everyone was immersed in the joy of having slain the serpent demon general. The event was so bizarre that no one would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. A youngster below level 30 had effortlessly crushed a level 40 boss, the serpent demon general. With the demon's death, the candidates from behind surged forward again, refilling the right flank of the battlefield. The war continued, but now, the tide had turned. Moments before, the serpent demon general had breached the candidates' defensive line, but now, led personally by Li Nan with casual strikes, he slaughtered scores of monsters. The monsters fell like wheat under a scythe, unstoppable as Li Nan with his tremendous power broke through the monster legion's lines. Under Li Nan's leadership, the candidates were thrilled, no longer feeling any fatigue as they fought desperately. They realized they were leveling up rapidly. Originally, the average level of these candidates was around 20, but as countless higher-level monsters were slain, a massive influx of experience caused everyone's experience bars to surge dramatically. Thus, their excitement grew with each kill, each one of them outputting their maximum effort. Kill, kill, kill. Haha, I've reached level 30, let's test my new skills. Don't compete with me. I only need one more monster's experience to reach level 29. My god, this place is truly a leveling paradise. I've gone from level 16 to 30. I'm a mage out of mana, hand me a sword, I'm going to the front line. With Li Nan anchoring the rear, the million-strong candidate legion grew ever stronger. At this point the counterattack began. In the rear of the monster legion, the pig demon general and the bull demon general looked incredibly grim. The pig demon general, with his head lowered in dejection, said, "These humans have leveled up and have become much harder to handle, we can't hold the front anymore." The bull demon general, gritting his teeth, stared ahead. "It's all because of Li Nan, with him at the front our lines are breaking, we must kill him." On the battlefield of Tiandi Valley, with the help of over 100 Thunder Shadow Giants, the candidate legion began their counterattack, pushing the monsters back steadily. To conserve his mental energy, Li Nan deactivated his formidable ability, seated himself in the central command, giving the candidates at the front more confidence to fight. Undoubtedly Li Nan was the backbone of this army, and no one disputed that. Congratulations, Thunder Shadow level increased. Congratulations, Heavenly Power level increased. Oh, both skills upgraded. Li Nan nodded in satisfaction, reviewing the specific upgrades to his skills. Skill, Thunder Shadow level, Godlike skill level 3, level 3 Thunder Shadow. The spiritual energy consumption of the Thunder Shadow clones reduced by 50%. Thunder Shadow was second only to Heavenly Power in terms of mental energy consumption for Li Nan. Therefore, this upgrade significantly increased the duration of the Thunder Shadow clones. He then checked what changes had occurred with Heavenly Power. Skills, Heaven and Earth level, God tier skill level, level 2. With the level 2 Heaven and Earth, your avatar's size increases and the multiplier reaches 300 times. What, 300 times? Li Nan was completely thrilled. At level 1 Heaven and Earth could enhance his avatar by more than 100 times, but at level 2 it directly increased to 300 times. This enhancement was simply astonishing. With Heaven and Earth amplified over 300 times, Li Nan's avatar could now reach nearly 600 meters in height. Remember the Ultraman shown on TV in his past life, who was only about 60 meters tall? Li Nan's avatar was 10 times that size. If Li Nan were to play Ultraman, he could defeat monsters with a single punch, no lasers needed. Then Li Nan took out a dark green necklace. This was a treasure dropped by the serpent demon he had just killed. Serpent demon necklace, king level equipment plus 100. Spirit power. He was still wearing the Goblin Commander suit. The Goblin Commander's 5-piece set did not include a necklace, so the Serpent Demon necklace was perfect to wear on its own. Li Nan placed the Serpent Demon necklace around his neck. Due to the passive skill of the set, the Spirit Spring, the Spirit Power boost provided by the necklace, reached 200. Now his Spirit Power was nearly 800. The Pig Demon General and the Bull Demon General appeared on the battlefield of the Valley of Heaven and Earth. The candidates in the front started screaming in alarm. 100-meter-long wild boar charged into the battlefield, instantly killing or trampling thousands of candidates as it entered the center. More terrifying was the 30-meter-tall minotaur holding an axe as large as a building, cleaving thousands of candidates with a single swing. Talented students like Zhang Tianlin and Zhao Yu fighting in the front tried desperately to hold their ground but suffered severe injuries. Li Nan, come out and face your death, roared the bull demon general. And the pig demon general. The candidates at the front line suffered heavy casualties, all turning pale as their courage quickly faded. These two monsters were too strong, even stronger than the serpent demon general. They were unbeatable. Before long, Li Nan's figure appeared. A million candidates all fixed their eyes on him, because now only he could save everyone. A pig and a bull daring to be so rampant? Li Nan activated his heaven and earth, and his 600-meter-tall avatar almost leveled with the cliff. At this height, the surrounding landscape of the barren mountains was fully visible, offering an exceptionally wide field of view. Although the upgrade of heaven and earth made Li Nan stronger, the downside was the spiritual power consumption was even more terrifying. This was bad. Even with nearly 800 spirit power, he could only maintain it for 2 minutes at most. There was no time to delay, he had to finish this quickly. Li Nan's eyes were electric as he directly condensed a thunder spear in his hand. After using heaven and earth, the thunder spear was no longer the size it used to be, but synchronized with Li Nan's gigantic stature. Thus, the appearance of this 400-meter-long thunder spear enveloped the entire valley of heaven and earth in blue lightning, resembling an impending divine punishment, death. Li Nan aimed at his targets and hurled the thundering spear. The explosion was cataclysmic, akin to witnessing a nuclear detonation up close. In an instant, everyone's ears buzzed and their vision was engulfed by the bright light of the explosion, rendering them nearly blind. Once the light dissipated, the bull demon general and the pig demon general had been reduced to ash. The monsters around them also suffered, with a large number perishing. With this single strike, Li Nan eliminated nearly 400,000 monsters. Were the bull and pig demon generals really dead? Just like that? Damn, that strike was terrifying. Li Nan, like a god of war. My ears are still ringing. All the examinees were stunned by this earth-shattering strike, their gazes filled with disbelief. It was hard for them now to imagine that Li Nan was a fellow high school exam candidate. His strength seemed to exist in a completely different dimension. This strike exceeded everyone's understanding. Subsequently, Li Nan's figure quickly shrank back to its original size. He was gasping for air, his body drenched in sweat. Unexpectedly, using the thundering spear after performing the divine form had drained him of all his spiritual power. Li Nan felt weak, dizzy and utterly drained. There's always a price to pay for doing anything. Although his strike was powerful enough to instantly kill the bull and pig demon generals and simultaneously wipe out 400,000 monsters, the cost was all his spiritual power. Li Nan, are you okay? Lin Feifei clasped her hands over her chest, visibly concerned. I'm fine. Li Nan waved his hand and asked how are Zhang Tianlin and Zhao Yu. Did they get hurt? They suffered some injuries, but the mages are healing them with their spells. They should be fully recovered soon. Lin Feifei replied. That's good. Li Nan nodded, relieved. At this moment, with the 3 great demon generals dead and the monster army mostly destroyed, the remaining stragglers didn't require his intervention. The frontline examinees would naturally take care of those monsters. Li Nan also reaped great rewards. Killing the pig and bull demon generals earned him 2 sets of king-level equipment, one primarily boosting physique and the other strength, both of which could fetch a good price on the market. Most importantly, during the recent battles, Li Nan had accumulated over 3 million experience points. His level had jumped from 29 to 35, significantly increasing his attributes across the board. Name, Li Nan. Occupation, Divine Custodian. Level, 35, 5,188% experience. Strength, 420. Agility, 400. Physique, 520. Spirit, 1120. Skills, Divine Prison, Thundering Spear, 1000-fold Thunder Shadow, Purple Thunder Robe, Divine Form. Equipment, Goblin Commander Set, Serpent Demon Necklace. As the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley drew to a close, without the 3 great demon generals, the examinee army fought bravely and crushed the Monster Legion. Afterwards, to further harvest experience and divide the spoils, the examinees formed small teams to hunt down the fleeing monsters. This battle was incredibly fierce. Out of 2,050,000 examinees, only 1,400,000 survived. The death toll reached an astonishing 110,000. Yet, as the saying goes, the sword is sharpened on the stone. The survivors, almost all of them, have risen to level 30. Such a feat is unprecedented in the history of the national exams. After all, these were merely students who had just come of age. Based on their levels alone, these students would easily qualify for top-tier universities. Not to mention, this battle has tempered their resilient wills. Each one of them is a future talent of the Xia nation. 3 hours had passed. The blood-red barrier that enveloped the entire desolate mountain began to collapse, a terrifying and deep sound like the final lingering note passed through thousands of spaces, originating from a different realm known as the Witch Dragon Realm. Tisk tisk tisk, who would have thought? Who would have thought? Our carefully prepared plan of half a year has actually failed. However, sacrificing a lowest-tier legion to discover a peerless genius who could support the entire human race in the future is worth it. Li Nan, your life won't last much longer. I, the Witch Dragon King, have already notified the 3,000 realms hostile to the human world about this battle. We will stop at nothing to kill you. You will pay with your life for showing your brilliance. These threatening words echoed into Li Nan's ears. Li Nan couldn't help but frown. The Witch Dragon King, who likely ruled the entire Witch Dragon realm and possessed strength comparable to King Chen, a person of such high status, was personally sending threats to him. Li Nan felt a surge of fear. Including the 3,000 realms of the Witch Dragon realm, there were countless monsters, probably enough to be measured in trillions, and all of them would send assassins after him. Such a situation would instill fear in anyone, causing sleepless nights. However, upon further thought, Li Nan realized that if the Witch Dragon King could easily kill him, he wouldn't have bothered with sending a message. He would have simply erased him. The Witch Dragon King's failure to do so indicated that this task was difficult for them. After all, tearing open space and opening dark rifts was an exceedingly challenging task for them too. Facing countless powerful humans would only add to their difficulties. With this realization, Li Nan felt reassured. It was like playing an online game where the opponent keeps trash-talking and threatening you with nasty words, but in reality, it's difficult for them to actually meet you face to face. With that in mind, why hold back? Witch Dragon King, huh? Wait till I grow stronger. I'll personally head to the Witch Dragon realm and kick your head around like a ball, Li Nan said with a laugh. Impudent, Li Nan, you are very bold. The Witch Dragon King was infuriated, a mere human daring to speak such words, making him feel utterly disrespected. The Witch Dragon King, flustered and exasperated, wanted to say more. Wang Chen tore open the blood-red barrier from the outside, allowing the desolate mountain to see light once again. Witch Dragon King, this is the realm of humans, leave now. Wang Chen shouted lowly, destroying all the spatial channels through which Witch Dragon King had been transmitting his voice. Li Nan, don't take the barking of Witch Dragon King to heart. I will ensure your safety. Wang Chen stood in the void, his gaze towards Li Nan was exceptionally gentle. Thank you, Lord Wang. Li Nan had always admired Wang Chen and immediately bowed in gratitude. I saw everything that happened within the barrier. It's safe to say that these candidates survived solely because of you, Wang Chen said with a smile. Later I will publicly announce your reward. Li Nan's eyes lit up at this. Wang Chen was the strongest in Blue Star, possessing more wealth and treasures than anyone else on the planet. His rewards were sure to be unimaginably splendid. Before long, all the monsters in the desolate mountain had been eradicated. Finally, it's over. We're still alive, so tired. The candidates all collapsed on the ground to rest, their clothes stained red with the blood of monsters, a testament to the fierceness of the battle. Wang Chen, seeing this, felt very relieved. Originally he had only asked the candidates to hold out for 3 hours, but under Li Nan's leadership, they had turned the tables and annihilated all the monsters. Pleased, Wang Chen announced the Battle of Tiandi Valley was a miraculous victory of the weak over the strong. You fought bravely and shed your blood. I've seen it all. To put it bluntly, your generation will be the backbone of our Xia country in the future. Therefore, as the Lord of Qin Star Palace, I reward each of you with 3 million alliance coins, and the families of the fallen heroes will receive 5 million alliance coins. Additionally, Wang Chen declared, I will order my subordinates to expand the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th military academies of Xia country. Regardless of your grades, you all may attend these top-tier military schools. At this announcement, all the candidates were stunned. Heavens, a reward of 3 million alliance coins and the chance to attend the top military schools of Xia country. It was like a pie falling from the sky. 3 million alliance coins was enough for many people to live worry-free for a lifetime, and admission into one of the 5 military academies was an incredible fortune. Normally, entering these academies would require high national exam scores and excellent physical fitness, making it extremely difficult. Only up to 200,000 candidates nationwide could enter each year. but now the 14 million surviving candidates could enter regardless of their exam scores. How could they not be thrilled? How could they not tremble with excitement? Finally, Wang Chen continued, and the greatest hero of this battle, Li Nan, due to his exceptional talent and compatibility, will be exceptionally recruited as my disciple and will also serve as an official in the Chen Star Palace. He then turned to Li Nan, are you willing? At that moment everyone held their breath. Wang Chen was the strongest in Blue Star. Becoming his disciple could bring unimaginable benefits, various resources, treasures, premium equipment, premium items, all one could desire. Not to mention Wang Chen was the lord of the Chen Star Palace, a place that led countless human warriors, truly the pillar of humanity. Wang Chen's status had long surpassed that of a nation's president, being a figure that even the president needed to please. His disciple's position was absolutely comparable to that of a vice president of a country. This was why everyone was so astonished and envious, yet there was no one present who opposed or felt dissatisfied because Li Nan truly deserved it. The victory in the Valley of Heaven and Earth battle was almost solely due to Li Nan's efforts. The more than 1 million survivors deeply appreciated and admired Li Nan. He had saved their lives and also led them in a successful counterattack from which everyone benefited. Thus everyone thought it was only right for this benefactor to rise to a higher position. Master Wang, I am willing, Li Nan declared without hesitation. Still calling me master? From now on just call me master, Wang Chen said with a smile. Yes, master. Li Nan responded respectfully. Wang Chen looked at Li Nan with satisfaction. All right, the third round of trials has ended, marking the conclusion of your high school career. Take a good rest for a few days, and when school starts, come find me on Lake Island at Mingyue University. Then I will let you choose your reward and assign you the duties of a steward of the Morningstar Hall, Wang Chen told Li Nan, then tore through the void and left the desolate mountain. Watching Wang Chen's figure disappear into the void, Li Nan couldn't help but cheer inwardly. He never expected that in this lifetime he would become the disciple of the strongest person on Blue Star. What a solid support to lean on. Congratulations, Li Nan, you've gone from a wild chicken to a phoenix. Zhao Yulin, Feifei and others came over, all congratulating Li Nan. Tens of thousands of other students also came forward to congratulate him, each one looking incredibly enthusiastic, as if they were greeting a senior leader. After all, Li Nan was now Wang Chen's disciple and also a steward of the Qinqing Hall, a position so prestigious that even the 5 great families of Xia country had to court favor. After a while, the surviving students flickered and were teleported back to the examination plaza. An elder in white appeared in the sky, speaking with a commanding voice. Congratulations to all of you for surviving the Valley of Heaven and Earth battle. You all did wonderfully, but... He paused, his voice heavy with emotion. This battle still claimed the lives of over 1 million students. The elder in white sighed involuntarily. True, not everyone could survive such intense warfare for the victory for Xia country. Over 1 million martyrs were buried on that desolate mountain in an ancient battlefield far from Xia country. They were heroes, the heroes of Xia country. Li Nan also felt some guilt within himself as images of those martyrs charging at monsters flashed through his mind. His fists clenched tightly. If only my spiritual power had been a bit more abundant, could fewer lives have been lost? If I had joined the battlefield right from the start, would it have been more advantageous? In the end, I was too weak. If I could become as powerful as Wang Chen, able to annihilate those monsters with a flip of my hand, then those million students wouldn't have had to die. We must strive even harder to become stronger. The elder in white continued. I hope that you, the remaining 11 million candidates, will not forget their sacrifices and will carry on the will of these martyrs, carry on the will of the martyrs. At this moment, all the candidates in the square clenched their teeth. Harboring a surge of determination within them, they etched this war deep into their hearts, swearing to avenge these martyrs in the future. Li Nan felt the same way, deciding that once he became strong, the first thing he would do would be to annihilate the beasts from the witch dragon realm. The elder in white, seeing the resolute expressions on everyone's faces, felt greatly reassured and rarely revealed a slight smile. All right, let us now begin with the tabulation of the final scores of the college entrance examination. The final scores were compiled from the first, second, and third rounds of trials, and candidates were ranked according to their total scores. The higher the ranking, the higher the possibility of entering one of the top 5 prestigious universities in the nation. All candidates were eagerly anticipating their scores. Although they were now all qualified to enter top military schools, the top 5 universities were understandably more appealing. The examiners were currently reviewing the Battle of the Barren Mountain. due to the shadow rift, a massive incident occurred at the Barren Mountain exam site, so they paid extra attention to the exceptionally brilliant Li Nan during the battle. He is Li Nan, remarkable. If not for him, this batch of students would have likely been completely wiped out. His professionalism far surpassed his peers, and he was destined for great success. In the battle, he was incredibly calm, decisive in action, and resolute in killing, an attribute shared by many of the top warriors. The examiners, with their high standards, all praised and admired Li Nan. Indeed, Li Nan's performance was particularly outstanding. Next to him, other students, including Zhang Tianlin, paled in comparison and lacked any notable achievements. Li Nan was like a dazzling sun, completely overshadowing everyone else. Finally, the overall rankings of the college entrance examination were calculated and displayed on the large screen. Li Nan's name prominently topped the list. He was the National Scholar of the Year. Watching the live broadcast, Principal Wang Desui of Dong City's first high school leaped up in excitement. "My God, our school has produced the national scholar." Li Nan achieving first place nationally was a tremendous honor for Dong City First High School. Other school principals, either envious or jealous, could only smile and offer their congratulations. "Amazing, amazing, your school has found a treasure." Principal Wang Deshui's excitement and elation erupted like a volcano. After all, being the national scholar among 130 million candidates was an incredible feat. Your school is taking off this year not just because of Li Nan, but also because several other students ranked in the top 1,000. Thanks to Li Nan selling the Thunder Fong crystals, Lin Tao and others also made it into the top 1,000 rankings. Dong City First High School, a regular school from a fourth-tier city, was destined to become extraordinary. Li Nan, congratulations on becoming the national scholar, Zhao Yu said with a smile. "Thank you," Li Nan replied coolly. To him, the title of national scholar was superficial and not of utmost importance. Now, as Wang Chen's apprentice, his horizons have naturally broadened. As the results of the college entrance examination were all revealed, some were joyous while others were worried. Candidates from all over the country were soon to be transported back to their respective cities. Li Nan, see you at Mingyue University in a month. Zhao Yu and Lin Feifei bid their farewells. Li Nan nodded, then along with Lin Tao and others transformed into shooting stars and were transported back to Dongshi First High School. Upon seeing Li Nan, Principal Wang Desui embraced him as if he were his own father, exclaiming with excitement, "Principal, you're too enthusiastic," Li Nan said, half laughing, half crying. "You are the national top scorer. How can I not be enthusiastic?" Principal Wang Desui wiped away tears of joy. "Li Nan Vice Mayor Lu Ziping just contacted me. Tonight, there will be a celebration banquet for you and other students who got into the top 5 universities. Many important figures from Dongshi will be there. You can't refuse." A celebration banquet? Li Nan wasn't fond of such events and was about to refuse. "Li Nan, you're not just the national top scorer now but also an official of the Qinqing Temple. You will have many such events in the future. It's best to get used to them early," Lin Tao said with a smile. Lin Tao, who was quite adept in handling social interactions, gave a rather sensible suggestion. After all, Li Nan was now a part of Qinqing Temple, and whatever he did, he had to consider the face of Qinqing Temple and his master Wang Chen so as not to tarnish their reputation. After a moment's thought, Li Nan agreed. "All right, then I'll attend the banquet on time tonight, at 5 in the afternoon." In a dilapidated apartment, Li Nan was checking his phone. "Dear customer, your bank account XXXX has received a transfer of 3 million alliance coins from Wang Desui. Your account balance is now 121,303,0000. Congratulations, you have been upgraded to a 5-star customer and will enjoy VIP treatment from our bank." This 3 million alliance coins was a prior agreement between Wang Desui and Li Nan, promising Li Nan the sum if he ranked within the top 100. Now Li Nan was already a billionaire. Unlike a nouveau riche, he didn't splurge his money and still resided in the old, small apartment. To him, this place where he had lived for many years was full of memories. Perhaps in the future he would move into a villa to enjoy a luxurious life, but he would never sell this small apartment. Just then, a noisy commotion arose from downstairs. Li Nan opened his window to look down. Many neighbors, including Wang Dama and Zhao Dasha, were gathered around a luxurious limousine, creating quite a lively scene. It was a limited edition extended Rolls-Royce, its body painted in sleek black, looking luxurious and imposing. Which rich magnate owns this car parked in our rundown neighborhood? Li Nan wondered. The license plate had 5 6s. My goodness, the owner must be someone of no small significance. This car, there aren't many in the whole country, right? It's so cool, the curves, the color. You can only appreciate its dominance from a close distance. As he admired, the car door opened and a tall, beautiful woman in a uniform and sunglasses wearing a body-hugging skirt stepped out. She was about 25 years old, her skin smooth and delicate, and her figure was impeccably perfect. The uniform she wore seemed almost too tight at the collar, nearly popping the button due to her poise and professional demeanor. It was clear from her appearance that she came from a distinguished background. "Hello there, may I ask if Steward Lee resides here?" the uniformed beauty inquired. "Steward Lee? Who is Steward Lee?" The neighbors all looked bewildered, having no idea who the beautiful lady was referring to. Li Nan was quite discreet and had not spread the news of his appointment as a steward at the Chinching Hall, so the local neighbors were unaware of his new status. "It's Li Nan. Li Nan is now one of the top 10 stewards at our Chinching Hall. I am his secretary and I've come to invite him to tonight's high-level dinner in the Eastern City," the uniformed secretary explained politely. "What, Li Nan from our community is a steward at the Chinching Hall?" the neighbors exclaimed in shock. "My goodness, didn't Li just graduate from high school this year? How could he possibly become a steward at the Chinching Hall?" The terms Chinching Hall and high-level Eastern City dinner were concepts they had only heard on television, and now they were hearing them in real life. Being a steward at Chinching Hall was undoubtedly a high-ranking position. "You're here?" Li Nan appeared from the stairwell, smiling as he greeted the uniformed beauty. The uniformed beauty was named Long Yaya, who had been assigned as a subordinate to Li Nan by Chinching Hall that very afternoon. Since Li Nan had just taken up the steward position and was not yet familiar with the workflow and also needed time for his own cultivation practices, Long Yaya was responsible for handling some of his daily tasks and work-related details. Steward Lee Long Yaya greeted her new boss with a smile, her attitude extremely humble and respectful. Soon after, a stretch Rolls-Royce pulled up and 10 men in black suits stepped out. They lined up and chorused, "Steward Lee, Steward Lee, Steward Lee." Li Nan, standing next to Long Yaya, puzzledly asked, "Who are they?" Long Yaya extended her arm gracefully and introduced, "Starting today, these 10 level 50 reclassifiers will be your bodyguards. Or drivers. Except for in the secret realms, they will always be by your side. Don't worry, Steward Lee, they are all trained by Chinching Hall and are absolutely loyal, always ready to die for you, so please feel free to command them." Level 50 bodyguards and drivers. Li Nan was inwardly shocked. It was just like Chinching Hall to assign bodyguards and drivers of such high caliber, all on the same level as Principal Wang Desui. As for Long Yayad being a secretary, her level must also be quite high, right? Curious, Li Nan cast a detection spell to try to see Long Yaya's level and class. XXXXXXXX, invisible. Clearly Long Yaya was wearing some equipment or had an item that blocked detection spells, making ordinary detection spells useless. "Steward Lee, I carry a shielding item that prevents others from seeing my level." Long Yaya spoke softly. "I am a level 70 reclassifier and my profession is a Raka ninja." Heavens, a level 70 reclassifier! Li Nan was even more astonished when he realized that Long Yaya, who appeared to be only about 25 years old, was actually a level 70 entity. If it weren't for the fact that she was Li Nan's secretary with such a high level, she could have easily taken on a role as significant as a city mayor, yet here she was merely a subordinate serving as Li Nan's secretary. This clearly demonstrated the importance Wang Chen placed on Li Nan. Understanding this, Li Nan settled his mind and then climbed into the back seat of the stretched Rolls-Royce. Alongside him 10 men dressed in black and Long Yaya also entered the car. The engine of the stretched Rolls-Royce roared to life and the group set off towards a villa district in the southern part of the eastern city to attend tonight's celebration dinner. As the car moved away, Li Nan's neighbors were all taken aback. "Damn, little Li Nan is riding in a stretched Rolls-Royce to a dinner surrounded by such powerful subordinates. How did he suddenly become so formidable?" The neighbors suddenly felt that Li Nan's status was no longer on the same level as theirs. Elsewhere, atop the Cloud Water Group's skyscraper, in the chairman's private office, Sun Yunqing was in front of a clean bright mirror adjusting his suit. Nearby, a female subordinate with long, elegant black legs leaned in and whispered, "Mr. Sun, you are so well dressed tonight. Is it all for the banquet? Will you still accompany me tonight?" As she spoke, she affectionately pressed herself against Sun Yunqing's back. "Damn it!" Sun Yunqing turned around and slapped the female subordinate across the face. "You've dirted my freshly pressed suit." The subordinate, struck on the face, dared not show anger and could only swallow her resentment. After all, this was Sun Yunqing, the chairman of Cloud Water Group, a man who controlled billions in wealth and commanded numerous powerful individuals. She, merely a mistress and subordinate, could not afford to provoke him. I'm attending the highest level dinner in Eastern City tonight. I don't have time for you. The mayor, deputy mayor, army generals, CEOs of various listed companies, and even higher level leaders will be there. I must attend to these important leaders properly. Sun Yunqing had been planning to expand the scale of Cloudwater Group, and tonight's banquet was an excellent opportunity to network with high-level figures from the political and business worlds. Tonight is a celebration dinner. What was the name of that national top scholar? Get me his details. Sun Yunqing, always too busy to pay attention to matters like the college entrance examination, commanded his subordinates to gather the information. The female subordinate quickly handed over the files to Sun Yunqing, who began to scrutinize the data seriously. Li Nan, home address in Eastern City. Attended the first high school. Comments on his college entrance examination scores. Historical first place. The name Li Nan sounded familiar. Sun Yunqing suddenly froze, his face turning ashen. Could it be the same youngster who had a conflict with our group? Impossible. The youngster he had investigated, who entered the Black Cloud Mountains half a month ago, was only level 16. How could he be the national top scholar? Could they really be the same person? Sun Yunqing's pupils constricted, his heart suddenly hanging on a cliff. Check if the national top scholar Li Nan and our assassination target Li Nan are the same person. He commanded immediately. Previously, Sun Yunqing thought Li Nan was just an insignificant ant easily crushed underfoot, so he had already marked Li Nan as one of the group's assassination targets. The Yunxue group had hired thousands of professionals who had all received the assassination bounty, and they were actively planning to assassinate Li Nan. His female subordinate immediately took out a laptop and started working on it, quickly confirming the information. Li Nan's ID number is 513022278099406 and his date of birth is. Mr. Sun, it's confirmed the national top scholar Li Nan is indeed our company's assassination target. Sun Yunqing and his female subordinate looked at each other and the office fell silent instantly. The ID and birthdate were exactly the same. There was no room for error. It was indeed him. It was indeed Li Nan. He was only 18 years old and had already become a steward of the Qinqing Temple. Withdraw all assassination plans immediately, Sun Yunqing ordered with bloodshot eyes. The plans have been withdrawn, the female subordinate said, her face extremely grim. However, one of our teams seems to have already started their mission. They have turned off their mobile phones and other communication devices and are currently unreachable. What? Hearing this, Sun Yunqing felt as if he had been struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. It's over, our Yunxue group is finished. Inside the extended Rolls-Royce, Long Ye sat next to Li Nan, closely explaining the daily duties of a steward of the Qinqing Temple. The steward held significant power, mainly responsible for overseeing the work of Qinqing temples in all regions of launching. If any corruption or bribery was found, they had the authority to execute first and report later. Additionally, the steward's role was very autonomous, with no fixed workplace. They could visit any location at any time to inspect the local Qinqing temple's activities. Similar to the ancient imperial envoy, Li Nan pondered. Long Ye nodded slightly. Exactly, the main duties of the steward are similar to those of the ancient imperial envoy. So many regional temple heads feared the arrival of the steward. The temple master said, although you are a steward, you are still young and your main focus should be on improving your cultivation level, so most of the investigative work can be handled by us. You can absolutely be a hands-off manager. Master has thought of everything. Li Nan smiled contentedly. Although he was now considered a high official in the eyes of the world, his main focus would certainly not be on investigating globally, but on getting stronger and continuing his cultivation. There are sniper rifles aimed at us. Suddenly Long Ye's expression changed, her gaze shifting from gentle to incredibly sharp. This cold and murderous look, which Li Nan felt was chilling to the bone, was one that came from someone who had killed countless people. Someone is aiming a sniper rifle at us. Li Nan became serious, ready to jump out of the car and engage in battle at any moment. Could it be an assassin sent from another realm? At this moment, 18 low-level adventurers, unaware of the danger they posed, were lurking in the corridor, plotting to assassinate you. Long Ye said sharply, then let's get out of the car and fight back. Li Nan replied, about to signal the driver to stop. There's no need for you, Mr. Li, to act personally against such low-level trash. I'll handle them. Tall and imposing, Long Ye began unbuttoning her blouse, shedding her form-fitting skirt and close-fitting garments. What appeared before their eyes was the woman's fair skin and a complete set of black ninja attire. The ninja outfit was adorned with hundreds of daggers and blades, with various weapons and tools tucked into it. Seems fully armed. From a standard secretary's attire, Long Yaya transformed instantly into a female ninja. She clasped her hands together in a seal. In the blink of an eye, the striking female ninja vanished from the car. "So cool, teleportation," Li Nan exclaimed in surprise. 2 minutes later, whoosh, Long Yaya reappeared holding a string of bloody heads in her hand. "Mr. Li, the assassins lurking around have all been eliminated." At this moment, Li Nan also understood that this female ninja named Long Yaya was the true bodyguard his master had assigned to him. Li Nan glanced at the dead, frowning. "I don't recognize any of these people. Why would they want to kill me?" Long Yaya thought for a moment and said, "I searched their bags and they all belong to the Yunshui group. Perhaps this group holds a grudge against you, Mr. Li." Yunshui group, the company behind the people who tried to kill me in the Heian Mountains. No wonder. Li Nan had been attacked by a level 40 adventurer named Zhang Tao in the Heian Mountains. If it hadn't been for the Traiant crown and the legendary goblin horn, he might not have survived. It seems that the Yunshui group was seeking revenge. They dared to assassinate a steward of Qinqing Palace. "This company is finished," Long Yaya said coldly as she redressed in her uniform covering her unforgettable figure. Li Nan nodded. "Indeed, it's time to deal with the Yunshui group." East City, Mingshan Manor. This was a sprawling estate covering tens of thousands of square meters, complete with a swimming pool, gardens, and outdoor tea room, a small lake. The manor was meticulously organized into various sections. After alighting from the cart, Li Nan walked on the clean and tidy red carpet with Long Yaya following closely behind him. "Welcome, Mr. Li," a plump middle-aged man approached with a smile, extending his hand. "I am Zhao Mingrui, the mayor of East City." "Is the mayor of East City personally coming to greet me from the car?" "Mayor Zhao." "Hello," Li Nan replied with a smile as he shook hands. "Mr. Li is young and promising, a national top scholar with a promising future indeed," Zhao Mingrui praised enthusiastically. After some casual conversation with Zhao Mingrui, the mayor led Li Nan into the villa within the manor. The interior of the villa was luxuriously decorated with various famous paintings hanging on the walls. Numerous upper-class individuals dressed in bright and beautiful attire were chatting in small groups. At the side, a singer was performing. "The singer from our East City is named Kai Kuan." Zhao Mingrui pointed to the singer dressed in dungarees. "He has only practiced for 2.5 years and has already become a top celebrity in the entertainment industry of Xia country, with fans numbering in the billions. Today he heard that the Eastern market is holding a celebration banquet for you and rushed by plane to sing for you." "Kai Kuan, what a good name." Li Nan raised his glass and toasted to the other party from afar. Kai Kuan also nodded with a smile. When people inside the villa saw Li Nan's arrival, they all stirred. "Steward Li is here. Steward Li is so young and he's this year's national top scholar." Steward Li, young and promising, even his secretary has an extraordinary aura. The hall buzzed with discussions and many people headed towards the entrance. Zhao Mingrui introduced, "This is our city's military commander, Major General Guahai. It's a pleasure to meet Steward Li. Only by meeting face to face can one truly feel your youthfulness. In the future you will surely be a pillar of our Xia country," Guahai said with a smile. "I dare not accept such praise," Li Nan responded with a laugh. "Steward Li, let's move over there." There were too many guests eager to connect with Li Nan, so Zhao Mingrui prepared to introduce the next guest immediately. "No rush, I have plenty of time today." Li Nan strolled leisurely through the hall. Inside the villa hall, melodious music flowed in every corner. Zhao Mingrui stood by Li Nan, continuing to introduce the distinguished guests. "This is the vice governor of Southeast Province. This one is the head of the police department." Li Nan behaved appropriately, and despite being among many high-ranking figures, he still managed to be jovial and witty. Jokingly, he's now the disciple of Lan Xing's strongest man Huang Chen and one of the 10 stewards of Qinqing Hall, which commands countless human powerhouses. These secular power structures were nothing in comparison. He didn't need to feel nervous or fearful. Maintaining a calm mind was enough. "This is Mr. Jiang Hao, the president of our Southeast Province Business Federation," Zhao Mingrui said. "Scholarly, I have long admired you." Jiang Hao was a portly middle-aged man with tiny squinty eyes that made him look quite cunning. "President Jiang." "Hello," Li Nan responded with a smile. President Jiang was the top business authority in the entire Southeast Province, and almost all company CEOs in the province obeyed his orders. Zhao Mingrui's words were clearly meant to flatter Jiang Hao. After all, Jiang Hao was a business tycoon in the province, and even a tiny bit of benefit slipping through his fingers could make Mayor Zhao Mingrui very wealthy. Ha ha, Mayor Zhao is too kind, laughed Jiang Hao, clearly enjoying the flattery, but if Scholarly has any financial difficulties, feel free to come to me and I will help with all my might. President Jiang was keen to ingratiate himself with Li Nan, with Zhao Mingrui also trying his best to foster a relationship between the two. However, Li Nan frowned. He snorted coldly, President Jiang, including all the company's CEOs in Dong City under your command in the entire southeast province, do you happen to know a person named Sun Yinqing? Seeing Li Nan's cold expression, Jiang Hao's entire body tensed and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Sun Yunqing. Jiang Hao lowered his head, thought for a moment, and then suddenly realized, oh, I remember now, he's the young chairman of the Yinshui Group from the East Market. I remember he toasted me during a large meeting. The Yinshui Group is doing quite well and they are even expanding their scale. Could it be that Li Zongyuan has some grievances with this group? Li Nan said emotionlessly. This afternoon the young Sun you mentioned gathered 18 of his subordinates to assassinate me. Not only Jiang Hao and Zhao Mingrui but everyone around was shocked. Such audacity, to dare to assassinate an official of the Qinqing Hall, that's madness. Li Nan is a disciple of Wang Chen and this Sun Yunqing is far too bold. The Yinshui Group could have targeted anyone else but they chose someone from Qinqing Hall. Qinqing Hall's status is far above ordinary secular organizations and its officials are absolutely high-ranking members within the hall. Moreover, the Qinqing Hall is an institution established by Wang Chen in the Xia country, cooperating closely with the government to protect the safety of the Xia country and its billions of citizens. Therefore, the law of Xia country clearly states that being an enemy to Qinqing Hall is being an enemy to the entire Xia country. To dare to assassinate the staff of Qinqing Hall is definitely to be charged with treason. By law, they should be executed immediately. What Minister Li said is true. Long Yeye stepped forward with her long legs and spoke out. According to my investigation, Sun Yunqing of the Yinshui Group had already issued an assassination order against Minister Li a few days ago. Today 18 individuals with sniper rifles and various weapons were lurking in a building on our way to Mingshan Manor, ready to carry out the assassination. Now, those 18 assassins have been dealt with by our Qinqing Hall, each one carrying the insignia of the Yinshui Group. The evidence is conclusive. The hall was extremely quiet, so silent that not a single whisper could be heard. Everyone dared not speak due to the enormity of the implications. The Yinshui Group from the East Market is under the jurisdiction of the Southeast Province Business Association, so Jiang Hao, as the president, cannot shirk his responsibility. After all, who knows if this Sun Yunqing acted on your orders? Jiang Hao, to dare to assassinate Li Nan. Jiang Hao, you have great audacity. Your subordinates dared to plot against an official of Qinqing Hall, which is an act of treason. The first to speak was Zhao Mingrui, the mayor of the East City. He had been trying to please Jiang Hao just a moment ago, but now with Jiang Hao suspected of treason, the situation had drastically changed and Zhao Mingrui was almost scared out of his wits. He had to immediately distance himself from Jiang Hao to avoid suspicion. Jiang Hao was so frightened that his legs went weak and sweat dripped down his forehead like rain. It's a misunderstanding. With a flop, Jiang Hao suddenly knelt down before Li Nan. The usually high and mighty president of the business association, once implicated in suspicions of treason, also had to prove his innocence. Otherwise, once there is the slightest evidence of treason, Li Nan, as the steward of Qinqing Hall, has the right to execute Jiang Hao first and report later. I have no idea about Mr. Sun's plans. He acted on his own to orchestrate the entire operation and I was completely unaware. Jiang Hao pleaded with Li Nan, tears squeezed from his eyes. In fact, although the Yinshui Corporation might be considered a large company in Dong City, it is quite insignificant in the vast context of Southeast Province. Given Jiang Hao's status, he usually couldn't bother with a small company like Yinshui, so he truly had no knowledge of the matter. But now Yinshui's major mistake was like mud stuck to Jiang Hao's trousers, troublesome whether true or not. At this moment, the influential figures close to Jiang Hao were all trembling with fear, worried about being implicated themselves. President Jiang, don't be nervous, Li Nan said lightly, helping Jiang Hao to his feet with a smile. On my way here, I had already dispatched people to thoroughly investigate this matter. I believe a conclusion will be reached soon. If it turned out that Jiang Hao was indeed colluding with Sun Yunqing, Li Nan would execute them immediately for treason. Okay, stewardly. Jiang Hao wiped his sweat, standing beside Li Nan like a frightened quail, fearful that Li Nan might frame him. The business alliance was a coveted position and no one knew whether this new steward of Qinqing Hall would use this incident as a pretext to take over the entire business alliance. Minutes later, a tall middle-aged man entered the hall. He was dressed in the purple robe of Qinqing Hall, carrying an impressive air about him. It was him. Heavens, it was Wan Wuya, the sub-hall master of Qinqing Hall in Southeast Province. His status was even higher than that of the provincial governor, and he was actually attending tonight's banquet. It was unbelievable. This was the first time I had ever seen Master Wan. Everyone present revered this figure who controlled the entire Southeast Province's Qinqing Hall. It was said that each sub-hall master's strength was only second to that of Wang Chen, with the lowest being level 90. A mere glance from such individuals could shatter the souls of these so-called dignitaries. Such figures were rarely seen amidst the secular powers of the high echelons. Stewardly Wan Wuya greeted with a smile and a bow. Sorry for being late. Everyone held their breath. The renowned Wan Wuya was actually apologizing to a junior. The power of Li Nan was terrifying. Master Wan, you're here? Li Nan nodded with a smile. How's the investigation going regarding Yunshui Corporation? As one of the top 10 stewards of Qinqing Hall, Li Nan naturally had the authority to dispatch Wan Wuya to investigate the suspected treason. Thus, right after the assassination attempt occurred, he had Wan Wuya personally take charge of the investigation. Wan Wuya nodded. Sun Yunqing attempted to assassinate a steward and was trying to flee the country by plane, but fortunately our people caught up with him and he has been legally executed. Over 1,000 members of Yunshui Corporation involved in this assassination have been imprisoned for further investigation. We've found that Yunshui Corporation was not only involved in the assassination of a steward but also engaged in domestic and international fraud and 108 other criminal activities, with 52 executives quickly confessing and sentenced to death. Others suspected. Wan Wuya calmly listed the crimes of Yunshui Corporation one by one. Everyone present understood that the renowned Yunshui Corporation in the Eastern Market had been completely destroyed because of Li Nan. Li Nan was satisfied with Wan Wuya's investigative efficiency and then turned to Jiang Hao. What about the president of the Southeast Province Commerce Association? We have investigated. President Jiang was not aware of the assassination. The news circulated only within Yunshui Corporation. Wan Wuya responded with a smile, then his tone shifted subtly. However, we've also discovered that President Jiang seems to have been using his authority to engage in illegal activities such as slave trading, organ trafficking, and human trafficking, earning billions. Slave trading? Li Nan was slightly surprised. With the world's technology being so advanced, there were still people trading slaves like in ancient times. Upon further reflection, while technology was advancing, it also made it easier for the wealthy to satisfy their own desires. There were plenty of underground black markets dealing in male and female slaves, firearms and organs. Li Nan simply hadn't been aware of them before. It seemed he had underestimated the evil of human nature. Master Wan, according to the laws of Xia country, what should be Jiang Hao's punishment? Asked Li Nan. According to the law, Jiang Hao's crimes are severe enough to warrant immediate execution by shooting, replied Wan Wuya promptly. So it was. Li Nan nodded slightly and looked at Jiang Hao. Take him outside and execute him now. Qinqing Temple held a very high status in Xia country and possessed law enforcement rights. As a steward, Li Nan was specially responsible for investigating such incidents, granting him the authority to execute sentences directly. What? Steward Li, spare my life. As Wan Wuya had spoken, the evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for Jiang Hao but to kneel once again and beg for mercy. Steward Li, I am willing to give all the money in my account, a total of 10 billion, in exchange for my life. Please spare me. Li Nan walked away without a glance, his heart unmoved. Jiang Hao, in such a critical position, had committed countless heinous acts, and the number of miserable people who died at his hands was uncountable. Now that Li Nan had seen and heard of it, he had to intervene. Seeing Li Nan's resolute decision, Wan Wuya was very pleased, thinking to himself, the new steward of Qinqing Temple, though young, clearly distinguishes right from wrong and decisively executes the wicked. This is good for Southeast Province. Then Wan Wuya made a gesture. 2 men in black entered the hall, dragged Jiang Hao outside and executed him on the spot. The elite in the hall were all stunned by this scene. It was terrifying. This steward Li was not someone to be taken lightly. To execute the president of the Southeast Province Commerce Association just like that. From now on, we must curry favor with Steward Li. Yes, we must treat him well, or we might become the next Sun Yunqing or Jiang Hao. Initially, everyone had underestimated Li Nan. After all, he was a new official and still so young with little experience in the workplace. Everyone thought he was not a major threat, but now it was different. Having witnessed Li Nan's swift and decisive handling of Yunshui Corporation and Jiang Hao, these major figures were all frightened, afraid that Li Nan might investigate their not-so-clean backgrounds. What are you all staring at? Wang Wuya waved his hand to lighten the mood. Continue the music, continue the dance. The next moment the music resumed, everyone immediately broke into smiles, continuing their conversations in pairs or small groups as if the execution of Jiang Hao had never happened. They dared not do otherwise. At such a time any sign of guilt or fear could lead to an investigation by the Star Chamber. Xiao Zhao, keep introducing the guests to me, Li Nan said with a smile. Of course, stewardly, Zhao Mingrui replied, his nerves taut. His attitude towards Li Nan was even more respectful, his demeanor more subservient. Everyone else also put forth their utmost enthusiasm in greeting Li Nan, daring not to show any negligence. In a corner of the hall, a resonant voice called out, Principal Wang, you're here too. Wang Desui turned to see who it was. It was the Deputy Mayor Lu Zipping. Deputy Mayor Lu, oh no. I should now address you as Elder Lu, he corrected himself. Haha, I am both the deputy mayor and an elder, you can call me anything. Lu Zipping laughed heartily. In terms of rank, an elder of the Star Chamber was far superior to a deputy mayor. Thus, Wang Desui continued to address him as Elder Lu. Elder Wang, why are you hiding in this corner all by yourself? Lu Zipping asked Wang Desui. All the big shots are here, even the director of Dong City's Education Bureau isn't qualified to attend this banquet. Aside from you, I don't know anyone else here, Wang Desui responded helplessly. He was right, the level of this banquet was too high. A mere principal like him normally wouldn't have the qualifications to attend, but he was invited specifically because he was Li Nan's principal. Although he was present, nobody else apart from Lu Zipping was willing to engage with the lowly Wang Desui, which is why he secluded himself in the corner silently drinking. Lu Zipping had no solution to this social disparity. The world was such that if you were of low status, others would hardly bother with you, considering even speaking to you a waste of time. Just then Li Nan approached and initiated a conversation. Principal Wang, why are you here drinking alone? Li Nan sat next to Wang Desui and the two clinked glasses and drank together. It's you, Li Nan. Congratulations, I'm really proud to see you become a steward of the Star Chamber, Wang Desui said emotionally, remembering the first time he met Li Nan at a career-switching ceremony. Back then Li Nan was just an ordinary high school student, as ordinary as one could be. Nobody could have imagined that in just a month's time Li Nan would transform into a steward of the Star Chamber, a figure who must be respectfully treated by all high-ranking officials in the Southeast Province. Witnessing such a transformation was moving for anyone. Xiao Zhao. Li Nan glanced at Zhao Mingrui. Stewardly, I'm here. Zhao Mingrui bowed in response. Principal Wang has been very kind to me, not only as my principal but I also once called him uncle, so I hope from now on you won't make things difficult for him. Li Nan spoke with a stoic expression. I understand. Zhao Mingrui nodded eagerly like a pecking chick. The surrounding social elites witnessing this scene realized how close Li Nan was to Wang Desui and all came forward to toast him. Here, Principal Wang, a toast to you. So you are Wang Desui, I've heard much about you. Principal Wang, I've heard that there have been frequent changes at the East City Education Bureau. I think you have a good chance of becoming the next director. Due to Li Nan's influence, many upper-class individuals flocked to flatter Wang Desui. Wang Desui was well aware of this and felt deeply grateful to Li Nan. Principal Wang, I need to speak with Li Nan and will leave you for now, Lu Zipping said with a smile, quickly catching up to Li Nan's pace. Stewardly, there's something you might find very interesting. Lu approached Li Nan. Li Nan glanced at him. Oh, what is it, Lu? Lu blinked and whispered stewardly, have you heard of the reincarnation realm? Reincarnation realm? Li Nan's eyes lit up. Each reincarnation realm was incredibly hidden and valuable, like a treasure. Among tens of thousands of realms, a reincarnation realm was exceedingly rare. The monsters inside these realms were much stronger and of course the drop rates were higher. Those who cleared the realms could gain high experience and rewards. Most importantly, there were special rewards in the reincarnation realm, such as random battle pet eggs and Second Awakening Crystals. Second Awakening Crystals were essential for adventurers' second-class change. When any adventurer reached level 48, they could initiate their second-class change quest. Compared to the First Awakening, after the second-class change, adventurers would delve deeper into their profession's potential, obtaining new professional names, skills, talent upgrades, and a comprehensive enhancement of their attributes. Indeed, a second-class changer could easily overpower 100 first-class changers. However, the Second Awakening quest was notoriously difficult. The death rate for these quests was as high as 90%, Thus, many adventurers chose not to initiate the quest, preferring to remain at their first class for life rather than risk dying in the second-class quest. For instance, Wang Desui had kept his profession at the first class. Although he could still level up, his overall strength was far inferior to that of a second-class changer at the same level, but Li Nan, currently at level 35-inch, was close to reaching level 48 for his second change. Despite the dangers, he was determined to proceed with it. I wonder what my second class will be called. He began to feel a sense of anticipation. If the reincarnation realm truly existed, it would be worth exploring. I should prepare more Tier 2 awakening crystals, he thought. After all, the college entrance exam was over and he had a whole month of summer vacation with nothing else planned. Venturing into the reincarnation realm seemed like an excellent choice. Li Nan stroked his chin, pondering. Are you serious? Where is this reincarnation realm? Li Nan the steward, I've marked the exact location of the reincarnation realm on this map, Lu Ziping said with a smile as he passed over a folded piece of paper with detailed information inside. Well, you've done a great job. Li Nan accepted the map, feeling very pleased. If it weren't for your stewardship, I would never have been able to enter the upper echelons of the Qinqing Temple. The information about a reincarnation realm is nothing compared to the kindness you've shown me. Having held a high position for many years, Lu Ziping was well versed in human relations. His status as an elder in the Qinqing Temple was entirely reliant on Li Nan. If he didn't repay this great favor, what would happen if Li Nan became displeased one day? Lu, remember, you became an elder of the Qinqing Temple through your own abilities, not because of me, Li Nan said with a smile. I understand. Lu Ziping was an old fox and naturally grasped the meaning behind Li Nan's words. Li Nan's statement indicated his reluctance to engage in factionalism, thus giving Lu a subtle warning not to rely too heavily on him in the future. The dinner continued. Everyone enjoyed their conversations, which lasted until 11 p.m. when the party finally ended. At exactly 11 p.m. Li Nan left the Ming Mountain Villa and settled into a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom. He opened the map Lu Ziping had given him and studied it carefully. The location of the reincarnation realm was surprisingly close, right next to the safety passage by Dongsher Metro Line 8. This is convenient. Now I can visit the reincarnation realm anytime, he thought. Long Ye sat next to him, adjusting her glasses, then asked Steward Li Nan, are you planning to go to the reincarnation realm tomorrow? Li Nan nodded. Yes, I'm already level 35. It's time to prepare for the second-tier job transition. Long Ye's eyes widened in awe. You truly are exceptional, Steward Li Nan. Your talent is terrifying. It's been just over a month since your first job transition and you're already preparing for the second. Your progress surpasses 999,999% of people worldwide. You reaching level 70 at such a young age is also quite terrifying, Li Nan replied with a smile. Long Ye closed her eyes and shook her head. It's different for me. My level was quickly raised using forbidden drugs and I cannot advance further. Li Nan suddenly realized, no wonder Long Ye was at level 70 at such a young age. It was due to the forced enhancement from forbidden drugs. He knew that such forbidden drugs existed on the market, capable of directly enhancing a job changer's level and rapidly boosting strength. The cost, however, was that one's potential was drained by the drug, making further advancement impossible. Such forbidden drugs were exceedingly expensive and only an organization like Qinqing Temple could afford them. Perhaps sensing the tense atmosphere inside the car, Long Ye flashed a smile and changed the subject. Steward Li Nan, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's discuss how you plan to spend your salary. I can make some advance purchases for the items you want. Li Nan was reminded of his position as a steward at Qinqing Hall. He knew the salary and benefits must be substantial, so he casually asked, how much is my salary? Long Ye placed her hands on her fair thighs and smiled. Each steward at Qinqing Hall earns an annual salary of 10 billion league coins. Moreover, first-year stewards receive an additional year's salary upfront. You also get free medical insurance, car insurance, personal safety insurance, and various other coverages. Additionally, each steward receives a top-tier villa for free, no price limit, no location limit. All expenses are covered by Qinqing Hall. Upon hearing this, Li Nan was momentarily breathless. My goodness, a steward's salary at Qinqing Hall. It's incredibly high, 10 billion a year. Most corporations or groups don't make that much in a year. And that's just my fixed income, not to mention as a steward supervising globally earning money would only be easier. He then inquired about the additional year's salary for first-year stewards. Can I receive it now? Long Yaya nodded. Of course. Would you like to take it now? Yes, Li Nan agreed without hesitation. A free 10 billion only a fool would refuse. Please place your fingerprint here. Please sign here. Long Yaya was highly efficient, swiftly handling all the necessary procedures right there in the car. Ding dong, a crisp text message alert sounded. Dear customer, your bank account XXXX has received a transfer from Chinching Bank. 10 billion lead coins. Your account balance is now 1121,303,0000. Congratulations. With a balance of 10 billion, your account has been upgraded to our highest level Black Gold card membership. Our bank's personal assistant will be at your service at any time. The funds had arrived, and Li Nan was very pleased. He then continued to inquire with Long Yaya, can a steward also receive a free villa? Yes, she confirmed. Chinching Hall provides a complimentary villa for new stewards at any location you choose. This includes the busiest districts in any part of the capital. Li Nan was in no rush, planning to start university soon and would be leaving Dong City so he could consider the villa later. No hurry, he waved off. Alright, Long Yaya nodded obediently. Additionally, like other Chinching Hall staff, stewards can access a unique trading interface on their phones. On this platform, you can purchase various rare equipment, props, battle pets, materials, and even mundane items like real estate and companies. As a distinguished steward, you enjoy a 40% discount on all purchases. Li Nan downloaded the secretive app and began browsing casually. Many rare and unique items that are hard to find in the market can be discovered on the trading software of Chinching Temple. It's amazing. Items like mending marrow pills, ice fire body refining liquid, and level 70 summoning scrolls are all treasures. This thought led Li Nan to remember that the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, had tasked him with finding a Yin Tian pill. Wondering if the Chinching Temple's trading interface would have it, Li Nan typed Yin Tian pill into his phone. To his surprise, the search results popped up immediately, and there it was, the Yin Tian pill. The Yin Tian pill was listed as a mythical grade item in the category of tools, with a function to add 1,000 points to each of the 4 fundamental attributes when used during a second transformation awakening. The description read, the Yin Tian pill is a special elixir formed from the essence of heaven and earth, capable of greatly enhancing the base attributes of a profession changer. It is to be taken only once per person. The price tag was a staggering 200 billion alliance coins. Li Nan was stunned by the effects of the Yin Tian pill. A mythical grade item indeed, the effects were astonishing. Just at the time of the second awakening, it could increase strength, agility, constitution, and spirit by 1,000 each, totaling an additional 4,000 base attributes. Currently, even with various equipment and potions, Li Nan's highest spiritual power was just over 1,000. So, the impact of the Yin Tian pill was truly remarkable. As he continued to scroll down, he saw the price. 200 billion for one pill. Even with a 60% discount available to him as an official of the Chinching Temple, it was still unaffordable. The price was daunting. Even after applying the discount, one Yin Tian pill would cost 120 billion alliance coins. Li Nan was nearly 8 billion short. It was simply out of reach. Does Officer Li Nan want to buy a Yin Tian pill? Asked Long Yaya, who was standing by. I want to, but it's too expensive, Li Nan sighed, reflecting on how many heroes throughout history have been troubled by money, himself included. The Yin Tian pill, being a mythical grade tool with outstanding effects, was essential for those undergoing their second transformation. It was highly sought after, which kept its price perpetually high. Long Yaya's lips moved slightly, suggesting if Officer Li really needs money, he could try making some in the cycle mystery realm. Li Nan's eyes lit up as Long Yaya patiently explained the Chinching Temple's trading software not only allows purchases but also offers selling services to temple members buying high-quality equipment, tools, or battle pet eggs globally. The cycle mystery realm tends to drop top-quality equipment and tools more frequently, so you could collect such treasures and sell them to Chinching Temple. Li Nan nodded in understanding. I currently have some king-level equipment and a battle pet egg in my space bracelet. I wonder how much they could fetch. Officer Li, just open the trading app on your phone and scan the items to get an estimate, Long Yaya demonstrated with her phone. Subsequently, Li Nan emptied various equipment and materials from his spatial bracelet, which were automatically scanned and appraised through an app on his phone. Battle pet eggs, random models, were valued at 1 million. Serpent Demon curved saber at 400,000, inch Serpent Demon armor at 350,000, Bull Demon armor at 500,000, and Bull Demon boots at 400,000. The total value of your scan items is 13 million. Would you like to sell them immediately to Qinqing Temple? Li Nan glanced at the price. It was easy to see that the trading software of Qinqing Temple was very fair, offering prices about 10% higher than other external stores. Transaction successful. A representative from Qinqing Temple will personally collect these items tomorrow. This is the procedure. As long as Li Ji the steward can make a big harvest in the Samsara secret realm, it is believed that he will soon gather the 800 million alliance coins, Long Ye said with a smile. Late at night, Li Nan returned to his apartment and received a call from his sisters. Li Wan, big shot Li, you're so impressive now that you don't even answer your sister's calls. Li Wan had made several calls to Li Nan that evening, but he was busy entertaining senior officials from the southeast province and did not answer. This made Li Wan angry. Sis, it wasn't a good time to answer the phone, Li Nan said pitifully. Facing the formidable Li Wan, Li Nan did not dare to show the airs of a Qinqing Temple steward and kept his attitude very low. During the call, he explained everything about the college entrance examination to his sister. Even if you are now a disciple of Wang Chen and hold a high position, you are still my brother Li Wan, and don't think you can use these things to overshadow me. I'm not impressed, Li Wan said proudly. How dare I? You are the sister of a Qinqing Temple steward with a higher status than me, Li Nan replied with a laugh. Glad you understand. Hearing Li Nan's flattery, Li Wan felt better and did not pursue the matter of him not answering the phone. The two happily chatted for 2 hours. Li Nan hung up and collapsed into bed. During the college entrance examination days, he had hardly any rest, and now slightly relaxed, he fell asleep instantly. The next day, the dawn slowly revealed its crimson glow, and the splendid morning light shone on the windows of thousands of households in the eastern city, reflecting dazzling brilliance. Li Nan woke up, and his secretary Long Ye immediately arranged for a car to take him to the location of the Samsara secret realm. I contacted the subway department last night, and they have already opened the subway passage for us ahead of time. Long Ye walked into the underground passage, followed closely by Li Nan. The two passed through the complex tunnels and finally arrived at the entrance to the Samsara secret realm. This place was an underground room used by workers for rest and storage when the subway was first constructed. The surroundings were pitch dark except for a large door with a silver-white sheen standing in the middle of the tunnel. Is this the Samsara secret realm? It's indeed different from other secret realm doors. Li Nan touched the doorframe, feeling its icy, silky texture. Spotless and imbued with a mysterious aura, it was clearly noticeable that the Samsara secret realm was more advanced than the secret realms he had entered before. Steward, the Samsara secret realm is quite dangerous, please be careful. Long Ye looked at Li Nan with concern. While you enter the secret realm, I will be responsible for your safety. The monsters inside the secret realm are dangerous, but the people outside are even more dangerous. If someone ambushes Li Nan just as he steps out of the secret realm, they might actually succeed. Therefore, Long Ye did not dare to be careless and remained vigilant around the area. With a flick of her hand, a small, adorable red fox appeared out of nowhere. This palm-sized little fox was fluffy all over, with the character for Endure marked on its forehead. This is my battle pet, Endure Fox. It has powerful detection abilities and can emit special psychic waves to scan for enemies within a 10-kilometer radius. The little Endure Fox raised its head and cried out, quite adorably. Li Nan stroked the little fox's head and couldn't help but smile. Then I'm going in. He pushed open the heavy silver-white doors, revealing a soft curtain of water in front of him. Stepping through the water curtain, he entered the Samsara secret realm. Upon entry, the nether cave type, basic Samsara secret realm, recommended level, 30 to 70 recommended number of people, more than 20 difficulty, hell. Description: the nether cave is a place of darkness and evil where ghosts roam at night and all manner of foul creatures abound. Please be wary of the profound darkness inside the cavern. The air in the nether cave was cold and damp, the darkness thick as ink. Li Nan stood on the uneven ground, barely able to make out the contours of the stone walls around him. Is this the Samsara secret realm? He activated his purple sky thunder robe and thundering spear, the brilliant light of the thunderbolts instantly dispelling the darkness around him. The cave is actually this big, under the illumination of the electric light. With Li Nan's vision, he could see up to 1,000 meters away. Each cave in the nether cave was immense, 300 meters wide and over 1,000 meters high. Without a map or any markings, Li Nan had no choice but to aimlessly explore the complex cave environment. The sounds of his footsteps echoed in the empty cavern. The area of the nether cave secret realm was truly vast. It took about an hour of walking before Li Nan finally encountered the first monster. It was a nether minotaur. emitting a pale green glow all over, holding a black warblade about 10 meters tall, its body appearing both visible and invisible as if it wasn't entirely solid. Nether Minotaur level, 35 attributes, 1200 strength / 1200 agility / 1500 constitution / 880 spirit abilities, furious warlord traits, energy body, a monster that fell into the netherworld after death, originally belonging to the forest minotaur race, weakness, light evaluation, the creature of the netherworld far stronger than in its previous life. Netherworld creatures, this was the first time Linan had seen such a bizarre creature and he couldn't help feeling intrigued. He scanned the surroundings. There were no other monsters within a 10-kilometer radius of the Nether Minotaur, just this one. The monster density in the Samsara secret realm is really low. I've been wandering around for so long and only encountered this Nether Minotaur. I hope killing this Nether Minotaur will yield something good. Samsara secret realm, don't disappoint me. With a thought, Linan activated the 1000-layer Thunder Shadow. A Thunder Shadow clone materialized, draped in the purple sky. Thunder robe and wielding the thundering spear along with the law heaven and earth, charging directly towards the Nether Minotaur. Roar! The ghostly Minotaur discovered a 600-meter tall thunder clone and instantly activated its Berserk Roar skill. This formidable skill, at the cost of losing all reason, enhanced its four-dimensional attributes by 50%. As the two clashed, the cave trembled with the force of their battle, yet it was clear that Linan's thunder clone was far more powerful. Bolstered by various divine-level skills, it took only 10 punches to defeat the ghostly Minotaur, flattening it completely. With a final reluctant low roar, the Minotaur's energy body exploded, dissipating into wisps of green light. Defeating the ghostly Minotaur, Linan received an experience boost of plus 35,000, and with the Samsara realm's double experience bonus, this amounted to an additional plus 70,000. Wow, such a high experience reward! Linan clenched his fists in excitement. Killing this Minotaur alone added 105,000 experience points to his tally. To put this into perspective, during the Tiandi Valley campaign, defeating a level 40 boss, the Serpent Demon General, only granted Linan 150,000 experience points. Yet a single lesser creature in the Samsara realm had yielded 100,000 experience points, highlighting the realm's generous experience offerings. Furthermore, slaying the ghostly Minotaur yielded not only vast experience points but also king-level equipment and materials. Linan acquired the ghostly battle saber, a level 35 king-level equipment adding plus 200 to strength and featuring indestructibility. He also obtained the Demon Bull armor plate, a level 30 king-level equipment boosting Constitution by plus 150 inch, and the Demon Bull horn, a king-level material suitable for crafting other king-level equipment. The freshly dropped items lay on the ground, faintly glowing with the red light characteristic of king-level items. Linan promptly scanned these three items with his smartphone and the built-in AI quickly estimated their value. The ghostly battle saber, Demon Bull armor plate and Demon Bull horn have a total value of 1 million alliance coins, the AI softly informed. Astonished, Linan thought, just by casually killing a creature in the Samsara realm I've gained over 100,000 experience points and 1 million alliance coins. This confirmed what Long Yaya had said: if one spent enough time in the Samsara realm, accumulating 800 million alliance coins was indeed feasible. Now fueled by this realization, Linan hastened his search for more creatures. Half an hour later, Linan encountered another ghostly Minotaur. With the experience from his first encounter, his thunder clone needed only 3 punches to bring down the beast. Similar to the previous kill, Linan gained another 100,000 experience points and equipment and materials worth 1 million. More great loot, he exclaimed. The drop rate in the Samsara realm was impressively high. In ordinary realms, even if one killed the same creature twice, there was a chance that equipment would drop the first time but not the second, all depending on luck. But in the Samsara realm, the drop rate was substantially higher, with nearly every creature yielding corresponding equipment and materials, a probability much higher than in ordinary realms. Now clear about the layout of the ghostly cavern, Linan let his thunder clones each go their way to explore, maximizing efficiency. With his current mental strength at 1120 inch, he was able to summon 224 thunder clones at once. He addressed the multitude of thunder shadow clones before him. During battle, conserve your spiritual energy as much as possible and use law of heaven and earth only when facing formidable enemies. Now go and cleanse the nether cave of all its monsters. No sooner had the order been given than over 200 thunder shadow clones dispersed, each heading towards one of the 20+ caves. Meanwhile, Li Nan found a safe spot to sit down and focus on replenishing his spiritual energy. As the clones navigated the intricate network of the Nether Cave, they followed Li Nan's instructions meticulously, encountering enemies one after another, killing a Nether Rat experience plus 25,000, with the Reincarnation Realm's double experience bonus experience plus 50,000, killing a Nether Goblin Spearman experience plus 30,000, with the bonus experience plus 60,000. Waves of experience flooded in. Li Nan himself didn't need to lift a finger. His experience bar surged effortlessly and pleasurably. Level 36. Level 37. Level 38. In just 3 hours, Li Nan gained 3 levels and also amassed a fortune in equipment and materials worth up to 37 million. If I were to explore this vast Nether Cave alone, acquiring these experiences and items would take at least 10 days. With the Thunder Shadow clones, it only took 3 hours. Despite some losses among the clones to the stronger monsters within the cave, Li Nan wasn't concerned. Thunder Shadow clones, after all, were essentially entities of thunder energy. He could easily summon more using his spiritual power. Thus for Li Nan, the Nether Cave was nothing less than a treasure trove. As the clones continued their relentless assault on the cave's monsters, the space within Li Nan's spatial bracelet became increasingly cramped with the loot they gathered. Suddenly Li Nan noticed a new message pop up. Killing a Nether spider had yielded a high-grade battle pet egg. Before him appeared a half-meter-tall white giant egg, its shell intricately etched with complex runes from within which faint roars could be heard. The battle pet egg was of high grade, capable of randomly hatching into a high-grade battle pet juvenile. Battle pets are powerful allies for combatants in their transformations. Known types of battle pets on the planet Blue Star exceeded 10 million, ranging from low, middle, high to highest grade. For instance, the Ninja Fox owned by Long Yea was a middle-grade battle pet primarily used for reconnaissance. While there are support-type battle pets like the Ninja Fox, there are also combat-oriented ones like the bloodthirsty saber-toothed steel panda and Song Yu wolf, which possess formidable combat abilities and can fight alongside their masters. Moreover, some special battle pets, once fully grown, can even surpass a professional warrior of the same level in combat prowess, such as the Azure Dragon Black Tortoise Vermilion Bird White Tiger Kirin. These highest-level war pets possess immense and astonishing combat power comparable to the top human class changers, and once fully grown they are capable enough to sweep through an entire country. Of course, these highest-level war pet eggs are extremely rare, not even obtainable in the Reincarnation Secret Realm. The best war pet egg that can be obtained from the Reincarnation Secret Realm is this advanced war pet egg in front of Li Nan. How lucky! He actually got an advanced war pet egg. Li Nan immediately scanned the advanced war pet egg with his phone. Valuation in progress. The advanced war pet egg is valued at 350 million alliance coins. 350 million. The value of this advanced war pet egg turned out to be so high, Li Nan was stunned. He had never imagined that the value of this egg could be comparable to 100 houses in the city area. Although surprised, after a while he couldn't help but hesitate. Should he sell this egg, or should he hatch it? Li Nan's current combat power is very strong, easily overpowering his peers, but this does not mean that it will always be smooth sailing in the future. Enemies from other worlds lurking in the shadows could reopen the shadow rifts at any time. Fighting alone is always at a disadvantage, so having a reliable assistant is very important. Once a war pet has acknowledged its master, it will never betray and will always remain loyal to its master. War pets are different from people. People often come and go, but a good war pet can accompany its master for life. Of course, nurturing isn't all benefits. Raising a war pet from a cub requires a lot of time. It also requires a lot of money. The expenses for an advanced war pet, let alone the highest level war pet, are like a gold pit. They need heavenly and earthly treasures, consuming at least millions or even tens of millions of alliance coins each month. It's not something that anyone but the wealthy can afford. How should he choose? On one hand, there's the option to quickly obtain the Sky Extension Pill to gain the second ability of Sun Wukong. On the other hand, there's raising an advanced war pet. Li Nan was caught in a dilemma. After thinking for a moment, I don't have to make a decision so quickly. He shook his head, muttering to himself, I don't know much about war pets yet. I can completely get through the Reincarnation Secret Realm first. Consult Long Yaya, who has experience in raising war pets. She will definitely be able to offer many suggestions, and then it won't be too late to make a decision. Having thought it through, Li Nan no longer dwelled on this matter, continuing to summon his Thunder Shadow clone to kill enemies in the Nether Cave. The Thunder Shadow clone continued slaughtering in the cave. Sometimes they would encounter formidable enemies, and even after using the law heaven and earth, the clone would be destroyed by the monsters. Thus Li Nan personally commanded the Thunder Shadow clone, focusing all their combat power together to fight collectively. After continuously fighting for 4 hours, Li Nan's level finally reached 39. It was at this time that he finally discovered the boss of the Nether Cave, located in the deepest part of the cave. A dark and vast underground space lurked a pale skeletal dragon. The bone dragon, devoid of flesh, comprised entirely of massive bones linked together, forming a dragon 100 meters long. Li Nan had previously dispatched 50 shadow clones, all of which were annihilated by a formidable bone dragon. The creature, another bone dragon, was level 52. Unfortunately, Li Nan's scouting technique was too rudimentary to discern any detailed information about the beast. What? My scouting level is too low. Facing the 100-meter-long dragon, Li Nan felt a chill run down his spine. It dawned on him that his current scouting technique, taught by his high school teacher, was the most basic and provided minimal information, incapable of revealing details about creatures above level 50. It wasn't the fault of his high school teachers. After all, who would have thought that a recent high school graduate would be confronting a level 50 monster? The more advanced scouting techniques were taught by university professors, and Li Nan was a month away from beginning his studies at Mingyue University, where he was registered to learn more. He realized he had been leveling up so quickly that he had overlooked this detail. However, knowing the exact details of the monster's abilities or not, Li Nan was unfazed. He possessed 4 god-tier skills, each capable of supporting the others. Why shouldn't he be able to stand his ground against this nether bone dragon? Looking at the dragon, Li Nan's eyes blazed with a fierce desire to battle. He was never one to shy away from a challenge, if he fled at the sight of a formidable enemy. How could he ever reach the pinnacle of humanity or stand against the myriad of creatures from 300 different realms? The essence of being a strong warrior is the courage to face challenges head-on. To battle is to live, to die is to rest. Fear nothing. At that moment, Li Nan felt his spirit clearer than ever before. Facing the enormous bone dragon, he took it upon himself to cast spells in rapid succession, unleashing the heavenly form Purple Thunder Armor and Thunderous Spear. Transformed into a 600-meter-tall warrior clad in thunder armor and wielding a giant thunder spear, he resembled a war deity from the heavens. "Come battle me," he roared. The bone dragon had noticed Li Nan from the beginning. Its wings flapped vigorously, stirring up the underground cavern's debris. With a fearsome roar, the dragon's speed exceeded any creature Li Nan had previously encountered. Its claw, swiping through the air, seemed capable of tearing through the very fabric of space. Boom! When the dragon's massive claw struck Li Nan's thunder armor, the collision erupted into a deafening sonic boom. Since mastering the heavenly form, Li Nan had faced every foe with overwhelming superiority. Even the 4 great demon generals of the Witch Dragon realm had been instantly annihilated by his thunderous spear, never giving him a moment's trouble. However, this time he was sent reeling back over 50 meters by the nether bone dragon's strike, his back slamming into the cavern wall, causing boulders to tumble down. The whole cave nearly collapsed. With a grunt, Li Nan, still clad in his purple thunder armor, had already pushed his physical limits and was largely unharmed. As he retreated, his right hand thrust the thunderous spear fiercely forward. The spear, like a dragon, instantly shattered hundreds of the bone dragon's bones. Effective, his eyes sharp as blades, Li Nan grabbed the dragon's head with his left hand while his right hand's thunderous spear continued to stab relentlessly. The bone dragon screamed in agony, its screeches nearly bursting Li Nan's eardrums. Even as mighty as it was, it too was gravely injured in the face of Li Nan's heavenly form. At that moment, every bone of the skeletal dragon suddenly burst into a bright white light that was dazzlingly intense, as if one were staring directly at the brilliance of the sun. Moreover, the surface temperature of the bones soared to at least 1000 degrees Celsius, scaldingly hot to the touch. Li Nan's left palm was burned and bleeding, forcing him to temporarily release his grip on the skeletal dragon. Not good. It's casting a skill, it might be evolving. Without a scouting spell, Li Nan had no way of knowing the capabilities of the skeletal dragon. However, he wasn't going to just wait idly by. Casting a skill, huh? Watch me blast you first. In a moment of extreme urgency, Li Nan unleashed the 1,000 Thunder Shadows, with 200 Thunder Shadow clones appearing behind him, each employing the technique of law heaven and earth. Exhausting all his mental power, he converged it into a throwable form of the Thunder Spear. In an instant, including Li Nan's own body, all remaining mental power was gathered into the Thunder Spear, too. 100 dazzling blue bolts of lightning, almost rivaling the white light of the skeletal dragon, jointly split the entire underground space into blue and white. Explode, explode, explode. At Li Nan's command, all of the thunder spears were thrown. The explosive power of the thunder spears, already terrifying, was hundreds of times stronger after employing law heaven and earth, now not to mention the several hundred thunder spears. The resulting thunder explosions were extremely terrifying. Unimaginable. Instantly, the entire nether cave was affected. The earth shook and trembled as if it were the end of the world. The nether creatures Li Nan had previously overlooked were all blasted to death at this moment, turning into a massive influx of experience points. In the center of the thunder explosion, all the thunder shadow clones stood in front to shield Li Nan's body. One by one, the clones employing law heaven and earth were instantly annihilated, only slightly blocking some of the explosive force. In this way, layer by layer, the power of the thunder explosion was reduced by 50% before it finally struck his own body. After being defended by the purple thunder garment, the damage that hit his own body was less than 10%. Even so, Li Nan was blasted out, vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood and shrinking in size, instantly reverting to his original form. And the skeletal dragon, at the very center of the massive thunder explosion, was directly blasted into oblivion. The nether skeletal dragon, this boss of the Samsara secret realm, might have possessed a very powerful skill, perhaps on the verge of evolving and turning the tide of battle. But Li Nan gave it no chance. He struck with full force, instantly blasting it to death. Who told you not to use your skill at the beginning? Even when a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Now you use your skill too late. The nether cave completely collapsed. Every passage was buried under rocks and dust. The impact of the explosion was dissipated by the purple thunder garment, causing Li Nan not to suffer much damage. With the constitution of a class changer, the injuries on his body would heal quickly, only the depletion of his mental power made him feel dizzy. I have a feeling if I had waited for that skeletal dragon skill to complete, I would have surely died there. Good thing I blasted it early. After calming down, Li Nan was very glad about his decision. After slaying the bone dragon, the mystical cave of the netherworld was completely cleared. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Samsara mystical realm. Time taken, 8 hours 18 minutes 07 seconds. Rating, SSS. Rewards are now being calculated based on your performance. You have earned 2 million alliance coins, you have gained 1 million experience points, you have obtained the following items: Netherworld Bone Armor, Imperial Grade plus 200 Spirit Power plus 100 Constitution, Netherworld Bone Helmet, Imperial Grade plus 200 Spirit Power plus 100 Constitution, Netherworld Shorts, Imperial Grade plus 200 Spirit Power plus 100 Constitution, Netherworld Dragon Shoes, Imperial Grade plus 200 Spirit Power plus 100 Agility. Netherworld Bone Ring, Imperial Grade plus 300 Spirit Power. Truly, the Samsara mystical realm is a treasure trove, granting a whopping 1 million experience in a single clearance. Li Nan's level has finally broken through to level 40. His body, which had been calm until now, suddenly began to undergo dramatic changes. Li Nan's bones, bone marrow, muscles, meridians, skin and internal organs all experienced an incredible transformation at this moment. This was a metamorphosis of life's hierarchy. A level 40 transmuter is no longer considered a low-level transmuter but is now referred to as a mid-level transmuter. Thus, the shift from level 39 to 40 is quite astonishing. Li Nan felt that his sinews, mind and internal organs all underwent essential changes, his whole body crackling with energy. Upon reaching level 40, his four-dimensional attributes significantly increased. A quick glance at his strength, agility, constitution and spirit showed that all attributes had increased by at least 1,000 points. With my current attributes, perhaps I won't need to resort to a suicide explosion to directly confront and defeat the bone dragon. What's more delightful is that Li Nan has obtained the Netherworld set of 5 items: Netherworld Bone Armor, Netherworld Bone Helmet, Netherworld Shorts, Netherworld Dragon Shoes, and Netherworld Bone Ring. All of these pieces are noble Imperial grade equipment. After the death of the Netherworld Bone Dragon, these 5 items exploded out and fell to the ground, each piece emitting a faint golden glow, giving off a very sacred feeling, undoubtedly being Imperial grade. This set of equipment provides high attribute bonuses and it primarily enhances spirit power. Li Nan had always been searching for a set that focused on spirit power. Having slain many monsters, most equipment sets primarily enhance strength or agility, with very few focusing on spirit power. Therefore, he was still wearing a low-level goblin command set. Now, it's the perfect time to switch to the Netherworld Bone Dragon set. You have now equipped the Netherworld Bone Dragon set. Activating the set effect, you have gained a passive skill, Energy Burst, after using a skill. There is a 5% chance that all spirit power will be restored. The effect of Energy Burst is very powerful. With some luck, it can immediately restore spirit power to its peak. In a life and death battle, if Energy Burst triggers when spirit power is nearly depleted, it could potentially alter the outcome of the fight. For instance, during Li Nan's recent battle with the Bone Dragon, he cast the Thundering Spear, consuming all his spirit power. Fortunately, Energy Burst triggered, fully restoring his spirit power, allowing him another chance to devastate the Bone Dragon with a thunder explosion. Thus, this passive skill of the set is extremely powerful. Name: Li Nan. Occupation: Deity Incarcerator. Level: 40, Experience 0001%. Strength: 1320. Inch. Agility: 1100. Constitution: 1580. Spirit: 2400. Skills: Deity Prison Thunder Spear, Multiple Thunder Shadows, Purple Thunder Armor, Heaven and Earth. Lot Equipment: Nether Bone Dragon Suit, Serpent Demon Necklace. At level 40, Li Nan's attributes have significantly leaped. Even without using any skills, Li Nan's strength is terrifying. In terms of strength, he can deliver a punch with the force of 100,000 kilograms, equivalent to 100 tons, capable of penetrating even tank armor. In terms of speed, when he sprints at full force, his speed can reach twice the speed of sound, approximately 2,400 km per hour. Defensively, given his current muscle mass and density, he can disregard bullets completely, and even a direct hit from a grenade launcher would not harm him. His most formidable aspect is his spiritual power. Li Nan can now summon 480 Thunder Shadow clones at once, and his Heaven and Earth Law skill can sustain for 10 minutes. He exhales deeply. In less than 10 hours, I've gained 5 levels and even acquired a set of Imperial level equipment along with a high-level combat pet egg. The Reincarnation Mystery Realm is truly a treasure trove. Vice Mayor Lu Ziping really gave me a great gift. After completing the challenge, his body was automatically transported out, returning to the underground space of the East City subway line. Steward Li, upon seeing Li Nan at the entrance of the Mystery Realm, Long Yaya hurried over. Steward Li, are you alright? Having just fought the Nether Bone Dragon, Li Nan appeared somewhat disheveled and dusty, prompting Secretary Long Yaya to show a look of concern. I'm fine, just suffered some minor injuries, but I've recovered now, Li Nan replied with a smile. Thank goodness you're alright, Steward Li. Long Yaya sighed in relief, patting her plump chest. You truly are the first national top scholar in the history of our Xia country being able to solo the Reincarnation Mystery Realm. If I may ask, what level are you now? It's generally considered impolite for other players to use exploration spells on someone, as it can feel invasive. Thus, a mere secretary like Long Yaya wouldn't dare to directly check Li Nan's level using such a spell. Not much, just level 40, Li Nan humbly responded. What, you're already level 40? Long Yaya gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. You managed to gain 5 levels in such a short time in the Reincarnation Mystery Realm. That's amazing. Oh, was my clearing time really that short? Li Nan thought he had taken a long time, having spent over 8 hours to clear the realm. Very short, Long Yaya asserted. Every Reincarnation Mystery Realm is a special domain blessed by divine power with vast areas and strong monsters. Therefore, clearing one usually takes about 24 hours. It's rare for someone to solo it as quickly as you did. Using only 8 hours, that's really impressive. A divine blessing in the Reincarnation Mystery Realm, that's a new concept to me. Li Nan seemed thoughtful. Long Yaya responded, I've heard that each cycle of the mystic realm was once the dwelling of a deity or a derivative of a deity. Therefore, with the divine blessing, the rewards of the mystic realm are plentiful and the drop rate is exceptionally high. Occasionally, a mystic realm might burst with residual divinity, causing the realm's projection to manifest in the real world. When that happens, the mystic realm disappears, replaced by a real world filled with various monsters and treasures. Even mythical treasures might appear. However, such mystic realms are rare, and divine bursts are even rarer, 1 in a million. I see. Li Nan nodded. If this mystic realm were likely to experience a divine burst, Lu Ziping would have already reported it to the Qinqing Hall and claimed great merit. Honestly, I don't expect a divine burst to occur, as the projection of the mystic realm into the real world sounds quite dangerous. Then Li Nan took out a high-grade battle pet egg from his spatial bracelet and continued to ask, Secretary Long, based on your experience, do you think I should cultivate a battle pet? A high-grade battle pet egg. Long Yaya's eyes lit up. If it's for stewardly, you should definitely cultivate a high-grade battle pet. With your status, cultivating low or mid-grade battle pets would be a breeze. However, the maximum level for low-grade battle pets is 50, and for mid-grade it's 70. High-grade or highest-grade battle pets have no level cap. The strongest under the heavens. Wang Chen has a highest-grade Azure Dragon battle pet which can overpower the fourth strongest person on Blue Star by itself, so cultivating a good battle pet could greatly assist you in the future. If what Long Yaya said was true, then battle pets were indeed crucial for Transcenders. Master Wang Chen's Azure Dragon could single-handedly defeat the fourth strongest on Blue Star. Imagine the terrifying strength of a powerful battle pet. In that case, I'll hatch this high-grade pet egg now. Li Nan, convinced by Long Yaya's words, decided to immediately hatch the high-grade pet egg. The hatching process is simple. You only need to drop a bit of your blood on the shell and the battle pet egg will recognize its master and start hatching, Long Yaya explained earnestly. However stewardly, each battle pet egg's outcome is highly random. Even among high-grade battle pets, there are over 1 million varieties, so please don't be upset if you don't get a satisfactory battle pet, she added. Understood, Li Nan replied. He extended his right hand and with a trace of lightning power pricked his fingertip. A drop of bright red blood fell onto the high-grade battle pet egg. The next second, a half-meter tall egg began to show layers of blood-red secret patterns on its surface. The eggshell cracked like a spider web and the battle pet was about to hatch. Stewardly, this high-grade battle pet egg is now absorbing your blood and hatching. In the future, the battle pet inside this egg will never betray you, always remaining loyal. Beside him, Long Yaya's eyes sparkled with anticipation and curiosity. And Li Nan felt the same way. What would my first battle pet be? Cracking noises filled the air as the eggshell split from top to bottom and a small bony arm was the first to break free. The tiny bone fingers pried the rest of the shell apart, followed by bone legs and a skull. Finally, the high-level battle pet was successfully hatched. It was a half-meter tall little skeleton. The little skeleton looked around curiously with its hollow eye sockets, appearing fascinated by everything around it. Its naive demeanor resembled that of a toddler around 2 or 3 years old. This. Li Nan was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be a powerful high-level battle pet? Why was it a little skeleton? A hint of surprise also appeared on Long Yaya's face. She hadn't expected a skeleton, a lower-level creature, to hatch from a high-level egg. Strange, how could a skeleton hatch from it? Skeletons are supposed to be in the low-level battle pet eggs, aren't they? Long Yaya stroked her chin and looked at Li Nan. Stewardly, I think this might not be an ordinary skeleton. Please check the specific attributes of this battle pet. Battle pets, unlike monsters, cannot have their detailed information revealed through detection spells. Only the battle pet's master can see its information. Li Nan looked down at the adorable skeleton clinging to his leg, his eyes scanning through a series of data. Battle pet, skeleton race, undead level, 1 potential, highest, chance to evolve into the king of the undead. Attributes, 1 strength / 1 agility / 2 stamina / 2 spirit. Skills, low-tier undead summoning. Description, a weak and pitiful skeleton mage extremely attached to its master. Due to absorbing the blood of the deity's captor, its potential is limitless and it may rival the gods in the future. Such terrible attributes, even worse than when I first awakened as a transferee, but its potential, the future king of the undead. Realizing the data before him, Li Nan quickly understood. The reason for the anomaly with this high-level battle pet egg was because he was the captor of a deity. His blood had heightened the battle pet's potential, so this little skeleton wasn't as weak as it seemed on the surface. Its future potential could indeed rival that of the gods. Even Master Wang Chen's Azure Dragon might not compare to a deity. If it truly has such potential, this little skeleton so deeply attached to me will undoubtedly be far stronger than the Azure Dragon by hundreds, thousands, even 10,000-fold in the future. Suppressing his excitement, Li Nan reached out and picked up the little skeleton. Although you might become the king of the undead in the future, you are so fragile now, your bones seeming as if they could fall apart at any moment. Therefore I shall name you Little Bone. When Xiaogu heard his master name him, he danced with joy, waving his tiny bone arms in the air. Congratulations on obtaining a battle pet, Long Yaya applauded beside them. Li Nan put Xiaogu down and turned to Long Yaya. How do I train a battle pet to level up? Long Yaya immediately replied, each battle pet has its unique way of training. Some gain experience by consuming treasures of heaven and earth, some level up by sleeping, and some need to defeat enemies to gain experience. The specific training method, Mr. Bone will probably communicate to you through thoughts, I see, Li Nan said, then looked at Xiao Gu. How do you level up? Xiao Gu tilted his head up, his hollow eye sockets gazing at Li Nan, his thought response sounding very youthful, Master. I need bones and souls, high-quality bones, souls of the strong. It seemed that Xiao Gu's method of training involved absorbing bones and souls. Li Nan thought for a moment, realizing that killing enemies in the secret realm would allow Xiao Gu to absorb bones and souls incidentally, thus, this ghostly secret realm was also a treasure trove for leveling up. Inside the realm, there was a bone dragon. If he could defeat the bone dragon and let Xiao Gu absorb all its bones, how much could Xiao Gu grow? Li Nan walked to the entrance of the Samsara secret realm, observing the energy inside. He estimated he could enter about 9 more times. After 9 more passages, the entrance to the Samsara secret realm would dissipate due to energy depletion. The cooldown time for this realm was 6 hours, during which he decided to restore some of his spiritual power. 6 hours passed quickly. Li Nan, accompanied by Xiao Gu, stepped into the Samsara secret realm. Inside the ghostly cavern, they encountered a ghostly minotaur. Li Nan commanded immediately, Xiao Gu, show me your skills, let me see your strength. Yes, master, Xiao Gu's youthful echo resounded, his pupils suddenly emitting a ghastly green flame as he supported himself with one hand on the ground, laying down a string of runes on the surface. Skill: low-tier undead summoning. This skill could summon a low-level skeleton, the skeleton's level and strength corresponding to Xiao Gu's own power. The sound of rattling bones echoed within the cave as a frail undead skeleton rose from the formation, brandishing a knife and charging straight at the ghostly minotaur. The low-level skeleton swordsman, wielding a long blade, charged at the ghostly minotaur. The minotaur casually turned around and kicked out effortlessly, sending the skeleton swordsman flying, its bones scattering across the ground. Xiao Gu was weak, and so were the low-tier undead he summoned. For now, stay behind me and develop, don't join the fight, just follow me and absorb the bones and souls of enemies, Li Nan seriously instructed Xiao Gu, then took to the fray himself. Xiao Gu obediently stayed far behind, knowing his strength was insufficient, and watched his master battle. Li Nan clenched his fists and twisted his neck, his body brimming with immense power. At level 40, which marked the divide between low-tier and mid-tier adventurers, his current strength allowed him to defeat the monsters in the Samsara secret realm without any skills, relying solely on his physical prowess. The attributes of the ghostly minotaur were slightly below his, so he felt confident in his abilities. Without the need for any special skills, Li Nan took a quick lunge, charging forward with such speed that the air around him vibrated, whipping up a strong wind. Die! Li Nan's fingers cracked as he clenched his fist, which he then slammed into the abdomen of the netherworld minotaur like a cannonball. The minotaur bellowed in pain as the force of the 100,000 kilograms punch floored it instantly. With a swift kick, Li Nan struck the minotaur's chin, sending it flying 200 meters away. Rushing forward, Li Nan seized the black battle knife from the minotaur's grasp. With a powerful downward slash, the air hissed around him as the blade cleaved the netherworld minotaur in two. Die! Without using any particular skills or martial arts techniques and relying solely on his superior attributes, Li Nan had effortlessly annihilated the formidable creature. The battle had concluded in less than 10 seconds. By killing the netherworld minotaur, he gained 35,000 experience points, with an additional 70,000 experience points due to the Samsara secret realm's bonus. Master is truly formidable. Xiao Gu, watching Li Nan in combat, grew even more admiring of him. Xiao Gu absorbed the soul of this creature, Li Nan instructed. Xiao Gu nodded vigorously and then opened its mouth wide to suck in the soul of the netherworld minotaur. Congratulations, your battle pet Xiao Gu has been upgraded to level 2. Li Nan was genuinely pleased to see Xiao Gu's level up. Although Xiao Gu was still weak, he knew that in the future it could summon millions of high-tier undead. By then millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of undead would heed Li Nan's command. What Xiao Gu needed now was time to level up and develop. Subsequently, Li Nan summoned 480 Thunder Shadow clones. Xiao Gu, follow behind my clones for leveling up. They will handle the slaughtering up front, providing you with ample souls and bones. Although a bit puzzled, Xiao Gu obediently followed the army of Thunder Shadow clones into each cave. In this Samsara secret realm, as long as he did not challenge the deepest abyss, level 40, Li Nan could easily clear the area. He himself could kill monsters with his physical body alone. Inside the netherworld cave, except for the boss bone dragon, all other monsters were like lambs to the slaughter. since he needed to take care of Xiaogu. All the Thunder Shadow clones grouped together to fight the enemies, sweeping through smoothly. No matter the monster, 400 Thunder Shadow clones would swarm at each, dealing a stab. The monsters would die almost instantly, hardly able to resist. It was nearly a massacre. In this manner, the 480 Thunder Shadow clones rampaged through the Netherworld cave. No matter what the creature, they attacked in a chaotic frenzy, leaving virtually no monster standing for more than 10 seconds. Little Bone was just behind, joyously absorbing the souls and bones of various monsters, and his level soared rapidly. Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, Level 6. 12 hours later, Little Bone had reached level 30. All the small creatures in the Nether cave had been cleared out. Ling Nan had all his Thunder Shadow clones fight together, which, although quicker in killing, took a bit more time than fighting separately. However, this was not a big issue, as the extra time spent was worth it for Little Bone's rapid leveling. While the Thunder Shadow clones battled, Ling Nan himself was incredibly relaxed, even leisurely brewing and sipping tea on the spot. Now that the small creatures of the Nether cave had been completely eradicated, it was time to face the boss, the Bone Dragon, once again. All come back. With a thought from Ling Nan at his command, all the Thunder Shadow clones returned from the distant cave. And Little Bone returned too. Little Bone at level 30 was entirely different from his initial naive appearance. He had grown taller, his bones had broadened, his expression had lost its naivety and gained a bit of maturity. Battle Pet, Skeleton Race, Undead level 30 potential, highest, with a chance to evolve into the King of the Undead. Attributes: 250 strength / 300 agility / 250 stamina / 300 spirit skills. Low tier undead summoning, can summon 300 level 20 skeletons at once. Description: a skeleton mage with modest summoning capabilities, capable of single-handedly contending with ordinary level 35 summoners, and he craves battle. Very good, keep leveling up like this. Ling Nan smiled. With such a rate of leveling, Little Bone's levels would soon catch up. Master, I also want to join the battle. With increased strength, Little Bone naturally wanted to alleviate his master's burdens and volunteered eagerly. Every battle pet was the same, valuing their master's position as supreme, more important than the entire universe. Hence Little Bone always kept his master in mind. No, Ling Nan responded coldly, I know you want to ease my worries, but this Samsara secret realm is not something you can handle. Little Bone, calm your heart and continue to grow for some time. Okay master, I was too impulsive. Little Bone drooped his head. Don't worry. Ling Nan patted Little Bone's smooth skull. In the future you will naturally become my right-hand man. Now it's time to deal with the Bone Dragon. The last time in the Samsara secret realm, Ling Nan had exhausted all his mental power to barely defeat the Bone Dragon that hadn't used its abilities. Now, having broken through level 40, Ling Nan's strength had greatly improved and he was fully capable of defeating the Bone Dragon head-on. He passed through the tunnels and returned to the underground space where the Bone Dragon resided. Come on, Bone Dragon. Facing the 100-meter-long gigantic Bone Dragon, Ling Nan immediately used his techniques: Law of Heaven and Earth, Purple Lightning Armor and Thundering Spear. Roar! The Bone Dragon roared and swooped down, its massive bone wings nearly obscuring the entire underground space. Useless, Ling Nan deployed his Purple Lightning Armor, increasing his physical constitution tenfold to 15,000, rendering the Bone Dragon's pounce utterly ineffective. He twirled the Thundering Spear in the air, thunder booming loudly, and then thrust the spear into the Bone Dragon's head. Countless bolts of lightning burst forth, severely injuring the Bone Dragon. In the next moment, every bone in the Bone Dragon's body suddenly burst into bright white light. That dazzling white light again. It seems you have a skill that automatically triggers when you're severely injured. Unfortunately, the skill's wind-up time was too long. Ling Nan threw the Thunder Spear single-handedly, its bright lightning streaking across the sky like a bolt from the blue, piercing right through the defenses of the white light. The Bone Dragon was impaled against the rock wall by the Thunder Spear, its skull and upper body completely shattered, hanging motionlessly on the wall. The Bone Dragon was annihilated in one strike. Absorb. Upon the death of the Bone Dragon, Xiaogu was incredibly excited, frantically absorbing the bones and souls, and directly leveled up 3 times. For creatures like Xiaogu and the Bone Dragon, both undead monsters, the Bone Dragon was a substantial nourishment. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Samsara secret realm. Time elapsed: 13 hours 44 minutes 55 seconds. Rating: SSS. Rewards are now being calculated based on your performance. You have earned 2 million alliance coins, you have received 1 million experience points, you have gained equipment, The 1 million experience points only managed to increase Li Nan's experience bar by about 30%. After level 40-inch leveling up had become significantly more challenging. From level 40 to 41 he needed nearly 4 million experience points. Li Nan sighed. Now clearing the Samsara secret realm no longer boosted his leveling speed as before. Of course, with every curse comes a blessing. After reaching level 40-inch, each level gained would also yield more attribute points. In a blink of an eye 10 days had passed. Li Nan had cleared the Samsara secret realm a total of 10 times, elevating his level to 42. His attributes had increased by 500. Xiaogu had finally grown to level 40 and even learned a new skill, mid-tier undead creation, Skeleton Knight. Mid-tier undead creation, Skeleton Knight, consumes a moderate amount of mental energy to summon a Skeleton Knight. With Xiaogu's current combat abilities, it could now genuinely assist Li Nan. It was no longer as weak as it had been at birth. What made Li Nan even happier was the equipment and materials dropped in the Samsara secret realm, totaling up to a value of 1 billion. Almost all were of king-level quality. How could they not be valuable? Overall, the journey through the Samsara secret realm had been immensely fruitful. Dragon Secretary, I have now gathered 12 billion, please exchange them for the Yen Tian pill, Li Nan commanded. I've already contacted the officials at Chenxing Palace. The Yen Tian pill will be delivered within an hour, responded Long Ye, Li Nan's personal secretary. She swiftly operated the computer, selling the equipment and materials Li Nan had obtained, and the pre-ordered Yen Tian pill would soon arrive at their location. Then let's wait here, Li Nan nodded. This place was deep underground with no one around for 10 kilometers and protected by Long Ye, making it extremely safe. Therefore, it was an ideal spot to rest. Enter the Divine Prison, meet the great sage equal to heaven Sun Wukong and acquire the fifth ability. Stewardly Secretary Long, here are the Yen Tian pills you ordered. A powerfully aured elder suddenly appeared, holding a wooden box wrapped in gold foil. Inside the wooden box lay the highly valuable Yen Tian pills. The transaction process was straightforward, payment followed by delivery. Li Nan swiped his card and his account was debited by 12 billion. The money has been transferred, said the old man with a chuckle. The Yen Tian pills are now yours. My task here is done, so I won't linger any longer. Take care, both of you. With a whoosh, the old man's figure blurred, and he vanished from the spot like a phantom. Li Nan was slightly surprised. Even the delivery person from Chenxing Palace is so formidable. That's to be expected, explained Long Ye. The experts of Chenxing Palace often deal in frequent and extremely valuable transactions. If anything goes wrong during the transportation of these treasures, Chenxing Palace would compensate tenfold. Thus, they prefer to spend a substantial amount to ensure the treasures are delivered safely by powerful individuals. The old man just now must have been an 80th level third transformation professional, stronger than me, she added. Understanding the situation, Li Nan opened the small wooden box and pinched the crystal clear white pill between his fingers. The surface of the pill was pure white, transparent and gleaming like a pearl. Yen Tian pills, oh Yen Tian pills. To acquire you I've spent a full 12 billion. Spending such an amount in one go was even painful for Li Nan. It was only because he was an officer. If he had been a regular member of the Chenxing Palace, it would have cost him 20 billion. Secretary Long, Xiaogu, I'm a bit tired. Let's rest here for a while, said Li Nan as he sat down cross-legged, leaning against the wall. Officer, Li Nan has been working hard for 10 days. You must be very tired. I'll take care of the security, please rest well, Long Ye earnestly replied. Xiaogu became serious, summoning an entire skeleton army to guard the surroundings. Li Nan closed his eyes, the fatigue of the past 10 days emerging, his consciousness gradually fading. In the divine prison in cell number 2, the great sage Sun Wukong, clad in a battle robe, was soundly asleep on a straw mat. Li Nan approached the iron bars and pulled out the pearl-like Yen Tian pill, whispering, Great sage, I have brought the Yen Tian pill. Sun Wukong immediately woke up, smiling as he walked to the front of the bars and extended his furry arm to receive the pill. He, lad, you got the Yen Tian pill so quickly. Very good, much faster than I expected. Sun Wukong held the pill in midair, examining it closely with his fiery eyes. It really is the Yen Tian pill. As per our agreement, I will now teach you a divine power. With that, Sun Wukong blew out a breath and a golden elixir flew from his throat. The elixir, as if alive, flew through the air and merged directly into Li Nan's forehead. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, 72 transformations, Sun Wukong's signature skill, the 72 transformations. Damn, Li Nan's mind heated up with excitement, blurting out 3 curses in a row. This 12 billion was well spent. Skill, 72 transformations level, godlike skill grade, highest, this skill cannot be upgraded. Effect, consumes mental power to transform into any person or object remembered. Genes, aura level, race all change. Description, the transformation technique taught by Patriarch Bodhi, capable of morphing into various forms avoiding the three calamities. The concept of the 72 transformations is not the same as the 72 demonic techniques. In Taoism, the number 8 represents the ultimate in yin, while 9 symbolizes the ultimate in yang. Multiplying 8 by 9 results in 72, which symbolizes limitless transformations. The dimension in which I reside is different from yours, so you must be cautious. If you transform into a powerful class that is much stronger than your current level, it will require an immense amount of mental energy and can only be maintained for a short period. You should avoid transforming into someone more than 10 levels higher than yourself. Otherwise, you might instantly deplete your mental energy, leading to soul exhaustion and turning into a vegetative state. Sun Wukong fiddled with the Yin Tian pill as he explained these precautions to Li Nan. I understand now. The 72 transformations are indeed magical, but my own strength is too weak, therefore having this ability does not mean I can do whatever I want, Li Nan muttered. That's right, as long as you understand, Sun Wukong said, tossing the Yin Tian pill, which looked like a pearl, out of the iron bars. Li Nan caught the pill and asked in confusion, Great Sage, what is this? I can't use this thing. Sun Wukong blinked disdainfully and replied, moreover, when we made the agreement I specifically said, if you want to gain my second ability you need to collect a Yin Tian pill, not exchange it. Now that you have collected it, I will grant you the power of the 72 transformations, and naturally the Yin Tian pill still belongs to you. Thank you, Great Sage. Li Nan bowed in gratitude. He had thought he would have to give the Yin Tian pill to Sun Wukong in exchange for the transformation ability, but Sun Wukong returned the pill to him. Compared to Zeus, Sun Wukong treated Li Nan very well. This effectively saved Li Nan 12 billion alliance coins, which he would have had to spend again when advancing to the next class. It's a small matter, Sun Wukong said cheerfully. In the divine prison you can exchange for 3 of my abilities, and now you have acquired 2. Listen carefully, I will tell you the condition for obtaining the last ability. Li Nan perked up his ears, curiously asking, what is the condition to obtain the last ability? Sun Wukong looked into Li Nan's eyes and said deliberately, you must solo the Abyss difficulty 3 times. Abyss difficulty? Li Nan was shocked. The secret realm has 5 levels of difficulty: normal, hard, nightmare, hell and abyss. Abyss is the highest difficulty of the secret realm. Its challenge lies in the fact that each entry into the realm features different monster strengths, terrains and boss locations, rendering any prior preparations useless. Adventurers in the Abyss difficulty can only grope their way through. Moreover, the strength of the monsters in the Abyss is at least 10 times that of the normal difficulty and could even reach 20, 30, up to 100 times. The strength of the monsters is very random, with any multiplier above 10 times being possible. Another brutal aspect of the Abyss is that it suppresses higher level adventurers. For example, Li Nan's master Wang Chen, the strongest person on the Blue Star, would have his strength drastically reduced when entering a lower level Abyss realm. Attempting higher level abyssal dungeons might seem tempting, but it's wiser to challenge those of equal level. At least there your powers won't be suppressed and the rewards are more substantial. This has led to a situation where very few dare to tread the lower level abysses, and even fewer succeed. According to statistics from Xia country, the death rate in these dungeons is a staggering 999%. It's worth noting that most adventurers who take on these abysses have already conquered the hellish difficulties, standing out as elites among their peers. Those who struggle even with normal solo challenges wouldn't dream of entering the abyss unless they've lost their minds, yet the death rate remains at 999%, highlighting the terrifying nature of these challenges. The random terrain and monsters, combined with the overwhelming strength of these creatures, ensure that only a handful of elite adventurers ever succeed. Are you scared? Sun Wukong asked with a smirk. Yes, I am scared, replied Li Nan, clenching his fists, but what does it matter if I'm scared? In his early adventures at Heian Mountain Range, he faced the Goblin Camp alone on hard difficulty and battled the Desert Worm alone on hell difficulty. Like every other adventurer, Li Nan felt the same nervousness and fear before taking on a new level of dungeon difficulty. After all, death in these dungeons means no coming back, and nobody wishes to die. However, life is such that you must overcome one challenge after another to achieve greatness. Fear is useless in this pursuit. I like that determined look in your eyes, Sun Wukong laughed heartily, looking up. For you, the abyssal difficulty represents the ultimate challenge. Li Nan nodded, not denying the truth in those words. I'll take on the task. 3 solo runs in the abyss. Sun Wukong seemed pleased. Not bad, I have high hopes for you. But before he could finish, he suddenly frowned and stared intently towards the southeast direction of the prison walls. This is bad, Li Nan, you're in big trouble. What do you mean by big trouble? Li Nan felt a sudden ominous premonition. Did you enter the divine prison near the Samsara dungeon? Sun Wukong inquired. After a moment's thought, Li Nan replied, yes, I was near a place called the Nether Cave in the Samsara dungeon. Sun Wukong sighed, pacing back and forth. That explains it. Inside your divine prison, there is an endless divine essence amassed from countless gods imprisoned there, naturally emanating divine power, and you know that the Samsara dungeon itself is sustained by divine energy, right? Li Nan nodded, remembering what Long Ye had told him. Sun Wukong continued, the divine energy that was nearly depleted in the Samsara dungeon around you has now been abruptly replenished by a vast amount of divine power due to your presence, causing a burst of divine energy. This explosion is likely to project the Samsara dungeon's influence over millions of square kilometers around you. I fear that the eastern city where you are might face a catastrophic disaster. Wide-eyed, Li Nan was completely unprepared for such a turn of events. Due to the divine outbreak in the reincarnation mystery realm caused by the divine prison, a disaster was looming over Dongshi. Great sage, what should I do now? Li Nan anxiously inquired. He did not want the innocent people of Dongshi, a city with nearly 10 million inhabitants, to be affected by his actions. If I could personally descend into your world, I could resolve this minor crisis in the blink of an eye. However, I am trapped in the divine prison and can't help you, Sun Wukong said helplessly. But the divine outbreak in the reincarnation mystery realm is indeed a major disaster. I believe the higher-ups in your area should have a contingency plan. Taking a deep breath, Li Nan calmed down slightly. The great sage was right. If the matter was known to everyone, organizations like the Qinqing Palace should undoubtedly have emergency plans. The divine outbreak, while a disaster, also presented a great opportunity. The original elements within the mystery realm would receive a divine enhancement, significantly improving their quality and increasing the abundance of treasures. Li Nan, preserve your life. As for what you can gain, it depends on your luck, Sun Wukong solemnly advised. Thank you for your guidance, great sage. Given the crisis, I must leave the divine prison now, Li Nan said as he turned and walked out of the grand gates of the divine prison. Below the prison, an endless layer of clouds stirred continuously, something seeming to draw from them. Could it be that everything in my dream world, including these clouds, possessed divinity? If so, the amount of divinity here was terrifyingly immense. Even if the reincarnation mystery realm was absorbing divinity, it could only take in less than 1/billionth of it, yet that was enough to cause a divine outbreak. Li Nan let his consciousness fall, returning to the real world. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the silvery gates of the mystery realm wide open with dazzling light bursting forth. A towering golden holy light broke through the earth and streets, shooting straight into the skies. Normally, it was 9 p.m. in the Xia country and darkness enveloped the sky, but as the golden light broke through and radiated across the clouds, the entire sky lit up, turning into a sky as resplendent as gold. My God, what's happening? Why has the sky turned like this? Li Nan wondered in awe. At that moment, all residents of Dongshi noticed the anomaly, staring blankly at the scene that seemed like a miracle unfolding. In the golden sky, the projection of the netherworld cave appeared like a mirage across the firmament, as if the entire sky had become a movie screen. Everyone could see the scenes of the complex, deep, dark caves and the creatures formed of eerie green energy. The next moment, the projection of the netherworld cave descended. For all 96 million people in Dongshi, their vision went dark. When they opened their eyes, they found their surroundings completely transformed. There were no skyscrapers, bustling streets, or cars. Only darkness and dimness surrounded them, with rock walls and stones everywhere, and the air was oppressively heavy. When the men pulled out their lighters and used the faint light to observe their surroundings, they were shocked to find that they had arrived at the netherworld cave. The entire East City had been replaced by the projection of the netherworld cave. Where is this place? Why is it so dark? Wife, why can't I see you? Where are you? My child is gone. My child, have you seen my child? Mom. The vast cave was filled with people's cries, shouts, curses, and screams. Everyone was in a panic, completely clueless about what had happened. Meanwhile, in another part of the netherworld cave located in the east, the place was enveloped by magical lighting spells, brightly lit as if it were daylight. In this part of the cave, 4 figures stood. They were the branch temple leaders of the southeast province, Wan Wuya from the Qinqing Temple, Zhao Qingbai from the Shadow Temple, and Jin Sha from the Sun God Temple. These were the real power holders of the southeast province. Any one of them had the authority to command all officials in the southeast province, and no one dared to defy them. Compared to them, the mayor of East City, Zhao Mingrui, standing beside them, seemed like a mere underling. Wan Wuya, dressed in a luxurious purple robe, stood upright and spoke first. Fortunately, we set up disaster warning teleportation points in every city of the southeast province. Whenever there is a sign of disaster, the branch leaders of the three major temples of the southeast province, no matter what we are doing, will automatically teleport here to avert the disaster. Zhao Qingbai, the branch leader of the Shadow Temple, dressed in a black robe that represented the Shadow Temple with half of his face covered by a hood, looked quite sinister. He said this teleportation was very sudden. I was abroad handling a very important matter. An important matter, huh? Temple leader Zhao, is there anything more urgent than a divine explosion event happening in East City? Teased Jin Sha, the branch leader of the Sun God Temple. She wore a semi-transparent silk white robe. Her sexy chest and hips were faintly visible beneath the soft silk, and her every smile and frown seemed to captivate the soul. Mayor Zhao Mingrui stared at Jin Sha, completely dumbfounded. Despite being a powerful level 70 fighter, he nearly lost his composure under her charm, feeling restless and hot all over. Damn, I had heard that the branch leaders of the Sun God Temple were all holy women, and I thought they would be very pure, but she's dressed so revealingly, it's making me drool. She must have practiced some enchantment technique, otherwise how could I be so distracted? Zhao Mingrui cursed inwardly, but outwardly he smiled ingratiatingly. Temple Leader 1, Temple Leader Zhao, Temple Leader Jin. East City is now experiencing a divine explosion, a disaster that I, a mere mayor, cannot handle alone. Please, I beg for your assistance. Of course, we came here precisely to deal with this matter, said Wan Wuya confidently. Mayor Zhao, divine explosions are rare and the strategies to deal with them are few, but with the three of us here it's not difficult to manage. Wan Wuya, Zhao Qingbai and Jin Sha were all super beings, just a notch below Wang Chen in terms of power. For them, handling a divine burst event in a low-level secret realm was not a difficult task. In fact, this divine burst in the eastern city was an opportunity for all the reclassifiers there. As Wan Tianya mentioned this, a hint of greed and madness flashed in the eyes of the four. Indeed, a divine burst was a disaster, turning the original city into a terrifying secret realm environment fraught with danger. If a high-level reincarnation secret realm experienced a divine burst, even Wan Wuya and the others would be at a loss. However, the Hades Cave reincarnation secret realm was not highly ranked to begin with, so the three titans of the southeast province could handle it with ease. As long as they protected the ordinary residents, those in non-combat professions, the divine burst event was a huge opportunity. Our first duty is to relocate all ordinary people from the eastern city, suggested Wan Wuya. Yes, let's implement the Wanqin relocation method, Zhao Qingbai said with a smile. Alright, let's cast it now, Jin Sha added, also smiling. The Wanqin relocation method, a joint skill developed by reclassifiers, was led by a high-level reclassifier with a powerful soul. It could instantly relocate people within 1,000,000 square kilometers to a safe location. This method was the primary choice for major cities in responding to disasters. It could be immediately deployed in the event of shadow rifts or other calamities to evacuate everyone swiftly. Let's begin, said Wan Wuya solemnly. Following this, the three titans of the southeast province jointly cast the Wanqin relocation method, targeting the low-level ordinary people. Centered on the trio, a massive wave of psychic energy radiated outward, covering the entire projection of the Hades Cave. In an instant, 9,600,000 people were marked. Move, 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 the three chanted in unison. The next second, the panicked people were all relocated at the same time. They were moved to Suzhou in the southeast province. Wan Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. The number of people relocated this time is 9,200,000, with 0 casualties, all transferred to a safe location. The remaining 400,000 are mid-level main combat reclassifiers, Jin Sha said with a smile. Those who are left probably don't want to be relocated, they have a chance to hunt for treasures. Zhao Qingbai bowed and said, indeed. Now that the task is complete, it's time for us to part ways here. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a shadow and disappeared, his departure swift, clearly eager to proceed. Master Wan, I shall take my leave as well, Jin Sha said tenderly, giving Wan Wuya a look before turning and leaving the area. I shall also take my leave, Zhao Mingrui said respectfully as he exited the scene. The divine burst event was likely to bring forth many treasures tainted with divinity, coveted even by the submasters of the three great halls. Everyone was eager to try their luck. Should anyone fortuitously acquire such a treasure, it could truly turn their life around. The three submasters and the mayor of the eastern city were no exception, each harboring their own thoughts and ambitions. After completing their respective tasks, they planned to split up. Wan Wuya stayed alone in the cave, talking to himself. The shadow of the Netherworld cave covers around 300,000 square kilometers, and 70% of the remaining mid-level transmuters are from the three great halls. Zhao Qingbai and Jin Sha will definitely gather their subordinates to hunt for treasures together. I must also gather the people from Qinqing Hall. Thinking this, Wan Wuya immediately sent out a mental wave summoning all members of the Netherworld Caves. Qinqing Hall. Steward Li Nan is also here, not transferred. He reached level 40 and became a mid-level transmuter. Li Nan was in a different part of the underground Netherworld, in a cavern, during the secret realm projection. Secretary Long Yuyue and Li Nan were projected to different locations. With no cell phone signal, he couldn't contact Secretary Long. Now he was in trouble. Completely unaware of the situation outside, he was only accompanied by his battle pet Xiao Gu. Steward Li Nan, can you hear me? Suddenly a deep voice echoed in his mind. It was the mental transmission of a high-level transmuter, Lord Wan Wuya. Li Nan asked in confusion, are you also here? It's a long story, replied Wan Wuya via mental transmission, quickly explaining the divine outbreak and the transfers. All the common folks have been transferred. That's good, that's good. Hearing this, Li Nan breathed a sigh of relief. If millions of people had been trapped in the Netherworld cave, countless would have died, and Li Nan would have felt immense guilt. Now that the three subhall masters used the Wanxin transfer method to move over 9 million people out, Li Nan no longer needed to worry. Steward Li, caring so deeply for the people truly befits your role in our Qinqing Hall. With you here, it's a blessing for the people of the eastern city, Wan Wuya flattered. Hearing this, Li Nan couldn't help but smile wryly. Wan Wuya didn't know that the real culprit behind the divine outbreak was actually Li Nan. He must never let Wan Wuya find out the truth. If he knew it was because of Li Nan that the divine outbreak occurred, he might suspect Li Nan possessed a great treasure. People can be unpredictable. On the surface, Wan Wuya appeared friendly because Li Nan was a steward of Qinqing Hall and a disciple of Wang Chen. If he really suspected that Li Nan had a valuable treasure, he might even kill to obtain it, later claiming that Li Nan's death was an accident. Therefore, Li Nan decided not to reveal the truth to Wan Wuya. He was very cautious. Lord Wan, now that the entire eastern city has been projected into the Netherworld cave, what are your plans? Li Nan inquired. I plan to gather all the transmuters of the eastern city's Qinqing Hall to hunt for treasures together, Wan Wuya declared. Steward Li Nan, as one of the top 10 stewards of Qinqing Hall, you are qualified to lead us. No need, I plan to act alone. Li Nan thought it over and directly refused. After all, with his modest strength at level 42, it wasn't realistic for him to lead thousands of unfamiliar powerful members of Qinqing Hall. Even if he were to lead, in reality it would definitely be under Wan Wuya's control. So, he preferred to act alone, which would also spare him the trouble of sharing any treasures he might find. It seems that Minister Li Nan wants to try his luck alone. Well, good luck to you. Wan Wuya interrupted the telepathic echo. At this moment, the deep cave resembled an all-consuming abyss, with scant light and the groundwater teeming with tiny microorganisms. In such a quiet environment, Li Nan's heartbeat was unusually clear. The post-projection Netherworld cave was completely different from the terrain of the reincarnation secret realm. I had never been here before. Wan Wuya was right. After the divine burst, the area of the Netherworld cave had become larger and more complex. Xiaogu, be on guard, let's go treasure hunting. Alright, master, Xiaogu responded and immediately summoned several skeletons to scout and guard the surroundings. Master and pet moved through the complex cave system. It wasn't long before Xiaogu's summoned creatures sent back a message. There's a monster ahead, 1 in number. As the monster appeared, Li Nan quickly moved forward and located the creature. It was a bull demon clad in silver armor, standing 20 meters tall, wielding a gleaming heavy halberd. Nether bull guard level, 45 attributes, 2500 strength / 2200 agility / 3000 constitution / 1900 spirit. Abilities: berserk space traits, touched by divinities significantly enhanced strength, weakness, none. Evaluation: a monster evolved through divinity, very tough, not to be confronted by force. Is this the Nether Bullman? How has it become so strong? Li Nan was surprised looking at the scouting spells information. The original Nether Bullman was only level 35 with no skills, and Li Nan could slaughter it as easily as slaughtering pigs and dogs. Now it was different. The Nether Bullman, having gained a trace of divine power, had high attributes and additional skills, becoming the formidable Nether Bull Guard not to be underestimated. Thunder Spear, Purple Thunder Armor. Li Nan immediately unleashed 2 super divine level skills, one offensive and one defensive. Let's see how much stronger this Nether Bullman has become. Whoosh, Li Nan dashed, swift as the wind, his Thunder Spear crackling, drawing a brilliant blue line in the dim cave. Moo, the Nether Bull Guard bellowed, wielding its heavy halberd, and furiously struck at Li Nan. Clang, sparks flew as the Thunder Spear collided with the gleaming halberd, unleashing a powerful wave of energy, so strong, 10 times stronger than before. The weapon in its hand is very peculiar, able to withstand my Thunder Spear. Li Nan stepped back, his eyes filled with shock. Before he could defeat a Nether Bullman with just his physical body, but now the two were evenly matched. Despite the Nether Bull Guard's enhanced attributes, other aspects had also strengthened. The weapon was formidable. That glittering heavy halberd was at least a king-level weapon, and it could also use the halberd's martial techniques, which were highly skilled. All these factors combined led to a tremendous increase in the Nether Bull Guard's strength, making it no longer an easy target. Unfortunately, your strength is still not enough. Li Nan immediately used his mighty skill, Divine Transformation. And with a spear thrust like stringing gourds, he pierced through the armor of the Netherworld Ox Guard, electrocuting it instantly. Defeating the Netherworld Ox Guard, he gained 150,000 experience points and obtained the Ox King Halberd, a level 45 Imperial weapon that added 500 to strength. Heavens, an Imperial weapon! Li Nan was amazed that such a minor creature had dropped an Imperial weapon. At that moment he finally understood why a Divine Burst was such a great opportunity. Even in the cycle of reincarnation's secret realm, defeating the boss skeleton dragon only yielded an Imperial weapon a tier above the King class equipment, and now a mere Netherworld Ox Guard had dropped an Imperial weapon worth millions. How could he not be thrilled? Master, there's trouble ahead, cried the scout skeleton urgently. More Netherworld Ox Guards have been spotted in the cave ahead. Isn't that just perfect? Killing one might drop another Imperial weapon, Li Nan replied with a smile. Not one but hundreds of thousands, the skeleton shrieked in alarm. Hundreds of thousands of Netherworld Ox Guards. Li Nan's face paled as he felt the entire cave shake violently as if it were experiencing a massive earthquake. Hundreds of thousands of Netherworld Ox Guards were stampeding in the cave, among them mutated ones. Such a mass of creatures formed a beast tide which could easily kill even a level 70 professional. Li Nan quickly recalled the skeleton into his spatial bracelet and activated his supreme skill, the 72 transformations. Before the beast tide could reach him, he transformed into a pangolin and began burrowing through the dirt beside the cave, moving away from the pathway. It was too dangerous. As a pangolin, he dug through the soil and fell into a safe underground burrow. With a loud thud and a puff of white smoke, he transformed back into Li Nan. Thank goodness I have the ability of the 72 transformations, otherwise facing those hundreds of thousands of Netherworld Ox Guards head-on would have been certain death. Li Nan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of relief from the narrow escape. While transformed and digging, he had witnessed many powerful second-tier professionals who couldn't escape in time and were instantly overwhelmed by the beast tide, trampled into mush, a truly horrifying sight. This made Li Nan realize just how terrifying the Netherworld Cave had become. In the secret realm, the Netherworld Cave only had a few hundred creatures scattered and not forming any significant threat. Thus Li Nan could handle them one by one without any pressure, but now he had encountered hundreds of thousands of monsters in just one cave. The entire Netherworld Cave probably housed at least 100 million creatures, now a staggering number by comparison. The Netherworld Ox Guards were only minor creatures. There must be many elite monsters and even more boss-level creatures in this place. No wonder the 3 great Vice Hall Masters had summoned the strong. Only by uniting could they have a chance to snatch treasures from the creatures. The Netherworld Cave, especially after the Divine Burst, was indeed perilous, and Li Nan knew his current strength was far from sufficient. But fortunately, he possessed the supreme skill, the 72 transformations. Transforming into myriad forms, he would flee at the first sign of danger. If escape was impossible, he would morph into a lesser creature and blend into the swarm of beasts. There were always ways to survive. As long as he kept a low profile, his life was more than secure. he quickly adjusted his mindset and began to explore the dark caverns. An hour later, he observed a fierce battle in a cave ahead. A man wielding a massive black sword was fighting against over 20 ghostly bovine guards. The scene was intense, the booming sounds of the battle audible from afar. The man, identified as Kaisun level 48, a heavy sword king, second transformation, was indeed a second-tier professional, which explained his ability to confront so many ghostly bovine guards at once. Kaisun's strength was formidable, especially with his heavy sword, which he wielded with great skill. Even though he was surrounded and at a disadvantage, he managed to maintain his defense. From a distance, Li Nan watched the battle unfold. After 10 minutes, Kaisun, visibly exhausted, struggled to continue the fight. It seemed inevitable that he would be overwhelmed and slain by the ghostly bovine guards. Since they were both human, Li Nan decided to intervene. No longer just an observer, he summoned 100 Thunder Shadow clones and charged at Kaisun's aid. In less than a minute, all 20+ ghostly bovine guards were slain. The equipment and materials they dropped were all collected by Li Nan. "Thank you, benefactor." Kaisun sheathed his great sword on his back and bowed in gratitude. Upon closer inspection, one could see his thick eyebrows and full lips. His physique was robust, a result of rigorous training, radiating a noble aura. "You're not from the Three Great Halls, why are you acting alone?" Li Nan asked curiously. Most mid-level professionals in the Hades cave were assembled together, with only a few strong enough to venture alone. Although Kaisun was a second-tier professional, he had only recently advanced, and his daring to venture alone into the Hades cave earned Li Nan's respect. "I'm from the Shadow Hall," Kaisun responded openly, "but I prefer not to move with those people. There are too many rules in a team and I dislike that." This sentiment resonated well with Li Nan. Indeed, true strength should be honed alone. Relying constantly on a team's power, how could one reach the pinnacle? Li Nan nodded in agreement and struck up a conversation with Kaisun. It turned out that Kaisun came from a modest background with a disabled sister at home. Despite this, he had silently worked hard, attended a top university, and through social experiences he had become a second-tier professional on his own. "This year, I advanced from a Class B heavy sword fighter to a heavy sword king, and that's when I was invited to join the Shadow Hall." Kaisun shared his journey, trusting Li Nan with his story. Listening, Li Nan was moved, thinking to himself about the hardships Kaisun must have faced. "My benefactor Li Nan, the Hades cave is very dangerous, not just because of the terrifying beast swarms, but also because of other people. I heard that hundreds of thousands of mid-level professionals are hunting for treasures in the Hades cave, and many strong ones have started attacking others to snatch treasures." Kaisun shook his head. "I've only been here a few hours and have already been attacked twice." Li Nan expressed his surprise, saying, "Fighting among themselves? Don't the Three Great Halls intervene?" "Alas, communication here is almost completely blocked. If someone is killed, who would know?" Kaisun sighed deeply. "Indeed, not everyone is good. Without supervision and constraints, there will always be those with malicious intent who emerge to slaughter others and seize their treasures. If the treasure is truly astonishing, even the Three Great Halls might dispute over it, potentially even leading to war. This region just had a beast tide." "Li Nan, my friend, how about we travel together for now?" Kaisun suggested. After a moment's thought, Li Nan replied, "That sounds good, but I won't be accompanying you for long. Once we leave this area, I'll go my own way." "I was thinking the same, so let's pair up for the time being," Kaisun said with a smile. The two then departed from the area, venturing deeper into the cave. During their journey, they worked together to slay hundreds of monsters, reaping substantial rewards. This experience also allowed Li Nan to witness the prowess of a second-tier character. Even a second-tier character with a B-level profession displayed astonishing strength. Li Nan realized that if he were to duel with Kaisun without the use of his powerful techniques, he could not guarantee victory. It was clear how significant the awakening to the second tier was for a professional. In the dark, damp cave, the duo had just teamed up to kill a ghostly jellyfish. Suddenly, Li Nan noticed a small shimmering fragment burst forth from the transparent jellyfish. Curious, he used his inspection skill, which revealed divine shard type. Item grade, mythical effect, allows a professional to absorb divine power from it, greatly enhancing their attributes. Professionals with lesser talents might even acquire royal or mythical level skills. Note: a small crystal condensed from divine power, priceless. Divine shard, a divine explosion has yielded a divine shard here, exclaimed Kaisun, his eyes filled with madness. The divine shard, a treasure condensed from divine power, primarily serves to enhance the potential of professionals with lower capabilities, granting them a chance to obtain royal or even mythical level skills on the planet launching. There are billions of combat-oriented professionals, among whom countless are of low potential, classified under D, C, and B levels. These low-potential professionals often only manage to acquire ordinary or at most royal-level skills not comparable to those with higher potential. However, with a divine shard there is a chance to drastically elevate a low-potential professional's ceiling. The market value of just one divine shard could be shockingly high beyond ordinary valuation. Such treasures are not something that major powers would sell lightly. Even the three great halls would fight over a shard of divine crystal. After all, class changes have a certain randomness, and even powerful families might awaken a D-class changer. Thus, the elders of each family do their best to seek a shard of divine crystal to improve the physique of their descendants. Linan, this nether cave is too peculiar, I remarked, more astonishing than any divine outburst treasure I had heard about online. We so easily obtained a shard of divine crystal. I believe that this cave definitely holds more than just 1 inch. There must be many more. Kaisen was thrilled. If I possess a shard of divine crystal, not only will my attributes greatly increase, but I might also have the chance to raise my career limit. This divine crystal is truly miraculous, Linan exclaimed. Then he posed a question. We now have only 1 shard of divine crystal, how shall we distribute it? At that moment the disadvantages of teaming up became apparent. This 1 shard of divine crystal was of immeasurable value and certainly couldn't be divided into 2. So how should it be allocated? In terms of combat power, Linan would definitely be the recipient, but would Kaisen willingly give it up? Linan, you saved my life before. This shard of divine crystal should be yours. Kaisen laughed heartily. However, if we can obtain a second one, that should be mine. What do you say? Haha, agreed. Linan quickly consented, appreciating Kaisen's straightforward and grateful nature, and he was also willing to seek another divine crystal for him. Such a friend is worth making. Meanwhile, the powerful members from the Qinqing Hall, the Shadow Hall, and the Sun God Hall also successively discovered several shards of divine crystal. My god, the mythic treasure, the divine crystal, has appeared. This nether dungeon actually holds such treasures. We are going to be rich. We are going to turn our fates around. Hurry, let's go find the divine crystals. We need to be fast. All the changers from the 3 great halls mobilized frantically, searching through the complex cave environment. The royal-level equipment and materials had already tempted them, and now with the emergence of the divine crystals their eyes gleamed with greed. Divine crystal? Wan Woyan, a branch master of Qinqing Hall, received the news and his eyes lit up with brilliance, immediately abandoning all the Qinqing Hall subordinates to hunt for the treasure alone. Zhao Qingbai from the Shadow Hall and Jin Sha from the Sun God Hall did the same. The value of the divine crystal was too high. Even such powerful beings were tempted. Ostensibly, they were treasure hunting, but in reality, they were killing for treasure. A man is not guilty until he carries a gem with him. In the inaccessible nether dungeon where communication was difficult, the one with the strongest fist was the law. Wan Woyan and the others didn't care which hall you belonged to. If you had a divine crystal, they would kill without mercy. Even they had become like this, and the changers below were even more insane. Everyone went mad. Those who publicly obtained the shards of the gods were immediately surrounded and slaughtered by the crowd. The scene was brutally cruel and blood-soaked. Why hold such treasures when you are so weak? How can I rise up to 5 fate and surpass others if I don't kill you? As the 40,000 transfigured combatants went mad, killing and plundering, all sense of ethics and morality was lost. The underworld cave. For a time, it became a literal hell on earth. 10 hours later, in the central area of the underworld cave, a man cloaked entirely in shadows appeared, followed by 10 formidable second transformation warriors. Do either of you have shards of the gods? He asked. Linan shook his head and Kaisen feigned ignorance. What are shards of the gods? Disappointed, the shadowy figure and his followers moved on. But as they brushed past each other, the shadowy man and his men launched a sudden attack. Who knows if you are lying? If we kill you, we'll find out if you have the shards. The dimly lit cave was suddenly illuminated by a flurry of colorful abilities, and the sound of explosions was relentless. Looking for death? I knew you wouldn't let us go. Aware of their enemies' tactics, Linan and Kaisen instantly retaliated. Linan, having reached a formidable level after his transformation, was able to confront the 10 second-level warriors simultaneously. Kaisen, wielding his heavy sword, dramatically managed to decapitate the shadowy man. After a fierce battle, Linan and Kaisen emerged victorious, albeit barely. Linan, you are so powerful, at level 42 to defeat so many second-level warriors, Kaisen said joyfully. Li Nan humbly replied. These warriors had just awakened recently. If there were a seasoned second-tier warrior among them, I definitely wouldn't stand a chance. Kaisen laughed. Ha, you're too modest. Your strength is at least on par with a level 55 second-tier warrior. Afterward, the duo searched the belongings of the 11 deceased warriors, acquiring 5 more shards of the gods. We've encountered 6 robberies on this journey, and this group was the richest and had the most shards. With these 5 each, we now have a total of 10 shards, Li Nan murmured. Kaisen smiling replied, let's stick to our agreed division, 30% for me and 70% for you. Li Nan also smiled, placing the 7 shards into his spatial bracelet. Master, there's another beast tied ahead in the cave, and it's a big one. Xiaogu, their companion, warned them. Another beast tied? Li Nan realized, then turned to Kaisen. Brother Kai, there's a beast tied ahead, we should avoid it, right? Let's take that narrow path we saw earlier. It's too small and hidden for the beast tide to pass through, Kaisen said seriously. Nodding to each other, they sprinted towards the path. Behind them, the beast tide surged like a sea, the entire cave trembling and wailing, a truly terrifying scene. Fortunately, they were forewarned about the beast tide, giving them time to escape to the safety of the nearby path. Just then, whoosh! Kaisen, running ahead, unexpectedly swung his heavy sword, cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh. This sword strike, as if to split space itself, was aimed directly at Li Nan. Li Nan Zhen had no time to react, instinctively dodging to the side. Kaisen's gaze was icy cold, as if he had rehearsed this moment in advance. Taking advantage of Li Nan's evasion, he swiftly snatched the spatial bracelet and then pushed off powerfully with his right leg. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 0.01 seconds. Caught off guard and unable to activate the skills of his Zixia thunder armor, Li Nan felt a tremendous force strike him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body, under the impact of this formidable force, was flung over 100 meters away. Kaisen, with blood-red eyes and a roar, Li Nan stared intensely at Kaisen, who was several hundred meters ahead, before falling into the tumult of rampaging beasts. Why would Kaisen attack him? Li Nan had a favorable impression of Kaisen. Their cooperation had always been pleasant, and he even considered befriending him. However, Kaisen, appearing upright and imposing, was the last person anyone would suspect of such betrayal. Moreover, Li Nan believed in his own strength, confident that even if betrayed, Kaisen was no match for him. He was right in thinking that if it came to a life-and-death duel with all his tricks and abilities, Li Nan could not possibly lose. But now, there was a terrifying tide of beasts. Don't blame me, Li Nan. Blame your naivety and ignorance of the cruel ways of the world, Kaisen called out with a sneer, preparing to flee the area. Xiaogu retrieved the spatial bracelet. In a desperate last effort, Li Nan called out to Xiaogu. The little skeletal creature, which had just entered the bracelet to hide from the beast tide, immediately rushed out, snatched the bracelet back, and sprinted towards Li Nan. My divine crystal shards, undead creature, you're courting death. Kaisen's eyes blazed with fury as he abruptly halted, swinging his heavy sword to reclaim the spatial bracelet. Unyielding, Xiaogu summoned hundreds of skeletons and skeletal knights, blocking Kaisen's path. With an unmatched sweep of his heavy sword, Kaisen annihilated countless skeletons, slashing them in two. But as he attempted to chase after Xiaogu, he hesitated, aware of the encroaching beast tide. If he didn't run now, he soon wouldn't be able to escape at all. I can't believe I failed to secure the bracelet, damn. Then, with a malicious glance and a sneer, Kaisen exclaimed, but Li Nan, you and your battle pet will die here, unable to withstand the tide of beasts. With that, Kaisen fled, vanishing into the depths of the cave. The beast tide, consisting of 10,000 spectral oxen guards and spectral rat soldiers, surged forward irresistibly. Watching Kaisen disappear into the cave's depths, Li Nan's eyes burned with rage and ferocity. Kaisen, you dare to attack me, you must die. Transforming, Li Nan quickly retracted Xiaogu into the spatial bracelet and employed the 72 transformations, turning himself into a spectral oxen guard. He merged into the beast tide, running alongside them, not daring to revert to his original form, lest the multitude of monsters immediately tear him to shreds. I must not die, I must survive. To survive and kill Kaisen with my own hands. In a certain cave within the Netherworld grotto, a figure looked around cautiously before placing his heavy sword on the ground and sitting down cross-legged to rest. This person was none other than Kaisen. Li Nan, you are terrifying. Even at the last moment, you still had a trick up your sleeve, preventing me from getting your spatial bracelet. If I let you grow, Kaisen might actually end up relying on you. What a pity. The divine crystal shards have emerged. It was for these divine crystal shards that I revealed my true nature after all. it's better to rely on oneself and become powerful. Kaisen laughed, his eyes fierce and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his face twisted grotesquely, far removed from his earlier righteous demeanor. To become stronger, I will spare no means. Whoever dares to block my path will be made to disappear. Kaisen had always been disguising himself. In front of others, he crafted an image of reliability and determination to gain their trust. Once he discovered that his companions possessed valuable items, he would not hesitate to plot against them. He had previously told Li Nan that he had been attacked twice, but in reality he was the one initiating attacks on others. Just after killing and looting, he encountered 20 Netherworld Ox Guards and nearly perished. Fortunately, heaven was on my side, allowing me to meet Li Nan. He saved me, and then I used disguises to gain Li Nan's trust. Although it is a pity I couldn't get the 7 divine crystal shards from Li Nan, these 3 shards are more than enough. Kaisen picked up the glittering divine crystal shards and began to assimilate them directly. Holy light swirled around him and his aura grew increasingly powerful. Meanwhile, Li Nan was still moving with the beast tide. Monsters surrounded him on all sides and he had no way to escape. This time, the trouble was real. It was very likely that he would fall, but as long as there is a slight hope of survival, I will fight with all my might. Kaisen, Li Nan thought of that detestable man. After this ordeal, he finally understood the treacherousness of the world. Never be too confident. Even those who seem weaker than you can stab you in the back at a critical moment, plunging you into an abyss from which there is no return. This time, Li Nan had underestimated Kaisen. He thought the other was sensible, righteous and weak, so he trusted him. Little did he know that no one who could become a mid-level reclasser was a simple character. The world of reclassers is not like the ordinary conflicts of the school days. Once there are conflicts of interest, everyone will scheme ruthlessly to kill each other with no room for sentiment. Li Nan looked ahead, following the beast tide while thinking of strategies in his mind. During this, the beast tide had killed more than 300 mid-level reclassers and various spatial storage items were scattered all over the ground. Li Nan took the opportunity to collect all these relics, amassing items worth a total of 2 billion. The unstoppable force of the beast tide had just crushed 2 level 60 reclassers to death. Another fearless one tried to wipe out the beast tide. He was strong, but alas, he too perished. The power of the beast tide was indeed formidable. Li Nan felt incredibly fortunate to possess the life-saving skill of 72 transformations. After 10 hours of relentless running, he noticed something peculiar about the direction of the beast tide. It seemed not random at all. The creatures were collectively moving toward a specific location. Where was their destination? When would they rest? Now, seemingly at the core of the nether cave, how could they still be running deeper? One question after another flickered through his mind. As Li Nan followed the tide of beasts, he inadvertently entered the deepest parts of the nether cave. This place, teeming with monsters numbering in the millions, stretched beyond sight, unexplored by any other adventurers. Only Li Nan, using his ability to perfectly mimic a nether ox guard, could infiltrate unnoticed. Moo, moo, reaching the heart of the cave, the ox guards in the beast tide roared upwards and then dispersed in all directions. The beast tide dissolved here, and all the monsters, as if reaching their destination, rested and went about their business. An apparently foolish ox like man wandered aimlessly, looking utterly silly on the surface, yet inwardly he was astounded. My heavens, how many monsters are there? So this is where the beast tides from all directions converge. Among these monsters were many third-level powerhouses whose released pressure and aura were no less formidable than figures like Wan Wuya. Even second-level powerhouses venturing here would undoubtedly meet their demise. Li Nan continued his casual stroll in this area, daring not revert to his original form. Along the way he encountered one immensely powerful monster after another. Merely catching a glimpse from afar made his soul tremble. 5 days later he discovered something incredible in a cave. It was a colossal gleaming crystal shining like a diamond. The total volume was perhaps as large as a building, and astonishingly it was all made up of godly shards, thousands of them, no, at least tens of thousands. Li Nan felt every cell in his body cheering and celebrating like a starving beggar suddenly seeing food, or a pauper beholding a massive mountain of gold. His heart thumped wildly like a drum. These were tens of thousands of godly shards. Outside, powerful mid-level adventurers fought brutally over a single shard, killing each other in fierce battles for such treasures. Kaisen was willing to take great risks and even kill Li Nan for these shards. The 3 great temple masters were all slaughtering each other madly for them. Everyone was driven mad by this treasure. Yet now, even if all the godly shards outside were combined, they likely wouldn't come close to 1% of what Li Nan was seeing. Observing his surroundings, the monsters nearby seemed indifferent to these treasures each lazing about. In that case, collect, 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 I'll collect them all. Li Nan, appearing foolish near the shards, didn't attract any monster's attention, but within the hairs of his arms a spatial bracelet was ceaselessly gathering the godly shards. 100, 500, 2000, 5000. Li Nan was incredibly nervous, his body trembling slightly, on one hand because of the many powerful monsters around. He feared his odd behavior might be noticed. On the other hand, it was because of the 5,000 divine shards in his space. In less than 10 minutes he had harvested 5,000 divine shards. Such treasures were coveted even by beings like Wan Wuya. How could Li Nan not be nervous? I've already gathered 5,000 divine shards, and yet only half of this large divine crystal has disappeared. There's still more to collect. Li Nan took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and continued to wander near the divine crystal. A ghostly bovine guard seemed to be greeting him. After a moment's thought, Li Nan moved back in response. The ghostly bovine guard nodded in satisfaction and continued to sleep. 6,000, 7,000, 9,000. He broke through 10,000. Through Li Nan's efforts, the entire mass of divine crystal was collected into his possession. The final tally was 14,000 shards. Master, you've struck it rich. Xiao Guan, the space bracelet, was ecstatic as he looked at the countless divine crystals. Because the giant luminescent body was gone, the entire cave had become much darker. Bull-headed Li Nan didn't dare to stay long in this place, foolishly passing one monster after another, and slowly left the area. Just after he left, the area where the divine crystal was located erupted with a powerful dragon's roar. Who's there? Who stole my divine crystal? The sound waves pierced through the layers of the cave, and even Li Nan, who was several kilometers away, heard it clearly. What kind of monster? Even its roar was so terrifying. Li Nan was startled for a moment, suddenly feeling a tingling on his skin as if some sort of wave had scanned him. It must be some kind of biological scan from that powerful creature, but my 72 transformations aren't so easily scanned, right? The super god level skill, 72 transformations, changes even the soul and genes, making it impossible for even the highest level of detection to see his true form. Even if a god came, they wouldn't be able to find Li Nan. Keep roaring, I'm leaving first. Li Nan smiled, then continued on in the body of the ghostly bovine guard. An hour later, Li Nan was walking in the cave, suddenly feeling his spiritual power about to run dry. The 72 transformations had been active for a long time, and the levels of monsters like the ghostly bovine guard were generally above level 40. Li Nan had been able to maintain it for so long entirely because of his high-level spiritual power. He had no choice but to change back. Poof, a puff of white smoke rose on the spot. Li Nan reverted to his human form, the handsome black-haired young man appearing in the dim cave. Time to get out of here. His body had just moved when his skin tingled slightly again. Another wave scan, and clearly it had already scanned him. Run! Without hesitation, Li Nan used all his strength to run. I've found you, you can't escape. A voice boomed like a dragon's roar in Li Nan's mind, resonating through the cavern. As he heard this, Li Nan realized that the creature pursuing him was capable of telepathic communication, just like Wan Wuya, indicating it was a formidable being of at least the third transformation level. Sprinting towards a cave ahead, Li Nan summoned his Thunder Shadow clone and hurled thunder spears behind him, causing explosions that collapsed the tunnel. The creature quickly caught up within 10 minutes. It was a gigantic three-headed dragon composed of eerie green energy, with each head a different color, red, blue and yellow, representing the elements of fire, ice and earth. Human, the three-headed dragon bellowed, making the entire cave tremble. Leave the divine crystal behind and I shall spare your life. Li Nan scoffed inwardly, only a fool would believe that. If I stopped, you'd kill me instantly. Instead of slowing down, Li Nan increased his speed. Cursed by its situation, the three-headed dragon flapped its wings vigorously in pursuit. It was inherently faster than Li Nan, but its massive size was a disadvantage in the narrow, complex cave system. As Li Nan continued to detonate the path behind him, the dragon was forced to constantly clear massive boulders that obstructed its way, significantly slowing its progress. Nevertheless, it relentlessly pursued Li Nan, closing in without much distance between them. Explosions continued to roar through the ghostly cave, signaling an impending doom for Li Nan if he were caught. Looking ahead, Li Nan noticed a fork in the cave. With a quick glance and a strategic thought, he summoned another Thunder Shadow clone and darted into the right tunnel. 10 minutes later, the three-headed dragon finally caught up, spotting the diminutive human figure. Finally caught up. You should take pride in your resilience, human, but now die. The dragon spoke human language, and with a glance, the temperature around plummeted as space itself seemed to freeze, encasing Li Nan in ice. The dragon stomped fiercely, shattering Li Nan's icy form into fragments. Something was off. The dragon took a few steps forward, spotting sparks of electricity near the remnants of Li Nan's body. The electrical arcs flickered in the air briefly before dissipating. It was just the Thunder Shadow clone. Enraged, the three-headed dragon, a powerful being of the third transformation level, roared with fury. Its roar was so ferocious that the minor creatures nearby were instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, feeling the destruction of his clone, Li Nan knew his ruse had worked. He had managed to mislead the mighty three-headed dragon with just a bit of his energy. A profitable deception indeed. Each of Li Nan's shadow clones was capable of using the 72 transformations, perfectly mimicking a human's aura and genetics, which was key in deceiving the dragon. With a cold gaze, Li Nan continued to race towards the upper cave, his mind focused on the surprises yet to come. Kaisen, you wouldn't have expected this. You threw me into that beast tide, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, for I obtained tens of thousands of divine crystal shards. Now, the time has come for me to hunt you down. Leaving the depths of the cave, Li Nan made his way to the eastern part of the Nether Cavern. This area was the gathering place for the Qinqing Hall's class changers, as Wan Woya had informed him. In this spacious cave, dozens of magical lights sparkled in the air, casting a soft glow. Hundreds of mid-level class changers were seated on the ground, either resting or conversing. Stewardly, it's good to see you're safe. Secretary Long Yaya rushed over to greet Li Nan as soon as she saw him, her expression filled with concern. I asked Lord Wan Woya to look for you, but he went off to find divine crystal shards and hasn't returned yet. Li Nan chuckled. No worries, I had already told Wan Woya that I would act alone, and see, I have returned safely. That's a relief, Long Yaya replied, patting her ample chest and exhaling deeply. If something had happened to you, stewardly, 100 of my heads wouldn't be enough to atone for it. The two chatted for an hour. By then Wan Woya had also returned, his expression cheerful, clearly having had a fruitful journey. Stewardly, welcome back. How was your trip? Li Nan shook his head and sighed. On purpose, no gains. The monsters in the Nether Cavern are too strong, and many class changers even tried to kill me. I was barely able to save my own life, let alone look for treasures. Having dealt with Kaisen, he understood all too well the complexities of human nature and chose not to reveal the truth to Wan Woya. Someone dared to attack the steward. What audacity! Wan Woya immediately became furious, his demeanor stern. Stewardly, tell me who these people are and I will have them executed. Li Nan glanced at Wan Woya. The man's name is Kaisen, a regular member of the Shadow Hall. Kaisen, a member of the Shadow Hall? Wan Woya felt somewhat troubled. If it had been someone from Qinqing Hall, he could have dealt with it internally, but handling a member of the Shadow Hall was complicated given the delicate relations between the two halls. Let me contact Zhao Qingbai, the Vicelord of the Shadow Hall in the southeastern province, and see that you get an explanation. Wan Wuya immediately used telepathy to inform Zhao Qingbai. With Zhao Qingbai's abilities capable of flying faster than sound, he arrived swiftly. So you are Li Nan, this year's top scholar from Xia country's national exam and one of the 10 great stewards of Qinqing Hall. Zhao Qingbai surveyed Li Nan coldly. He wore a black robe of the Shadow Hall edged with golden thread embroidered with a golden-edged black cloud. Accompanying him was Jin Sha, the Lord of the Sun God Hall. Jin Sha approached with a graceful stride, smiling. I came here to see for myself who the new steward of Qinqing Hall is. Seeing you now, you indeed have a handsome appearance, quite to my liking. This is Lord Zhao of the Shadow Hall Southeastern Province, and this is Lord Jin. Greetings, Master Zhao. Master Jin. Li Nan bowed with respect, his gaze clear and steadfast. A truly worthy disciple of Wang Chen, you've really found a gem. For your Qinqing Hall, Zhao Qingbai acknowledged with a nod, then steered the conversation towards the main issue. You claim that someone from our Shadow Hall attacked you. What evidence do you have? Despite his admiration for Li Nan, Zhao Qingbai was not intimidated by his status and demanded proof. Without evidence, even if the attack did occur, Zhao could still protect Kaisen, his subordinate. After all, how could he not defend his own? Li Nan, although a steward of Qinqing Hall, was comparatively weak next to Zhao Qingbai, like an ant, and since they were not from the same organization, Zhao dared to challenge him. Evidence? Li Nan laughed. Attacks happen all the time in this underworld cave, including by your people, possibly over treasures. There are no cameras here, no witnesses. Who can produce evidence? Why would I, a high-ranking officer of Qinqing Hall, falsely accuse an ordinary member of your Shadow Hall? Zhao Qingbai frowned. You, a mere level 42 job changer, dare to be so arrogant, accusing our people without any proof? Amidst the tension, Wan Wuya interjected awkwardly, stewardly, if there's no evidence, it's difficult for us to address this issue. Meanwhile, the stunningly attractive Jin Sha sized up Li Nan, thinking to herself with a smirk, this young fellow really dares to speak such bold words in front of us three, he's quite audacious. The betrayal by Kai-san had infuriated Li Nan, and he was not concerned about evidence. I'll make this clear. Kai-san of your Shadow Hall attacked me, and I will not let him leave the underworld cave alive. There's only one outcome for him: death. Li Nan retorted with a cold snort, showing no fear of the pressure exerted by Zhao Qingbai. Very well, your people from Qinqing Hall are truly arrogant. You say Kai-san attacked you. Well, fine, I'll personally bring him to confront you, Zhao Qingbai declared, and his figure immediately turned into a series of shadows and disappeared. Wan Wuya, although respecting Li Nan as Wang Chen's disciple and under the protection of the hall master, thought Li Nan's actions unwise. Although you are under the master's protection, crossing Zhao Qingbai, a high-level job changer, could be detrimental to you. He had never experienced betrayal by a trusted one in the underworld cave and couldn't fully understand Li Nan's feelings. Li Nan vividly remembered the kick Kai-san had aimed at him, which nearly sent him to meet the king of hell if not for his skill in transformations. This grudge he must avenge. You're young but bold, daring to provoke Zhao Qingbai. Aren't you afraid he might kill you afterward? He's not exactly a kind man. Jin Sha moved closer to Li Nan, her voice soft. Kill me? Li Nan chuckled. Master Jin, my master is Wang Chen, the strongest on Blue Star and famously protective. If Zhao Qingbai dares to kill me, it must be flawless, without leaving any trace, even erasing his own memories. Otherwise, my master will surely reduce him to ashes. Zhao Qingbai is powerful indeed, hundreds to thousands of times stronger than the three dragons deep in the cave, but to Wang Chen, killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. It's truly so. Jin Sha also laughed. With Wang Chen's protection, even if you slapped Zhao Qingbai dozens or hundreds of times, he wouldn't dare kill you. Yes, although I have only recently become the disciple of my master, he would never stand by and watch me get killed. Li Nan was determined to eliminate Kai-san, even if it meant making enemies with the Shadow Temple. Soon Zhao Qingbai personally found Kai-san and brought him before everyone. At that moment, Kai-san still bore his righteous and awe-inspiring demeanor, as if he were a saint born for justice. Zhao Qingbai stared at Kai-san and demanded, Kai-san, tell us what happened between you and Li Nan. Did you ever attack the steward of Qinqing Temple? Seeing Li Nan, Kai-san was stunned. You're not dead. How could you possibly have survived? I saw you get swept up in the beast tide. How could you possibly have lived? Kai-san, with his complex emotions but experienced and ruthless nature, quickly adjusted his feelings. Attack steward Li Nan? That's a false accusation. It was he who attacked me. Suddenly Kai-san knelt down, his face stricken with terror. His pitiful and tragic appearance seemed truly like someone who had been attacked by Li Nan. When divine power first erupted, I was cautiously exploring the nether cave when I stumbled upon Li Nan surrounded by over 20 nether ox guards. I couldn't bear to see him in peril, so I intervened and killed all the ox guards. Afterward, Li Nan wanted to follow me, a second-level strongman, under the guise of repaying his debt. I saw his pitiable state, so I teamed up with him. Along the way we encountered many monsters and obstacles, battling many times. At that time Li Nan still hadn't shown his true colors and appeared very amiable, but during a beast tide he suddenly revealed his fangs, wanting to seize my spatial ring and kick me into the beast tide. If not for my great fortune and some special means, I would have died in that beast tide. Kai-san said, his eyes wet with tears, pointing at Li Nan and shouting, he is the one who wanted to attack his comrade. Is that really so? Watching Kai-san's tearful appearance, Wan Wuyan furrowed his brows. You boy, attacking our temples, Kai-san, and now you dare to counter-accuse? You violated the 189th law of Xia country and you deserve to die. Zhao Qingbai extended an arm wrapped in an unmatched dark current, aiming to seize this opportunity to crush Li Nan with a single palm. That palm seemed to freeze time and space, the surrounding air blasted into a plasma flow. Should Li Nan face this attack directly, he would undoubtedly die. At this moment Wan Wuyan also discerned Zhao Qingbai's true intentions. This old fox, could it be he's using this chance to kill the once-in-a-century genius of our Qinqing Temple? He decisively used his skill, transforming his hand into a claw, and immediately captured Zhao Qingbai's black arm. Sect Master Zhao, you wish to harm someone from our Qinqing Temple? Wan Wuya coldly stated. Regardless of whether Li Nan tried to kill Kai-san, it's not your place to act. I am the master of the Shadow Temple in Southeast Province and have the authority over this region. This young man committed attempted murder. Does he not deserve death? Zhao Qingbai snorted. Do you intend to shield a criminal at Qinqing Temple? Wan Wuya was caught in a dilemma. If Li Nan truly intended to kill Kaisen, then his actions indeed amounted to shielding a criminal, which could definitely bring disaster upon him, potentially even costing him his position. Zhao Qingbai also saw this as an opportunity to suppress the influence of Qinqing Temple. Little did he expect that Wan Wuya would staunchly defend Li Nan. Li Nan, a disciple of Wang Qin, had brazenly attempted to kill for treasure and surely must face punishment. Both men were equally matched and neither would back down, resulting in a stalemate between the two temple masters. Jinsha watched the drama unfold with glee, her laughter blooming like flowers. Interesting, these two young fellows, who is telling the truth and who lies? Meanwhile, Kaisen shouted from the side, his heart secretly sneering. Li Nan, you're lucky to be alive, yet you dare accuse me before the three great temple masters. How could I let you succeed? You're too young to outsmart me. Now I can't kill you, and you can't kill me either. Once the divine eruption ends, I'll take the divine crystal shards, change my name and fly off to a foreign country to become a mercenary. With my skills and the divine shards, even as a foreign fighter, I'll thrive. He laughed maniacally, thinking of his future prospects. Suddenly Kaisen saw Li Nan expressionless, hurling a thunderous spear. The spear crackled with the sound of myriad thunders, its power seemingly unmatched. Li Nan, you dare to kill me without evidence? Kaisen panicked at the sight of the approaching thunder spear. Kill you? Why not? Li Nan said expressionlessly, then released the purple sky thunder garment, thunderous spear and law of heaven and earth simultaneously. Kaisen quickly drew his heavy sword to respond. The sword absorbed hundreds of majestic purple chi streams and then slashed down vertically. This slash was as powerful as an ordinary thunder spear. The explosion caused by the two skills made the entire cave tremble. Ha 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 ha. Li Nan, I have absorbed the divine crystal shards, significantly enhancing my attributes, and even mastered an imperial skill, sky-breaking slash. No matter how furious you are, you can't kill me. Kaisen laughed loudly. However, the next second his laughter froze, because he saw Li Nan, after using the law of heaven and earth, throwing a thunder spear that was hundreds of times larger in size. Li Nan had infused his thunder spear with more than half of his spiritual power, making it 100 times more powerful than the regular thundering spear. Even though Kaisen had grown stronger, there was no way he could withstand it. Master Zhao, save me. Kaisen's face turned deathly pale as he regretted his actions deeply. Li Nan, you have some nerve to target someone from my shadow palace. Zhao Qingbai vanished from his spot in an instant and teleported to intercept the 100-meter long thunder spear. Zhao Qingbai, determined to protect his associate, tried to stop Li Nan, but Wan Wuya, using teleportation as well, followed closely and blocked Zhao Qingbai with sheer force. I won't accept this. Why can he wield such power? Kaisen still need to become a top fighter to step over all of you. I can't die now. Kaisen watched as the dazzling thunderbolt approached and eventually, his body was engulfed in the thunderous explosion. Kaisen dead. I told you I would kill you. After the explosion, Li Nan looked coldly at the pile of remains on the ground, feeling immensely satisfied and relieved. This cunning creature not only tried to kill Li Nan but also attempted to slander him. He couldn't tolerate it any longer. When someone is stepping over your head, enduring it only causes more pain. It's better to be straightforward and crush the opponent. Sometimes Li Nan could become reckless, caring little for the consequences. Li Nan, you killed a member of my shadow palace for no reason. You are doomed. Zhao Qingbai glared at Li Nan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Old fool, you shelter culprits within the palace. You are no saint either. If I had the strength, I would kill you too. Li Nan glared back, fearless. Who was Zhao Qingbai? A vicelord of the Shadow Palace in the Southeast Province, respected by almost everyone, with less than 100 people outranking him. Even the governor of the Southeast Province had to bow in his presence. Yet now a mere level 42 youngster dared to be so audacious. How could he tolerate this? Kill a member of my palace and die? Zhao Qingbai's majestic aura was no longer concealed, transforming instantly into a fierce shadow blade that struck with the speed 100 times that of sound, slicing through even the fabric of space-time. This attack was a deadly strike. Is this the power of a Tier 3 fighter? Facing the black shadow blade capable of tearing through space, Li Nan's pupils shrank and the word death flashed through his mind. Even if he used all his tricks, he could not possibly fend off the shadow blade, not even for 0.00001 seconds. This was the vast gulf of hard power between them. Zhao Qingbai, disregarding others, aimed to kill Li Nan outright, as the Star Palace and the Shadow Palace had always been in covert competition, vying for resources, talent, strong warriors, land, and influence. Everything was a competition. Witnessing Li Nan effortlessly kill Kaisen, Zhao Qingbai was immensely shocked. A junior, not even second tier, had killed a formidable second tier warrior with a single strike. If allowed to develop further, who could stop him? Surely he would become a major threat to the Shadow Palace in the future. Wan Wuya was far away, unable to block the Shadow Blade, moving 10 times the speed of sound. Grinding his teeth, he used telepathy to send a cold, mocking message. Go ahead, kill him, but if you kill Li Nan, be prepared to face the wrath of Lord Wang Chen. Li Nan is the only SSS class transfer on Blue Star, deeply favored in value by Lord Wang Chen. Kill him and you'll find no peace even in death, Zhao Qingbai retorted via telepathy as well. Nonsense, he's just a level 42 rookie. If I kill him, so be it. Am I a third stage high-class warrior inferior to him? If Wang Chen dares to kill me, it would mean full-scale war between Chen Star Hall and Shadow Hall. The entire human race on Blue Star would be split. With Wang Chen's character, he wouldn't dare. Wan Wuya continued. Let me tell you the truth, Zhao Qingbai, Lord Wang Chen has been looking for a successor for a long time. After making all preparations, he plans to conquer other worlds, and Li Nan is the successor he has been most optimistic about for nearly a century. This means that Li Nan will receive the utmost cultivation from Lord Wang Chen and might eventually replace him to rule over Blue Star. Think about it, if you killed a future successor of Lord Wang Chen, do you think he wouldn't seek revenge? Your Shadow Hall might be more extensive than our Chen Star Hall, but in terms of top warriors, you don't compare to us. Even your lord isn't a match for Lord Wang Chen. Consider the consequences carefully. As third-stage warriors, their telepathic transmission was incredibly fast. What seemed like a lengthy conversation had actually taken only 1 millisecond. Once Wan Wuya relayed the importance of Li Nan, Zhao Qingbai finally hesitated. He had thought that killing Li Nan wouldn't provoke much fury from Wang Chen, considering the latter's low level. At worst, he imagined he might have to offer some precious treasures as compensation, and Shadow Hall might even reward him. But now, realizing the importance of Li Nan, he understood that not only could Wang Chen kill him, he might also become a historical sinner among humans. The stakes were far too high. As for the death of Kaisen, Zhao Qingbai didn't care at all. A mere ordinary member, dead was dead. It had little impact on him. Following this, Zhao Qingbai's terrifying Shadow Blade, just a centimeter away from Li Nan's eyes, suddenly dispersed. He reverted to his black-robed figure. Zhao Qingbai was just showing this junior a lesson. As for killing our Shadow Hall member, I will personally report this to the Lord for a decision. After these words, Zhao Qingbai transformed into a shadow and slipped away without looking back. Meanwhile, Li Nan stood frozen in place, then his tense heart suddenly relaxed and he breathed heavily, his body drenched in sweat. This had been the closest he'd ever come to death. If that Shadow Blade hadn't stopped, it would have sliced off his head as easily as cutting tofu. Zhao Qingbai, today you almost killed me. Just wait, I will return this feeling to you 100,000 times over. Li Nan silently vowed in his heart. He must become stronger. If he doesn't, what use is having all the resources in the world? Facing a terrifying existence like Zhao Qingbai, who could easily take his life, he knew he needed to greatly increase his own strength to avoid threats to his life. Li Nan etched today's pain deep into his heart, transforming this humiliation into a driving force to grow stronger. Li Nan, it's good that you are unharmed. Wan Wuya breathed a deep sigh of relief, then informed Li Nan about the mind transmission matter. So that's how it is. Thank you for saving my life, Hall Master Wan. Li Nan bowed in gratitude. It's nothing, Wan Wuya smiled. Although there was some exaggeration in the mind transmission, it's true that you were highly valued by Hall Master Wang Chen. It wasn't just to bluff Zhao Qingbai. Even so, without Hall Master Wan, I would have died, Li Nan humbly said. I will definitely tell my master about your help. Then I thank you in advance, Officer Li, said Wan Wuya, smiling even more joyfully, naturally hoping to gain more attention from Wang Chen. After all, being favored by the strongest man on Blue Star, even someone like Wan Wuya, who stood at such a high level, could greatly benefit from even a slight tip. Meanwhile, Jean Sha, who had been observing the situation, suddenly took Li Nan's arm, her enchanting fragrance intoxicating as she looked at him with affectionate eyes. Our sun god temple is also one of the three major temples. If you join our sun god temple, you will surely receive guidance from our master, known as the most beautiful woman on Blue Star, with a beauty and physique that can topple cities and strength only second to Wang Chan. If you could become her disciples, life would be much more enjoyable than in the Chun Star temple, and there are many single holy women in the sun god temple. My goodness, is this a public recruitment? She said, her silky body pressing against Li Nan's as soft as cotton and utterly seductive. If it were any ordinary man, he would have lost control long ago and joined the sun god temple like a drooling dog. After all, with Jin Sha's beauty, possessing both an alluring aura and a top-notch figure with hardly any flaws, it was irresistible. I'm sorry, Ho Master Jin. I still prefer to be an officer of the Chin Star Temple, Li Nan said, expressionlessly rejecting Jin Sha. Jokingly, his resolve was too strong to be swayed by beauty. Ha, Ho Master Jin, Wan Woya laughed. Stop trying to poach from our Chin Star temple. Li Nan is not one to be seduced by beauty. Your beauty trap won't work. It seems you really did find a treasure in your temple. I'm envious. Jin Sha wasn't annoyed but instead appreciated Li Nan even more. The divine burst should be ending soon. I'm also preparing to leave. Jin Sha released her arm and slipped a business card into Li Nan's pocket. If you ever change your mind, remember to call me. After speaking, Jin Sha's figure transformed into colorful lights and disappeared. The divine explosion lasted for a full 10 days. Eventually, the divinity in the reincarnation mystery realm was exhausted, and the projection of the mystery realm in the eastern market gradually dissipated. By the time everyone came to their senses, they had all returned to the eastern market. At this moment, the towering skyscrapers stood once again before their eyes. The once bustling central street was deserted, with trash and newspapers blown about by the wind, creating a desolate urban scene. However, this scene was only temporary. Under the management of the officials and the three major temples, the residents who had been transported away would be brought back for free, gradually returning to the eastern market. Of the 400,000 middle-ranked professionals who had fought for 10 days, only 200,000 remained. The rest had perished in the nether caves, their bodies unable to be recovered. Li Nan felt a surge of emotion. None of these fallen professionals were weak, all had their strengths and capabilities, yet they had died. Half of them were killed by other professionals. Blue Star prohibits humans from killing each other. However, in a mystery realm without surveillance, human malevolence is magnified. Survival of the fittest becomes the truth, and killing becomes a normal occurrence. Li Nan, having finished his duties, prepared to return to headquarters to report to the temple master, saying, I will leave first. Wan Wuya respectfully responded, go ahead and send my regards to the master. Li Nan nodded in agreement. Then he turned to his secretary Long Yeye and said, help me sell these equipments and materials. Li Nan emptied the contents of his spatial bracelet, and a variety of items piled up like a small mountain. Long Yeye was surprised to see this. Minister Li Nan, you've collected so much during these days. Of course, Long Yeye did not know that many had attempted to ambush Li Nan in the nether caves only to be counter-killed by him. The items from their storage spaces naturally ended up in Li Nan's possession. Most of these items were of imperial quality with a few of royal quality. The total value of these items was 2,316 billion alliance coins. Long Yeye adjusted her glasses, organized the data, and summarized the total value of all items. The 2,316 billion alliance coins were soon transferred into Li Nan's bank account. Long Yeye smiled and said, during this divine explosion, a few professionals obtained shards of divinity, a very precious item, so the purchasing price at Qinqing Temple is 100 million alliance coins per shard. Minister Li Nan, if you have any shards of divinity, you can choose to sell them to Qinqing Temple, or you can use them yourself. A shard of divinity is worth 100 million. What a significant amount. Li Nan was amazed. He knew that he currently had 14,000 shards of divinity in his possession. If all were converted into money, that would be 14 trillion alliance coins. With so much money, he could purchase even more resources for cultivation. To swap or not to swap? After some thought, Li Nan decided not to exchange the shards. After all, even figures like Wan Wuyan coveted these divine shards, and Kaisen had even betrayed Li Nan for them, indicating their priceless value. These were true treasures. Through a stroke of luck, Li Nan had managed to acquire 14,000 divine shards. The circumstances that allowed him to gather these shards, such as the cycle of secret realms and the burst of divine energy in the depths of the earth, were extremely rare and harsh. One could say that each shard used was one less in existence. Besides, he could always sell them later. There was no rush at this moment. Returning home alone, Li Nan secured the doors and windows before taking out 100 divine shards from his spatial bracelet and laying these diamond-like crystals on the ground. Everyone praised the divine shards for their power, and Kaisen had grown stronger because of them. Li Nan was curious to see just how useful these shards really were. He picked up one of the divine shards and decided to merge it. In the next second, the shard burst into dazzling, colorful light. The surface of the crystal began to melt, turning into a silvery liquid that followed the lines of his skin to merge into the palm of his right hand. The pain was excruciating, like thousands of ants biting into his flesh. Nevertheless, Li Nan gritted his teeth and endured the agony, successfully integrating the first divine shard. He checked his status panel but found no change in his attributes. Puzzled, he wondered why the shard had no effect. These shards were supposed to be treasures that supplemented those with insufficient talents. Why did it seem ineffective for him? But then he noticed something different about his right hand. Faint, mysterious golden runes were now etched in the palm of his hand, seemingly fused with his skin and appearing to emanate a divine aura, surfacing automatically when activated. Having reached level 42 with a strength of 1 inch 500, Li Nan speculated that these runes might enhance his right hand. Activating the runes, he threw a punch, creating a sound like a crack in the air, and the distant wall exploded into a spiderweb pattern. Astonished, Li Nan realized his strength had indeed increased. Without activating the runes, his next punch lacked the power of the first. He estimated that the runes had increased his strength by 15 times. What if he merged more divine shards? Could he further enhance his right hand? Excited, Li Nan began to merge the second, third, and fourth divine shards, enduring pain that ordinary people couldn't withstand. The more shards he merged, the more intense the pain became. By the time he had integrated the 21st shard into his right hand, the pain was unbearable, as if every cell in his hand was under extreme torture. He passed out from the pain, remaining unconscious for 10 hours. When he awoke and tried to merge another shard, the pain knocked him out again. Finally, Li Nan looked at the golden secret runes covering his right arm and muttered to himself, "It seems that my current limit is the fusion of 20 divine shards. But this isn't bad at all. When I activate the secret runes, the strength in my right hand is 10 times what it is on the panel. A 10-fold increase in strength in my right hand is already an evolution at the genetic level." Li Nan had finally understood the true use of the divine shards. No wonder Wan Wuyan and others longed for these divine shards. These crystals, imbued with divinity, not only compensate for the lack of talent in those who change vocations but also amplify the mysterious secret runes in the body. The more divine shards merged into the body, the more complete the secret runes become and the greater the amplification effect. My current ability allows for the fusion of 20 divine shards. Even so, it has strengthened my right hand to 10 times its power. When I become stronger and can merge 200 or even 2,000 divine shards, then my strength will be 100 times, 1,000 times greater. The effects of the divine shards are simply against the heavens, Li Nan thought. He even felt that the offer from Qinqing Hall of 1 billion alliance coins for a divine shard was too cheap. Such treasures, if available in sufficient quantities, could completely build an unmatched powerhouse. Their value is truly immeasurable. Good thing I didn't exchange them earlier. I still have over 14,000 divine shards in my spatial bracelet. I wonder what level of genetic evolution I can ultimately achieve? Li Nan couldn't help but ponder. Now his own strength was already comparable to a second-turn level powerhouse, and his true strength should be around level 60. In terms of offense, he possessed the Thunder Spear, which was on par with a god-level weapon, capable of both throwing and melee attacks with exceptional power. For defense, he had the Purple Thunder Robe, which could enhance his physique tenfold and also had rebound damage. In terms of stealth, escape, and disguise, he had the 72 transformations, which made it impossible for anyone to see his true face. Even the highest level detection spells could not reveal it. Even in situations where he was outnumbered, Li Nan could use the 1,000 thunder shadows, summoning hundreds of thunder clones, turning one man into an army. And as for the technique that enlarged his stature and amplified all his attributes, law like heaven, it further enhanced his already heaven-defying abilities. These 5 super god-level skills were the foundation of Li Nan's strength. And his trump card was Xiao Gu, his battle pet skeleton. As a member of the undead, Xiao Gu had reached the highest potential with astonishing combat power. Now at level 42, Xiao Gu could summon tens of thousands of skeleton warriors and skeleton knights. Once such a vast number of undead were gathered together for a combined attack, even a level 60 second turn level powerhouse would instantly fall if hit. Of course, this was just theoretical combat power. After all, this kind of combined attack required charging time and various preparations, and those level 60 powerhouses wouldn't just stand there foolishly waiting to die. Moreover, unlike other flesh and blood battle pets, Xiao Gu, as a member of the undead, could enter the spatial bracelet. Other flesh and blood battle pets would soon die if they entered the spatial bracelet. This gave Xiao Gu the opportunity to launch attacks from the shadows. Now, my strength far surpasses my peers, yet there are still some flaws. Li Nan, despite his rapid increase in power, remains exceptionally humble. In the ghostly caves facing the third-rank powerhouse Xiao Qingbai, his abilities were simply inadequate. The gap between them was as vast as that between heaven and earth. Had it not been for Wan Wuya's assistance, Li Nan would surely have perished there. Against such top-tier powerhouses, even supernatural skills prove ineffective. A single move from the opponent could be lethal, requiring neither elaborate techniques nor complex skills. A simple strike represents absolute lethal force, impossible to block. Steadily improving, one day I am determined to surpass figures like Zhao Qingbai and Wan Wuya. My first goal now is to clear the abyss difficulty and successfully acquire the third ability of the great sage Sun Wukong. The second goal is to reach level 48 and awaken as a second-rank powerhouse. The third goal is to enhance my speed and master several combat techniques. This third goal emerged from Li Nan's serious reflection on his own shortcomings. Although his attack and defense are strong, his speed is not sufficient, making him vulnerable against faster adversaries. In the world of martial arts, speed is unrivaled, offering significant advantages both for escape and for swiftly defeating enemies. If Li Nan encounters an enemy with agility over 4,000, no matter how strong his attack, the opponent can easily evade and manage the fight. Facing an adversary with agility surpassing 50,000, just the sheer impact of their speed could easily break through the defenses of the Purple Thunder Robe. Also crucial are the combat techniques. Currently, Li Nan's approach to fighting is crude and straightforward, lacking any finesse. If he learns to use a spear technique, then the thundering spear in his hands would unleash much greater power. Learning a body movement technique would also significantly enhance his survivability. These are all direct ways to enhance one's combat effectiveness. Regarding combat techniques, based on the level of mastery, they are typically ranked from the first tier to the 9th tier. The higher the tier, the more difficult it is to master, and the greater the power it wields. However, combat techniques are exceedingly precious. Even a first-tier technique, the simplest level, costs at least 1 million alliance coins on the market, and it is strictly forbidden to teach these to others. Violators face imprisonment. A second-tier technique requires at least 5 million alliance coins to acquire. A third-tier technique starts at 30 million alliance coins. For a fourth tier, at least 100 million is needed. As for fifth tier and above, these techniques are not available for purchase on the market at all. Such high-level techniques are monopolized by powerful factions used solely to train their own members. It is absolutely impossible for outsiders to access them, as techniques of the 5th tier and above can form the foundation of an organization and are thus fiercely protected. Certainly, institutions like the top 5 national universities enable students to learn combat techniques from levels 1 to 4 for free. Even for techniques above level 5, these prestigious schools possess quite a few. Although acquiring them involves meeting numerous conditions, Mingyue University, which Li Nan applied to, naturally boasts powerful combat techniques. Moreover, as he understands, Mingyue University offers far more techniques than other universities. These techniques are certainly taught by instructors at Mingyue University, so there's no need for him to spend money on inferior ones in the marketplace. With a few more days until he needs to report to Mingyue University, he decided to wait until the school term starts. Time flies, and the month-long summer vacation quickly came to an end. When Li Nan left Dongnan province by plane, high-ranking officials like Zhao Mingrui and Wan Wuya came to see him off, creating quite a lively scene. Xing province, adjacent to the capital of Xia country, is a major economic and cultural hub. With a permanent population of 1 billion and a land area of 7 million square kilometers, the terrain is mostly plains and hills. Xing province is economically developed, boasting 10 first-tier cities. Each city is brimming with technology, with skyscrapers piercing the clouds, giving off a cyberpunk vibe. Moreover, many areas are garrisoned by Xia country's troops and countless strong individuals from the 3 great halls, making the entire province extremely safe. located in Xing Province and independent from other cities. Mingyue University covers an area of 100,000 square kilometers. The campus alone is as large as a major city. This university ranks as the very top educational institution in Xia country, unparalleled. Even Wang Chen, the strongest person on Blue Star, is an alumnus of Mingyue University. Its prestige is indisputable. Meanwhile, Li Nan is still on the plane. At the center of Mingyue University, an urgent meeting is being held. In the meeting, the lowest level job changer present is at level 70. A middle-aged man with a completely bald head, looking quite distressed, appears to be worried about something. He is none other than the president of Mingyue University, Zhao Wenshan. The topic under discussion is how to deal with this year's top national exam scorer Li Nan as the new semester approaches. He is the national top scorer and also one of the 10 chief stewards of the Qinqing Hall, holding a status even higher than that of the president himself. Even the local head of the Qinqing Hall in Xing Province would have to treat him with great respect. Thus, the president stated that the opening ceremony cannot be conducted as usual. They must welcome him warmly. With the president having spoken, the teachers and counselors all naturally agreed. Yes, they must welcome him warmly, extremely warmly. Li Nan's status as the national top scorer alone would typically not warrant such attention from these teachers and the president. Mingyue University is a gathering place for top scorers from various cities and provinces across Xia country. Walking through its campus, picking anyone at random, you'd find top-tier talents. Thus, even for the most gifted students, the teachers at Mingyue University generally wouldn't take much notice. After all, being a genius doesn't necessarily make one strong, but Li Nan is different. Li Nan, a disciple of Wang Chen, the most powerful individual on planet Blue Star and also a steward of the Chen Star Hall, was not someone to be underestimated at Mingyue University. With just these two titles, no one in the entire university dared to look down upon him. If Li Nan was displeased with someone, he could immediately have them arrested or even executed on charges of crimes against humanity by invoking his authority as a steward. One day, Li Nan finally arrived at Mingyue University. The university boasts its own private airport within the campus, allowing planes to land directly within the university grounds. As soon as Li Nan stepped off the plane, he was greeted with the sight of the entire Mingyue University. It was an incredibly beautiful campus, vast in size, with each academic building constructed as splendidly as palaces. Bathed in sunlight, these buildings refracted various dazzling colors, causing Li Nan to squint from the intensity of the shimmering lights. The whole campus looked like a gigantic piece of art, so beautiful that it made one's heart tremble. Without a doubt, spending 4 years living and studying here would be a deeply pleasurable and comforting experience. As he disembarked, Li Nan noticed plane after plane landing at the airport. These were no ordinary planes. Their unique, elegant designs made them look more like spacecraft, each crafted from unique metals that reflected colorful light and equipped with armaments like missile guns on their wings. "What are these spacecraft about?" Li Nan curiously asked. Long Yiya, walking beside him, explained, "Today is the registration day for the new academic year at Mingyue University, so these are the private family spacecraft of the new students who come from distinguished backgrounds." Pointing at the various colorful spacecraft, she continued that one belongs to the Xia Country Oil Company, that one to a major food industry conglomerate in Xia Country, and that one to the Energy Organization. Every student who has the ability to land directly at Mingyue University's campus airport comes from a very powerful family background. I see. Li Nan nodded. To keep a low profile, he had not used the exclusive spacecraft of the Chen Star Hall, nor had he brought any attendants with him. Instead, he had Mayor Zhao arrange a regular plane for him. Thus, amidst these luxurious spacecraft, his plane was quite inconspicuous. One after another, the spacecraft continued to land at the airport. Among them, a triangular-shaped spacecraft just touched down, and as its cabin opened, a silver-haired young man in a suit and sunglasses stepped out, exuding a cool rogue charm. His arrival caused a huge stir. "Wow, that spacecraft looks so cool. Look, that guy seems to be Kong Fian from one of the top 5 families in Xia country, the Kong family. He's the one who got into Mingyue University without even taking the college entrance exam, a real genius. I'm so jealous. He's got a great family background, he's handsome, and he's incredibly talented, truly a god among men." Regular new students usually had to fly to the Star Province airport and then endure a nearly 60-hour car journey, which was very arduous, to reach Mingyue University. Naturally, they were extremely envious of people like Kong Fian. Li Nan, however, felt indifferent to all this and was preparing to step onto the airport's exclusive pathway to head to the center of the campus to report to the new student's office. Just then, a large hand blocked his path. "You." A burly man wearing sunglasses pointed at Li Nan, looking down at him. "Don't go through the passage. Let our young master Kong go first, then you can enter." Following this, several towering sunglasses-wearing burly men stood in front of Li Nan and Long Ye, their expressions utterly cold. Each of these men was a level 50 second-tier powerhouse. Soon after, a silver-haired young man Kong Fian walked over. He glanced at the ordinary plane Li Nan had arrived on and scoffed at Li Nan and his companion. "What kind of airship is that to actually land at Mingyue University? I thought Mingyue University was something special. TSK looks like Mingyue University is on its decline too." Having said that, Kong Fian prepared to step into the exclusive passage. "Hold on." Li Nan stared expressionlessly at Kong Fian. "Don't you know the rule of first come first served? I got off the plane first." Kong Fian gave a light laugh, glanced at Li Nan and continued walking forward as if Li Nan was air, not even bothering to use detection magic. Seeing this, some well-meaning seniors nearby advised Li Nan, "Don't bother with him, he's a direct descendant of the Kong family used to being arrogant. He naturally won't follow any first-come first-served rule. Yes, just ignore him and let him go first. The power of the 5 great families of Xiaogui is terrifying. We can't afford to provoke such people. Better to avoid trouble." If it were someone else, they would definitely have to stand aside and let Kong Fian pass. There was no helping it. Being born into the Kong family meant you were inherently several levels above others. But Li Nan was not one to comply so easily. A majestic aura, tinged with the power of thunder and lightning, suddenly burst forth, pushing the 5 towering burly men back several steps, their eyes filled with terror. "What a strong aura! Is he a student? Incredible, this person is incredible. Move to the back and queue up," Li Nan said coldly to Kong Fian. "I don't want to repeat myself. How dare you? Do you know who I am?" Kong Fian instantly became furious. "I am Kong Fian from one of the 5 great families of Xiaogui. No one dares to make me queue. I need to teach you a lesson. You don't know the pot is made of iron. Go on, break his 5 fingers. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Fian's bodyguards charged forward, daring to offend an official seeking death. Just then Long Ye suddenly stepped forward and drew a silver-white ninja sword from her spatial ring. With a casual slash which took only 0.1 seconds, countless beautiful sword lights flashed like threads of bright silk intertwined. The fingers of all 5 bodyguards were severed, blood flowed profusely, and they collapsed to the ground. Screaming in agony, Kong Fian stared fearfully at this stunningly beautiful woman with icy eyes, too terrified to even breathe. "A level 70 powerhouse? No, how can you bring a level 70 here? Apart from teachers, the principal and powerful seniors, Mingyue University strictly prohibits non-school members who are level 60 career changers from entering. How dare you? Kong Fian, a mere level 35 trash, dares to flaunt himself before me." Li Nan spoke coldly. "Li Nan is the steward of Qinqing Palace, certainly have the authority to bring a level 70 secretary into the campus. Do you have any objections?" "What, you are Li Nan? How could someone of your status travel on such a mundane airplane?" Kong Fian, terrified, his face turning pale, hastily used a detection spell to check. Li Nan was no ordinary figure. In his college entrance exam, he defeated the super genius Yi Cheng with a single palm, suppressed the peerless genius Zhang Tianlin, and topped the national college entrance examination. He became a disciple of Wang Chen and also served as a steward of Qinqing Palace. His deeds were well known even to someone like Kong Fian. After confirming with the detection spell, Kong Fian swallowed hard, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with regret and despair, exclaiming, "Damn, he really is Li Nan. It's actually Li Nan. Is this Junior the famous Li Nan from the college entrance exam? His level 42 aura is this strong?" Kong Fian was a direct descendant of the Kong family of Xiaogui, but compared to Li Nan's status as a steward in Qinqing Palace, the difference was like heaven and earth. School had just started and Kong Fian had already landed himself in serious trouble. "I've always found Kong Fian unpleasant, and now he's hit a steel plate. He has only himself to blame." The surrounding seniors and newcomers gathered around, buzzing with discussions. Among them, a majority of the newcomers approached. Their gazes towards Li Nan shimmered with light, their eyes unabashedly filled with admiration and aspiration. They were all candidates who had experienced the battle in the Wilderness Valley. In the Battle of Wilderness Valley, facing the monster army from the Witch Dragon realm, if it hadn't been for Li Nan, millions of candidates would have perished right there. Forget about getting admitted to Mingyue University, they wouldn't have had their lives. It was Li Nan who commanded and united everyone to form an army to fight. It was Li Nan who alone slew the serpent demon general, the bull demon general, and the pig demon general, turning the tide of the battle. It was Li Nan with a single strike of the strongest thunder spear who directly crushed the monster army, allowing the candidates to harvest the monsters and quickly level up. Those who had experienced the Wilderness Valley battle felt deeply grateful to Li Nan. Now a few of them had successfully passed the exams to Mingyue University, and to be able to attend the same university as their hero Li Nan, how could they not feel happy and moved? It really is Li Nan, truly the hero in my heart. I really want to get Li Nan's contact details. Li Nan glanced at me and I felt overwhelmed. The excitement of these newcomers at seeing Li Nan only intensified their disdain for Kong Fian. Who is this person daring to bully Li Nan? Many newcomers began to openly criticize Kong Fian. Li Nan, I was wrong. Kong Fian trembled inside. Suddenly a voice exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. What are you doing? No private fighting is allowed on campus. At the entrance of the campus airport, a group of powerful job changers surged in. Damn, that's our class advisor, Director Zhang. Was there too quickly followed by Principal Zhao Wenshan. It seemed that all the high-ranking officials from Mingyue University had arrived. Principal Zhao and others were initially waiting at the airport entrance to greet the arrivals, but since Li Nan was delayed in appearing from the corridor, they entered the airport only to witness a scene of bodyguards crying in pain, clutching their hands. Engaging in a private fight at China's top university was intolerable and demanded severe punishment. Upon seeing Li Nan, Principal Zhao's initial anger dissipated. Having familiarized himself with Li Nan's profile beforehand, he recognized him immediately and his expression softened. Steward Li, you've arrived, greeted Zhao Wenshan respectfully. As the prestigious principal of Mingyue University, Zhao was well known, and Li Nan, having read about him during the flight, recognized him instantly. Principal Zhao. Li Nan addressed him, explaining the situation as soon as he disembarked. The surrounding students also testified, corroborating his account. After hearing the complete story, Principal Zhao turned to Kong Fian. With a cold voice, Kong Fian, for initiating an unsanctioned fight and inciting an attack on a Qinqing Palace steward, you are expelled from the university. Furthermore, Kong Fian and his 5 accomplices for assaulting a Qinqing Palace steward and violating the laws of Xia are to be arrested and sentenced to 10 years in prison. The announcement of expulsion and a 10-year sentence made Kong Fian's face pale and he fainted on the spot. Indeed, the Kong family had painstakingly nurtured a promising youth and invested heavily to secure his placement in the country's top university, hoping Kong Fian would excel, yet he was expelled by the principal right at the beginning of his campus life and sentenced to a decade in prison, a drastic downfall. Given Kong Fian's usually smooth-sailing life, fainting from such a shock was entirely expected. Soon campus security escorted Kong Fian and his associates to the Xing Province police station. Steward Li, this way please, said Zhao Wenshan with a smile, walking shoulder to shoulder with Li Nan as they left the airport accompanied by numerous faculty members. Steward Li, the registration site is 50 kilometers away from here, but you needn't go there personally. Our staff has already handled all the necessary registration details for you, and your textbooks and various study materials have been delivered to your dormitory. Oh, Li Nan chuckled upon hearing Principal Zhao's considerate arrangement. Thank you, Principal Zhao. And where is my dormitory? Allow me to show you, replied Zhao. As they walked, Zhao patiently introduced the buildings and shared about the campus culture along the way. He pointed at a statue. You must be familiar with this statue. It's of Wang Chen, the greatest powerhouse to ever graduate from Mingyue University. The towering sculpture standing near the entrance was visible to all new students entering or leaving the campus. Wang Chen, the dominant force on Blue Planet for over a century, is recognized as the strongest professional ever, deserving of such a grand statue at the entrance, revered by countless students. Li Nan looked at the statue and nodded in approval. My master looked quite handsome in his youth. Of course, Zhao continued, your master Wang Chen has a high level and a long life, looking almost the same as he did in his youth. Your temperament now greatly resembles that of your master when he was young. Seeing Steward Li Nan feels almost like we are about to witness the unveiling of a second statue at our school. Principal Zhao Wenshan and other school leaders seized this opportunity to lavish praise on Li Nan. In truth, these teachers are usually quite aloof with other students, but they show warmth and flattery only towards Wang Chen's disciple Li Nan. Steward Li Nan looked that is the remains of a level 100 sky Roaring Tyrannosaur. Zhao Wenshan pointed towards the distant skeleton that towered 1,000 meters high. It resembled a dinosaur skeleton in a museum, except the sky-roaring Tyrannosaur was 100 times larger. Its skull was nearly level with the clouds. This was the first level 100 creature personally slain by Wang Chen over 100 years ago. After the defeat, he generously donated it to his alma mater. The value of this skeleton alone is worth 50 billion alliance coins. Li Nan was utterly astonished. My goodness, this skeleton is immensely huge. Even though the sky-roaring Tyrannosaur had long perished, the sheer aura of its presence was still terrifying. If the master could slay a level 100 creature 100 years ago, what level would the master be now? Steward Li Nan, look over there. That's our school's virtual combat room, exclusively used by students for combat training. It can fully simulate all of a student's abilities, ensuring that, no matter how cruel or intense the battle, students will neither be injured nor die. Zhao Wenshan continued. And over there is our 18th cafeteria, which specifically serves Sichuan cuisine. The chefs inside are all national 5-star chefs. Students can eat 3 meals a day for free along with nutritional meals and beverages. And there, that's our school's wall of honor. Since its establishment, Mingyue University has cultivated 270,000 Tier 3 warriors. These graduates, who achieve Tier 3 status immediately upon graduating, are forever honored on our school's wall of honor. Li Nan was surprised. 270,000 Tier 3 warriors, yes, and I believe that when you, Steward Li Nan, graduate, you will certainly find your place on this wall of honor too, Zhao Wenshan said with a smile. Throughout the tour, Zhao Wenshan proudly introduced the various facets of Mingyue University. Li Nan couldn't help but be impressed. The depth of resources and infrastructure at Mingyue University was truly unparalleled. This is indeed the nation's top university. They walked a full 5 kilometers before arriving at the dormitories. Standing beside them, Zhao Wenshan explained, our student dormitories are divided into 4 tiers. The first tier consists of ordinary 4-person rooms, each with an attached bathroom and balcony, designed for the majority of our students. The second tier, however, includes double rooms for students ranked in the top 50% to 30% of their year, with each room being 100 square meters and fully furnished. The third-level dormitory, a luxurious single room, is reserved for the top 30% of outstanding students in the entire grade. Crafted to the standards of a presidential suite, it also offers exclusive meal delivery services. Meanwhile, the fourth-level dormitory is designated only for the top 10 students of the grade and national scholars from each session, like the Lakeview Villa you see before you now. As Li Nan looked out, the lake in front of him shimmered like a mirror, its waves gently rippling under the sunlight that sprinkled golden sparkles across the surface, resembling countless dazzling diamonds dancing. Willows by the lake swayed gently in the breeze, occasionally disturbed by birds skimming over the water, creating ripples that expanded softly. Li Nan's villa, situated right beside this serene lake, boasted an architectural style that harmonized beautifully with the surrounding scenery. Within the villa, there were rooms for cultivation, entertainment, recuperation, and storage, fully equipped with all sorts of facilities. By simply scanning one's face at the villa's entrance, the school's AI system could immediately recognize the individual's identity, allowing both the residents and their guests to enter. Zhao Wenshan had repeated all the information about the Lakeview Villa to Li Nan. Understanding, Li Nan bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, principal and teachers, for your care along the way. I shall now enter the villa." Li Nan was always polite. Accompanying him was considered an honor by his peers. "We'll see you in class, Officer Li Nan. Goodbye, and do contact us if you need anything." The principal and teachers watched as Li Nan and Long Yeye entered the villa, then communicated through mental messages. "Officer Li Nan is humble and courteous. He seems very promising. It's said that he reached level 42 just 2 months after awakening his profession. Quite terrifying. I remember he was just over level 30 after the exams. Sadly, he seems to lack any professional talent. He's a no talent." Inside, Li Nan and Long Yeye admired the castle-like luxurious decor of the villa before choosing their bedrooms. The villa was spacious, with 3 large bedrooms and 4 smaller ones, featuring various entertainment rooms. "Officer Li Nan, I will take the downstairs room and attend to any matters you require." Long Yeye finally settled on a neat and tidy small bedroom with a window facing the lake. As Li Nan's only attendant at Mingyue University, she naturally took on the responsibilities of cooking, cleaning, and managing various official duties. Li Nan did not object. After all, there were plenty of rooms and she could choose any she preferred. "I'll take the upstairs then." Just as Li Nan picked a large bedroom, the villa's front doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, there stood Lin Tao, Lin Feifei, Xiaoyu, and dozens of alumni from the Eastern District. Li Nan, you're staying in a villa? I'm so envious. I only have a third-level dormitory room and the view doesn't compare to this, said Lin Feifei, her voice tinged with envy. At least you two have luxury single rooms. I'm stuck in the worst four-person room. Lin Tao, with his handsome looks, grumbled as he saw his old friend, Li Nan. Long time no see. Xiaoyu, still donning her heroine-like demeanor, was breathtakingly beautiful with a sword slung around her waist. Brotherly, we owe our admission into Mingyue University to you. We're deeply grateful. From now on, whatever you ask of us we'll do. Yes, brother Li's word is command. Seeing these familiar faces, Li Nan felt a surge of emotion. Meeting good friends in a foreign land was indeed a pleasant feeling. At least not everyone at Mingyue University was a stranger. Lin Feifei, Lin Tao, Xiaoyu and others were reliable friends who had fought side by side during the Valley of Heaven and Earth battle. Why are you standing at the door? Li Nan smiled and said, come on in everyone. Secretary Long, pour us some wine. The rooftop of the lakeside villa was an open terrace, and from this vantage point one could see the entire Bihu Lake. Gathered together, Li Nan and his friends sipped on light wine while sharing amusing stories from the summer. The combination of lake views, wine and lively conversations among friends created a delightful atmosphere. This helped Li Nan quickly overcome the discomfort of entering a new environment. Li Nan, have you logged into the Mingyue University app yet? Lin Tao suddenly asked amidst the laughter. Li Nan sipped his fruit wine and replied, I downloaded the app but haven't logged in yet. Is there something interesting on it? Lin Feifei, leaning back in her chair, said gloomily, it's not fun. It has records of sophomore students challenging us newcomers. Challenge? What kind of challenge, Li Nan? Being new to Mingyue University and not having logged into the app, was unaware of this. Lin Tao downed a glass of wine and said morosely, well, it's supposedly a friendly sparring, but it's actually just an excuse to bully us freshmen. Li Nan nodded, absorbing the information about these challenges. The challenge was a tradition at Mingyue University where every new student upon entering would be pitted against second-year students in a series of battles. These skirmishes were unlimited in number and had no rewards or penalties, but every freshman was required to participate at least once. This was actually a method used by the university's administration to temper the newcomers, who were all considered prodigious talents likely to be arrogant and complacent. You're a genius, but so were the sophomores before you. They've been at the nation's top university for a year longer and have received superior training, far surpassing the newcomers, Lin Tao explained. Every year, the sophomores would overwhelmingly defeat the freshmen, teaching them that there's always someone better and that they needed to work harder. This effectively trained the freshmen's will. I've already received 12 invitations to battle. Do these seniors really want to crush me that badly? Lin Tao stared at his phone distressed. Lin Feifei blushed as she said, I've received 58 challenge invites and most of them are from upperclassmen. Xiaoyu, turning to Li Nan, asked, I got over 100 challenges. What about you, Li Nan? How many did you receive? Li Nan immediately opened the Mingyue app and logged in to check. I received 1050 challenge invites. What, over 1,000 battle invites? Exclaimed everyone in awe. Lin Tao, Lin Feifei and Xiaoyu were all stunned. Out of all the sophomores at the university, totaling just over 3,000, a third had challenged Li Nan to a duel. Li Nan was puzzled. Given his status as the national top scholar and his combat abilities, shouldn't these seniors be avoiding duels with him? If a sophomore were to lose to a freshman just starting school, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Among all the freshmen, Li Nan should have been the one receiving the fewest challenges. Li Nan, I think I know why they all want to challenge you, said Lin Tao, scrolling through his phone screen intently. Why? Everyone asked in unison. Lin Tao swallowed hard and explained seriously, I just sneaked into a sophomores forum. From there I gathered a lot of information. It turns out the average level of sophomores is 48 and most of them are second-tier powerhouses. Wow, most of them are second-tier powerhouses? Li Nan was also shocked. He had thought that the number of second-tier powerhouses would be small and his own combat power might be considered top-notch at the university, but now it seemed that Mingyue University was truly a cradle of talent, with almost the entire sophomore class being second-tier powerhouses. Without a doubt, their rapid leveling up had to involve a special training location. Oh, that explains it, continued Lin Tao, still focused on his phone. Mingyue University has a place called the Secret Realm Hall. They have 3,000 artificial secret realms where every student can enter and train for free. Everyone suddenly realized why the upperclassmen were so exceptional. The secret realm was the most crucial place for job changers to level up. in the wild, killing monsters offered low efficiency unless involved in massive campaigns like the Valley of Heaven and Earth battle. Moreover, there were no completion rewards. However, the secret realm was different. It offered high experience, selectable difficulty levels, and completion rewards, making it the best place for job changers seeking the fastest way to level up. Most of Li Nan's levels were gained in the secret realm. However, natural secret realms were rare and randomly located, making it extremely difficult for job changers without connections to find one, relying purely on luck. But Mingyue University was different. To better nurture their students, they had invested a tremendous amount of resources to build a secret realm hall with 3,000 artificial realms. Both artificial and wild sanctuaries provide a fast track for practitioners to level up, but there's one key difference between them. Artificial sanctuaries require human-provided energy to operate. As long as the energy supply is sufficient, these sanctuaries can exist indefinitely. On the other hand, once the energy of a wild sanctuary is depleted, it disappears automatically. It is impossible for artificial sanctuaries to become cyclic sanctuaries, whereas wild sanctuaries have a slight chance of transforming into such. Senior students in their second year practiced in the sanctuary hall for a year, and it would be surprising if they didn't reach level 48, Lin Tao exclaimed, astounded. They are so powerful, aren't we just going to be crushed? Zhao Yu shook his head. Lin Feifei pouted in frustration, it's just to crush us newcomers' spirits. This battle exchange is purely to strike at us. Anyway, we have the right to refuse these battles. I will only accept one exchange battle. If I lose, so be it, Lin Feifei declared. Me too, another student added. Starting school only to be crushed is really annoying. I'll accept a maximum of 5 battles. Any more than that, I refuse. After some consideration, everyone decided to reject most of the invitations, since the school only mandated each person to fight at least once. Just completing that would fulfill the requirement. This was the common sentiment among most freshmen. Though they had gone through the Tiandi Valley campaign, their average level was around 30-inch, hardly a match for the seniors averaging level 48. Meeting the minimum requirement of the exchange battles without losing academic points was their goal. Li Nan, how many battles are you planning to refuse? Xiao Yu and the others suddenly turned their gaze towards him. Indeed, as the national top scorer, all the second-year students would likely relish the chance to bully the top scorer for bragging rights. I defeated this year's top scorer, they could boast, a thought that brought comfort to many. If Li Nan stayed in the sanctuary hall for a year, perhaps they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Now was the perfect time to challenge Li Nan. Every year, the national top scorer received countless battle invitations, and almost every one of them ended up being trounced. It was a tradition at Mingyue University. Li Nan pondered for a moment, then calmly stated, I plan to accept all the exchange battles. What, Li Nan, what are you thinking? They are all second-tier strong practitioners. If you accept all and fail, the embarrassment will be monumental, his friends advised, already viewing Li Nan as their idol and hero, unwilling to see him suffer a crushing defeat. My mind is made up, Li Nan responded firmly. These one-on-one battles against the seniors will undoubtedly teach me a lot about combat skills and tactics. Even if I lose, I will face it calmly. Moreover, I don't believe I will lose. His eyes were filled with a fighting spirit. A true warrior should always advance bravely. Retreating at the first sign of failure meant remaining weak forever. At worst, losing would just mean losing some face, which was nothing compared to learning the combat methods of the previous geniuses. Li Nan, the top national scholar of the year, was open to challenges from anyone, especially embracing those from second-year students. By the evening when the challenge invitations closed, Li Nan had accepted an astonishing total of 1,501 challenges. At Mingyue University, the second-year students' dorm was buzzing with excitement. Hey, the national top scholar Li Nan accepted my challenge, one shouted gleefully. Laughter and disbelief echoed through the halls as each student discovered that Li Nan had accepted their invitations as well. This kid is either too bold or completely ignorant, one sneered, while others were shocked to realize that Li Nan had accepted every single challenge thrown his way. The realization set off a storm among the students. Li Nan had truly taken up the gauntlet against his seniors. The reaction among the students ranged from mockery to serious vows of dominating Li Nan in the forthcoming battles. This top scholar must be mad. He's blatantly provoking us seniors, one complained bitterly. Anticipating the chance to teach him a harsh lesson, another added, every year the top scholar is arrogant and every year they get brutally beaten. Even Zhuge Qiyu, last year's genius, only managed a 50% win rate in his first-year challenges. The sentiment was clear among the students. Li Nan was asking for trouble. In the principal's office of Mingyue University, a young teacher burst in with the news. Principal Zhao, Li Nan has accepted the challenges. Principal Zhao Wenshan, sipping his tea, responded nonchalantly, "What's so surprising? Every top scholar faces these challenges, they're arrogant. It's good for them to face some setbacks." However, the teacher quickly added, "But Li Nan has accepted 1501 challenges at once without refusing a single one or choosing his opponents." At this, even Principal Zhao was taken aback. "What did you say? 1501 challenges?" Recalling past scholars, the most anyone had ever taken was about 200. Li Nan's audacity was unprecedented. Principal Zhao, now visibly shaken, couldn't hide his amazement. Just the start of the school year and he's already set a record for the most challenges accepted. He pondered whether Li Nan feared losing. Losing too badly could disgrace our Qinqing Hall. The young teacher was equally stunned, suggesting, "Should we remind him about this?" After a moment, Zhao decided against it. "Let's wait and see. Li Nan seems different from previous scholars. Perhaps he might just create a miracle." Nodding in agreement, the young teacher remarked, "It's rare to see an 18-year-old hall officer and a disciple of Wang Chen at that. Maybe these challenges will reveal his extraordinary capabilities." Principal Zhao smiled, looking out the window. "True, if he's gold he will shine. Let's watch these 1501 challenges unfold." The next morning, at the southern part of Mingyue University, a sprawling virtual combat arena came alive. This massive facility, equipped with various virtual combat rooms, was dedicated to student battles, setting the stage for what could be an unprecedented day in the university's history. At this location, a complete simulation of a student's five senses, abilities and equipment is possible. Since it is virtual, engaging in battles within the virtual arena won't result in any physical harm or death to the students. This place, Mingyue University, is designated for students to interact and spar with each other, and it is also the venue for the exchange battles between freshmen and sophomores. By 9 in the morning, the venue was packed with thousands of freshmen and sophomores, all here to participate in the exchange battle. Soon, under the guidance of a teacher, Li Nan entered a special chair and donned a sleek, metallic technology helmet. In the next moment, his consciousness shifted abruptly. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in an endless plain with towering green mountains faintly visible in the distance. Welcome to the virtual combat space, virtual battle location. The plane's sensory realism, 100% your opponent, Yu Zonghao, sophomore. The virtual combat space felt incredibly lifelike. Here Li Nan's body, his skills and even his breathing rate were exactly the same as in the real world. No wonder Mingyue University has such high-tech equipment. Li Nan clenched his fists and immediately cast Thunder Spear in purple thunder armor. His body erupted with blue lightning, resembling a thunder god standing tall on the vast plains. In the distance, sophomore student Yu Zonghao appeared clad in a red battle armor, wielding a blood-red battle sword, with a remarkable presence and eyes fixed intently on Li Nan. "Li Nan, I am honored to be your first opponent. As your senior, I don't want to bully you. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I will concede defeat. How does that sound?" Yu Zonghao was last year's top scholar in the Star Province, and although he wasn't the national champion like Zhuge Qiyu, his strength was top-notch. He was level 53, a second-tier A-grade Blood Shadow warrior equipped with mythical gear, placing him among the elite even within all the sophomores. "Not good enough," replied Li Nan, sensing Yu Zonghao's powerful aura, his eyes burning with battle intent. "Since it's a virtual fight, let's fight with all we've got." "Haha, such arrogance, young man. As you wish, watch me strike you down swiftly." The battle commenced, and Yu Zonghao, wielding his blood-red sword, charged forward with such speed that he created a sonic boom, shattering the ground beneath him. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Li Nan, his blood-red sword flashing with a chilling blade light. Clang! The blood-red sword struck the purple thunder armor. Both were knocked back over 10 steps. "So strong, is this the prowess of a sophomore?" Li Nan was astounded. Yu Zonghao's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary level 53 professional. Without the protection of the purple thunder armor, that single strike could have been fatal. Every student at Mingyue University was a prodigy from various parts of Xia country, each capable of challenging those beyond their level. Mingyue University is indeed the right place for me. Yu Zonghao's eyes, however, were filled with even greater shock. "I wield the Tier 2 awakening skill Blood Flash Slash. Even a regular level 50 Tier 2 fighter would be slain instantly, and any equipment below mythical grade would be shattered in a blink." Yet this Li Nan was merely pushed back a few steps. "What is this thunder garment he wears? Its defense is astonishingly high. Is it a skill or is it his equipment?" before Yu Zonghao could react, a thundering spear fell from the sky. A colossal thunder explosion swept across the plain. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, there stood Yu Zonghao panting and covered in wounds. If it weren't for my special defensive skill, that thunder spear would have killed me. Li Nan, daring to accept all challengers, truly possesses a strength to be proud of. Even last year's top scholar Zhuge Qiyu wasn't as formidable as Li Nan. By now Yu Zonghao fully realized that Li Nan's abilities were unfathomably deep. To block my long range thunder spear, you are quite impressive. But still, it's not enough. Li Nan's gaze was sharp as he snapped his fingers, and suddenly 100 thunder clones appeared behind him. He knows the art of cloning too. Yu Zonghao's eyes widened as he watched the 100 thunder clones simultaneously throw their thundering spears. The resulting thunder explosion was powerful enough to break through multiple defenses and directly kill Yu Zonghao. Congratulations, you have defeated Yu Zonghao and won the match. Your next opponent, Lu Guo, sophomore. In the virtual space, after each battle, Li Nan's mental energy and condition are restored to their peak state, thus he can continue competing like a perpetual motion machine. One opponent after another takes the stage, one after another falls in defeat. Li Nan, a freshman, has been dominating in the virtual space, taking on and defeating over 1,000 sophomores and winning every time. His combat experience is also rapidly increasing during these matches. Some sophomores who are less skilled haven't even had a clear look at Li Nan before being instantly killed by a thunder spear. I lost too. You lost too. Weren't you just in the virtual space for 10 seconds? I was instantly killed. Li Nan is simply a monster. It's terrifying. He even has a gigantification ability. His thunder clone just stomped on me like I was an ant. I've never seen such a gigantification ability. Oh my god, he's never lost. Yesterday these sophomore seniors were determined to teach Li Nan a lesson, to brutally crush him. But now they've all been defeated, beaten by Li Nan to the point of helplessness. Many were so devastated they became introverted, their minds shadowed. They all walked out of the virtual combat venue in silence, speechless. It's unbelievable. How can this year's national top scholar be so powerful? After a day of battles, Li Nan's record was finally made public by the school authorities: 750 wins, 0 losses. This record, dominating above all, the freshman exchange competition, lasted 2 days. Li Nan fought over 700 battles on the first day alone, maintaining a perfect record, leaving all the sophomores dumbfounded. Even last year's national top scholar Zhuge Qiyu wasn't as monstrous. Is this freshman invincible? You second years are losing face, defeated by a newcomer. It's like you wasted a whole year training. Stop making excuses. Li Nan is no ordinary person. Tomorrow, it'll be your turn to be crushed. As soon as Li Nan entered the campus, he immediately became the center of attention. That evening the incident stirred up a lot of buzz, and the whole of Mingyue University was abuzz with discussions about it. Inside a lakeside villa, Li Nan and Lin Feifei among others gathered for a meal and casual chat. Today there were 5 exchange matches and I lost them all, one lamented. I also lost to a senior. Her skills were so formidable she knocked me out instantly. Don't remind me, another added. I was even mocked by a senior who suppressed me using just one finger. Lin Tao, Lin Feifei and Zhao Yu were sharing their experiences from today's matches. Almost all of them had faced defeats in the exchange matches. Only Zhao Yu, with his powerful long-range sword techniques, managed to narrowly defeat a senior skilled in close combat. It's tough. The average level of second-year students is simply higher, not to mention their equipment, combat techniques and experience all surpassing that of the freshmen. Thus losing is quite normal. 999% of the freshmen were defeated in the exchange matches. The proud spirits of the newcomers upon their initial arrival were mercilessly extinguished. They realized that the seniors at Mingyue University were incredibly strong and they had no grounds for pride. In their hometowns, these freshmen might have been seen as dazzling prodigies, yet here at Mingyue University, where everyone is a genius, they seemed very ordinary, extremely ordinary. Without hard effort, not only catching up with the seniors but also their peers would leave them far behind. Effort, only by striving to become stronger could they secure a place in this school. Tonight, countless freshmen felt a renewed spirit of competition burning within them. Meanwhile, Li Nan was reflecting on today's battles. Although he won over 700 matches with an undefeated record, he was well aware that it was his superhuman skills that ensured his victories. In reality, his equipment, combat techniques and experience were far from matching those of the upperclassmen. In fact, in 3 of today's matches against top 10 sophomores, Li Nan almost lost. The battles were perilously close. Soon it was the second day of the exchange matches. Within the virtual combat arena, Li Nan maintained his unbeaten streak, 800 wins, 900 wins, 1000 wins. Every freshman and sophomore was watching Li Nan's battles utterly astonished. Finally, in the 1028th match, Li Nan faced the strongest opponent of the exchange, Zhuge Qiyu, the top genius of the sophomore class. Like Li Nan, Zhuge Qiyu was a national top scorer, having secured the highest score in last year's college entrance examination by a landslide. After a year of intensive training and education at Mingyue University, Zhuge Qiyu's abilities had far surpassed his previous level. In the vast plains of the virtual space, dressed in a white training suit, Zhuge Qiyu slowly made his entrance. Upon closer inspection, he presented himself with an air of scholarly refinement. His hair was long black strands dancing in the wind, and a hint of blue stubble adorned his lips. He carried no weapons, exuding an air of casual ease that belied a flawless defense, suggesting the demeanor of a reclusive master. Zhuge Qiyu calmly gazed at Li Nan and, with a formal bow, introduced himself. Zhuge Qiyu, level 60, a second-tier martial arts grandmaster, an SS-tier profession. The martial arts grandmaster evolves from the martial artist, which is initially an S-tier profession. Martial artists specialize in close combat and most advance to become spirits of martial arts upon reaching level 48 during their second-tier promotion. However, a rare few evolve further, awakening as martial arts grandmasters and achieving the transition from S-tier to SS-tier, a transformation among billions, an exceptionally strong profession. Leveraging his profound understanding of martial arts and the inherent strength of his profession, Zhuge Qiyu dominated last year's national college entrance examination, defeating countless formidable opponents and emerging as the top scholar nationwide. And at that time, Zhuge Qiyu was still a mere martial artist, now having ascended to a level 60 martial arts grandmaster. His power is unfathomably deeper. Li Nan, level 42, a custodian of the gods, also bowed in response. A profession I've never heard of. It seems your fortunes are quite remarkable as well, Zhuge Qiyu replied with a gentle smile. Then lifting his arm and flexing his fingers, he said, "Come then, do not disappoint me, let me see the strength of this year's top scholar." With that, Li Nan charged into battle, unleashing his full might. As the fight commenced, Li Nan deployed his full arsenal. The thunderous spear, purple lightning armor, multitude of thunder shadows, and the divine skill, heaven and earth, all four god tier abilities were executed in succession. The plain was soon filled with hundreds of thunder shadow giants conjured by Li Nan, each one imposing like celestial soldiers, all charging toward Zhuge Qiyu. At only level 42, such astounding combat prowess, truly worthy of being Wang Chen's disciple, remarked Zhuge Qiyu as he faced the onslaught of the fully armed thunder shadow giants without retreating a step. He closed his eyes and with both hands drew circles, conjuring behind him an immense Tai Chi diagram spanning thousands of meters. The black and white of the Tai Chi seemed like the essence of the cosmos itself, emitting a formidable aura that paralyzed all of the thunder shadow giants. Li Nan, your techniques are powerful and each skill complements the others well, thus, do not blame me for using my strongest ability right from the start. This technique, my level 60 divine skill, is called Primordial Barrier. If you can break through it, I will concede defeat. The next moment, black and white Tai Chi diagrams began to slowly rotate within Zhuge Qiyu's pupils, and the Tai Chi diagram behind him expanded to envelop thousands of square kilometers around them. It seemed as if a domain had been formed within which there was no plain, no distant green mountains, only the pervasive dichotomy of black and white filling the entire space. Li Nan and the thunder giant were clad in black, while Zhuge Qiyu was dressed in white. What was going on? My movement speed is incredibly slow. Li Nan moved through the Hunyuan barrier like a snail, his speed drastically reduced to its limit, even his voice sounded extremely slow. His body felt as if it was filled with lead, sluggish and heavy. Moving a single step felt like an hour had passed. In the Hunyuan barrier, unless you possess a special technique, your speed would be reduced by 99%. Zhuge Qiyu, dressed in white, suddenly appeared beside Li Nan and spoke calmly, "I am unaffected and my speed is instead increased by 99%. Li Nan, you are even more impressive than when I first started school. If we were in the same cohort, I wouldn't stand a chance against you, but I enrolled a year earlier than you and this advantage is too great." Zhuge Qiyu, with his hands clasped behind his back, laughed heartily. "So keep cultivating, I'll be waiting for you in the future." As soon as his words fell, the entire Hunyuan barrier suddenly erupted with black and white colors blending together. Everything within the domain was annihilated, turning into nothingness. When Li Nan regained consciousness, he realized he had been defeated and had returned to reality. I lost. In the battle against Zhuge Qiyu, Li Nan had almost no ability to fight back. Clearly, the martial arts master Zhuge Qiyu was 2 or even 3 levels above other second-year students. At the beginning of the fight, as soon as the kilometer-high Tai Chi diagram appeared, Li Nan had a premonition that he would be defeated, but he didn't expect to lose so quickly. It wasn't that Li Nan lacked strength, rather Zhuge Qiyu faced Li Nan without holding back at all, and the Hunyuan barrier, as he mentioned, was his strongest skill, level combat methods, advanced skills, experience. Zhuge Qiyu had the absolute upper hand in all these aspects, while Li Nan's main reliance was only his god-level skill. How could he not be defeated? This battle also made Li Nan realize more clearly the saying, there are always people better than oneself. Even though he was an SSS tier transferee, he should never be complacent. After all, he had awakened as a transferee not too long ago and still had a long way to go. Zhuge Qiyu, today I have been defeated, but this does not mean I will always lose. Wait, I will personally break your Hunyuan barrier and defeat you. Facing a real strong genius like Zhuge Qiyu in the exchange match had paradoxically ignited an even fiercer fighting spirit in Li Nan's heart. Indeed, what path in life is ever smooth sailing? Today's defeat is just that, a defeat. The road ahead is long. As long as he moves forward solidly, he believes that sooner or later Zhuge Qiyu will fall to his hands. Constant challenges and breaking through difficulties, that is the meaning of life. Li Nan was not disheartened by the defeat. Instead, his fighting spirit was even stronger, and he immediately proceeded to the next match. The second day of the exchange match quickly ended. In the end, Li Nan secured the entire exchange match with a record of 1,500 wins and 1 loss. That evening, the news section of Mingyue University's app publicly announced Li Nan's record. Boom! The whole school was in an uproar. Among the 3,000 second-year students, half were defeated by the newcomer Li Nan. All the second-year students were seething with frustration. The school initially organized the exchange competition to curb the arrogance of the newcomers. However, things took an unexpected turn when Li Nan appeared and defeated over 1,000 sophomores, completely deflating their spirits. If it weren't for the presence of the formidable Zhuge Qiyu, the entire sophomore class might have been unable to hold their heads up in the university. It was a disgrace, an utter disgrace for all the sophomores. However, human emotions are not always shared, and the freshmen were quite delighted by this turn of events. Li Nan, the national top scorer in the college entrance examination, dominated the majority of his seniors in the competition, boasting an impressive record of 1,500 wins to just 1 loss. He set the record for the most victories and the highest win rate since the inception of the exchange competition at Mingyue University. Never before had such a strong freshman emerged at the university. Li Nan's name quickly spread across the entire campus, instantly making him one of the most talked about figures in school. After the battle at Tiandi Valley, the freshmen had already regarded Li Nan as a hero and an idol, so they naturally enjoyed seeing him shine in the exchange competition. It was indeed fitting for someone like Li Nan to achieve such a record. Haha, I saw those sophomores walking out of the virtual venue with life-questioning looks on their faces. It was so satisfying. Being classmates with Li Nan was a privilege for them. The freshmen discussed this event extensively, and without realizing it, they had already started seeing Li Nan as their spiritual leader. The upperclassmen, juniors and seniors, were also surprised by these events, but they were more mature and rational. After their initial shock, they continued to immerse themselves in their own training. After finishing dinner at his lakeside villa, Li Nan suddenly heard a voice in his mind. Li Nan, come to Qinqing building to see me. He recognized the voice immediately. It was his master Wang Chen. This would be Li Nan's first formal meeting with his master, and he did not dare to delay, immediately making his way to the Qinqing building. The Qinqing building was located at the very center of Mingyue University, a structure built specifically for Wang Chen. The 100-meter-tall tower exuded an ancient aura, its bricks and tiles shimmering like stars against the vast night sky, making the entire tower seem as unreachable and mysterious as the heavens. No one was allowed to enter the area surrounding the tower, but Li Nan was granted access without any obstacles. Upon entering the tower, he was greeted by a towering figure. The man's golden robe shone like the sun, dazzlingly bright, and his eyes emitted a penetrating light as if he could see through everything. He exuded a sacred and majestic aura, yet he was incredibly comforting to be around, with a profoundly mysterious presence. In Li Nan's eyes, Wang Chen stood bathed in a radiant light resembling a deity. Wang Chen spoke, at the freshman exchange battle you were defeated by Zhuge Qiyu. What are your thoughts? Li Nan bowed slightly and spoke honestly. Master, I don't have many thoughts, just a desire to defeat him as soon as possible. Wang Chen laughed heartily. Zhuge Qiyu is exceptionally talented and joined the school a year before you. It's normal for you to lose to him at your current level. Seeing that you are not disheartened by the defeat makes me very relieved. Victory and defeat are common in the world of martial arts, and at Mingyue University, the geniuses who undergo job changes often agonize over small failures for a long time. This in turn affects their cultivation progress. Those with a strong will are not affected by failure. Their hearts are clear like mirrors, steadfastly walking their own paths. You have done very well, praised the master. Li Nan felt joy bubbling within him. This praise came from the strongest person on planet launching. How could he not be elated? Master Wang Chen continued, today I made time to visit Mingyue University specifically to see my newly accepted disciple and also to give you a few treasures. Treasures? Li Nan's eyes lit up. Given Wang Chen's status, the treasures he would offer were sure to be top-notch. Wang Chen extended his right arm, touching the space around him. The space began to ripple and eventually a black spatial hole formed. From this black hole Wang Chen retrieved a pair of golden wings. These golden wings, each feather crafted as if by the gods themselves, shimmered like gold, radiating waves of immense pressure. These were the divine-grade wing equipment, sky-light gold feathers. What? Divine-grade equipment? Li Nan struggled to suppress his excitement as the detailed information of the sky-light gold feathers naturally appeared before him. Sky-light gold feathers category, wing equipment grade, divine effect 1, plus 2000 agility effect 2, consumes a large amount of spiritual power to execute the skill instant heaven, potentially increasing the wearer's agility by up to 100-fold. Li Nan was stunned as he read the information. Just effect 1 alone would increase agility by 2000 points. What did that mean? Li Nan's current agility was not even 1500 points, and this single piece of equipment could add 2000 points, doubling his agility. The second effect of the skylight gold feathers was even more astonishing. By consuming a large amount of spiritual power, it could increase his agility by up to 100-fold. 100 times, this was incredible. What kind of equipment could enhance one's attributes by 100 times? Only such ancient divine gear. Although Li Nan's current spiritual power was far from sufficient to fully leverage the 100-fold increase in agility offered by the skylight gold feathers, he could still muster about 10% of its potential, which meant tenfold. For someone like him who had not yet undergone a second job change, tenfold was already remarkably significant. If he had this equipment during a battle with Zhuge Qiyu, perhaps there was a chance to break through the mixed yuan barrier, Li Nan thought to himself. Finally he looked at the third effect of the skylight gold feathers, which was marked as unknown. The first two effects were already astonishing. This third effect must be extraordinary. Li Nan murmured expectantly, are you satisfied? Wang Chen glanced at Li Nan with satisfaction. Very satisfied, thank you, master, he thought. The divine armor was among the finest in the entire Xia kingdom, perhaps even on the whole of Blue Star. It was likely the only piece of its kind in the Xia kingdom, yet Wang Chen had personally bestowed it upon Li Nan without any demands or exchanges in return. For this reason Li Nan was deeply grateful. Wang Chen smiled and nodded, then said, although you lack a professional talent, your inherent profession is strong enough that you don't need one. You can still become a top warrior in the future. However, having observed your battle videos, while your defense, attack power and mental strength are far superior to your peers, your speed is quite lacking. This equipment will greatly compensate for your disadvantage in speed and enhance your overall strength, ensuring you have no weaknesses. Li Nan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wang Chen was right. His speed was comparable to other professionals of his level with no particular advantage. In the exchange matches he had encountered many seniors with astonishingly high agility, all of whom had given Li Nan a tough fight. Thus, agility was extremely important. The mixed element barrier of Zhuge Qiyu, for example, was a super domain that reduced the opponent's agility while enhancing one's own. Even Li Nan had been easily killed under the rules of the mixed element barrier, which showed just how crucial agility was. Wang Chen then turned around, his hands clasped behind his back, and continued, in fact, to enhance your agility, many mythic and imperial level winged equipments would suffice for your current needs. Yet I have still bestowed upon you the last piece of ancient divine wings from the Xia kingdom's inventory, so you can preserve your life and escape in more situations. Celestial golden feathers, the last ancient divine wings in the Xia kingdom, such an important and rare piece of equipment. Li Nan was astonished. He didn't understand. Although his talent was high, his current level was too low. How was he qualified to receive such a treasure for the entire Xia kingdom, for the entire Chen Star Temple? Giving such a rare piece of equipment to a junior who had not yet fully grown was actually far less beneficial than giving it to a top-level third-turn warrior. If a top third-turn warrior possessed these wings, they would undoubtedly dominate the battlefield, becoming a nightmare for creatures from other worlds. Master, this equipment is the only one in Xia Kingdom. Why give it to me? Li Nan asked earnestly. Wang Chen turned back, his eyes faintly glowing golden as if he could see through the void itself. That's because your SSS-level professional identity has been recognized by the Witch Dragon world among 3,000 other worlds. They have already marked you as a key assassination target. 3,000 other worlds? Li Nan's high school education had not taught him about the 3,000 other worlds, only that the creatures from the Shadow Rifts were enemies. Wang Chen's tone became serious. From what we know now, behind the entire Shadow Rift there are a total of 3,000 different worlds, which is why we simply refer to them as the 3,000 other worlds. In this vast expanse, each of the 3,000 different realms harbors a mini-universe brimming with abundant resources and giving rise to monsters of both astonishing quantity and strength. Naturally, the power levels across these realms are far from balanced. We, the humans of Blue Star, categorize these realms into 10 tiers. The first-tier worlds are the weakest, typically boasting only a few third-rank powerhouses at most, mere ants to us, and hardly a threat. Moving up, the second-tier worlds possess the might of hundreds of top third-rank warriors, still inferior to our human world of Blue Star and not much of a concern. The third-tier worlds, however, have surpassed the strength of third-rank warriors and used to be comparable in strength to our own world. But as the Blue Star human race has continued to grow and strengthen, we have long surpassed these third-tier realms. The fourth-tier worlds, like the Witch Dragon realm, are on par with us in terms of strength. Never underestimate the Witch Dragon realm. During the last battle in the Valley of Heaven and Earth, due to the limitations imposed by the Shadow Rift, the Witch Dragon realm troops you encountered were not their regular forces but merely one of the smaller auxiliary corps with significantly weaker combat power. The true Witch Dragon realm legions, each one is led by at least 10 third-rank powerhouses. The highest echelons of power in the Witch Dragon realm are not far off from our own human capabilities. On the front lines, the war with the Witch Dragon realm is fierce, which is why they spared no expense to open the Shadow Rift, planning to assassinate the future talents of our Xia country. So that's how it is, Li Nan mused thoughtfully, realizing that the legions led by the 4 great demon generals last time were merely insignificant auxiliary troops. If the true Witch Dragon realm legions were to enter the wilderness, even if the trainee legions exhausted all their potential, they wouldn't stand a chance. Their only fate would be annihilation. As for realms of even higher tiers, your current strength is too weak to necessitate such knowledge. The battle in the Valley of Heaven and Earth, because of you, dealt a heavy blow to the Witch Dragon realm. However, this has also exposed your existence. The worlds of the 4th tier, like the Witch Dragon realm, will undoubtedly pay any price to kill you to prevent you from becoming the next me. That's why I have bestowed upon you the divine feathered armor. Wang Chen, dressed in golden robes, stands tall and straight like a steel sword, yet he bears the destiny of the entire Blue Star on his shoulders, a massive burden. My current power is indeed sufficient to traverse the 4th tier worlds, but unfortunately, the overall strength of our Blue Star is lacking and we still need to nurture more talents. Li Nan, you are Blue Star's first SSS tier professional with limitless potential, and I have great faith in you. Wang Chen spreads his hands, holding jade talismans emitting blue and golden glows. Finally, I give you 2 items. This golden jade talisman is of the highest shielding grade. With just a small infusion of your mental power, it can block any level of detection technique. This blue jade talisman is a life talisman. By crushing it anywhere in Blue Star, even in its secret realms, your master can break through the void to rescue you. However, I hope you will not have to call for help. Wang Chen gave Li Nan one last look. True strength requires undergoing trials of blood and fire, and without facing life and death crises, it is impossible to become a third-turn powerhouse. Thus, one should not use the life amulet unless absolutely necessary. Li Nan respectfully accepted the shielding amulet and life amulet, nodding seriously. Wang Chen bestowed 3 items upon Li Nan. First was the Sky Light Golden Feather, an ancient super godly gear that tremendously boosts agility, far surpassing other equipment which would serve Li Nan for a long time. The second item, the Shielding Amulet, blocks all forms of detection, including the highest level of scouting techniques, allowing Li Nan to conceal himself from the outside world. The third, the life amulet, should only be used in dire emergencies as it has the power to summon his master if he faces certain death. All three items were primarily for preservation and escape. This clearly showed Wang Chen's concern for Li Nan as well as the perilous situations Li Nan might find himself in. Considering that assassinations from other realms were no trivial matter, throughout the history of the Blue Star many exceptionally talented geniuses had appeared, most of whom had faced assassination attempts from hostile otherworldly forces. Many had fallen prematurely, which was a tremendous blow to Blue Star. Wang Chen's final advice to Li Nan was twofold. Firstly, the advancement of his level, which goes without saying, as the level of a job changer is the foundation of all strength and of utmost importance. This could be done at any time in the secret realm hall. Secondly, the method of combat. He noted that Li Nan's weapon skills and combat experience were subpar, which was something he couldn't assist with. It required Li Nan's own sweat and effort. Specializing in spear techniques, Li Nan was recommended to attend classes by Master Nan Yun, whose proficiency in spear techniques was among the best in Xia country, having even created a 7th-tier dragon movement spear technique which would be perfectly suited for him. Wang Chen was obviously familiar with Li Nan's combat style and kept providing guidance for the future, giving Li Nan a profound sense of enlightenment. Oh, I see. My previous combat approach was off. I understand now. After finishing his guidance, Wang Chen had Li Nan leave the Chun Star Tower. As Li Nan exited, a handsome young man in a white robe brushed past him and entered the tower. Master, Zhang Tianlin bowed respectfully. You're here, Wang Chen said calmly, generally treating all his disciples equally. It was only with Li Nan that he showed special treatment, which evidently made Zhang Tianlin feel dissatisfied. After all, Li Nan had spent a whole 2 hours with the master, whereas typically disciples like Zhang Tianlin could only stay for a maximum of 20 minutes. Wang Chen, being the strongest in Blue Star and the Lord of Chen Star Palace, usually overwhelmed with numerous duties, granting a 20-minute audience was something many could only dream of, and here was Li Nan, who had stayed for 2 full hours? Master, it seems that Li Nan is very important to our Xia country and to our Blue Star, Zhang Tianlin said sourly. He actually knew about Li Nan's prowess, having fought alongside him in the Battle of Heaven-Earth Valley. However, when he saw how much Wang Chen valued Li Nan, he felt uncomfortable inside, as if he were being stepped on. Zhang Tianlin was also a super genius. Before Li Nan came along, he was the brightest star in all of Xia country. But now Li Nan had already become an extraordinary official of the Chun Star Hall, completely overshadowing Zhang Tianlin like the sun. Even with a tolerant heart, Zhang Tianlin couldn't help feeling some dissatisfaction. Wang Chen noticed Zhang Tianlin's thoughts and furrowed his brows. Zhang Tianlin, are you jealous of Li Nan? Yes. Zhang Tianlin didn't beat around the bush and told Wang Chen the truth. To deny being jealous of Li Nan would be like treating Wang Chen as a fool. Foolish. Wang Chen shouted angrily, don't you know that Li Nan's arrival is actually more beneficial to you? Beneficial? Zhang Tianlin was puzzled. How could Li Nan's arrival be beneficial to him? Wang Chen stared at Zhang Tianlin. You have always been the top of your class, a steep cliff of a first place. That kind of first place is just vanity, but the arrival of Li Nan can shatter your past glory, diverting the world's attention away from you. This way you can truly focus on improving yourself, and Li Nan will also become a target and role model to motivate your progress. Tell me, isn't this beneficial for you? Zhang Tianlin paused for a moment and then nodded. Indeed, what I need to do is not care about others' opinions, but to progress faster. Li Nan is indeed the goal I should aim for. I must surpass Li Nan, defeat him with my own hands. Wang Chen's simple guidance rekindled Zhang Tianlin's fighting spirit. Yes, Li Nan is strong, but I am not weak either. Why can't I surpass him? Your potential is higher than Zhuge Qiu, and your Crimson Swordsman profession is among the top in the SS tier jobs. What you lack is only time. Once you advance to the 2nd tier, your potential might even surpass Li Nan, so don't belittle yourself. Wang Chen advised. I understand, Master. From now on, Li Nan is my target. Zhang Tianlin bowed earnestly. A week after the start of Mingyue University, all students had selected their courses online, striving and working hard. Li Nan also followed Wang Chen's guidance and enrolled in Nanyangong's spear technique class. In the 18th teaching building of Mingyue University, within a spacious martial arts classroom of over 100 square meters, various spears and training props were laid out. The ceiling was equipped with various high-tech devices responsible for recording the students' progress. In the classroom, students wielded long spears, thrusting and flicking through the air, their bodies drenched in sweat. A middle-aged man in traditional attire walked among the students with a teaching stick, continuously reciting, "The spear, the king of all weapons, thrust, flick, burst, roll, smash, shake, entangle, support, scrape, block are the basic spear techniques." Holding a spear, you must be stable, back straight like a great dragon, exerting force, arms and wrists must be flexible, not stiff. Holding a spear, you must be level, posture must be even, his shoulders even, spear even, feet even. A good spear posture is your standard in spear usage. A line was drawn with a spear. The middle-aged man was none other than Master Nan Yun, the master of spear techniques, and Li Nan at this moment was also wielding a long spear among the students, so this was the essence of spear techniques. Previously, when I wielded the thundering spear, it was like a child throwing clumsy punches, completely lacking in structure, only capable of long-range bombardment. Now, with just a slight improvement in my spear skills, I feel my close combat abilities have skyrocketed. Li Nan was deeply engrossed in his spear practice. Every day after classes ended at 5 in the afternoon, he would stay until 9 at night. At 6 in the morning, after having breakfast, he would return to the martial arts classroom to continue practicing with his spear. Day after day his proficiency with the spear grew higher, his movements becoming more effortless and agile. Li Nan, truly the king among the newcomers, was ferocious in his practice. His high talent coupled with his hard work was incomparable. He was truly exceptional, a titan among his peers. Li Nan's prowess was evident, and he had seemingly mastered the basics of spear techniques. His fellow students in the spear technique class held great admiration for him. A student blessed with both talent and dedication was indeed worthy of respect. All of this did not escape the watchful eyes of Master Nan Yun. Li Nan, the national top scorer of this session and an official of the Qinqing Hall, had initially been terrible at spear techniques, but in just 1 month he had completely grasped the basics and even finished a year's curriculum ahead of time. Such achievements qualified him to inherit my dragon movement spear technique, Master Nan Yun thought with a smile. Li Nan, come here. At that moment Li Nan focused on practicing, heard Master Nan Yun's voice and stepped out of his immersed state. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he placed down his long spear and bowed respectfully, saying, "Master Nan." Satisfied, Master Nan Yun looked at Li Nan and said, "Your foundation in spear technique is now satisfactory. I ask you now, are you willing to learn the 7th tier combat method, the dragon movement spear technique?" Willingly Li Nan had enrolled in Master Nan Yun's spear technique class precisely for this dragon movement spear technique. How could he not be willing now? After all his hard efforts, Master Nan Yun was about to teach him this combat method, and he was quite excited about it. After all, this was a 7th tier combat method. Combat methods above 5th tier were simply not available on the market, and here at Mingyue University, any teacher could teach a 7th tier method. The disparity in education was not slight. Haha, with your talent and hard work, the dragon movement spear technique should be mastered within a year. Now listen carefully. Master Nan Yun began to teach the essentials and moves of the dragon movement spear technique. Although this combat method was high tier, it consisted of only 3 forms. The first form, Thunder Dragon Pierce, primarily offensive; the second form, Eye of the Storm, primarily defensive; the third form, Dragon Movement Illusion, unpredictable and elusive. To learn the third form, Dragon Movement Illusion, one must first master the first 2 forms, so I will teach you the first form, Thunder Dragon Pierce, first. To avoid damaging the classroom, I'll suppress my level to 30 and demonstrate it for you. Then Master Nan Yun picked up a teaching spear from the martial arts classroom. Many students gathered around with curious faces to watch the demonstration. The first move, called Thunder Dragon Pierce. Dressed in traditional Tang attire, Master Nan Yun confidently took a sudden step forward, his arm powering through with such speed that it left an afterimage resembling a fierce dinosaur lunging forward. All the momentum of the charge seemed to concentrate in the long spear in his arm. With one thrust, the air exploded like the sound of a water bottle bursting. Including Li Nan, all the students standing there could easily hear the tremendous crackling sound of the air. The spear's thrust tore through the air, creating a wave that forced everyone to stagger back. Damn, this move is strong. What technique is this? God, my ears are bleeding. The surrounding students were all shocked. Li Nan was also stunned. It was known that Master Nan Yun had suppressed his level to only 30-inch, but with such strength, the Thunder Dragon Pierce he executed was powerful enough to penetrate the defenses of anyone present. Li Nan, without his purple thunder garment and the law of heaven and earth, wasn't confident he could withstand this move, so powerful. This is the 7th tier of combat methodology. Li Nan's eyes burned with passion. If his own thundering spear could be combined with this Thunder Dragon Pierce, the power would probably be several levels higher. Afterward, Master Nanyan took the time to break down the technique and explained it to Li Nan. So the arm can be powered in such a way. I see, what a profound spear technique. I understand. Li Nan was fully focused, absorbing all the details, and quickly learned the first technique of the dragon walking spear method. Master Nanyan was very satisfied with Li Nan's learning speed, nodding with a smile. You have a talent for spear techniques and learn quickly. However, simply learning the technique isn't enough. Combat methodology isn't just a skill. You must integrate the technique into your muscle memory to truly master it. Combat methodology is like ancient martial arts. Mastering the theory alone is useless. Only constant real combat can refine and advance your skills. Now, having grasped the Thunder Dragon Pierce, Li Nan knew he needed to solidify his mastery through actual combat. Li Nan's mind quickly turned, and he thought of the perfect place to hone his skills: the Secret Realm Hall. Located in the eastern part of the campus, the hall housed 3,000 artificial secret realms filled with countless monsters, ideal for practicing the Thunder Dragon Pierce and testing the power of his newly acquired ancient godly gear, the Heavenly Light Golden Feathers. If possible, he also planned to take on the Abyss difficulty, trying to fulfill the final request of Sun Wukong. Li Nan was decisive and swift in action. As soon as the martial arts class ended, he immediately set out for the Secret Realm Hall. Approaching the Secret Realm Hall, still a kilometer away, Li Nan could already see the building resembling a super-large sports stadium, a massive structure. The Secret Realm Hall, despite its name suggesting a mere hall, was a colossal building at least a kilometer in length and width and 500 meters tall. The building's surface was silvered, clearly displaying various high-tech devices and cutting-edge weapons mounted on it. It looked like a gigantic silver fortress. Ah, there's Li Nan. Suddenly a pleasant voice rang out. Li Nan turned his head and saw Zhao Yu and Lin Feifei approaching. It's really you. You've finally come to the secret hall, they exclaimed. Both beauties walked over with smiles, Lin Feifei positioning herself to the right of Li Nan and Zhao Yu to the left. Li Nan had been immersed in learning marksmanship and hadn't visited the secret hall for a while, whereas Lin Feifei and Zhao Yu had been coming here daily to practice. Yes, I plan to practice here, Tu Li Nan said with a smile. That's perfect, we can go in together, Lin Feifei said excitedly, grabbing Li Nan by the sleeve and pulling him along while she began to explain. This must be your first time here, right? Let me, Lin Feifei, give you a free tour of the secret hall. The secret hall was divided into 4 sections: Hall A, Hall B, Hall C, and Hall D. Hall A was the training ground for senior students and contained the highest level of artificial secrets. Hall B was for the juniors, and the secrets there were of a slightly lower level. Hall C was designated for sophomores. Only Hall D was meant for freshmen like themselves. We currently only have access to enter through Gate D into Hall D. We're not permitted in the other halls, Zhao Yu added, explaining that higher level secrets meant greater dangers and the school segregation was meant to protect them. Li Nan nodded, taking in this information, and then casually mentioned, so we can only enter Hall C when we become sophomores. However, Lin Feifei shook her head and said not necessarily. I heard that if you pass something called the Sky Ladder Trial, you can advance to the other halls ahead of schedule. Sky Ladder Trial? Li Nan's interest was piqued. Zhao Yu looked at him and explained, the Sky Ladder Trial is said to be extremely challenging. It requires freshmen to have the combat power of juniors, sophomores to have the combat power of seniors, and juniors must possess the strength of a third-tier warrior just to qualify. Li Nan's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Knowing that the average combat power of sophomores was at the second-tier level and juniors were even stronger, it was indeed a daunting requirement for a freshman to surpass that, and that's just the minimum requirement. I've heard the trial is terrifyingly difficult, and over the years very few from the entire school have passed. Even Zhuge Qiyu failed when he attempted it as a freshman. Li Nan noted all this information internally while continuing the conversation with Lin Feifei and Zhao Yu. For him, the Sky Ladder Trial seemed a distant goal. For now, focusing on leveling up and training in Hall D was the priority, so he didn't dwell much on the trial. Soon, the three of them walked along the tree-lined paths of the campus, crossed the stone pavement and entered the entrance of Hall D. The D-level hall was vast, with a circular structure at its core. Layers of floors surrounded a massive stone stele at the center of the hall. Embedded within each floor were mystical doors adorned in silver, red, purple, or black. Is this the mystical hall? It's so huge. Li Nan stood on the first floor, gazing up at the circular layers, the giant stele, and the nearly 1,000 students around him, feeling deeply moved. The cost in money and resources to construct so many mystical realms must have been astronomical. Only the top 5 prestigious schools supported by the Xia nation could sustain such energy consumption. At that very moment, as Li Nan, Lin Feifei and Zhao Yu stepped into the D-level hall, many students turned their heads. Ah, it's Li Nan, it really is him. Big Brother Li has come to the mystical hall. Finally, he's here. Big Brother Li, please take us with you. Li Nan, I'm your fan. Li Nan, I want to have your babies. Can we take a photo together? As the greatest hero of the Valley Battle and the champion of the exchange competition, Li Nan was undoubtedly a representative figure and a hero in the eyes of the students, which stirred up excitement and exhilaration among many present. Li Nan came to understand that among the freshmen at Mingyue University, some were so enthusiastic that they had even started a fan organization named after him, treating him like a celebrity. Inside the hall, a few female students from this organization were so overjoyed they actually fainted. Li Nan was incredibly popular. Many students from higher floors came down specifically to greet him. Li Nan, not being aloof, responded with a smile to each greeting. After all, most of these students were comrades from the Valley Battle, having shared life and death experiences with him. He was almost always willing to fulfill any reasonable requests. Humph. You're so popular. Lin Feifei glanced at Li Nan, her tone a bit sour and sarcastic. Zhao Yu, however, remained expressionless, believing that Li Nan deserved such a warm welcome. If even Li Nan wasn't popular, then no one deserved to be. Amidst the crowd, Li Nan made his way to the base of the giant stele. Looking up, the stone, hundreds of meters high, was densely inscribed with tiny characters detailing various mystical realms and their record holders. 1. Mermaid Island Realm, normal difficulty 1 hour 55 minutes. Fan Yunxiao, hard difficulty 3 hours 8 minutes 12 seconds. Fan Yunxiao, nightmare difficulty 5 hours 44 minutes 1 second. Flame Team, hell difficulty 12 hours 8 minutes 11 seconds. Flame Team, abyss difficulty, no one has passed. 2. Skywolf Realm, normal difficulty 2 hours 30 minutes 44 seconds. Juga Chiyu, hard difficulty 3 hours 55 minutes 12 seconds. Juga Chiyu, nightmare difficulty 7 hours 45 minutes. Juga Chiyu, hell difficulty 14 hours 1 minute 17 seconds. Juga Chiyu's team, abyss difficulty, no one has passed. 3. Earth Erosion Realm, clearly Mingyue University was commemorating each realm's strongest record holders to motivate the students. Every time a record in the secret realm is broken, the giant stone stele automatically erases the previous names and completion times, engraving the new record holders instead. Zhao Yu and Lin Feifei stood beside it, looking up at the stele with bright, longing eyes. The other students felt the same way. Indeed, to them this giant stele was more than just a recorder. The names etched upon it, some of which had stood for a full century, belonged to generations of celebrated individuals from Mingyue University. Observing those names and times was like seeing the university's past geniuses striving and struggling right there in the secret realm hall. All the students present, without exception, dreamed of seeing their own names on that stele. Unfortunately, these freshmen were not yet strong enough. None had broken any records, just as Li Nan was. Observing the stele, the ancient bell tones rang throughout the D-level hall, echoing deeply 3 times. The sound, which emanated from the giant stele, could be heard from the D-level to the C-level, B-level and A-level halls, and even outside the secret realm hall itself. Someone had broken a record. The sophomores had already moved up to the C-level hall. It was one of our freshmen, a newcomer, who had set this new record, the first of this batch. From a green portal of the secret realm emerged a brawny man wielding dual axes. He had just returned from the realm and, unable to contain his excitement, threw back his head and laughed heartily. I, Sharon, have finally broken the secret realm record. It's just the normal difficulty, but I am the first, the very first this year, and a solo run at that. Even Li Nan, the strongest among the freshmen, wasn't as fast as me. All the students looked at Sharon with envy as many rushed forward to congratulate him and get closer to him. Meanwhile, the giant stele naturally erased the previous record holder's name and carved Karen's into it. Earth Erosion Secret Realm, normal difficulty 2 hours 11 minutes. Sharon. Zhao Yu, watching Sharon surrounded by a crowd in the distance, said enviously, I heard that many hidden powerhouses in the school keep an eye on this stele. Whenever someone sets a record, it attracts their attention, and some students might even be taken on as direct disciples. This Sharon might end up being recruited by one of these super strong figures. In Mingyue University, aside from the teachers, there were many powerful figures of the third transformation level and above quietly Studying within the campus like Li Nan's master Wang Chen, who sometimes visited Mingyue University, hence it was not unusual to see a student being taken on as a disciple by a super powerful figure. Li Nan, already having Wang Chen as his master, did not need another mentor. However, the secret realm was definitely a challenge to be taken on. Records were meant to be broken. Having come to the secret realm hall, how could Li Nan leave without making his mark? Li Nan smiled slightly as he surveyed the doors to the various secret realms around him, each offering a different challenge. Among them was the level 45 Heavenly Wolf Realm, a place where once Zhuge Qiyu had set records by sweeping through all its champions. Then let it be this realm. Li Nan thought, eager to see whether the past Zhuge Qiyu was stronger or if he could surpass him. With his fighting spirit ignited, Li Nan bid farewell to Lin Feifei and Zhao Yu and headed alone towards the Heavenly Wolf Realm. The entrance to the Heavenly Wolf Realm was imposing, its doors a deep black adorned with intricate secret patterns that emitted a menacing aura. Stepping through the dark shimmering portal he entered. Current realm, Heavenly Wolf, recommended levels, 45 to 60, recommended group, 4 or more, difficulty, hell description, Evernight Forest where the Heavenly Wolves wreak havoc, beware of their leader, the Heavenly Wolf King. Inside the realm, the Evernight Forest was shrouded in darkness, pierced only by faint moonlight filtering through the treetops onto the forest floor. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves and countless blue fireflies fluttered low through the foliage. With his enhanced vision, even in the dark, Li Nan could discern tiny insects hiding in the leaves a kilometer away. He then cast 2 skills consecutively, Thunder Spear and Purple Sky Thunder Coat. His right hand gripped the Thunder Spear and his body was draped in a cloak of blue electricity with the heavenly light golden feathers unfurling majestically behind him. These golden wings resembled the wings of an angel, holy and imposing, instantly boosting Li Nan's agility to a staggering level. My agility has now surpassed 3,500 inch, reaching 5 times the speed of sound. Li Nan felt incredibly light, as if he was merely a feather. It's notable that the average speed of a bullet is about 1,200 meters per second, yet with the heavenly light golden feathers, Li Nan's speed exceeded that of a bullet. Swoosh, Li Nan vibrated his wings and soared into the sky. The fierce wind tousled his black hair and whipped his cloak as he surveyed the entire Evernight Forest from above. The thrill of flying was exhilarating. The heavenly light golden feathers, being a wing-type equipment, naturally granted him the ability to fly. Li Nan navigated the Evernight Forest at speeds over 5 times the speed of sound, performing agile dives, drops, and quickly ascending back towards the clouds, reveling in the thrill of high-speed flight. Just then, a distant wolf howl pierced the air. Seeking death, Li Nan snorted coldly as his golden wings unfolded in midair, scattering golden light all around, hovering in the air. With his Goldwing Thunder armor, Li Nan fixed his gaze on the celestial wolf. This was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Li Nan concentrated all his strength into his right arm, thrusting his Thunder Spear forward in a flash akin to a Thunder Dragon being born. Thunder Dragon Thrust. This thrust was so powerful that even a celestial wolf from hell difficulty, boasting a constitution of 3,000, was as fragile as paper in face of this attack. With a howl, the wolf charged forward, only to have its neck immediately pierced by the Thunder Spear, releasing a burst of lightning that illuminated the entire forest. The wolf's body fell from the sky, never expecting to be annihilated by Li Nan in a single encounter. My close-range attack has indeed grown stronger, Li Nan mused with pleasure as he glanced at his right arm and Thunder Spear. Li Nan's strike had not consumed any spiritual power, it was solely an enhancement from the skills provided by his combat method. The second agility doubling effect of the heavenly light golden feathers, the golden secret patterns on his right hand, and techniques like earth-shaking heavenly might were not even employed. Just one spear had claimed the life of the celestial wolf. Of course, this celestial wolf was not the only one. After slaying the first wolf, the skies around roared simultaneously with an alarming howl of wolves. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 85 celestial wolves appeared in the sky at once. They all stared intently at Li Nan, their fierce gazes as if they intended to tear him apart. Ha ha ha, come on, all of you. Surrounded by the oppressive crowd of celestial wolves, Li Nan's eyes showed no fear. Jokingly, he thought of his numerous trump cards. None of the numerous second-tier powerhouses were his match, let alone this small group of celestial wolves. Activate the second effect of heavenly light golden feathers, tenfold agility. The heavenly light golden feathers on Li Nan's back erupted in a blaze of golden light, dazzling so intensely that the 85 wolves' pupils struggled to adjust. But that was not all. Activate the golden secret patterns, right hand tenfold strength. Complex golden patterns like climbing vines spread from the palm of his hand across Li Nan's right arm, quickly covering it with golden tattoos. At this moment, with both tenfold agility and strength amplified, Li Nan felt as if he possessed endless power and speed that completely shattered all limits. Now my agility has broken through 30,000 and my right hand strength has reached 20,000. To kill this pack of celestial wolves I won't even need to use earth-shaking, heavenly might or thunder shadow multiplicity. He was supremely confident. The next second Li Nan and his goldwing thunder armor vanished instantly. Whoosh, a streak of golden blue lightning tore through the night sky at an unimaginable speed. That was Li Nan. His current speed was 50 times the speed of sound, invisible to the naked eye. Only the spear point of his thunder spear and the heavenly light golden feathers drew lines across the horizon. The celestial wolves, actually being a species with significant speed advantages, had an agility value of 5,000. But now, their crimson wolf eyes simply couldn't keep track of Li Nan's position. They were completely outclassed in speed. Li Nan was soaring through the air at high velocity, the surrounding scenery blurring due to his swift movement. With each pass of his thundering spear, a celestial wolf was pierced and fell from the sky. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. In just 5 seconds, Li Nan had retracted his thundering spear and descended to the ground. Meanwhile, all 85 celestial wolves had died almost simultaneously, their bright red blood spilling from the sky. Celestial wolf killed, experience plus 25,000. The notifications repeated rapidly, boosting his experience level close to level 43. These monsters are too weak. Li Nan scoffed disdainfully, then quickly set off in search of the celestial wolf sanctuary's boss. Along the way, any celestial wolf that blocked his path was instantly slain without any surprises. In the face of Li Nan's overwhelming power, these feeble creatures stood no chance. Finally, deep within the eternal night forest, Li Nan discovered a massive stone temple. Within the grand temple, a 100-meter-long giant wolf lay prostrate on the ground, breathing flames out of its nostrils with each breath. Celestial Wolf King level 50 attributes. Strength 6000/agility 9400/constitution 12,000/spirit 6000 abilities. Sky-tearing claw, eternal flame traits. A beast that dwells in the mysterious stone temple of the eternal night forest, feeding on the energy of heaven and earth, possessing a trace of the king of beasts aura. Weakness, none. Evaluation: the king among the celestial wolf pack, the overlord of the eternal night forest residing within the ancient stone temple. Suddenly, the celestial wolf king lifted its massive head, looking towards the entrance. A man clad in a golden feathered thunder garment entered through the gate. Although the man's figure was minuscule compared to the celestial wolf king, he exuded a powerful and majestic aura, especially the arms covered in golden secret patterns and the thundering spear in his hand made even the celestial wolf king feel threatened. From a distance, Li Nan, expressionless, with a flap of his golden feathers, surged forward at 50 times the speed of sound. The celestial wolf king, taken aback, felt a rapid rise in temperature within its mouth and a torrent of red flames gushed out. Skill, eternal flame. The flame column, reaching 100 meters, scorched everything in its path to cinders. Li Nan, flying at an ultra-high sonic speed, maneuvered in a zigzag pattern in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he glanced beneath him. The entire stone temple was engulfed in flames, the fire seemingly unquenchable, continuing to burn fiercely even as it tore through soil and rock. Good thing my speed is sufficient, or even clad in the purple dawn thunder garment, I would still be slowly destroyed by these flames. Indeed, the celestial wolf king's eternal flame ability was powerful, but if it couldn't hit Li Nan, how effective could it be? Clutching the thundering spear in less than 0.1 seconds, he continuously changed direction and position, finally closing in on the celestial wolf king. Die, he declared, channeling all his strength amplified tenfold by the golden secret patterns on his arms. With the addition of the thunder dragon spike and the immense inertia brought about by the sky-like golden feathers at 50 times the speed of sound, the thrust generated a force so powerful that it ignited the air around it. Li Nan dove from the sky like a meteor about to strike the Sky Wolf King. Unyielding, the Sky Wolf King swung its massive claw tens of meters in length in a skill move called Skyrending Claw. This was also the Sky Wolf King's skill, capable of tripling the power of its claw strike. At that moment, it seemed as if even the space itself was torn apart by the sharp wolf claw. Boom! The moment Li Nan's spear light contacted the Sky Wolf King's claw, a loud explosion erupted, lifting a wave of air currents and dust. A whole stone temple was engulfed in the dust. After The dust settled. A man with golden feathers calmly descended to the ground, swirling his spear in a flourish before retracting it. Behind him, the 100-meter-long body of the Sky Wolf King crashed down, its head bearing a grim blood hole. Eventually, the body of the Sky Wolf King was consumed by the eternal flames, turning it into charcoal. The Sky Wolf King was slain by Li Nan in a single strike. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Sky Wolf Secret Realm on Hell difficulty. Time, 1 hour 2 minutes 17 seconds. Rating, SSS. Rewards are now being calculated based on your performance. You have earned 1 million Alliance coins, Sky Wolf Feathers X100, a Primordial Fragment and Sky Wolf Armor. Level 50 Kinggrade Equipment, Strength plus 300, Agility plus 500. A beam of holy light descends, leveling Li Nan up to level 43. At the D-grade Secret Realm Hall, many freshmen stood in front of the entrance to the Sky Wolf Secret Realm. Li Nan had entered the Sky Wolf Secret Realm. Could he possibly break the record and carve his name on the giant stone monument? It seemed unlikely. Strong as he was, it was his first time entering the Sky Wolf Secret Realm, and without experience or the right equipment, breaking the record would be tough. Indeed, as strong as Li Nan was, breaking the Secret Realm's record would not be easy. Everyone dispersed, thinking he had only been inside for a little over an hour. Even on normal difficulty, he likely hadn't cleared it yet. Just then, a grand bell tolled. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the bell from the stone monument echoed throughout the hall and beyond. Someone had broken a record, but who broke the record? Impossible, it couldn't be Li Nan. He had only been in there for an hour. How could he possibly break the record? To everyone's surprise, a familiar figure with black hair emerged from the entrance of the secret realm. It was Li Nan. At the same time, the inscription on the giant stone monument changed dramatically. Sky Wolf Secret Realm. Hell difficulty 1 hour 2 minutes 17 seconds by Li Nan. A hush fell over the crowd. All the students in the D-grade hall were stunned, staring blankly at the stone monument while swallowing hard in disbelief. Someone extended their hand, pointing at the new record on the giant stone monument, their expression one of disbelief. Is this real? Can it be? They exclaimed. He had soloed the hell difficulty again, a feat not even Zhuge Qiyu had accomplished without the help of teammates. But that wasn't the key point. What was truly terrifying was that Li Nan had completed it in just 1 hour, shattering the previous record by a full 13 hours. My God, this record might stand for 100, no, 1,000, even 10,000 years. It's a miracle, an absolute marvel. Everyone was shocked by Li Nan's new record. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Li Nan walked up to the giant monument and glanced at his name etched into the stone, nodding in satisfaction. How did you do it, Li Dalao? Is there some secret technique in this serious mystery? People clamored around him. Li Dalao, could you guide me? Please add me on your contact list. While surrounded by a throng of people, Li Nan's heart remained as calm as an ancient well. It seemed that clearing the hell difficulty had become trivially easy. Not even using his skills like Law of Heaven and Earth, Thousand-Layer Thunder, or the 72 transformations, he had cleared it. Mingyue University, aiming to ensure students didn't waste the energy of the mysteries, had set a universal cooldown time of 6 hours for all 3,000 mysteries, which meant Li Nan could only wait in the lobby. The D-level lobby, besides having mysteries and the giant monument, also housed several large rest and entertainment rooms. Li Nan used one of the restrooms to rejuvenate his spirit. After waiting the full 6 hours, he re-entered the gates of the serious mystery. This time he chose the Abyss difficulty. Warning, 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 you are choosing the Abyss difficulty, which has a 0% clearance rate and is highly lethal. Please confirm your choice. He confirmed. Despite the fearsome reputation of the Abyss, Li Nan's resolve was firm. He would not turn back now. However, suddenly his body was ejected back into the lobby by the gates of the mystery. What's going on? Didn't I choose the Abyss difficulty? Why didn't it let me in? Li Nan looked puzzled. Then suddenly an old man in purple robes appeared in the center of the lobby and instantly moved in front of Li Nan. The old man smiled warmly and said, "Hello, young man. I am Chao Hong, the guardian of the D-level hall. I am responsible for the safety of this hall, and I receive alerts whenever someone selects the Abyss difficulty in the 4 levels of mystery halls here at Mingyue University. Many talented students have perished after choosing the Abyss difficulty. They could have had a bright future but died far too young." The old man's cloudy eyes looked at Li Nan earnestly. "So, young man, how could you possibly survive the Abyss difficulty alone? Don't do something foolish. Please step back." The elder stood in front of Li Nan, seemingly unwilling to let such a brilliant talent lose his life in the Abyss. Seeing this, Li Nan began to seriously consider his options. Indeed, he was not entirely sure of his ability to handle the abyss difficulty, due to the unpredictable terrain and randomly varying number and strength of monsters in the abyss. It is known to be significantly more challenging. Monsters in the abyssal sanctuary are at least 10 times stronger than those in the hellish difficulty levels, who could confidently claim the ability to conquer the abyss. It's tough, incredibly tough, and one might even risk losing their life, yet Li Nan has no plans to back down. To gain Sun Wukong's third ability, he must solo the abyss 3 times. With his current combat power, he should be capable of handling secret realms with up to a 20-fold increase in difficulty. As long as the difficulty multiplier is 20 times or less, he believes he has a chance. Thinking this, Li Nan turned to the elder in purple robes. Chao Hong, Master Chao, there's no need to stop me. Today I must challenge the abyss. Stubbornness is a trait deeply ingrained in Li Nan's character. Even in the face of danger, he remains fearless. Do you really want to challenge the abyss? Chao Hong frowned deeply, his body emanating a powerful aura that seemed to darken the surrounding air into a deep black. The anomaly caught the attention of many students who curiously rushed over. What's happening? Are they going to fight in the hall? Why is Li Nan clashing with the hall's guardian? I heard that Li Nan plans to solo the abyss, but teacher Chao Hong stopped him. Upon hearing that Li Nan intended to solo the abyss, everyone exhibited a look of astonishment. They all knew how terrifying the abyss difficulty was. Through the ages at Mingyu University, all the prodigies who attempted to challenge the abyss failed without exception. Some even lost their lives. To date, from ancient times, on the giant stele of Mingyu University, which records the challenges of 3,000 secret realms, only 10 realms in the abyss have records of being conquered. Those 10 abyss realms were all soloed by Wang Chen in his youth. This led everyone to believe that one would need potential like Wang Chen's to have a chance at conquering the abyss difficulty. And Li Nan, despite being of SSS rank, lacked the inherent talents, seeming somewhat less promising compared to the young Wang Chen. No wonder Li Nan had to solo the abyss. Li Nan must be crazy. No wonder even teacher Chao Hong is alarmed. I don't want Li Nan to die in the secret realm. He should not joke with his life. Many students were very worried, repeatedly urging Li Nan to give up his attempt to challenge the abyss. However, Li Nan's gaze remained firm and unwavering, constantly fixed on Chao Hong ahead. Sighing deeply, Chao Hong said, "It seems I cannot stop you. If that is the case, then go ahead." However, as per the rules of Mingyu University, any student attempting to challenge the abyss must carry a return jade token. Chao Hong extended his hand, aged like the peel of an orange, handing over a purple jade token, made from precious amethyst. The token had the character "for return" inscribed vertically in its center. Oh, such a good thing exists. Li Nan's eyes lit up. Although he was not afraid of the abyss, he did not want to lose his life carelessly, and having this item to preserve his life was naturally better. Chao Hong continued, "This return jade amulet is specially made by the school and can only be used in the artificial abyss of the secret hall. It is useless in other abysses. Moreover, it is difficult to refine, so it is not free. One return jade amulet costs 5 million alliance coins, so you must give me 5 million alliance coins to get it." Li Nan was a bit stunned. 5 million alliance coins, that's robbery. This was a huge sum, and even Li Nan felt a twinge of pain. He hadn't expected that challenging the abyss would also cost money for amulets. Thinking this way, could this purple-robed elder be specifically selling these amulets? Li Nan eyed Chao Hong suspiciously. Fortunately, his account had over 2 billion alliance coins. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to enter the abyss. Setting such a high price for the return amulet might also be Mingyu University's way of protecting talent and raising the entry threshold for the abyss. Cash or card? The purple-robed elder smiled. Card. Li Nan took out his exclusive golden dragon bank card from Qinqing Palace, handed it to Chao Hong to operate, and quickly transferred 5 million alliance coins. True to the wealth of a Qinqing Palace steward, money was no object. Chao Hong smiled and said, "Well, I won't just take your 5 million for nothing. Let me give you some crucial information. The difficulty of the abyss and the secret realms is random, rooted in the fact that the abyss realms are affected by abyssal forces. The stronger the abyssal forces, the higher the difficulty of the abyss. Tianlang's secret realm is located in the Eternal Night Forest, and if you enter at night when the abyssal power is strong, the difficulty multiplier of the abyss could increase to 100 or even 1,000 times. However, if you enter at noon, the difficulty is likely to decrease." Upon hearing this, Li Nan's heart lifted. There was such crucial information Too critical if Li Nan foolishly challenged the Tianlang. Secret Realm Abyss at night he might encounter the Tianlang, which would be 100 or 1,000 times stronger, but at noon the difficulty would be much lower, possibly even the lowest 10 times difficulty. The gap was undoubtedly going to affect the outcome of the Secret Realm challenge. I understand, thank you. Li Nan was also moved, feeling the 5 million was well spent. Don't take it lightly, even so the difficulty of the Abyss is still terrifying. I must remind you, even with the Return Amulet it may not necessarily save your life. There are too many hidden dangers in the Abyss. After saying this, Chao Heng's figure disappeared, instantly moving to another location. Subsequently, Li Nan bravely waited until noon the next day before entering the Dark Gate of the Secret Realm. Current Secret Realm, Tianlang's Secret Realm, difficulty, Abyss, current monster strength multiplier, 10 times current number of monsters, 10 times terrain completely altered area increased tenfold. Description: the Eternal Night Forest disturbed by abyssal forces. The Tianlang tribe has fully evolved. The Tianlang King has obtained the Beast King's power. Finally, Li Nan entered the Abyss. Descending from the sky in his golden feather thunder armor, he landed amidst the familiar Eternal Night Forest. However, this time, the forest was far from the safe haven he remembered. The air was thick with an unpleasant scent of blood mixed with the musky odor of celestial wolves. With a quick glance, Li Nan spotted a gigantic celestial wolf lurking 3 kilometers away. Hidden behind a tree, the wolf's body emitted a dark miasma and saliva dripped from its foul-smelling mouth. Before Li Nan could even use his scouting technique, the wolf that had been 3 kilometers away vanished, not because it disappeared but because it moved too swiftly for the naked eye. Li Nan's pupils dilated and a bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He quickly realized the strength of the creatures in the Abyss. Even at the lowest difficulty setting of tenfold increase, these monsters were several levels stronger than before. The ordinary celestial wolf covered the 3-kilometer distance in less than a second, swiftly flying towards him. The proximity was so close that Li Nan could see each black strand of fur and the blood-red eyes. Reacting swiftly, Li Nan immediately raised his spear in defense. The wolf's claws struck the thunder spear, sending a dull thud echoing through the air. The spear was knocked back over 300 meters and the sharp claws left a mark on his purple thunder armor. Such strength, its power must be over 10,000, Li Nan thought, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Even without his spear, he was not about to give up. He quickly activated the golden runes. With a fierce punch of his golden right fist towards the wolf's head, the air vibrated with the impact, sending both Li Nan and the celestial wolf flying back. Disbelief filled their eyes. That punch had the strength of 20,000, equivalent to 1,000,000 kilograms, Li Nan thought, but the punch didn't kill the wolf. Such terrifying defensive power, he marveled internally. Though his expression remained unfazed, the wolf too was not in good shape. Even with its tenfold increase in constitution, it could barely withstand Li Nan's right fist. Its jawbone was nearly shattered. The Abyss is indeed terrifying, Li Nan noted, but alas, a mere tenfold difficulty is still not enough for me. In the dark forest, Li Nan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Suddenly behind him, countless bolts of lightning flickered and 400 thunder clones appeared out of nowhere. My thunder dragon stab has been well practiced, no more playing around. Minions swarmed this beast. Li Nan flicked his fingers and his 400 thunder clones rushed forward, armed just like him with thunder spears, purple thunder armor, celestial golden feathers and the golden right hand. They attacked simultaneously. The numerous thunder clones illuminated the forest with flashes of blue and gold. The celestial wolf, having never seen such an array, stood terrified, its first standing on and as it turned to flee. Unfortunately for the wolf, the clones now possess celestial golden feathers, making escape impossible. In less than 3 seconds, the sky wolf was stabbed into a sieve, dead beyond any doubt. Killing the sky wolf yielded 80,000 experience points. Among the loot was the claw of sky wolf, a level 50 royal class equipment granting plus 210 strength and plus 500 agility. The experience from this abyssal difficulty was several times higher than that of the hell difficulty. Additionally, the level 50 royal class weapon that dropped was quite valuable and could fetch a good price. Li Nan nodded in satisfaction and stored his spoils in his spatial bracelet, continuing forward with all his thunder shadow clones. Along the way, packs of skywolves tried to obstruct him, but they stood no chance against Li Nan's army of clones. It was a sweeping advance. Indeed, these skywolves were formidable, with attributes breaking the 10,000 mark, surpassing those of any individual thunder shadow clone. However, under Li Nan's command, the massive number of thunder shadow clones moved as one launching their thunder dragon spears simultaneously. The power unleashed was so great that even Li Nan himself couldn't withstand it, let alone the skywolves. However, the journey was not without its challenges. Sometimes, the densely packed skywolves would move together in groups, causing significant trouble for Li Nan. The largest pack he encountered consisted of over 200 skywolves attacking him at once. In that battle, he lost 3/4 of his clones. If it weren't for the clones' ability to manipulate their environment with sorcery, they might have been completely annihilated. In the Eternal Night Forest, the dense woods were home to numerous venomous insects and wild beasts. Li Nan cleared these obstacles, leading his clones to rest next to an ancient tree. 26 hours 5 minutes and 7 seconds had passed, yet he had still not encountered the boss, the Sky Wolf King. The secret realm map was vast indeed. He decided to restore some of his spiritual energy before continuing. Li Nan had been continuously depleting his spiritual power to maintain his clones, so he needed to rest periodically, otherwise he risked exhausting his spiritual power and being vulnerable to wolf attacks. He sat down cross-legged, leaned against the tree and closed his eyes in meditation. Just then a strange noise from the sky like the cracking of glass caught his attention. Lifting his gaze, he saw the starless night sky seemingly torn apart by a blood-red line revealing a small fissure about 10 meters long. It was a shadow rift. Li Nan stood up, his eyes fixed on the rift above, his entire being shifting into combat mode. It was no laughing matter. A shadow rift appearing in a secret realm was unheard of. This rift, compared to the mountainous rifts, was much smaller, less than 1,000th the size, but it was a gateway to another world, and who knew what might emerge from it. Having previously won the Valley of Mountains and Hills battle during the entrance exams, albeit with nearly 1 million casualties among the student army, Li Nan harbored a deep hostility towards these non-human monsters. If one came through, he would be ready to fight. Not taking any chances, he summoned all his Thunder Shadow clones. 3 minutes later, the monsters from the Shadow Rift appeared. They resembled humanoid bats, entirely black and covered with spikes, each about 3 meters in height with more than 20 in number. As soon as they entered the secret realm, they seemed prepared, simultaneously emitting screeching sound waves. The sound waves traveled from the sky to the forest, then to the ground, gradually radiating to every corner of the Eternal Night Forest. No damage? Li Nan noticed that when these sound waves passed through him, they caused no harm, not even to his Thunder Shadow clones. What were they doing? Could this be some sort of reconnaissance technique? Li Nan's mind raced, contemplating various possibilities. Before he could react, 10 silhouettes of celestial wolves flashed across the sky, instantly tearing and devouring the humanoid bat-like creatures. Shortly thereafter, a huge pillar of fire shot up into the sky in the distance, burning the Shadow Rift to ashes. Li Nan recognized that pillar of fire. It was the Celestial Wolf King's skill, Eternal Flame. The red Shadow Rift dissipated and the sky turned dark again. What was really going on? Li Nan was filled with questions, but one thing was clear. The Celestial Wolf Tribe and the otherworldly beings were definitely incompatible enemies. Unable to figure it out, he decided to let it be and ask his master later. Fortunately, the Celestial Wolf King's recent use of his skill also revealed his location. Li Nan kept this information in mind, then immediately changed direction, heading towards the source of the fire pillar. He was preparing to confront the Celestial Wolf King. A challenge of abyssal difficulty.